Therefore, he firmly believes that Huo Qichen is just as foolish, stubborn, and ignorant as himself. How could such a person be the kind to hide a knife in a smile and destroy beauty with cruel hands? Slander. It's all damn slander. At this moment, as he saw Lin Zhuan trying to approach Brother Chen, Tang Hao, worried that Brother Chen would be persecuted by the beastly cousin brother, immediately stood up heroically to protect Lin Zhuan, using his strong physique to shield Lin Zhuan and giving a warning look. Glare. Why is the cousin brother staring so wide-eyed? And looking at me with such a silly expression? Hello. Could he really see Huo Qichen as a good big brother? Please, could he be that ignorant and naive? He has even lower intelligence than the third cousin brother. But you never know. My foolish Aodudu, he probably still sees Huo Qichen as a savior unknown to him. The kidnapping incident a year ago was actually orchestrated by Huo Qichen himself. The purpose was to get close to Tang Xuan and establish a relationship with the Tang family. And he seems to have succeeded, since the two families did get slightly closer due to the kidnapping incident a year ago. And precisely because of this, in the future, the Huo family will be able to seize the opportunity to get the top secret information from Daju, and then turn the tables on him, portraying him as a traitor. Eventually, Daju will be dragged to the small woods and bang 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 will be riddled with bullets. But by that time, the third cousin brother had already been sold to Myanmar or Africa, living a miserable second half of his life. TSK TSK TSK. If my foolish Aodudu knew that his good big brother was actually the mastermind behind everything, even using Wu Mengmeng to set him up, I wonder if he would doubt his entire existence and go crazy on the spot. You could say, if it weren't for the huge changes brought about by the butterfly effect, at least half of the Tang family's future bankruptcy and decline would be due to the hands of the Huo family, as well as my poor cousin Tang Ling. If it weren't for my moment of kindness back then, intercepting and saving her in advance, she would have run into the philandering Bazong, and under his arrogant declaration, "Woman, you have successfully caught my attention," fallen completely, madly in love with him. Then following his arrangements to return to the Tang family, become a pawn planted by Huo Qichen in the Tang family, burning herself for him, sacrificing everything, ending up in a miserable fate. What? The sudden revelation of Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts made everyone in the Tang family dumbfounded. Damn! 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 Finally, I found the mastermind behind my frame-up. Tang Guowen's eyes were blazing. Ever since the first time he overheard he would be slandered as a traitor, he had been constantly looking for the mastermind who set him up. To be honest, he's not afraid of death. But he absolutely cannot accept being accused and framed to death as a traitor. It's not just an insult to his patriotism, but it would also shame the ancestors in the Tang family shrine, and he wouldn't rest in peace. Thankfully, he finally found out who was behind his framing. HMPH. Now he must be cautious and vigilant, never again allowing this son of AB***** to succeed. On the sidelines, Su Shuyun's eyes narrowed slightly, dangerous glints flashing within. Having been with Lao Tang for decades, she naturally knows what kind of person he is, a traitor. That's absolutely impossible. It's hard to imagine, in another parallel world, what kind of despairing mindset led to a circumstance where Lao Tang was shot down as a traitor. That sort of despair that's worse than death. Just the thought makes Su Shuyun uneasy and anxious, almost suffocating. Very well. The Huo family, Huo Qichen. Truly deserving of being one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City. Scheming and manipulating. Not only calculating against my husband, but also my son, my daughter, and even the whole Tang family will be destroyed at the hands of Huo Qichen. In another timeline, he must be pleased. Watching the Tang family, manipulated by him, step by step towards ruin, enjoying that feeling of control, feeling high and mighty, detached from the world. Heh. But unfortunately, heaven took pity on our Tang family, sending little Zhuan to us, so the future should be different. I will never let go of the Huo family. Starting today, I will never stop. As a powerful woman in the business world, Su Shuyun is completely furious. She will not allow her family to be harmed. Now that the real culprit's identity is known, whether it's for the safety of her husband, children, or for revenge against the Huo family, she will do everything possible to bring down the Huo family. At this moment, the hardest to accept the truth is no doubt the third young master of the Tang family, Upon learning the whole truth, his face displayed 3 parts of astonishment, 3 parts of anger, and 4 parts of disbelief. A year ago, he and brother Chen were taken by ruthless kidnappers. During that time, when he managed to escape and the kidnappers shot at him, he thought he was done for. Brother Chen directly appeared in front of him, blocking the fatal blow for him, making him have the most genuine friendship with the 3rd young master of the Tang family, both privately calling each other brothers in life and death. But now, someone tells him everything was a lie. The so-called brotherly love, life-saving favor, was actually a staged play directed by Huo Qichen. Even Wu Mengmeng was sent as a scout by him. And even the fact that he was supposed to be sold to Myanmar or Africa to live out a miserable second half of his life was orchestrated by brother Chen behind the scenes. And little Ling, mom and dad, and the entire Tang family will be ruined by Huo Qichen. The good big brother I've always trusted has been scheming to harm him and his family behind his back. The best clown of the year turned out to be myself. Suffering a lover's betrayal is one thing, but now even the friendship I highly valued turns out to be fake. Tang Chuan's heart bitterly laughed. Then, his gaze gradually became firm, looking at Huo Qichen with eyes filled with resentment, anger, devoid of the previous respect and admiration. Now, all he has left is family. No matter what, he absolutely will not allow that D Huo Qichen to harm his family members in the least. In the crowd, Tangling blinked her big eyes, glancing at Huo Qichen. That disabled man sitting in a wheelchair with a crooked mouth, is this the man who bewitched me? No way! Could it be real this time? Have I gone crazy? Can I really settle for a man like this? He doesn't even match 1/10 of cousin's charm, right? I actually managed to fall completely for this ugly man because of his greasy declaration woman. You have successfully caught my attention. And then willingly became a pawn for him, burning myself for him, sacrificing everything. Oh my gosh. But no matter what, this treacherous man trying to harm her family members is unforgivable. Fresh out of the small black room with no recommendations, no traffic, asking for some free gift support. At most, it'll take 30 seconds of your life. So please give some sun's vitality, a pee, or fly an airplane. Begging. Many brothers have supported in these 2 days. Thanks, W. Thanks. To Qi Jihai's Decadence, President of the Single Dog Protection Association, Zhuangqing VR. User 22,016,874. Forgotten. Goblins advocate hanging doors and windows. Disassembling brakes, lascivious little handsome. Mr. Z. User 21,993,457, user 29,625,011. Old Luo of Ziping Village, ghost who loves to eat minced meat, and zucchini, blue game who loves to eat small bowl of brown sugar. Ju Xiaojun, author G6TL76. Ruben Wan, a gong from Nanzhou City. Light of Heaven, Lonely Island, user 22,998,161. Wild Stage, Cheng, Bouquet, author's little niece. Floating Leaves, user 22,998,161. Author 22,998,161. Like to ring bells UA. Poor child who likes to climb perch Chen Songzi. I am a member of Steaming IKUN. Hope my heart's desire comes true. Hope my heart's desire comes true. Hope my heart's desire comes true. Chapter 451. The group of people competing in acting skills update plan for next month will Chen Jie destroy the Tang family. Will Sanjay, as well as dad and mom, all be harmed and killed by Chen Jie in the end? Is Chen Jie hypocritical, secretly a ruthless and scheming guy? Tang Hao's mouth dropped open, his face full of disbelief. Compared to those who firmly believed in Tong Guowen, he, with a foolish appearance from start to finish, always acted like a jerk. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm 95% sure, it's just not possible. Hi, Huo Xiao. Long time no see, I miss you so much. Lin Zhuan ignored the stubborn sixth cousin, smiling as he greeted Huo Qichen in a familiar way. 0. The level of warmth, perhaps unknowingly. They might think these two were best friends. Huo Qichen's face darkened. He really didn't want to pay attention to Lin Zhuan and never expected the other party to take the initiative to greet him. But thinking it over, Lin Zhuan must know that their Huo family had connected with a martial arts master, which forced him to humbly apologize. As the saying goes, one must be alert to the times to be successful. This kind of knowing behavior, Boss Ba didn't find it incomprehensible. Moreover, after many years of careful planning, most of the Tang family had a good impression of him. With so many advantages on his side, what could this useless son-in-law possibly use to fight against him? Choosing to apologize is only a normal thing to do, nothing to be surprised about. Just as Huo Qichen was complacently thinking about humiliating Lin Zhuan in front of Su Qinj, the latter mocked him first. "Huo, are you cosplaying as your ancestor? Huo Jin? Even the wheelchair is part of it, and that crooked face expression, very impressive. I didn't know. I almost thought your ancestors had come back to life through you. Quite a bizarre sense of humor. Ha!" Hearing Lin Zhuan's sarcastic tone, a hint of anger flashed through Huo Qichen's chiseled cheeks, boiling with anger. He couldn't understand what Lin Zhuan was trying to do. At this point, he didn't even know how to retreat, daring to mock him in person. Didn't he know that the Huo family was about to soar to new heights in Willow City? Kid, watch your words. Careful what you say. Trouble comes from a loose tongue. Before Huo Qichen could retort, the old servant Fubo quickly stepped in to protect his master, coldly threatening. "Infinite heavenly sovereign. Young sir, I see a dark omen on your forehead, danger of bloodshed today." On the side, dressed as a Taoist priest, He Ping stood with his hands behind his back by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking calm. He didn't even bother to glance at the other people in the room, feeling superior and unwilling to mingle with mortals. All right, I'm scared by you guys. Just trying to make a joke. Why so serious, underscore? If you love pretending so much, won't life be boring? Forget it, let's watch. 3 minutes left until the start of the life and death challenge in the martial world. No more chit-chat with you guys. Facing the Huo family's veiled threats, Lin Zhuan pretended to not hear, rubbing his ear in a gesture of nonchalance. He pushed the wheelchair to a floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking an arena not far away on the river, quietly waiting for the final 3 minutes to pass. This kid, truly arrogant. Seeing this scene, both Fubo and He Ping, infuriated by the Huo family's attitude, felt extremely displeased. Since when had they, who had already achieved great accomplishments, been so ignored by people? In front of them, who didn't act with respect and caution? Even the Huo old master sometimes had to give them face, but this kid dared to treat them with such disdainful indifference. Only a bunch of nobodies. Was it his idea to float, or did he think we couldn't handle the knife? Fubo. Master He. Let's just observe for now. We can discuss the rest later. At this moment, Huo Qichen spoke up, stopping the eager-to-act Fubo and company. On one side, even though the relationship between Lin Zhuan and the Tang family was not great, there was still a faint blood relation, making it difficult for him to press Lin Zhuan too hard in front of Tong Guowen and others. On the other hand, he didn't want to use force to suppress Lin Zhuan, but rather hoped that, after witnessing the strength of the Huo family, Lin Zhuan would willingly kneel beneath him. To achieve this, he just needed to wait peacefully for the arena challenge to start, showing Lin Zhuan and the various forces present the invincible power of the Huo family's current backer, Zhang Yangping. By then, they would surely be frightened and make the most sensible choice. Thinking of this, Huo Qichen's mouth, which was already crooked, almost smiled straight back. Sensing that the Huo family did not intend to act, Lin Zhuan silently moved his raised right hand to his nose and touched it, trying to cover up the embarrassment. He had almost shouted stick palm just now. However, Lin Zhuan did not notice that Su Qinj in the wheelchair also relaxed. If the Huo family had really intended to attack just now, she wouldn't have hesitated to confront them, risking exposure to take them down. One was at the level of minor internal energy, the other was at the peak of internal energy. For the current Su Qinj, there was no problem. Or rather, due to the special nature of her cultivation method, Su Qinj, who had already reached the peak of internal energy, was confident enough to crush anyone below the level of a master. Jie Chen, my elder brother, is a straightforward person. He doesn't have any evil intentions. For my sake, don't hold it against him too much. If my brother has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. How about that? In order to avoid escalating the conflict, Tang family's third young master forced out a slight smile, trying to appear as calm as usual, playing diplomatic with Huo Qichen. In reality, he felt extremely stifled, wishing he could just slap this brute to death. But he didn't lose his rationality. He knew it was not the best time to turn hostile. Endure. Lie low. As he lay in wait by Huo Qichen's side, since he needed to be used to achieve certain unspeakable goals, he was prepared to someday use this to his advantage, dealing Huo Qichen a fatal blow in return. Similarly, Tang Guowen and his wife shared the same thoughts. Changing their cold and distant attitude, they warmly greeted Huo Qichen, seeming concerned about his health. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Now the enemy is known, and the self is hidden. This is a perfect time to break through his defenses. When the day comes that Huo Qichen lets down his guard, they will be able to better see certain vulnerabilities, in turn plunging the Huo family into an abyss from which there is no return. At this moment, the Tang family members displayed their inherited acting skills, getting along warmly with Huo Qichen. Even Tang Ling didn't want to be left behind. Understanding the thoughts of her family members, she swallowed her urge to vomit and, reluctantly, called the eldest son Jay Chen. Ooh. Family. Ling vomits as a sign of respect. Confronted with the unexpected enthusiasm of the Tang family, Huo Qichen, feeling somewhat flattered, modestly expressed his gratitude, inwardly laughing uncontrollably. He thoroughly enjoyed this sense of superiority from orchestrating everything. Whether it was Tang Hao or the Tang couple, they were all manipulated by his schemes. Even Tang Ling, who just met him, fell to his handsome face in an instant, looking at him with affectionate eyes, shy and blushing. Look, this little infatuated girl. Just now she was too embarrassed to look at me. Now pretending to be reserved, covering her face and pretending to look away, feigning discomfort. Trying to attract my attention with such a clumsy behavior. Hey, what a cunning little woman. But I must congratulate her. This lowly tactic of playing hard to get has successfully piqued my interest. Inside the private room, there was a joyous atmosphere filled with the performances of these acting enthusiasts, guests enjoying themselves. Everyone was acting as if all were vying for the best actor of the year in an intense battle. However, the one who acted the best was undoubtedly Tang Hao, as he was genuinely playing the fool. Seeing his family finally come to their senses, recognizing the true face of his beastly cousin, and realizing that Jay Chen was the truly worthy one to befriend, Tang Hao was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, grateful for the few slaps he received just now. At this moment, in another private room not far away, the members of the Han family were anxiously waiting. The arena challenge is about to begin. Why hasn't Master Su shown up yet? Could it be that he fears the power of Zhang Yangping and has run away without a fight? On the sofa, a well-dressed, strong-bodied man in his early 40s exuding the confidence of a successful person was anxiously checking the time on his phone, unable to sit still. Han Zhengyang, present head of the Han family. To be honest, it's understandable why he was so worried. Zhang Yangping had been renowned around the world for decades as a powerhouse in martial arts, while Su Fan only cultivated for a few years. Even if he was a prodigy, facing a veteran strong man like Zhang Yangping, he seemed inadequate. In truth, Han Zhengyang felt a bit pessimistic. Like most people, he leaned more towards Zhang Yangping in terms of winning odds. But now, the Han family was tied to Su Fan, and their future heavily relied on him. As long as Su Fan could emerge victorious in this deathmatch, the invisible benefits the Han family would gain were beyond imagination. Of course, if Su Fan lost, it would be a devastating blow for the Han family. In such a situation, how could Han Zhengyang remain calm? Dad, don't worry. Master Su said that after he finishes dealing with his matters, he will come right away. By Han Zhengyang's side sat his precious daughter, Han Xinchao, one of the 4 beauties in Willow City, ranked 3rd. She was tall and glamorous. Wearing a white crop top revealing her waist and blue denim shorts, her perfect hourglass figure was on full display. Although Han Xinchao had her concerns, after spending time with him lately, she understood that Su Fan was a man of his word. If he said he would come, there was no way he would back out at the last minute, and he would definitely show up later. She believed her chosen man was exceptional. No matter how powerful the old man was, Su Fan could surely defeat him, stepping on his head to reach the highest throne. And in the future, she would become Su Fan's exceptionally beautiful queen, standing by his side, sharing the worldly splendor. Rising above all, others beneath, She would be the most enviable woman in all of Willow City, all of China, even in the entire world and universe. She fantasized so much that drool streamed from her mouth, filled with endless longing for the future. Chapter 450. To rest for a year, then return. Selling pancakes and fruits. Capturing the Zhang Alcohol Restaurant, in private room No. 1. Looking at his daughter, who was starting to act infatuated, Han Zhengyang was speechless. Oh no! He didn't have the patience for his daughter's romantic attitude. He turned his gaze towards the French window, where stood a burly man with a robust figure, golden hair like a lion's mane, captain of the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps, Wild Lion. A master with formidable internal energy cultivation. Since witnessing Su Fan's strength, the homeless Wild Lion gritted his teeth and chose to follow Su Fan, becoming his most loyal underling. Mr. Wild Lion, what do you think? Do you think Master Su can defeat Zhang Yangping? Hearing this, the Wild Lion turned his head, ruffled his messy hair, and grumbled, "What do I think? I'll stand and watch. Can I do that lying down? Until real combat begins, who knows who will emerge victorious?" The Wild Lion seemed impatient. It wasn't until today that he truly understood the events of the life and death battle. If it were any other renowned warrior who had witnessed Su Fan's extraordinary abilities, they would have had full confidence and believed that Su Fan would triumph decisively. But the opponent was Zhang Yangping, a martial arts powerhouse who had made a name for himself decades ago. Even the Wild Lion, who had heard numerous stories of Zhang Yangping since childhood, considered him a legendary figure with rich martial arts experiences. At one point, even viewing him as his idol during his youth, the Wild Lion had been so enthusiastic that he had handwritten records of Zhang Yangping's martial arts career, highlighting key stages and achievements. 1. Early experiences and foundation training. Ages 5 to 18, Zhang Yangping was born into a family renowned for martial arts, receiving early exposure to martial arts training. Starting at the age of 5, he learned basic martial arts movements and techniques from his elders, laying a solid foundation. By the age of 15, he had mastered various inherited martial arts styles and began developing his unique martial arts style. 2. It travels in the martial world and skill refinement. Ages 18 to 30. At 18, Zhang Yangping began traveling alone in the martial world, sparring and exchanging knowledge with martial arts experts. He journeyed to the desolate north border, interacting with warriors of the grasslands and learning unique body movements and combat skills. He also ventured to the bustling southern Jiangnan region to discuss martial arts essence with local masters, enriching his martial arts theories. Over the next decade, Zhang Yangping's martial arts skills greatly improved, and he gradually developed his distinct and unpredictable martial arts style. Throughout his lengthy martial arts career, Zhang Yangping left behind many legendary feats, single-handedly invading a gang's headquarters, defeating dozens of gunmen to rescue kidnapped children, challenging and defeating a foreign boxing champion on the international stage, bringing glory to his country, risking his life to save dozens of endangered individuals during a maritime disaster, suppressing arrogant remarks from Japanese warriors with a single punch, forcing the Japanese Warrior League to apologize, enhancing the reputation of Chinese martial arts internationally, ascending snowy peaks in search of martial arts secrets, engaging in a 3-day battle with a mysterious swordsman seeking the same secrets, eventually killing his opponent and obtaining his sword Crimson Flame Heartburn. 3. Dominating the Chinese martial arts world. Ages 30 to 40. Around the age of 30, Zhang Yangping began participating in martial arts tournaments around China, winning numerous titles. Renowned for his unique martial arts style and unsurpassable strength, he dominated the Chinese martial arts world, becoming legendary as the undefeated under the masters. During this period, he befriended many like-minded martial artists, collectively promoting the development of the Chinese martial arts community. 4. Mastering the highest realm, becoming a legendary figure from 40 until now. With years of accumulation, Zhang Yangping's martial arts cultivation reached a peak, leading to a breakthrough to become a legendary martial arts master after a sudden enlightenment. He continuously challenged the reclusive elder martial artists in seclusion, emerging victorious in every battle, gaining widespread fame. However, for unknown reasons, Zhang Yangping gradually disappeared from the public eye, with rumors suggesting he was secluded somewhere, attempting to reach the realm above the master. O**. Sighing, the Wild Lion reminisced. The more he recalled his idol's legendary experiences from his youth, the more he thought Su Fan's chances were slim. Presently, Su Fan was too young. Given a few more years of training, the possibility of victory would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, thinking of Su Fan's identity as the Heavenly Execution Hall Master, with his mentor reputed as the top martial artist of his time, the situation didn't seem entirely hopeless. I hope Senior Su can work miracles. Completely aligning with Su Fan's side, the Wild Lion naturally hoped he could surpass the previous generation and defeat his predecessors with invincible strength. On the other hand, receiving a snide remark, Han Zhengyang merely smiled awkwardly, not daring to retort. Although the Wild Lion had suffered a crushing defeat in the Devil's capital, and his mercenary group had been decimated by the massacre at the Heavenly Execution Hall, he was still a master of internal energy cultivation, someone better not offended. Glancing at the nearing end of the instant noodles cooking time, Han Zhengyang contemplated for a moment, hesitant, but eventually decided to send a notification message to Su Fan. Devil's capital, hospital entrance. A fair-skinned, delicately featured woman walked out. She wore a cheap short-sleeved shirt on top and black jeans below, slightly faded from numerous washings. Quietly following her was a young man in a floral shirt, torn casual pants, and flip-flops. To passers-by, this couple certainly seemed economically challenged, an exemplary thrifty pair. Ziwen, what are your plans next, me? Faced with Su Fan's inquiry, Mu Ziwen fell silent for 2.5 seconds, rest for a year, then come back to continue selling pancakes and fruits. All right. Today, I'm very grateful that you came to send me off from the hospital. But I'll take a taxi home by myself now. You don't need to escort me anymore. You go about your business. After saying this, Mu Ziwen turned and left in silence. Su Fan, hands in pockets, took a deep look at his former first love's departing figure, his eyes revealing a myriad of emotions. Yet, as he opened his mouth, no words came out, his emotions extremely complex. Watching the girl walk away, seemingly determined, he never looked back at her again. Chapter 453, Su Fan's first encounter with his biological daughter. Farewell, Su Fan. Thank you. I will never forget you in my lifetime. Mu Xiaowan turned around, feeling extremely reluctant in her heart, her eyes inadvertently turning red. After spending time together and being cared for, it was impossible for her not to have any feelings for Su Fan. During her entanglement with the tyrant, only Su Fan was unafraid of power, like a prince charming from a fairy tale, descending from the sky to save her. Having experienced the ups and downs of the world, Mu Xiaowan, who had been struggling alone in the city, felt a warmth she had never felt before. Moreover, from Su Fan, she could always vaguely see a familiar yet merciless figure, causing her to dream about Su Fan every night. Su Fan, I think I might be falling in love with you. Let's be together. Many mornings, Mu Xiaowan had an inexplicable impulse to gather the courage to confess to Su Fan. However, whenever the words reached her lips, she would stop herself due to her low self-esteem. Now, she was like a withered flower. Su Fan still had a bright future ahead of him. How could he possibly be interested in a woman impregnated by other men, who had an abortion? Even if she confessed publicly, the result would only bring humiliation upon herself, and perhaps they couldn't even be friends afterward. Rather than that, it would be better to part ways resolutely here, each going their separate paths. Thinking like this, Mu Xiaowan quickened her pace, wanting to get home quickly to cry in her bed. At this moment, she caught sight of a red-dressed little girl about 4 or 5 years old and 90 centimeters tall under a red-green traffic light, not far away. Her tiny face was extremely cute. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the little girl started running towards the zebra crossing, causing Mu Xiaowan to panic and shout anxiously, rushing towards her. It was still the red light period, the road was full of continuously flowing vehicles, and if she were to be hit by a sedan directly, the consequences would be unthinkable. Little girl, don't run into the red light. Ah! Just as Mu Xiaowan rushed to the middle of the road and picked up the girl, a large Dayan truck came closer. Mu Xiaowan screamed in horror, knowing very well that their current distance was too close to evade it. Even if the driver realized and slammed the brakes, inertia would make the truck crash into them. Am I going to die? Would I be reborn in another world after death? In the last moment, various strange thoughts flashed through Mu Xiaowan's mind. Boom boom boom, Mu Xiaowan subconsciously closed her eyes, but she didn't feel the expected pain. Are you all right? A familiar, concerned voice entered her ears. Startled, Mu Xiaowan opened her eyes to find that standing in front of her was Su Fan. And the Dayan truck that nearly crashed into them moments ago inexplicably rolled back several meters at this moment, with smoke billowing from the front, revealing a deep palm imprint on it. Su Fan, what on earth happened? Wasn't it? Mu Xiaowan, having narrowly escaped death, felt her head spinning and hadn't fully recovered from the recent danger. Wasn't the truck about to hit me? How did it suddenly roll back several meters in an instant? And Su Fan? Could it be that he actually pushed the fast-moving truck back? It can't be true. Can it be? Su Fan shook his head, not explaining further. He had indeed heard Mu Xiaowan scream and had timely flashed in to save both of them. Let's go. Let's leave this place first. Glancing at the gradually gathering onlookers, Su Fan, with a mentality of the fewer people know, the better, swiftly left the scene with Mu Xiaowan carrying the child. 2.5 minutes later, the two appeared in a sparsely populated alley. With Mu Xiaowan gradually calming down, she wisely refrained from asking questions. Thank you, Su Fan. She sincerely thanked Su Fan before squatting down to comfort the pale-faced little girl in red. For all, little girl, you can't run into red lights in the future. It's very dangerous. Okay, thank you for saving me. The polite little girl in red thanked them with a childish voice. Asterisk, asterisk. How cute! Tilda. Mu Xiaowan's eyes were emitting hearts, completely charmed by the scene. Even Su Fan's expression unconsciously softened a bit, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. For some reason, upon seeing the little girl, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of closeness. I'm Gao Zhaoxiao. I got separated from my mom at the market. I know the way back home and decided to walk alone. Because I didn't want my mom to worry. That's why I ran faster. I'll pay attention to red lights in the future. In response to Mu Xiaowan's questions, the little girl in red honestly explained her situation and mentioned that her mom owned a flower shop nearby, wanting to take the saviors home and treat Mu Xiaowan and the child to some candies. Ding dong! At that moment, Su Fan took out his old Nokia phone, glanced at a message from Han Zhengyang, and seemed lost in thought. The Jianghu life and death contest has begun. Su Fan, if you have something to do, go ahead and take care of it. I'll take Zhaoxiao home. Okay. Be careful on the road. Stay safe. Su Fan looked at the little girl, showing a rare hint of a smile, waving goodbye. For some reason, the more he looked at this little girl, the more an indescribable sense of closeness welled up in him. Goodbye, uncle. Zero good. Goodbye. Hearing the little girl call him uncle, Su Fan's mouth twitched, feeling like something was off. But with a more than 20-year age difference between them, she calling him uncle isn't really incorrect, right? hum.e=o asterisk. Unable to figure it out, Su Fan decided to let it go as there were more important matters at hand for him. With that, Su Fan left, leaving behind an unbeatably lonely figure for the two girls. All right, sister, let me take you to my home. The little girl, brave and spirited, took Mu Xiaowan's hand and bounced away in the opposite direction, humming a cheerful nursery rhyme. A seed is planted in your heart, da-la-dee-da-la. It can grant small wishes with magical powers. After wandering through the twists and turns of the alley, the two eventually stopped in front of a relatively remote flower shop. On the last day, rush for a gift to go down the list. It seems like everyone will be on summer vacation in July. Congratulations, being a student is so good. Envy. In the world of adults, they don't even know what a vacation is. As the saying goes, summer vacation is here. Happiness is here to check in. This prince wishes everyone a long holiday filled with endless summer homework every day, where you can immerse yourselves in the sea of knowledge, harvesting joy and growth. Quietly work hard, so you can stand out when school starts, shocking the whole class, earning the admiring gaze of the class flower. Chapter 454. Gao Zhaoxiao, Mom, please help me repay Uncle Su Fan. Just as the big and small figures arrived at the entrance of the flower shop, a tall, slim woman wearing a mask quickly rushed out from inside. Her hair was messy, her voice panicked, and she hugged Gao Zhaoxiao tightly, as if afraid that, if she let go, her daughter would disappear from her side again. Her voice trembled with sobs of joy. Zhaoxiao, Zhaoxiao, where did you just run off to, Zhaoxiao? You scared Mom. Mom looked for you for so long, I thought I would never see you again. I was about to call the police. Mom will never let you out of my sight again. Never again. Don't leave Mom's side in the future. Gao Weiwei's arms tightly enveloped her daughter, as if she wanted to embed her completely into her body, never to be separated again. At this moment, all the fear, despair, and exhaustion turned into silent tears that slid down her cheeks. The joy of finding her daughter again left Gao Weiwei speechless, her body trembling with excitement and relief, unable to calm down for a long time. Now, she only had her precious daughter left. If even Gao Zhaoxiao disappeared from her life, she truly didn't know how to face the future alone. Woo-woo. Mom, don't cry. It's all Zhaoxiao's fault. Zhaoxiao won't run around anymore. Woo-woo. I'm sorry, Mom, don't cry. Gao Zhaoxiao was startled by her mother's sudden embrace. But soon, she felt the familiar warmth and security, gradually calming down. Influenced by her mother's sobs, Gao Zhaoxiao involuntarily teared up, tightly hugging her mother back, apologizing as she choked up. After some time, Gao Weiwei gradually calmed down, and it was then that she noticed Mu Xiaowan standing beside her. Hello, I am Gao Weiwei, Zhaoxiao's mother. Thank you for helping bring Zhaoxiao back. Mu Xiaowan waved her hand, smiling. Just doing my part. You don't have to worry too much. No, it may be just a small effort for you. Gao Weiwei expressed her gratitude, bowing to Mu Xiaowan. But for me, it's no different than saving my life. Zhaoxiao is too important to me. It's too hot outside. It's cooler in the store. Please come in for a cup of tea. Half an hour later, inside the flower shop, the two women gradually became acquainted through self-introductions, eventually addressing each other as sisters. Gao Weiwei learned about the recent dangerous ordeal her daughter had gone through, leaving her more grateful and in awe of Mu Xiaowan. Xiaowan, thank you so much. Otherwise, I couldn't bear the thought of losing Zhaoxiao. Standing by, Gao Zhaoxiao nodded sweetly, thank you, Sister Xiaowan. Otherwise, Zhaoxiao might have been turned into minced meat. How ugly. As a return, I'll take my saved pocket money later and go with my little friends to buy Sister Jianbing Guozi to support your business. Watching Gao Zhaoxiao standing with her hands on her hips, looking adorable and mature beyond her years, Mu Xiaowan couldn't help but giggle, her face full of affection. Yes, let's make a deal. I'll be waiting to earn your pocket money. Okay. Deal. Promise on our pinkies, no changing for 100 years. Whoever breaks the promise will be a puppy. Hehe. Inside the flower shop, warmth filled the air. Gao Weiwei smiled at the childish and lovely bond between the big and small figures, feeling that time was truly peaceful. She then asked Mu Xiaowan to help arrange a meeting with Su Fan, as she wanted to thank him in person. He's quite busy. Weiwei, let's exchange WeChat later. If I manage to contact him, I'll let you know. Using this as a legitimate reason to arrange another meeting with Su Fan, Mu Xiaowan couldn't resist and agreed. While exchanging contact details, Gao Zhaoxiao, with admiration in her eyes, praised Su Fan's greatness, claiming he was like a superhero who could push a big truck with one hand. Gao Weiwei naturally didn't believe her daughter's exaggerated fantasies. Mu Xiaowan, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. She too was puzzled about Su Fan's miraculous rescue, and how he managed to save her and Zhaoxiao at the last moment. It was almost as if, in a split second, the truck would have collided head-on. Ah, Mom. Why are you tapping on my head again, making me feel stupid? What should I do? Gao Zhaoxiao held her head, feeling wronged, looking at her mother with a resentful look. You're still a child. Gao Weiwei rubbed her daughter's cheek, smiling as she said, who let you mess around with the love stories? And you even want me to repay your debts for you? If you ever have the chance to meet Uncle Su Fan again, you figure out a way to repay him yourself. If Uncle Su Fan is willing to wait for you to grow up and you want to offer yourself to him, I agree, but I'm afraid he won't fancy you. This little one, Tilda. Gao Weiwei picked up her daughter, who was full of defiance, poking her cheek teasingly. At the same time, she glanced towards Mu Xiaowan and noticed that her tense posture had gradually relaxed. Indeed, Mu Xiaowan. Like that man. Gao Weiwei was not silly. Every time Su Fan was mentioned, Mu Xiaowan's inadvertently revealed infatuated expression almost made her intentions clear. In this situation, how could Gao Weiwei possibly fight for love? Besides, she didn't even know Su Fan. Moreover, ever since she had her daughter, she had never thought about getting married. She just wanted to raise her child on her own. Gao Zhaoxiao, after being clearly rejected, was not discouraged. Her small eyes suddenly lit up, and she had a sudden realization. Oh, I got it. Mom, do you have someone you like? That's why you don't like Uncle Chao Ren. But in your daily life, there don't seem to be any other uncles around you, right? Could it be Brother Lin Zhuan, who comes to buy flowers every day? Well, that makes sense. Girls all like these Prince Charming types. After all, Brother Lin Zhuan is so handsome, wealthy, kind, and gentle, completely different from those scoundrels in TV dramas. Last night, I even dreamt that I grew up and married Brother Lin Zhuan. Isn't that romantic? However, Mom, if you really like him, then I'll give way to you. But it seems like Brother Lin Zhuan already likes a sister. Are we going to reenact a scene from the TV drama we watched the other day, The Temptation of Going Home? Listening to Gao Zhaoxiao talk in circles, shaking her head, her hands crossed behind her back, speaking like a little adult. In the flower shop, both women were dumbfounded. Especially Gao Weiwei, feeling embarrassed, thinking she had been too preoccupied with work, neglecting her daughter's mental education. She hadn't even begun to give Gao Zhaoxiao proper guidance yet. But Mu Xiaowan had already widened her eyes, surprised as she covered her mouth, seeking confirmation aloud. Brother Lin Zhuan? Could it be? ZZ is referring to Mr. Lin Zhuan. Weiwei sister, do you also know Mr. Lin Zhuan? Huh? Could it be little Xiaowan? You also? Gao Weiwei was stunned, speechless. Then she recounted how Mr. Lin Zhuan would come every day to buy flowers. Hearing this, Mu Xiaowan also shared her story of how she met Lin Zhuan. After exchanging information, the two women were amazed at the strange twist of fate. They both had encountered the same outstanding man. It was at this moment that Mu Xiaowan truly let go of her worries. Having met such a high-quality man like Lin Zhuan, she was confident that Gao Weiwei would no longer be interested in the ordinary Su Fan. As the saying goes, how could someone who has seen the vast oceans be satisfied with mere neon lights? How can a woman who has seen eagles fall in love with crows? Indeed, in Mu Xiaowan's mind, the heterosexual Su Fan was clearly no match for the exceptional Lin Zhuan. A normal woman would undoubtedly choose the gentle Lin Zhuan over Su Fan, the White Knight. Even she had entertained such fantasies in the past. However, after meeting Su Qinj, Mu Xiaowan instantly woke up from her dream, realizing she was just a toad, and it was futile to dream of eating swan meat. On the other hand, whenever Lin Zhuan was mentioned, Gao Weiwei's eyes sparkled, lost in deep thought. He was truly an outstanding man. Especially facing his vegetative wife with such deep affection, Gao Weiwei was deeply moved. After experiencing that nightmare in the past, she instinctively believed that men were creatures who only thought with their lower half. But Lin Zhuan had proven that there were still good men among them. Faced with such an excellent man like Lin Zhuan, a normal woman like Gao Weiwei would be lying if she said she didn't envy his vegetative wife. Occasionally, in a half-asleep state, she had also imagined such an outstanding man appearing to take care of them both. However, reason quickly extinguished those unrealistic fantasies. Gao Weiwei was self-aware. She knew the vast gap in status between herself and Lin Zhuan, realizing that they had no chance of being together. Even disregarding their backgrounds, she was older than Lin Zhuan, an old woman with a baggage to carry. In such a situation, how could Lin Zhuan possibly be interested in her? The dynamics of an older woman with a younger man only suit dreams. Furthermore, there were occasional flashbacks of that jerk who had caused her current situation. Sun Yang. 2.5 minutes ago, in Bujing Town, the life and death arena had already opened. Whether martial artists, celebrities, or the indigenous people of the town, countless eyes converged on the towering stone arena rising from the rushing river. Not far from the arena, the riverbank was heavily guarded by tall, fierce soldiers armed with various firearms, ensuring the fair competition. Once on the arena, life and death were at stake, and one's fate lay in heaven. No one could interfere. Of course, this was the annual life and death arena hosted by Kunlun, meant for settling disputes among martial artists. Who would dare to cause trouble today? That would mean offending the entire Kunlun. Regardless of your immense power, before this National Martial Artists Alliance, you were nothing but ephemeral beings. Gift points, 171 thousandths, an additional update for a full 1,000 points. My wife always says work is tiring and she doesn't want to go to the factory to screw screws, but after going out for a walk, she couldn't find any other jobs. Brothers, the job market is tough now. It is suggested to accept your circumstances and not quit easily, you'll regret it. To soothe her despair, I took her to have a meal at Lou's mom's for 100 yuan, feeling sorry for her. It was the first time we went offline to the Meituan store. Lou's mom. Classic Italian meat sauce spaghetti to 14 yuan, salted crispy chicken popcorn to 12 yuan, cheese meat sauce spaghetti to 15 yuan. We ordered too much, misjudging each other's appetites, and couldn't finish the food between the two of us. The first time eating pizza. The fragrant chicken handcrafted pizza minus 32 yuan. Chapter 456, Ziyan and Nailan Yanren's life and death struggle. With the opening of the life and death struggle of the martial arts world, warriors with various grudges successively stepped onto the stage to settle their conflicts. During this time, some melodramatic enmities and vendettas were exposed, making the onlookers feel rather strange. Green hat betrayal, love killings, vendettas, seeking revenge for fathers, seeking revenge for wives, killing for treasures, and more, among the warriors on the stage. Conflicts were plentiful. Only when one side begs for mercy, or when both sides determine life and death, will this life and death struggle be considered over. After stepping down from the stage, the grievances between the two parties are resolved, and past events are erased. Of course, a significant portion of the spectators who came to watch the battle at the Jiangwan Tavern today were there specifically for the rare encounter of the masters. Compared to this, the earlier minor fights were just appetizers before the main course at the Jiangwan Tavern. Lin Zhuan remained in box No. 1 of the tavern, accompanying his wife, watching the distant battle on the stage. Originally, he thought that Su Qinj, who was witnessing such a brutal scene for the first time, would be scared and trembling, and he had even planned how he would embrace her and comfort her in a soft tone. But unexpectedly, Su Qinj watched with great interest, completely absorbed, sometimes so focused that she didn't even hear him speak. This made Lin Zhuan a bit frustrated, as he missed the opportunity to show his caring side. However, whenever there were more bloody fighting scenes, Lin Zhuan would instinctively cover the girl's eyes. Su Qinj couldn't help but smile bitterly at this, wanting to say that she was not at all moved by such scenes. But facing Lin Zhuan's caring intentions, she quietly maintained her silence, allowing him to protect her while feeling warm inside. Beside the two of them, members of the Tang family kept a close watch, never once averting their gaze from the youngest son. From Lin Zhuan's words, they understood that the only way to save the youngest son from a doomed fate was to confine him inside this box. Therefore, they remained vigilant, always ready for any entanglements. Fortunately, Tang Hao's attention at that moment was completely absorbed by the battle between a pair of men and women on the stage, clapping enthusiastically and watching intently. Because the grudges between these two individuals had, in a way, stirred up a resonance within Tang Hao. On the stage, a young man and woman from martial arts families were facing each other. Ziyan, accept your fate. In the blink of 3 years, I, Nailan Yanren, have never let anyone down. This moment is the time for us to end our grievances. Back then, you heartless man, for that vixen Guzuner, you humiliated me with your broken engagement. It's time to settle that score. Facing the woman, a man named Ziyan had complex eyes, with a sense of guilt and acceptance. In the end, all his emotions turned into a long sigh. 3 years ago, in order to be with his lifelong love Guzuner, Ziyan alone went to the Nailan family and sought to annul his engagement with childhood friend Nailan Yanren. Needless to say, the Nailan family was furious, and Nailan Yanren was unable to accept it, shedding tears immediately. Even though Ziyan offered enough compensation, all he received in return was Nailan Yanren's hatred for the childhood sweetheart. Do you want to annul our engagement? Fine, but I have one condition. I want to make a 3-year agreement with you. After 3 years, I will defeat you in front of everyone. I want all the martial arts families to know that my excellence, Nailan Yanren, is beyond your blinded eyes. It was I who proposed to break off the engagement, not you. Ziyan, you are the one who doesn't deserve me. HMPH, ungrateful scum. All those years, I treated you so well, thinking of you first in everything, food, clothing, and shelter. I even did your laundry and cooking, only to be betrayed by you for that wench Chen Shimi. After hearing Nailan Yanren's tearful accusations, everyone who understood the situation cast disdainful glances at Ziyan. Especially Tang Hao, who opened the windows, roared towards the stage below. The 3-year period is up. Please, Miss Nalan, bring justice against this treacherous scum. Tang Hao's emotions were high, filled with resonance. Because from Nalan Yanran, he saw his own challenging 3 years, hoping that she would take action and defeat the scum Ziyan. At the stage below, Ziyan's mouth twitched, but he still earnestly advised, Yanran, when will this cycle of revenge end? You are so excellent, you will surely meet a better man in the future, so why cling to me? Forced melons don't taste sweet. Even if we had forcefully gone through with the engagement back then, there would have been no happiness, you know? Moreover, you have already taken destructive revenge on me. Isn't that enough? Nurtured by the bond from their childhood, and feeling responsible for being the one who initially betrayed, Ziyan never wanted to engage in a life-and-death battle with Nalan Yanran. However, Nalan Yanran remained obstinate, calling for violence and showing hatred towards Ziyan. Not enough. The humiliation you caused me with the broken engagement can only be cleansed with your blood. Nalan Yanran, you're going too far. You're the one who turned Zijie into that appearance. It's you who should apologize with your life. Everyone turned to see a petite girl standing near the riverbank, full of hatred, glaring at Nalan Yanran. Guzuner, you wicked fox. Nalan Yanran gritted her teeth, wishing to tear apart the mistress with hatred for stealing her husband. But Guzuner was not afraid, staring at Nalan Yanran with an even colder gaze. You poisonous woman! Back then, to avenge Zijie, you secretly drugged him, depriving him of his manhood. Because of your insane actions, Zijie missed the treatment. Now he can never be a normal man. You've ruined him in this way. How dare you speak of seeking revenge from him? At these words, countless men present broke out in a cold sweat. Even Tang Hao, who had been cheering on from the side, shuddered. His previous sense of sympathy vanished instantly. What can he do? These methods were truly frightening. On the stage, Ziyan felt a surge in his throat, almost spitting blood on the spot from anger. This was an eternal pain for a man. How could this be exposed by Zuner in front of everyone? How could he face anyone in the future? But regardless of Zuner or Nalan Yanran, he felt indebted to both girls. He couldn't bear to blame either of them. Oh well, let me apologize with my death today, since I can't face the world anymore after this humiliation. Oh my god, that was off topic. I initially wanted to summarize a bit, but ended up going off track while editing. Chapter 457. The arrival of Zhang Yangping Yan separates Wave's blade. Wine spirits split form sword. In a life-and-death battle in the Jianghu arena, Ziyan and Nalan Yanran fought fiercely, evenly matched. With a resounding clash, as both sides reached their final moves, Nalan Yanran, with a cold face, leapt high and struck down fearlessly with a sword. Suddenly, Ziyan gave a bitter smile, dropped the Xuanzhong ruler from his hand, spread his arms open, and calmly faced the impending death. He wanted to apologize with his death, to calm the anger in the heart of his childhood sweetheart. At that moment, Nalan Yanran was stunned. She did not expect Ziyan to give up resistance, and in panic, tried to withdraw her sword technique. Unfortunately, what's done is done, and the sword on the string had to be released. Nalan Yanran could only adjust her poised sword technique and shift it sideways to Ziyan. With a single strike, Ziyan's entire right arm was severed from the shoulder. Ziyan, pale-faced, covered the bleeding shoulder and let out a muffled groan. Yanran, I'm sorry. If you're still not relieved, then kill me. I won't resist. Looking at the childhood sweetheart, who had now become a one-armed hero, Nalan Yanran trembled all over, her eyes full of teardrops, as if ready to fall at any moment. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to be ruthless, and couldn't bear to harm the man she had once loved. Odd Ziyan! A river has flowed east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. Don't underestimate a poor girl. From now on, our kindness and righteousness are severed, never to meet again. You? Take care of yourself. Remember, you, Ziyan, are not worthy of me at all. It wasn't you who proposed to break off the engagement. It was I, Nalan Yanran, who broke it off with you. Nalan Yanran, eyes red, roared loudly. Shortly after, she turned around and walked away, as if determined, not sparing another glance at the man. Sorry, Yanran. I wish you happiness. It wasn't until Nalan Yanran's figure disappeared that Ziyan, pale-faced from loss of blood, slowly fell down. In the end, with help from Guzuner, he stood up and smiled at each other, walking down the arena. In the gaze of the onlookers, they took steps towards happiness. Ah, what is love in this world? It truly teaches people to pledge life and death together. Ziyan chose love, and he was not wrong at all. He's just a scumbag without a conscience. Nalan Miss is too kind. If it were me, I would have beheaded the scumbag with one stroke. That's not how things should be said. If Ziyan were truly a scumbag, he could have easily played both sides and not bothered about it. He didn't do that. He tried to make up for his mistakes as much as possible. Normally, a man would have gone on a rampage after losing both arms. But Ziyan calmly accepted forgiveness and even wanted to apologize with his death. A forced relationship is not sweet. Ziyan actually did quite well. When faced with a dilemma, he realized that feelings cannot be forced and didn't maliciously hold onto Nalan Yanran. He peacefully proposed a breakup. True love is undefeated. Even without Ziyan's two arms, Guzuner still stays loyal. The scene of the two supporting each other and leaving looks so happy. Perhaps this is love. I believe that Miss Nalan will eventually find her own happiness. As for me, young and talented, with Miss Nalan, we are simply a match made in heaven. Oh my God! Is there no mirror in your house? You should go pee and take a look at yourself. Preachy guy. What did you say? Come on, you jerk. Dare to duel with me on the arena. Bring it on. Who's scared of who? Watch as I kick your ass out. After the conflicts of Ziyan and the others were resolved, and they left, the audience was still enthusiastic, expressing their opinions one after another. The scene was lively and bustling. To this, Lin Zhuan could only make a comment. Fighting to the death in the arena is straightforward for the contestants, but the audience has many things to consider. In the following time, amidst the recurring exclamations of the audience, Lin Zhuan and others got to know many modern versions of martial arts experts. The slim black man down there comes from Southeast Asia, known as the 8-arm Arhit. It is said that he excels in using fists, feet, elbows, and knees for speedy attacks, swift as lightning, as if he has 8 arms attacking. Do you see the old man across? He is the leader of the 7 Kills Fist sect, a master of profound internal strength. It is rumored that he once punched down dozens of ferocious tigers on the African savanna. And that graceful and heroic female swordsman from the Huaxia Mi sect, known as the Purple Cloud Fairy. Her lightness skill is outstanding, walking on walls and roofs effortlessly. When she wields her long sword, it looks like a colorful cloud covering the sky, beautiful yet deadly. Look at the crane-haired youthful old man from the Tai Chi Fist line, named the Clearwine Taoist. His internal strength is incredibly deep. Each move seems gentle, but contains infinite power, able to overcome hardness with softness. See that dignified and beautiful old man from the Tiashan sect, known as the Snow-Hidden True Man. He excels in palm techniques. Every strike emanates a chilling frost, instantly freezing the enemy in place. Pay attention to the striking young man with golden hair and blue eyes from Europe, named the Thunderous War God. It is said that he has immense strength. Each attack is like a thunderbolt, able to easily shatter boulders. That elegant and lovely woman, senior sister of the Ancient Tomb sect, named Ice Soul Enchantress. Her hidden weapon skill is unmatched. The Ice Soul Silver Needle, when thrown, brings a chilling aura, causing extreme pain to anyone hit. Look at the burly man carrying a long knife from the Qingchang sect, called the Dominating Blade Maniac. His blade techniques are fierce and domineering. With just one strike, mountains collapse and the earth shatters, unstoppable. Within Heaven's #1 private room, everyone's eyes were truly opened, getting a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg in the world of martial arts. Even Lin Zhuan was amazed, watching with great interest as if he was watching a movie. Suddenly, inside the tavern, there were exclamations coming from all directions. Lin Zhuan followed their discussions and saw in the distance on the river a small boat drifting with a sturdy old man seated on it, carrying a fiery red ancient sword on his back. The old man held a fishing rod, unmoving, as if he was fishing. But what surprised people was, his fishing hook was straight, without bait, and 3 feet above the water surface. Upon witnessing this inexplicable scene, many people subconsciously recalled a reference, Zhang Paigong fishing, those who want can take the bait. Chapter 458. The whole family is about to take a day off together on the river. A small wooden boat sways back and forth, heading towards the direction of the platform. When the crowd finally sees the fisherman old man on the boat, a deafening cry erupts. It's him! It's him! It's him! The long-lost Zhang Yangping. He has finally reappeared. What? Isn't that the legendary Zhang Yangping who seems almost divine? He doesn't look like it just based on appearance. Instead, he looks like an ordinary old fisherman. You know nothing. He has reached the realm of returning to simplicity. He was already a powerhouse master 20 years ago. It's hard to imagine how terrifying his current strength must be. Exactly, it's Zhang Yangping himself. And that ancient sword behind him, the red flame heartburn. It is said to have been taken after killing the so-called sword god on the peak of the snow-capped mountain. He looks so young. He must be over 70 plus, but his appearance seems to be in his 50s at most. No wonder so many people pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Maybe they can achieve rejuvenation, immortality. Even if Zhang Yangping is not the top master of the world, he must be among the top 5, right? Of course. Besides the few like the national war god Yi Junlin, the rest. Maybe they don't even have the qualifications to be seen by Zhang Yangping. No matter how talented that mysterious master from the Han family is, if he dares to come today, it's almost certainly a losing situation. If the opponent can win even after decades of less practice, I'll do a handstand on the spot. With the appearance of the protagonist today, countless curious, admiring, and fearful eyes gather towards Zhang Yangping. At this moment, Zhang Yangping has become the well-deserved center of attention. In cabin No. 1, Tang Hao is full of pride, pointing to the position of the small boat, excitedly introducing to Tang Guowen and the others, Master. Dad, Mom, do you see that? That's my master. Compared to the proud Tang Hao, the rest of the Tang family present all have difficult faces. This is because they have learned from Lin Zhuan's inner voice that their sixth brother will meet his demise at the hands of Zhang Yangping today. With the appearance of the culprit, how could they not feel vigilant and worried? Fortunately, they have a way to handle it. As long as they keep a close eye on their sixth brother and prevent him from leaving the cabin, they can rest easy. But at this moment, Tang Hao is already itching to move. Watching his master enjoy the limelight and attention, he can't help but envy him. A real man should be like this indeed. What man doesn't want to be the center of attention, welcoming envy and admiration from others? If I go out now and meet up with the master, then everyone present will know Tang Hao, know that he is the direct disciple of the master, gifted and unparalleled. This way, he can bask in the envy and admiration of others and enjoy the supreme glory. Thinking of this, Tang Hao's face flushes, feeling extremely comfortable. He is on cloud 9. He can already see himself proudly walking, ignoring everyone, standing next to the master, pretending to be cool. Such a thrill. Lost in excitement, Tang Hao smiles foolishly. He completely ignores the previous death prediction in Lin Zhuan's inner voice. Tang Hao twitches at the corner of his mouth and gives a glance to his cousin, who hesitates to speak but stops. He intends to leave the cabin and reunite with his master. Having spent 3 years with Zhang Yangping day and night, Tang Hao feels confident, firm in not believing the slander in his cousin's heart. His master is righteous, caring for him like a son. How could he suddenly turn against him? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. He is 95% sure that it's impossible. Now, he is going to prove it personally. Stop. Liu, where do you think you're going? Seeing Tang Hao's movements, the Tang family members can't sit still, rushing to block his path and prevent him from leaving the cabin. Well, I'm going to meet my master. Dad, Mom, do you want to come with me? I can introduce you to my master. There must be many local prominent figures from the magical city there. We can take the opportunity to spread the word that our Tang family has martial arts masters as support. No one will dare to oppose us in the future. They say, a family should be together in good fortune. Tang Hao decides to share this rare opportunity to show off with his dearest family, to enjoy this moment of glory together. This will also elevate the family's influence, making sure no one dares to provoke them from now on. Faced with Liu's enthusiastic invitation, Tang Guowen and the others have black lines on their heads, speechless and stunned. Damn Liu, your own end is near as it is. And now you want to drag us, all lined up neatly, to our doom. We'd really appreciate it. Today had another change. Some parts were removed, and now resubmitted for review in the afternoon. Sunday and the day after tomorrow are holidays for the tomato staff, so the earliest possible release might be Monday, or it could take even longer. It's a waiting game, _. There haven't been any traffic disruptions, just working hard for love, requesting some small gifts from my brothers, chapter 459. Sure enough, the protagonist always has to make a grand entrance at the end. No way! You absolutely cannot go find your master. You must stay put here obediently. Su Shuyun's tone was firm and unquestionable, filled with a mother's anxious love. Beside her, Tang Guowen and others nodded in agreement. Why? Tang Hao furrowed his brows in puzzlement. This was clearly extremely advantageous for the family, so he couldn't understand why his family was obstructing him. Those people wouldn't dare seek revenge on your master, but they might target you. For safety's sake, you should keep a low profile as much as possible. Tang Chuan pondered heavily, and after racking his brain, reluctantly came up with a seemingly reasonable excuse. But how could Tang Hao give up such a good opportunity to show off? He shamelessly proclaimed, as a grandmaster's top disciple, "How could I fear insignificant opponents?" And as he turned to continue walking out, watch closely how the binding power is used. Seeing his stubbornness, Su Shuyun was infuriated and blushing. With her command, the Tang family's hidden powerful familial bindings suddenly awakened. Binding of the mother, binding of the father, binding of the older brother, binding of the younger sister. In the bewildered eyes of everyone in the room, the four members of the Tang family clearly expressed their intentions and each held onto Tang Hao's hands and feet. Ah, what was this? Tang Hao was dumbfounded, speechless. Honestly, with his current strength, he could easily break free from his father, mother, and others, but how could he bear to harm his own flesh and blood? Helpless, Tang Hao, feeling frustrated reluctantly chose to compromise and agreed to stay in the room for the time being. Hearing this, Tang Guowen and the others breathed a sigh of relief and gradually released Tang Hao. However, they still stood vigilantly around him. If they noticed any slight movement from him, they would immediately utilize the binding power. On the other side, Zhang Yangping's present world drew the attention of countless people. No matter how proud the geniuses were in their daily lives, facing a legendary figure like him, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe inside. All right. I never expected to witness two grandmasters clash in my lifetime. What a rewarding experience. Zhang Laoshi has appeared. Why hasn't that rumored young grandmother shown up yet? Could it be that he's run away in fear? After all, he's supposed to face the famous Zhang Yangping. It wouldn't be shameful to flee before the battle. That's true. If that person is really, as the Han family publicized, under 30 years old, then he truly is a rare genius. With such terrifying martial arts talent, I believe if he challenges in another 10 or 8 years, the outcome is still uncertain. But for now, it's almost certainly a losing situation. Ah, a grandmaster's battle is a rare sight. Perhaps missing this opportunity means one may never witness the glory beyond internal strength. So, I hope that young grandmother can fulfill my small wish. The spectators at the martial arts arena had little faith in Su Fan, but they still hoped he would arrive in time, even if he couldn't match up to Zhang Yangping. After all, regardless of who won or lost, strictly speaking, it had nothing to do with them. People had come from far and wide just to witness the rare grandmother duel. At this moment, Han family was under pressure. Master Su still hasn't replied. Could it be that he really ran away on the battlefield? Han Zhengyang walked back and forth in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, sweat dripping down his forehead. Since sending a message to Su Fan, he had been closely monitoring his phone, praying for a swift response. But as time passed, and even Zhang Yangping personally appeared, Su Fan remained silent. This nearly drove him to despair. Next to him, Han Xinchao's expression was worried, but still firm as she shook her head, full of admiration for Su Fan. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. From what I know of Su Fan, he is not the type to retreat without a fight. Han Zhengyang. Faced with his daughter's blind trust in Su Fan, Han Zhengyang rolled his eyes continuously, unable to retort. Fortunately, at that moment, Quan Shai cautiously spoke up. Don't worry. Even if he has to die in battle, Master Su will not run away. Although their contact was brief, Quan Shai found it hard to believe that a proud person like Su Fan would choose to flee on the spot. Upon hearing this, Han Zhengyang slightly eased his mind, but the worrying in his expression still lingered. Why hasn't Master Su appeared yet? Master Su might plan to show up at the last moment. After all, the protagonist always comes last, right? Quan Shai speculated casually, rubbing his chin. On the side, Han Xinqiao crossed her arms, non-committal. That excuse is too flimsy. It would be more reliable if Su Fan lost his way. Of course, who gets lost these days? With Google Maps, where can't you go? I would lean more towards Su Fan being delayed by urgent matters, but he will definitely show up later. In a dense forest at that moment. Should he go left or right? Looking at the winding paths ahead, Su Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. He realized he had unknowingly gotten lost. Helpless, Su Fan took out his old Nokia phone, intending to call Han Zhengyang for help, only to be startled to find that the phone had no signal in the woods. This was a bit of a predicament. Su Fan sighed helplessly and continued to explore ahead. If Lin Zhuan were here, he would definitely not resist the urge to comment. Indeed, the protagonist always has to make a grand entrance at the end. Headache W failed again yesterday. Have to make changes for the third time. Actually, it's fine to revise. What really drives me crazy is that last month, I worked hard and the bonus of 600 yuan for perfect attendance was cancelled because of it. Oh. Sadness flows back like a river. Chapter 460. The nation-defending war god, Yi Junlin, finally came out. Will resume updating tomorrow. Catches the river bay. As everyone's eyes turned to the small wooden boat, curious about Zhang Yangping's fishing method. Why was it so strange? Senior Zhang, it's been many years, but you still look as impressive as ever. A wild laughter rang out. The crowd followed the sound and found, to their astonishment, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the distance on the river surface, approaching swiftly. The small dot started out the size of an ant, but as it drew closer, it gradually grew to the size of a ping-pong ball or a soccer ball. People rubbed their eyes, only to vaguely see that it was actually a blurry figure flying on the water surface. What the heck? Is that an illusion? Tang Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming repeatedly. Tang Guowen and the others were also not far behind, their eyes wide and filled with bewilderment and incredulity. They found it hard to believe the clear yet absurd reality before them. It was the first time in their lives they had come close to experiencing the aura of a grandmother. Truly, it was so terrifying. Oh. Swoosh, a faint figure strides over the river, causing ripples in the water, rapidly approaching the shore and in the blink of an eye, arriving near Zhang Yangping. It was only then that the onlookers could see the appearance of the newcomer. He was a middle-aged man in a green military uniform, with a strong physique, exuding a rugged and heroic image. The only flaw was his right ear was missing, seemingly cut off by some sharp blade. Once the rough man's image was revealed, someone immediately recognized his identity, causing a sensation. This is the grandmother Wiley, right? Walking on air, coming over the river, truly ghostly techniques. Could he be the young grandmother of the Han family? But looking at his appearance, he seems well matured, no longer youthful, right? I know him. The top commander sent by Kunlun to preside over this arena competition, the White Tiger War General. White Tiger War General. Could it be one of the 4 strongest war generals under the nation-defending war god Yi Junlin? Oh my! I never expected to have the privilege of meeting such a great figure today. Rumors say that the White Tiger War General was once a prominent figure in a certain region. His martial prowess was unparalleled, disregarding national laws, and eventually it led to Yi Junlin taking action to suppress him. It's said that the White Tiger War General's ear was lost in that battle by Yi Junlin. Later on, he submitted to the war god and became a member of Kunlun. I can't believe it. To have the chance to see the true faces of 3 grandmasters today, it's truly worth living for. Zhang Yangping is indeed formidable. But compared to the nation-defending war god Yi Junlin, he pales in comparison in an instant. Amidst a noisy discussion, the identity of the rough man was about to be revealed. However, compared to Zhang Yangping or the White Tiger War General, many people present were full of reverent admiration, chanting another name in their mouths. Yi Junlin, the founder of Kunlun, hailed as the myth of the military, the nation-defending war god, now under 40 years old, already recognized as the #1 martial artist among the younger generation in China. His strength is extraordinary, unmatched by anyone. Standing alone in the world, no one can match him. With numerous victories in his hands, he once defeated top fighters from 18 countries on the battlefield. This battle made Yi Junlin famous worldwide, creating an immortal legend. In addition, he personally led elite forces such as the 4 war generals and the 18 knights of the nation defending iron-blooded sharpshooters. Under his leadership, these legions were like an unstoppable iron tide, bringing great glory and peace to China. On the small, wooden boat, Zhang Yangping remained calm and unaffected by external influences. It wasn't until he heard comments like he is not as good as Yi Junlin that a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He looked up at the riverbank, sensing the powerful warrior's aura, even catching a scent of a fellow. Suddenly, he smiled. The fish that took the bait this time are indeed quite a catch. Chapter 461 Blood Demon Scripture. Thanks, Miss Pink Fairy, for the gift of the king, Senior Zhang. It's been many years, and your strength seems even more unfathomable. In the martial arts world today, perhaps only Lord Yi Zhanshan can stand side by side with you, right? The White Tiger Warlord stopped not far from the small, wooden boat, respectfully arching his hand towards Zhang Yangping. He stood seemingly on the water out of nowhere, with a spiral vortex forming beneath his feet, churning up nearly a meter-high majestic waves, firmly holding up his figure, keeping him away from touching the water. Such supernatural means astonished many present who were not martial arts practitioners. What made them even more incredulous was that this extraordinary figure, capable of dominating one side, showed utmost respect to the ordinary old man on the small, wooden boat. One can't help but wonder, how powerful must the other party be? Yi Junlin. Upon hearing this long-lost name, Zhang Yangping paused, a hint of aggressiveness flashing in his eyes. He slightly closed his eyes, seeming to reminisce about the past. Back when I first reached the grandmother realm, full of vigor, thinking I was invincible. And back then, Yi Junlin was still an unknown junior. Due to some conflicts between our disciples, I intended to give him a lesson, but little did I know. I was defeated. Could you imagine? At the peak of my life, I lost to an ant that I wouldn't even bother to look at originally. This was a huge blow to me. So, I went into seclusion, swearing that if I couldn't be invincible, I wouldn't come out of seclusion. Hearing Zhang Yangping recounting the past, many present were shocked and amazed, as if they had heard some incredible gossip. As it turns out, this was the truth behind Zhang Yangping's sudden disappearance back then. Master. In the inn, Tang Hao looked complicated. He had never heard his master mention these old matters before. In front of them, Zhang Yangping had always presented the demeanor of invincible and aloof as snow. It was unexpected that his master carried such a heavy burden privately. Tang Hao pursed his lips, feeling sorry for him. He decided to comfort his master later and give him a hug full of love. Just as the compartment fell silent, the attention of everyone was focused on the dialogue between the two grandmasters in the air. At the door, a graceful figure appeared quietly. Sitting on a wheelchair, Su Qin seemed to sense something and raised her head in surprise. On the other side, as Zhang Yangping spoke endlessly, the White Tiger Warlord looked somewhat embarrassed. This little-known past was new to him. Would Senior Zhang hold a grudge against me and give me a beating? Although both were grandmasters, the White Tiger Warlord could not see through Zhang Yangping's true strength. He was self-aware, knowing the vast difference in their abilities. He did not have a penchant for seeking trouble. To lighten the mood, the White Tiger Warlord decided to change the subject to something more cheerful. Senior, your fishing method is quite unique, isn't it? Without bait, are you learning how Zhang Taigong fishes? Those who are willing will be hooked? When can this fishing method catch the fish you want? Hearing this, Zhang Yangping suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. The fish I wanted have all been caught in the net, and now it's time for a harvest. After speaking, Zhang Yangping slowly reeled in his fishing rod, stood up, his eyes becoming somewhat wild. Ignoring the amazed look of the White Tiger Warlord, he continued to recount his years of seclusion experiences. Since I realized that my once proud talent was as insignificant as a drop in the ocean in front of some true geniuses, I held a grudge inside, wanting to prove that talent was no match for hard work. I even fantasized about reaching a realm above the grandmother level, making a stunning appearance on the day I came out of seclusion, shocking the world. Unfortunately, cruel reality dealt a heavy blow to me. No matter how devoted I was to cultivation, my realm barely progressed. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years. When I suddenly woke up, I was already on the verge of death, with white hair and nearing the end of my life. At that moment, I had to despairingly admit, in the way of martial arts, talent determines the limit. Many things cannot be achieved through effort alone. There are inherent differences between people. Some are born in Rome, while some are born as bulls and horses. For example, that Kid E. Junlin, during my seclusion, became a national war god, attracting worldwide attention. And despite my efforts, my cultivation did not progress, approaching the end of my life in obscurity. I was unwilling. I hated the unfairness of heaven. I didn't want to perish. I really wanted to advance further, to see the scenery above the grandmother level. But I know, with my talent, this is the end of my martial arts journey. Facing the surprised gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yangping no longer had the calm and detached demeanor he initially had. As his emotions intensified, he even trembled all over, appearing somewhat fierce. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists present couldn't help but sympathize with Zhang Yangping's feelings of frustration and helplessness. After all, weren't they also limited by their own martial talents? Some prodigies progress in a day, surpassing months or years of their hard work. The absolute gap in talent between individuals was despairing. However, in their eyes, Zhang Yangping was also a prodigy to look up to. But when faced with prodigies with even stronger talents, they could empathize with that powerless feeling of despair, even generating a resonating sense of sorrow. However, what intrigued everyone present was that Zhang Yangping, at this moment, didn't seem to be as aged and near death as he described. This indicated that he must have found his own path in martial arts, overcoming adversity, breaking through the limits of human body, and starting a new life. The twists and turns during this period were truly intriguing and inspiring. And Zhang Yangping did not disappoint the curiosity of the listeners, revealing the day that marked the turning point of his fate. 5 years ago, when I realized my limitations and was despondent, ready to end my own life, a woman with a mysterious identity, wearing a skull mask, came to me. On the small wooden boat, Zhang Yangping, hands behind his back, had his eyes slightly narrowed. Remembering the woman who appeared before him that day, to this day, his heart was filled with dread and fear. At that time, she had injured him severely with just one move, unbeatable. Even now, Zhang Yangping, who considered himself 10 times stronger than he was then, couldn't see through her true strength, feeling that she was unfathomable. Could it be that the woman had surpassed the realm above the grandmother level? Impossible! He had never heard of anyone reaching that realm in the past 1,000 years. I still don't know the woman's name or who she is. She suddenly appeared in front of me and gave me a martial art technique. She told me this technique was called Blood Demon Scripture, which could help me achieve the realm of my dreams. Inside the compartment, Su Qinj trembled. Her hand clenched on the armrest of the wheelchair, and her face showed a moment of change. Blood Demon Scripture? Wasn't that the martial art she was currently practicing? So, the person who approached Zhang Yangping was Master Bang. Hey, are you okay, Lao Liu? Why did you suddenly faint? Strange. My head feels dizzy. Bang. When Lin Zhuan, in front of the French window, turned back in surprise, he found that whether it was his eldest uncle's family or the members of the Huo family, the corpses on the ground were scattered all over. The sudden turn of events also caused Lin Zhuan's mind to freeze for a moment. This was a situation completely beyond his expectations. Before he could react, everything turned dark in front of him, and the whole world seemed to spin. In the last moment before consciousness faded, Lin Zhuan felt as if his head was sinking into some soft substance. At this moment, within the compartment, everyone was lost, except for Su Qinj, who remained conscious. She gently picked up the sleeping Lin Zhuan from her arms and placed him on the nearby couch. Afterward, she stood up slowly, her gaze wary and apprehensive as she looked towards the compartment door. What do you want? Following Su Qinj's gaze, one could see that the previously closed door had been quietly opened at some point. Outside stood a woman with a graceful figure, wearing a red skull mask, standing ominously at the entrance. Thanks today to Miss Pink Fairy and other brothers for the gifts. I'll post more tomorrow. Much appreciated. Just started, so I'll keep asking for power for love, thanks. W2. Yesterday, on a whim, I bought some water babies online to reminisce about my childhood. Chapter 462. The evil side of Zhang Yangping exposed. The next chapter is under review. In the town of Bujiang, countless people were all ears, listening intently as a grandmother-level expert recounted his encounter. I still don't know the woman's surname or name. She just appeared abruptly in front of me and handed me a set of martial arts techniques. She told me that this technique was called the Blood Demon Scripture, which could help me reach the realm of my dreams. At first, I didn't believe it at all. I truly thought she was just talking nonsense. But at that time, with no hope left and nearing the end of my life, holding on to the last straw, I began cultivating according to the method in the technique. The first target I chose for the blood sacrifice was my disciple. After I devoured his blood and energy, I was amazed to find that the stagnant state I had been in for years had loosened slightly. Can you imagine? At that moment, how ecstatic I was. Ha! The heavens have been kind to me. Finally, I once again saw hope for advancement. Zhang Yangping's eyes were bloodshot, emitting a blazing laugh like thunder, looking at the people on the riverside as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This made some of the more observant individuals feel a sense of unease. Senior Zhang, are you kidding? As a righteous person, how could you possibly cultivate demonic techniques and even target your own disciples? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Who doesn't know how much you love and cherish your disciples? For the sake of avenging your disciple Fangmo, you even went as far as initiating a grandmother battle against another young grandmother, agreeing to a life and death duel. You are so loyal and righteous. How could you possibly be that deranged and heartless person? At this moment, seeing Zhang Yangping's slightly crazy appearance, the White Tiger War General felt sweat on his forehead, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. But still, he was reluctant to believe the suspicion in his heart. After all, he had also grown up listening to the legends about Zhang Yangping. Before meeting Yu Junlin, he had even idolized Zhang Yangping from his early years. It was difficult for him to accept that the hero who upheld justice in his memory had turned into a demon who valued personal desires over human life. When he heard the words of the White Tiger War General, Zhang Yangping's laughter paused for a moment, his face showing a fleeting daze. But soon, he was consumed once again by fanatical madness. Love and loyalty. Revenge. Ha! Fangmo was just one of many disciples of mine. If he died, he died. What does it have to do with me? Chen Hu, you should know that when we reach this level of cultivation, things like national hatred, personal grudges, and stunning beauties are just trivial worldly desires. Only by reaching the pinnacle of martial arts is the ultimate pursuit of us martial artists. Heh. At this point, I'm not afraid to tell you. Since I discovered that by consuming blood and qi, I could enhance my cultivation, I uncontrollably embarked on the path of blood sacrifice. You see, in just a few years, my martial realm has repeatedly broken through. My cultivation speed is advancing by leaps and bounds. I am currently in the later stage of grandmother, invincible under the heavens. Zhang Yangping's arrogant words echoed throughout Bujiang Bay, revealing a meaning that made all who heard it shiver with fear. What? This. Zhang Yangping has actually reached the later stage of grandmother. I heard that even the country's war god Yu Junlin has not reached this realm yet. Truly terrifying. But his method of advancement, sounding so brutal and bloody, is based on gaining power through blood sacrifice. Isn't such inhumane and demonic methods punishable by all? But now, who can punish him? Wait a minute, if Zhang Yangping did not initiate the death battle to avenge his disciple, then the reason he appeared here today. Could it be? No, it can't be. In the crowd who came to watch, some of the more astute individuals, in hindsight, began to retreat in fear, planning to run away if the situation turned unfavorable. On the other side, Zhang Yangping, who was originally standing on a small wooden boat, took a step forward and landed on the calm water's surface. Immediately, he was like an arrow leaving the string, with a swoosh, rushing towards the position where the White Tiger War General stood. Behind him, he left a white waterline, stretching over 100 meters, grand and majestic, like a breaking icebreaker on the surface of the ice, instantly stirring up huge waves, like a dragon breaking through the waves. In order to seek the ultimate martial arts, I began to cultivate day and night in the Blood Demon Scripture, capturing many sacrifices for this purpose. And at this time, I found that ordinary people provided me with minimal help. Only martial practitioners with abundant and strong chi and blood could assist me in breaking through levels faster. Especially martial artists who have cultivated internal energy are even more beneficial, and the higher the cultivation of fellow practitioners, the greater their help to me. However, in this era when martial artists are hard to find, I couldn't attract too much attention from Kunlun by massacring recklessly before my wings were fully grown. Therefore, I targeted my own disciples. They were truly naive and foolish, never suspecting me until death. A master-disciple relationship. When I took action, it was always fast, accurate, and aimed to let my beloved disciples depart painlessly. I believe they would have felt the utmost honor to be able to assist me in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts with their lives. But the number of disciples is limited. In order to ensure a steady supply of sacrifices, I began to recruit disciples widely, selecting those with exceptional talents, tirelessly teaching and enhancing their cultivation. When the time was right, I would absorb them one by one. But the speed of consumption could not keep up with my needs. I need more sacrifices. At that moment, the news of Fang Mo's death reached me, and the person who killed him was actually a grandmother. So, I devised a plan and proposed the death battle under the pretext of avenging my beloved disciple. The purpose was for today. Ha ha! Only in such a situation could so many martial artists gather in a righteous manner. Today, everyone will become my nourishment, helping me reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Feel honored. Hehe. Chapter 463. The Disappearance of Sukinj Gift Chapter. Chenhu, I've said so much to you just to make you understand clearly. At least we've met once. I won't let you fall without understanding. Rest assured, your death will not be meaningless. One day, I will step on your corpse and appreciate the scenery above the grandmother for you. After I devour many fellow practitioners present, once I break through again, I will head north to Kunlun, personally cut down the head of Yi Junlin to avenge the humiliation of that year. This era ultimately belongs to Zhang Yangping. Hehe. Zhang Yangping revealed a crazy smile, his body emanating crimson bloodlust, his toes lightly touching the water's surface, like a seagull skimming the water. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the White Tiger War General, a punch slamming into his chest. Ploppy, the White Tiger War General, who hadn't reacted yet, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, flying backward towards the shore, eventually crashing into the crowd watching, causing exclamations. General White Tiger, are you all right? A Kunlun soldier quickly came forward, helping the White Tiger War General up, asking with concern. I'm fine. The White Tiger War General shook his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, held his chest in pain, and stood up. With a heart-wrenching yet resolute look, he gazed at Zhang Yangping standing on the river, completely devoid of the aura of righteousness he remembered, now fully possessed. Go! Everyone, run! Quickly leave this place! Zhang Yangping has completely fallen into madness. He intends to kill everyone here. If you don't want to die, run away. I will try to buy you time. Before I die in battle, anyone who can run should run. Hurry! The White Tiger War General exerted his strength in his throat, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the Kangjiang Bay, causing some ordinary people who had not practiced martial arts to furrow their brows, instinctively covering their ears. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to this minor detail, as everyone witnessed Zhang Yangping's madness, fearing they might become his hunting targets. Go, go, go! Hurry! Damn it, I thought I would witness a world-class grandmother battle. Never expected a lunatic to show up. Zhang Yangping is truly insane. He has lost his mind. I used to admire him so much. Now I feel blind. What about that young grandmother? If he shows up, he can team up with General White Tiger, giving us a 2 versus 1 advantage. You understand nothing. Zhang Yangping is a grandmother level expert. The gap in realm is like heaven and earth. Even with more numbers, it's like ants trying to move an elephant. Perhaps the young grandmother of the Han family has already sensed Zhang Yangping's true strength in the dark and fled in fear. People were filled with fear, hastening their steps towards the opposite direction, trying to disappear from Zhang Yangping's sight. Hey-ho, watching the crowd on the shore scatter like birds and beasts, Zhang Yangping smirked coldly, his pupils filled with crimson killing intent. However, he didn't rush forward to chase. His gaze remained on the White Tiger War General on the water, as if afraid he might escape. For Zhang Yangping at that moment, the White Tiger War General, also a grandmother, was the most delicious prey for him, aiding his advancement faster. The only regret was the absence of that young grandmother. If he could absorb two grandmasters at once, he would undoubtedly break through to a higher realm in an instant. Thinking this, Zhang Yangping lightly tapped the water surface with his toe, shooting towards the shore like a released arrow. The slaughter had officially begun. Seeing Zhang Yangping approaching with a murderous aura, many people on the shore screamed in shock. Luckily, to cover the evacuation of the crowd, the White Tiger War General charged forward without hesitance, meeting Zhang Yangping head-on. His gaze solemn, he tread on the water, fully displaying his lifelong prowess. Mad Tiger Splitting Air Palm. Boom! A formidable inner force erupted with a fierce palm wind, causing the river water to surge, as if stirred by an immense invisible force, forming an illusory mad tiger, tearing towards Zhang Yangping. The power of this river water tiger was astonishing, entirely condensed by the White Tiger War General's powerful internal energy. Even a large truck here could be instantly torn apart by the tiger. On the shore, countless people were awestruck, marveling at the terrifying power of a Grandmaster's realm. Unfortunately, this unparalleled blow was directed at Zhang Yangping. Struggling in vain, Zhang Yangping sneered as he casually drew the ancient sword, Crimson Flame Heartburn. A red sword aura flashed as he slashed in the air. The river water tiger attacking him was effortlessly cut in half, instantaneously turning into clear water scattered into the river. Before Zhang Yangping could sheath his sword, the White Tiger War General unleashed another new move, overbearing tiger-shattering mountain leg. His figure moved as swift as a tiger's shadow, making it difficult to catch his trail, swiftly approaching Zhang Yangping. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his leg strength like a tiger stomping a mountain, aiming a leg strike at his target. Overestimating your abilities, Zhang Yangping calmly formed a fist and delivered a strike with ease. Boom! The clash of fists and legs dispersed a powerful force, creating rolling waves. In this confrontation, both sides seemed evenly matched. However, it was clear to discerning eyes that the White Tiger War General, with a strained expression, was clearly exerting all his strength. The outcome of who was stronger was clear at a glance. The White Tiger War General's defeat was only a matter of time. In VIP Room No. 1, corpses were scattered all over the place. On the sofa, one of the corpses seemed to be awakened by the cacophony of screams outside, sat up gradually. "Where am I, Do? Kinj?" 2.5 seconds later, Lin Zhuan suddenly jumped up, anxiously searching around. But no matter how hard he searched inside the room, he couldn't find the graceful figure that haunted his dreams. Where is she? Could something have happened to Kinj? Damn it! Damn it! Lin Zhuan furrowed his brows, cursing in agitation. Luckily, at that moment, he noticed a piece of white paper on the table, and through the elegant and lively handwriting recognized it as a message left by Su Kinj. Chapter 464. The White Tiger General's blood-igniting strike, a tragic fall as Lin Zhuan furrowed his eyebrows while carefully reviewing the message left by Su Kinj. Elsewhere in Bujiang town, terrified crowds could be seen fleeing in all directions. Many of them were martial artists who were usually arrogant and considered themselves invincible. At this moment, all of them looked fearful, scrambling to escape the town. Run! Escape quickly! The White Tiger General can't hold on much longer. Once that devil is free to act, we'll be next in line to suffer. It's terrifying. So terrifying. It's the first time I've encountered such a demonic way of killing. A person turned into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye, unheard of. Just now, the seniors who went forward to assist in the battle were all easily taken out by Zhang Yangping. Facing such a demon, we have no chance of winning. Run for your lives. In fact, it was understandable why everyone was in a panic. Not long ago, some well-known martial arts masters, witnessing the White Tiger General falling into a disadvantage, bravely united in an attempt to rely on numbers to fight against evil and protect the way to defeat Zhang Yangping. For a while, high-level experts of various families responded to the call, including peak internal energy experts and even fully accomplished seniors. Unfortunately, their confidence only lasted for 2.5 seconds before dissipating with a single strike from Zhang Yangping. It was at that moment that everyone present truly realized. Beneath a grandmother, everyone was merely ants. Whether at the pinnacle of internal energy or fully accomplished, no one could withstand a single move from Zhang Yangping. It seemed as if they voluntarily offered themselves up to be harvested like leeks. After that, the frightened crowd no longer dared to be reckless and fled in a panic, leaving only the white tiger general struggling to hold on. A group of ants, daring to attempt to shake the giant elephant. It's simply overestimating your abilities. All of you will become my nourishment, helping me reach the peak. This is your honor. Heh. At this moment, Zhang Yangping looked completely different from his previous serene and elegant appearance, emitting an evil and terrifying aura, laughing maniacally. He casually tossed aside the dried corpse in his hand and glanced back at the nearby scene, looking at the white tiger general with his left arm forcibly broken, taunting, "Chenhu, stop struggling pointlessly. Just die quickly, won't you? Don't worry. We've had an acquaintance. I will end everything in an instant, letting you die without pain. Or perhaps, do you have any unfinished wishes? If there's any last words you wish to leave for your wife and children, I can kindly deliver them for you." The white tiger general covered the bloody stump of his left arm, blood oozing out, but upon hearing Zhang Yangping's death threat, he showed no fear, instead smiling casually even as he coughed up blood. Death is as weighty as Mount Tai, or as light as a feather. While the people are not completely out of danger, I can't fall yet. Perhaps you, Zhang. No, you who are obsessed with questionable methods, are no longer worthy of being called a predecessor like me. We martial artists should use our skills to protect our homes and serve our country, uphold the path of justice, and safeguard the people of this world. We are not like you, dabbling in evil methods that must be exterminated, sacrificing lives for personal gain. Even if I fall today, there will be thousands and millions of others who will rise up, and someone will bring you to justice. To bring me to justice? Ha ha ha! Seemingly hearing a great joke, Zhang Yangping laughed wildly. As long as I absorb all of you as my sacrifices, I will surely become the strongest in the world. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Ha ha ha! Chenhu, I didn't expect your final words in life to be such jokes. Well done, you really made me laugh. And now, you can die. Zhang Yangping's smile gradually faded, becoming sinister and terrifying. Clearly, the white tiger general's words had somewhat pricked Zhang Yangping's heart, and provoked, he was eager to finish off this cunning fellow before him. As Zhang Yangping's killing intent surged through his body, the white tiger general knew that his opponent was about to unleash his full power. But in his pupils, there was no hint of fear, only determination. He turned to look at the frightened crowd behind him, and the soldiers ready to die alongside him, before suddenly shouting loudly, "Everyone, watch this punch closely." "Why?" someone asked, puzzled. "Because this punch will be quite impressive." With a heart full of determination, the white tiger general suddenly grinned as he was amused by himself. His energy surged as he burned his own life essence, preparing to deliver a punch that would shine brilliantly in his lifetime. "Everyone, hear this tiger's roar." With his eyes wide open, hair standing on end, and his aura reaching its peak, the white tiger general channeled all of his internal energy into his right fist. Unable to withstand the immense power obtained by trading his life essence, his fist turned blood red in an instant, with irregular cracks appearing, as if a mirror was shattering. Roar! As the fist power rose, it seemed as if a furious tiger manifested behind the white tiger general, roaring to the sky and causing the ground to tremble. The fist wind, carrying immense strength, seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart. The majestic force, like surging waves, one after another, startled those nearby. "Zhang Yangping, can you withstand this punch after 40 years of my practice?" Tigers might shaking the heavens fist. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger general tightened his muscles, every inch of his skin exuding explosive power. With a forceful push off the river surface, his body shot out like an arrow, causing a strong wind with his clothes rustling, akin to a fierce tiger descending a mountain, unstoppable. This strike embodied all his potential, anger, unwillingness, and determination, burning the essence of his life. He put everything into this punch. The roaring fist whined, and the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting sharp whistles, a manifestation of unparalleled power and evidence of the white tiger general's full power. Something, but not much. Zhang Yangping slightly narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of seriousness as the white tiger general poured all his energy into the strike. Finally, he felt a slight pressure. Of course, just a slight one. In the tearful and hopeful eyes of countless onlookers, the White Tiger General displayed all his lifelong learnings, throwing a fist with the power of thunder, seemingly about to rip the heavens and earth asunder. A path to self-destruction. However, just as this earth-shattering strike seemed about to change the tide of battle, a more calm and profound intent emerged, like an ancient mountain pressing down unmoving. Zhang Yangping's mouth curled into a cold smirk of disdain. Then he also threw out a punch. Zhang Yangping's punch seemed ordinary, yet contained endless mysteries and profound power, gently meeting the White Tiger General's blood-igniting strike. At the moment of impact, there was no expected earth-shattering effect, only an indescribable wave of power that quietly spread, as if even space was distorting in that moment. But the outcome was already decided. The White Tiger General's fist power crumbled instantly before Zhang Yangping. Like a kite with a broken string, the White Tiger General was thrown back, spewing blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. He crashed heavily to the ground, his life fading rapidly. His widened eyes seemed to still express his unwillingness and resentment. However, this was the cruel reality, the insurmountable gap between just beginning to harness internal energy and fully mastering it, like a chasm that couldn't be crossed. I gave it my all, yet couldn't protect anything. The White Tiger General felt bitter in his heart as his consciousness gradually blurred. But his tiger eyes steadfastly stared at Zhang Yangping, refusing to close, as if expressing his deep-seated unwillingness. Meanwhile, Zhang Yangping only had a slight tear in his sleeve cuff. It was the only trace he left in this battle, insignificant yet enough to highlight his unfathomable prowess. The battlefield fell silent, all those present shocked into speechlessness by this sudden turn of events. They witnessed the White Tiger General's bravery and refusal to yield, as well as Zhang Yangping's unfathomable power, a force beyond ordinary comprehension, the true pinnacle of martial arts. In the next moment, the White Tiger General tragically fell into defeat. Chapter 465. Facing Lin Zhuan and others colliding head-on with Zhang Yangping, strike while the iron is hot. Hey-ho! Looking at the unblinkingly staring White Tiger War General, Zhang Yangping's ferocious face revealed a cruel smile. With one step, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived by the body of the White Tiger War General. His right hand turned into a blade, directly piercing into the warm chest of the White Tiger War General. As the Blood Demon Sutra unfolded, thread after thread of crimson blood were crazily absorbed by Zhang Yangping through the blade. Comfortable Zhang Yangping's body trembled slightly, a twisted sense of satisfaction appearing on his face. The reason he became obsessed with this cultivation method. One of the reasons was this uncontrollable pleasure, akin to a momentary addiction like taking drugs. Soon, the last trace of vitality remaining in the White Tiger War General was completely absorbed by Zhang Yangping, and the body became desiccated, like a skeleton that had been dead for years. However, Zhang Yangping's aura became even more powerful and evil during this bloody and brutal process, like a demon crawling out of the abyss. Beast! He even didn't let go of the body of the White Tiger War General. Has Zhang Yangping, this madman, completely fallen into the demonic path? His cultivation method is so unique. It's unheard of. Enhancing one's realm by absorbing the vitality from human bodies, isn't that like the soul-sucking great technique from wuxia films? But in real life, how could such evil techniques really exist? Who created such things that harm others and oneself? Once, I had a few encounters with Zhang Yangping. He was gentle and elegant, charming. How could he become a person who disregards human life like this? Could it be like those people who went astray in some movies? Is it because of practicing evil techniques that his mind was affected, leading to such a drastic change in personality? Quit the nonsense! Run away! That crazy man is coming towards us, see? Seeing the White Tiger War General sacrifice himself to give others a chance to escape, many people felt grateful and burst into tears. At the same time, some grew even more frightened and panicked. With even their strongest White Tiger War General fallen, who would be able to stop Zhang Yangping next? Each of them had truly become sacrificial lambs, especially when they saw the look of unfulfilled intentions on Zhang Yangping's face, abandoned the dried corpse, and rushed towards them without hesitation. They turned pale, wishing they had more legs. In fact, as they anticipated, losing the restraint of the White Tiger War General, Zhang Yangping, like a wolf among sheep, began a bloody killing spree. The first to suffer were the pillars of various major sects. The stronger their strength, the more they attracted Zhang Yangping's attention like a death warrant. In contrast, facing ordinary people like wealthy tycoons and famous celebrities who had never practiced martial arts, Zhang Yangping almost didn't bother to spare them a glance. His focus was clear, targeting only those who had broken the limits of the human body. This left many upper-class individuals feeling a mix of fortune and embarrassment. In their daily lives, they relied on their wealth and power and were considered authoritative figures. However, in Zhang Yangping's eyes, they didn't even qualify to be his prey. In Bujiang town, this moment had turned into a hell on earth, with cries of misery echoing all around. A burly man with a long knife on his back looked terrified as he bolted while pleading loudly and desperately behind for mercy. He was a martial artist at the pinnacle of inner strength, known as the Mad Blade Tyrant. Normally, wherever he went, he exuded prestige and dominance. But now, scared out of his wits, he ran like a mad dog, leaving trails of excrement and urine because a demonic figure was pursuing him. "Senior Zhang, I'm willing to become the most loyal dog under your feet. Please, spare me. Don't kill me, please, or even a rabbit bites when cornered. Fine, let's fight." Seeing no hope of escape, the burly man's eyes sharpened, decisively drawing his long knife to fight for his life. With a decisive and fierce slash, unstoppable as a landslide, the blade descended, like shattering mountains and rivers. Facing the burly man's last resort survival attack, Zhang Yangping showed indifference, and with a punch, his inner strength encased iron fist effortlessly shattered the large knife. Then, he grabbed the man's neck, and with a resigned expression, lightly pressed. Crack, it was over. In an alleyway, a European man with blonde hair and blue eyes, panting heavily, faced Zhang Yangping in front of him, his expression grim. "Damn Chinese! I am the battle god of thunder. From the great beautiful country, aren't you afraid my country will send experts to deal with you if you dare lay hands on me? Damn it! Did you even hear what I said? This is a matter of your Chinese martial arts world, has nothing to do with me. Let me go, understood?" Listening to the European's broken Mandarin, Zhang Yangping didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow, acting decisively. "Fuck!" The white man cursed in his heart, as he evaded without choice. His fists suddenly struck out, and two lightning-like flashes tore through the air like silver giant dragons, carrying a destructive force that attacked Zhang Yangping. He just refused to believe it. How could Chinese martial arts possibly match up to the biogenetic technology of their beautiful country? Boom, 2.5 minutes later, Zhang Yangping walked out expressionless, heading off to chase the next target. On the antique street, Zhang Yangping once again hunted down his target. It was a graceful and beautiful woman, the master sister of the ancient tomb sect, Li Mochu, also known as the Frosty Iron Lady. Perhaps knowing her frosty silver needles made martial masters ineffective and unwilling to be captured, Li Mochu took a different path, attempting to use her beauty to gain a chance of survival. With a seductive step, she voluntarily approached and puzzled Zhang Yangping and buried her head in the man's chest, pretending to be coy. "Senior Zhang, please don't do this. I don't want to die. As long as you spare me, you can do whatever you want." With a set of coquettish charms, Zhang Yangping felt goosebumps all over his body, finding this spiritual assault even more damaging than all the attacks he faced that day. "Crack, a shameless woman, you shall die." Before Li Mochu could react, her neck was twisted by Zhang Yangping's cold face. In the end, her eyes were filled with an overwhelming disbelief. Did this old man not like women? And like that, Li Mochu, known for her beauty in the martial world, closed her eyes in disbelief. In Bujiang, in the bustling wine building, Lin Zhuan furrowed his brow, still tightly holding the small note left by Su Qinj. Feeling disoriented, he was dragged by his awakened uncle's family to escape. "Zhuan, don't worry. Since your wife left you a message, she must be fine. Our top priority now is to escape Bujiang town. If that madman targets us, we'll be in big trouble." Tang Guowen, Su Shuyan, Tang Chuan, Tang Ling, Tang Ro, and Tang Hao, who couldn't accept the truth, quickly rushed out of the wine building towards the town. As they passed through the antique street, they coincidentally collided with the murderous man who had twisted Li Moku's neck, causing the Tang family to scream collectively in shock. At the same time, Zhang Yangping also noticed the sudden appearance of a group of people, turning his gloomy head. "Good night, by the way. Also, I request a free power for love. In a few days, my younger brother is returning home for a blind date. The plan was like this, but a few days ago, he suddenly gave my mom a girl's WeChat. After adding her, my brother said she's his girlfriend from Sichuan. But my mom is conservative. She always insists that we must marry someone from our province, preferably from our Kaohsiung region. Can't marry anyone from another province. Because from watching the news, she thinks people from other provinces have different customs, won't worship gods, and might easily run away, and so on. In short, she disagreed and deleted the girl's WeChat right away. Now, what should we do? My brother likes her, but my parents strongly oppose it. Finally, both sides decided to sit down and talk in detail after returning home in the summer. Oh, if only my family were multimillionaires. Then my mom could elegantly produce a bank card and say, "There's 10 million in the account. Leave my son right away." Ha ha, well, rich people probably aren't that silly. Bitter smile. Chapter 466, My frail and helpless daughter-in-law. Half paralyzed and lonely 5 minutes ago, Lin Zhuan tightly clenched the small note left by his daughter-in-law in his hand, his eyebrows almost furrowed into the character. The message on the note was very simple, only a short sentence. 3 days later, I will definitely return. Do not worry about me, husband. Staring dumbfounded at the 15 graceful characters, Lin Zhuan was somewhat stunned. Today's events were completely beyond his expectations. He had only intended to come for some excitement, to watch the grandeur of his big brother-in-law, who would have thought, to directly lose his own wife at home. Even at this moment, Lin Zhuan was in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Who is the person who made me pass out just now? Where is my wife? Could she have been taken away by the mysterious person who made me pass out? Is she safe now? Lin Zhuan's head was a mess, buzzing as if it were going to explode. According to the original book plot, it seems like there were no other forces to be wary of today, right? As long as he stayed honestly in the house and didn't go out, waiting for Zhang Yangping to finish hunting down the key figures of the other sex, the protagonist would naturally come to the rescue and show off. But what is this sudden situation all about? Kinj is just a weak and ordinary person, unable even to walk independently. It makes no sense for her to be targeted by someone, right? Could it be because of her beauty? Lin Zhuan was puzzled. This unexpected situation caught him off guard, increasing the sense of crisis in his heart in an instant. It was only at that moment when Lin Zhuan truly realized the terrifying nature of the butterfly effect that many plot developments unknown to others were quietly deviating from his understanding. It seems I can't rely too much on predicting the plot. I have to change my plans and exchange for some cultivation strength. In the beginning, in order to accumulate loyalty points and obtain the invincible cultivation of the Immortal Emperor as early as possible, Lin Zhuan basically did not separately strengthen his combat power. He thought that even relying solely on the system skill-paced mirror, duplicating the protagonist's strength experience card, would be enough for him to dominate the world without taboos. In fact, it was true. But all of this had a premise. The skill could only be successfully activated when there was autonomous consciousness. Otherwise, Lin Zhuan in his daily life was just an ordinary person who did not cultivate martial arts. When not activating the paced mirror skill, dealing with ordinary people was not a problem, but faced with some powerful warriors, he felt a bit at a loss. For example, the unexpected situation today. Before he could activate the skill, he lost consciousness and became a lamb to be slaughtered without any resistance. Thinking of this, Lin Zhuan's forehead sweated, his heart pounding, becoming more and more frightened as he thought about it. Fortunately, the person who struck him when he was unconscious did not have any malicious intentions, otherwise his life would have been at the mercy of others. In order to prevent the same crisis from happening again, Lin Zhuan decided to take some time to select an item from the system to enhance his combat power and ensure his personal safety. Shortly after, he carefully examined the message left by Su Kinj. Seeing the elegant handwriting with a heavy checkmark at the end, he was slightly relieved. When he chatted with Su Kinj before, they had jokingly agreed on some special codes that only the two of them could understand. For example, the last heavy checkmark square root symbolized that when Su Kinj left this sentence, it was out of her own will and not written under coercion. That being said, Lin Zhuan still couldn't help but worrying. My frail and helpless daughter-in-law, half paralyzed and lonely. She is so innocent and weak, without me by her side. What if she gets bullied by some bad people? Thinking like this, Lin Juan became uneasy, feeling a rush of anxiety. The only consolation was, he had spent 20,000 loyalty points in pain, exchanging to top-grade protective talismans for himself and Su Qinj. According to the system introduction, the Jade Pendant could block a fatal blow for the wearer, equivalent to having an extra life. As the owner of the Jade Pendant, Lin Juan could always retrieve the top-grade protective talisman back into the system backpack. Based on his perception, the Jade Pendant on the girl had not been triggered yet. This indicated that, at least at the moment, Su Qinj was not in mortal danger. Together with the message left by the other person, Lin Juan's suspended heart finally relaxed a bit, and his restless anxiety eased a bit. However, he just couldn't figure out why Su Qinj had left quietly. Zizhuan, what's going on here? Oh my god, what are those people outside doing? Isn't that Master Sixth? How did he suddenly seem to have changed, and is chasing down those warriors everywhere? Nauseous, I'm going to vomit. It's too bloody and vicious. It's a miracle that Master Sixth has survived until today. While Lin Juan was deep in thought, the rest of the people in the room, one by one, holding their dizzy heads, began to climb up from the ground. When they looked through the French windows and understood the current grim situation, everyone was dumbfounded, shocked, incredulous, and fearful. No one expected that Zhang Yangping, who had been unconsciously attacked and woke up from a coma, had turned into a bloodthirsty demon despite previously being relied upon by the Tang and Huo families. Although everyone had some relationships with Zhang Yangping before, but no one could guarantee that Zhang Yangping in a state of demonic possession would spare them. Each family should sweep the snow from their own doorstep and not worrying about others' frost on the roof. For safety's sake, it's better to quickly escape from this place of turmoil. With the mentality of saving oneself in the face of a disaster, Huo Qichen acted decisively, quickly taking the Huo family members, including He Daoshang and Fubo, to leave. As the initial shock wore off, the Tang family and others gradually calmed down. They remembered Lin Juan's prediction about the thoughts in his heart. As long as they stayed in the house and didn't go anywhere, they could naturally pass through the difficulties with ease. Therefore, the Tang family members decided they would not step out of the room. When they saw Tang Hao looking distraught, he walked out, clamoring to confront his master face to face and ask him why he had changed like this. The prepared Tang family members looked at each other, nodding tacitly. Watch closely, this is how the binding power is used. At that moment, the four hidden affectionate binding powers in the Tang family's genetic bloodline reawakened. Mother's binding, father's binding, brother's binding, sister's binding. Chapter 467. Tang Hao's question, Master and Disciple falling out. Additional gift. At the Ketchingjiang restaurant, in private room No. 1. Tang Hao looked helplessly at his family holding onto him tightly with hands and feet, and with a bitter smile, he said, Dad, Mom, please let go of me quickly. I must personally go to seek confirmation from my master. There must be a misunderstanding here. My master is definitely not a cruel killer. Facing the desperate pleas of his family, Tang Guowen and others turned a deaf ear, silently increasing their grip on Tang Hao. Tang Ling kept muttering to herself, Don't listen, don't listen. Mr. Turtle is chanting sutras. Don't look, Mr. Turtle is laying eggs. Their unwavering trust in Lin Juan's intentions had reached a blind obedience level. If the other party said Zhang Yangping is going insane, then he must be insane. If he said it's safe to stay in the house, then it must be safe. Even if Lin Juan were to claim that the Earth would collide with Mars tomorrow, Tang Guowen and others would unquestionably believe it. Originally, the Tang family intended to hold on to their youngest family member tightly until things were settled here. But who could have imagined? Suddenly, outside the room came several angry shouts and violent banging on the door. Search! I heard Zhang Yangping's direct disciple is in this restaurant. Search! Find him immediately. That's right. Damn Zhang Yangping. He actually killed my senior sister from our ancient tomb sect. I will avenge her. Find Zhang Yangping's disciple and torture him 100 times over. And our sect leader from the Qingchang sect. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Despicable. If we can't deal with Zhang Yangping, then we'll take out his disciple. Search carefully. I remember that kid hiding on this floor. Today I'll fight to take him down even if it costs me my life to avenge my poor disciple. Banging. Hearing the approaching shouts and banging getting closer from the corner of the attic, the Tang family were dumbfounded and bewildered, staring blankly. Wasn't it supposed that they would be safe if they stayed inside the room? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in their ears once again. This is the terrifying butterfly effect, isn't it? I should have realized earlier. The appearance of the 10th uncle's family changed the doomed fate of the youngest cousin. But some unknown force is still influencing the plot towards its predetermined outcome. Could it be that the youngest cousin isn't destined to die at the hands of his master, but to be killed by those seeking revenge this time? Then he might as well have been killed by Zhang Yangping. At least it would be quick and painless. If caught by those vengeful ones burning with rage, wouldn't he suffer before death? Forget it, it's none of my business. Right now, I am only concerned about my frail, disabled, and helpless daughter-in-law. Is she fed? Is she clothed? Where is she now? Sob. Daughter-in-law, without you by my side, how can I live? Hurry back, I can't bear this on my own. Hurry back, life is colorful because of you. Hurry back, bring back my longing thoughts. Don't let my heart be as empty as the sea. Listening to the continuous cursing outside, Lin Zhuan pondered silently. But soon, he regained his focus and looked at the elegant handwriting left by Su Qinj. It's often said, what is love in this world? It teaches the sharing of life and death. Without his wife by his side, Lin Zhuan felt disinterested in everything and lacked enthusiasm. These 3 days without Qinj by his side are really tough. Every night is sleepless and long. On the other side, the eavesdropping Tang family members stood still in confusion. What's happening? How did it turn into a song all of a sudden? And they haven't heard this song before. It sounds quite nice. No, that's not the point. The youngest cousin is really in danger again. In order to save Tang Hao's life, after exchanging glances with Tang Guowen and the others, they decisively released Tang Hao's hands and feet and quietly slipped away with him. This time, Tang Hao did not resist anymore, but cooperated silently. He knew that in front of Zhang Yangping, the master might spare him out of loyalty. But those seeking revenge outside had been consumed by fury. If caught by them, it would be a certain death. Not only would he die, but he might also implicate Tang Dad and Tang Mom and others. The thugs are going to search our room. Xiao Shuan, we should go. Before leaving, Tang Guowen, worried about his nephew's powerless situation, grabbed him and sneakily headed outside. And so, the two equally bewildered men, dragged by the Tang family, fled through the back door of the Ketching restaurant. Xiao Shuan, don't worry. Since your wife left you a message, it means she is safe. Our top priority now is to escape from the town of Bujiang. Otherwise, if that serial killer sets his eyes on us, we're completely finished. After leaving the restaurant, seeing his nephew furrowing his brows, still holding on to the small note left by Su Qinj, Tang Guowen sighed and comforted softly. Unexpectedly, as they turned a corner and passed through the antique street, they coincidentally collided head-on with the blood-soaked Zhang Yangping, causing the Tang family to collectively scream in horror. At this moment, Zhang Yangping also noticed the sudden appearance of a group of people and turned his head gloomily. When he saw Tang Hao behind the crowd, he froze for an instant. A hint of clarity returned to his crimson eyes, but was quickly overwhelmed by bloodthirst. Master! Tang Hao also saw Zhang Yangping's current appearance, evil and crazed, a complete contrast to the respectful and wise elder he remembered. Confronted with this scene that shattered his beliefs, Tang Hao's eyes reddened. Pushing away his family in front of him and holding back his tears, he questioned Zhang Yangping with confusion. Master, are you joking with us? Are you playing a prank on your disciple? You once emphasized repeatedly that when facing evil, it must be eliminated to reveal a warrior's true nature. We warriors are meant to uphold justice with our strength. But now, I cannot believe that my master, who taught me these words of justice, has turned into a demon who disregards human life. The chivalrous way you used to speak of is now completely absent in you. I don't understand. What made you deviate from your former beliefs and use your power for evil and slaughter? Chapter 468. Tang Hao, who collapsed after learning the truth. Antique Street. The Tang family and Zhang Yangping's group met on a narrow road. Before they could recover from their shock, Tang Hao had already approached them, his face full of righteous indignation and grief-stricken questioning. Master, you always taught us, protect the weak and stand firm against the strong. We martial artists must have courage and righteousness, eliminate evil, uphold justice. But now, I can't believe it. The master who taught me these words of justice has turned into a demon who disregards human life. The chivalrous ways you spoke of in the past are completely absent in you now. I don't understand. What made you deviate from your former beliefs and use your power for evil and killing? You taught me and my fellow disciples martial arts with all your heart and strength. Wasn't it to help us quickly master the skills, assist those in need, and act in a chivalrous manner? Master, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. And what about our senior brothers and sisters? Were they truly killed by you? Tang Hao stood still in place, his hands clenched into fists unconsciously, nails deeply embedded in his palms, yet feeling no pain. He kept recalling Zhang Yangping's righteous teachings in the past, with each word hammering his soul like a heavy blow. The image of the patriotic Zhang Yangping and his current coldness and cruelty formed a stark contrast, almost like two different individuals. Faced with the unbelieving gaze of his beloved disciple, Zhang Yangping's evil smile froze for a moment, a hint of unnaturalness flashing across his face. But soon he returned to normal, staring at Tang Hao as if he were a fool. You are so foolish. The law of the jungle is the essence of this world. If you want to soar higher, you must step on others' shoulders to rise. What's wrong with that? I am a god aiming to reach the peak of martial arts. Insignificant ants have no right to compare themselves to me. Those mortals can become nourishment for the gods. They should feel honored. Ha ha. As for you worthless bunch, I couldn't find other sacrifices. Helplessly, I had to personally cultivate you, to make you work hard towards my goals, and I casually motivated you. Unexpectedly, you fools acted like you were injected with chicken blood, tirelessly improving your skills day and night to achieve my dreams. You have all contributed greatly to my accomplishments. Ha ha! Your senior brothers and sisters died as they should. They merged with me, and it was their glory. And you all will soon become a part of me, paving the way for my invincibility. Hei. Listening to Zhang Yangping's arrogant declaration of death, Tang Guowen and the others were scared pale, their legs weak. As for Tang Hao, he was not trembling out of fear, but out of infinite anger and disappointment. He had never imagined that Zhang Yangping, whom he and his senior brothers and sisters had always respected as an elder, could be so despicable. Clearly, the mutual trust between his senior brothers and sisters, who ultimately ended up with such a tragic fate, was unimaginable. How desperate would the senior brothers and sisters be when they learned the truth before their death? Zhang Yangping, you are absolutely insane. We considered you as our role model, sacrificed everything for your teachings, but you treated us as tools, as sacrifices. Our trust in you was trampled upon. Tang Hao, consumed by fury, no longer held any illusions. He stared at his once respected master with sorrow and anger. Trust. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yangping disdainfully sneered, in the path of martial arts, only the strong are respected. There is no talk of trust. If you want to blame someone, blame your own stupidity. At this moment, many warriors hiding in the buildings along Antique Street, who had been pursued by Zhang Yangping, overheard the dispute between master and disciple. They gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Yangping's viciousness and ruthlessness. Even if you raise a dog, it will develop feelings over time, right? What about the disciples who have been with their master day in and day out? Shocked by Zhang Yangping's heartlessness in killing the disciples he personally trained for his own reasons, many warriors couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity and sympathy towards Tang Hao, who had been deceived and betrayed. He's been through too much, hasn't he? Instead of killing him like this, maybe letting him live in torturous agony would be a true revenge. Zhang Yangping, you bastard! Let's fight! Unable to suppress his anger, Tang Hao pushed aside his family members trying to stop him, rushed forward, and threw a punch at Zhang Yangping. Heh, presumptuous, seeking death. Without even lifting an eyelid, Zhang Yangping coldly kicked Tang Hao in the chest. With a splutter, Tang Hao felt a sharp pain in his chest, a metallic taste rose in his throat, and he spewed out a 10-meter-long jet of blood before being thrown back, crashing into an antique shop. His head turned sideways, losing consciousness. Xiao Hao, Lao Liu, Tang Guowen, and the others were half dead with fright, hurriedly rushing into the antique shop, surrounding Tang Hao, anxiously inspecting his injuries. Fortunately, Tang Hao, though severely injured, still had a breath, indicating he could be saved with immediate treatment. Witnessing this, Su Shuyun and the others burst into tears of joy. When they realized the danger was not yet averted, they quickly turned around and looked vigilantly at Zhang Yangping nearby. Hey, you bunch of trash, get lost. You ants have no right to make me take action, only dirtying my hands. Tell Tang Hao that idiot. Considering our past relationship, I'll give him a chance to seek revenge against me. When he grows to my satisfaction, I'll personally blood sacrifice him. Our master-disciple union will be invincible. But that waste of space must have been scared out of his wits by me. He wouldn't dare appear in front of me again. Ha ha! Zhang Yangping's face bore a wicked smile, showing his white teeth, and his crimson eyes didn't hide his contempt for Tang Guowen and the others. Chapter 469 Encountering Great Uncle Su Fan. By chance Lin Zhuan's heart tightened when he encountered Su Fan, who got lost in the forest. Hurry! Su Lao Da is lost in the forest. We need to go get him ourselves. In the current situation, only Su Lao Da can turn the tide. The antique street corner. Guangshai was full of anxiety, with the Han father and daughter following behind, cautiously moving towards the outskirts of the town. Originally, they were waiting in the restaurant for Su Fan to arrive before showing up. Who would have thought that Zhang Yangping would suddenly go crazy later? Now they were even more afraid to show themselves. They were planning to wait for the official rescue from Kunlun. Just at that moment, Guangshai received a text message from Su Fan, saying that he was lost in XXX. The phone signal had just come through, and asked them to meet him there. They were worried about continuing to wait, as they could easily be caught and dealt with by the crazed Zhang Yangping. So, Guangshai and the others decided to sneak out of town, thinking that finding Su Fan would at least guarantee their safety. After all, having witnessed Su Fan's prowess, Guangshai still had great confidence in him. Also, since the town was so big and Zhang Yangping was searching for people everywhere in the town, as long as they were careful, they shouldn't be that unlucky to run into him. Just as he was thinking this, he looked up and saw Zhang Yangping standing in front of an antique shop. The intense and terrifying aura emanating from him hit them. Oh my god! Guangxi's heart raced at once. He didn't even have time to think. He instinctively turned and fled, leaving behind the confused Han father and daughter. At that moment, Zhang Yangping suddenly turned his head and spotted Guangshai rapidly retreating. Sensing the powerful aura from Guangshai, Zhang Yangping grinned in satisfaction. Then, he licked his blood-red lips, took a deep look at the unconscious Tang Hao, and then quickly turned in the opposite direction to chase after them. Seeing Zhang Yangping's figure disappear, Tang Guowen and the others, filled with fear, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky. Scared me to death. Luckily, there were more powerful warriors that attracted his attention. Otherwise, I was really afraid Zhang Yangping would suddenly strike at us. Enough talking. Carry the unconscious old Liu. Let's run quickly. I'm worried Zhang Yangping might return. We'll be doomed then. Yes. Old Tang, carry old Liu. Others, follow quickly. We must escape from this town immediately. Zizhuan, don't dawdle. Follow your great aunt. Under Su Shuyun's urging, Lin Zhuan followed the group and ran quickly towards the outskirts of the town. Before leaving, Lin Zhuan took a glance behind him, pondering. He found it somewhat unbelievable that Zhang Yangping let them go. It seemed that the butterfly effect indeed led to many changes. Following the original plot of the novel, Zhang Yangping's cultivation method was not the blood demon scripture, right? He didn't get it from some mysterious woman. In this duel, he should have completely fallen into madness, losing his sanity and disowning all relatives. In such a state, he wouldn't have let himself and the others go. Honestly, Lin Zhuan was already prepared to take action just now, but the outcome was unexpected. Did Zhang Yangping really want to kill old Liu's cousin? Why did Lin Zhuan feel that Zhang Yangping's actions seemed more like deliberately protecting old Liu's cousin? After all, Zhang Yangping had killed so many people today, offended many worldly and martial forces. These people might not dare to seek revenge on Zhang Yangping, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't retaliate against his disciple. Although old Liu's cousin was an innocent victim, those driven by anger didn't care about these things. They might not only seek revenge on old Liu's cousin, but even the Tang family might not be spared. And the authorities would most likely also treat Tang Hao as an accomplice. Then old Liu's cousin would truly be in trouble. But now, with Zhang Yangping's seemingly fatal blow, and this show of master and disciple turmoil, through word of mouth from bystanders, people would feel sympathy for Tang Hao's fate, and because they now had a common enemy, a united front. For practical and emotional reasons, the major forces would no longer be keen on exterminating Tang Hao, and might even be able to clear his name with the authorities. And due to this hatred, Tang Hao would undoubtedly be more determined to improve, and his future achievements might be much greater than now. Lin Zhuan squinted his eyes. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he felt. If things were really as he thought, then Zhang Yangping, this master, really did go to great lengths. Would he cry on the spot? 2.5 minutes later, the Tang family and the others ran for their lives, finally escaping from Bujiang town. Although everyone was exhausted, the corners of their mouths showed a smile of surviving after the ordeal. Pent, we finally made it out. Let's not stop first. Let's keep moving forward. For safety, we need to stay as far away from the town as possible. Tang Guowen glanced back occasionally at the town, where screams could be faintly heard, his heart filled with unease. Under his lead, everyone continued to move forward along the road they came from. On the way, Lin Zhuan and the others encountered several groups of lucky survivors who had also managed to escape. Since they were strangers, both sides quietly distanced themselves from each other to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, Lin Zhuan didn't care much about these encounters. His mind was now focused on missing his weak, helpless, pitiful, sickly wife. At that moment, Tang Ling suddenly looked excited, tapping his shoulder. Cousin Lin Zhuan, look over at the intersection. Isn't that big brother Su Fan? Because of their previous encounters at the hospital, Tang Ling naturally recognized Su Fan's appearance. Hearing this, Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched, sweat beading on his forehead. He looked towards the direction Tang Ling pointed. Sure enough, he saw a young man wearing a floral shirt, torn casual pants, and flip-flops, standing at the intersection scratching his head, looking puzzled about the direction to take. This person was none other than the belated Su Fan. At the sight of his great-uncle, Lin Zhuan involuntarily shrank, feeling nervous, a sense of meeting the girl's family for the first time. Normally, he would have been calm and wouldn't mind showing affection in front of his great-uncle. But now, he accidentally lost Kinj and his great-uncle's own sister. Lin Zhuan broke into a cold sweat, not knowing how to explain. Good night, have sweet dreams before going to bed. I humbly ask for a small gift to avoid affecting some readers' viewing. Some life text will be posted in the chapter comments section. Please be aware. Today, I went to get a haircut, probably the most luxurious one I've had since birth. Chapter 470, The Sweaty Lin Zhuan. I admit it, please spare me. Damn it. Why are there so many forked paths in this mountain wilderness area? Could it be that by the time I make it to Bujiang town, the arena battle will already be over? At the crossroads, looking at the winding mountain roads leading in several directions, Su Fan scratched his head, looking frustrated. Tash hash. Helplessly, he could only continue to use the old method. First, pick up a branch from the ground, stand it up, let it fall freely, and head in the direction the branch points towards. Snap! As the branch fell, Su Fan looked towards the right path and happened to see the Tang family, and also spotted the brother-in-law in the crowd. He was puzzled, wondering why Lin Zhuan would be here. Ahem. Brother Su Fan. Long time no see, missed you very much. Right, let me introduce. These people are my eldest uncle, and the whole uncle's family. Eldest uncle, this is my good friend, Brother Su Fan. Seeing no way to avoid it, Lin Zhuan could only force a smile and greet respectfully, at the same time introducing both sides to each other. Tang family. Aren't they the third family, apart from the Han and Chen families, engaged to me? So, which one is my supposed fiancé? Su Fan raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting between Tang Rou and Tang Ling's genuine and fake rich young faces, pausing for a moment. Tang Ling. Brother Su, why have you been looking at me? It's making me shy. Tang Rou _ Heh. A loser with a net worth of less than $30 dares to eye this lady's beauty. Such impertinence. Su Fan glanced once and averted his eyes, unaware of the inner thoughts of the two girls. However, if he knew what the two girls were thinking, he would surely be at a loss. With his heart sealed in pursuit of martial arts perfection, women would only hinder his breakthrough speed. Young man, are you heading to Bujiang town? Absolutely not. We just managed to escape from there. You must not walk into a lion's den. The town has turned into a living hell. Let me tell you." Upon learning that Su Fan is the big nephew's good friend, Tang Guowen and others were still quite warm. Upon finding out that his destination is Bujiang town, they all turned pale, urged him not to go, and informed him of what was happening in the town. Zhang Yangping has gone mad. There's already a martial arts grandmother defeated by the other party. A great escape game. Hearing Tang's family recounting the events, Su Fan squinted his eyes, finding it more interesting. Being a warrior at heart, hearing about a seemingly formidable character appearing naturally filled him with excitement, eager to go to Bujiang town for a battle. "Brother Lin, how has Miss Su been recently? Does she still need to use a wheelchair for traveling?" Before departing, Su Fan asked casually, subconsciously showing concern for his younger sister. He assumed his sister, faced with travel inconveniences, would be perfectly safe in the big city. But who would have thought? Darn it, oh! Can't hide forever, can you? You're here. Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched, speechless and sweating profusely. He really didn't know how to confess to the big uncle that he had lost his sister. Sweaty all over, bro. I admit it, please spare me. Oh. Kin's sister is missing. I'm so worried about her. Thankfully she left a message, so she's probably not in any danger. Fortunately at this moment, a crucial figure. Tang Ling makes her appearance. She delved into how the group suddenly passed out, waking up to find Su Qinj missing, leaving only a note about a 3-day pact. Sister is missing. Upon learning this unfortunate news, Su Fan was shocked as if struck by lightning, his face showing confusion, astonishment, worrying, and anger in turn. Who dares harm my sister? The dragon has reverse scale. Whoever touches it shall die. Whatever reputation those troublemakers have, as long as my sister suffers, even a bit, I will make the world tremble, making them taste the irreversible bitterness. Kill. At that moment, Su Fan was in a state of agitation, feeling a deep sense of trepidation. He could not bear to imagine the fear and helplessness his unfortunate sister might be experiencing at that moment. Shivering with fear, he couldn't even fathom the horrifying scenarios that might be unfolding. With everyone's quizzical looks, they could see Su Fan, with his ordinary face, undergoing various emotions like a fan. Even his signature hands in pockets gesture couldn't be maintained. Instead, he walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. In the end, Su Fan said nothing and gave Lin Zhuan a deep look before striding towards Bujiang town. Honestly, deep down he did hold Lin Zhuan, his brother-in-law, responsible. As a husband, he should not have lost his wife, let alone be clueless about it. This was a severe dereliction of duty. He had initially thought it was a good idea for his little sister to marry an ordinary person, avoiding the violence and bloodshed of the martial world, living a safe and happy life. But looking back, it was indeed biased. After all, he couldn't be by the couple's side all the time, and there would be times he couldn't take care of them. Just like this time. But Lin Zhuan was his brother-in-law, as he had admitted it himself, and being a mortal, there were things he was incapable of, and Su Fan couldn't blame him entirely. Either way, Su Fan had to swallow his grievances. Soon, the seething and frustrated Su Fan disappeared from everyone's sight. Brothers, I'm about to collapse. This book has been shut down, locked in the little black room again, thrice consigned to the palace of intrigue, _ The sorrow, the whole site can't be found again. 3 times of being shut in the little black room in a month, it's devastating. Sadness is surging like a river. Humph, I'm unkillable cockroach. I'll continue editing and deleting, hoping that after this revision, there won't be another lockdown. They say, everything happens in 3s. I don't know how long this time will last. A blocked book has no traffic. I pray my brothers can generate love energy by showering some chicken blood. Soothe the injured soul of the little prince. Please, woo-woo. I admit it. Please spare me chapter 471 cousin. I see that the green light on your forehead might bring disaster. Cousin, you are such a good friend. Do you have inappropriate thoughts about your cousin-in-law? Otherwise, why would he react so strongly upon hearing about your cousin-in-law's disappearance? As the saying goes, guard against fire, guard against theft, and guard against brothers. Cousin, I advise you to pay attention and be careful not to have your foundations ruined. Watching Su Fan walk away, Tang San, the third son of the Tang family, showed a strange expression. Suddenly, he mysteriously approached Lin Zhuan's ear, hinting at something. On the side, Tang Guowen and others resonated with his thoughts, nodding in agreement. They were not blind. They could see that Lin Zhuan's good friend had an unusual attitude towards Su Qinj. That's right. There are thieves every year, but this year there seemed to be more. Zhuan. Although it is said that you should not covet a friend's wife, some cunning thieves are quite suitable for this. Be vigilant against deceit. Cousin, I see that the green light on your forehead might bring disaster. I suggest you not get too close to this good friend of yours. If something like a husband caught in the act incident happens, it won't be good. Facing the well-intentioned advice from the eldest uncle's family, Lin Zhuan forced a smile with a bitter expression. Anyone could potentially be a threat to his relationship, except for his eldest uncle. This is serious internet literature. How can there be such a vulgar and obscene storyline as the German orthopedic case breaking our values, _? Rest assured, my love with Qinj is as strong as gold, and no one can destroy our bond. As for brother Su Fan, he is even more impossible. Only on this point, I have 100% absolute assurance. All right, let's keep moving forward. If we can't get out of here before dark, we'll have to spend the night in the mountains. The injuries of the sixth younger brother cannot be delayed. Hearing Lin Zhuan's trust in his good friend, the Tang family and their group were deeply moved, and after exchanging glances, they stopped giving advice. The priority now was to escape from this dangerous place and get their sixth brother medical treatment. And so, with Tang Chuan carrying his unconscious younger brother, the group rapidly moved in the direction they came from. After an unknown amount of time passed, the group continued moving forward in silence, suddenly halting altogether with expressions of pleasant surprise on their faces. Roaring sounds of car engines approached from afar to near. Did you guys hear that? It sounds like car engines. And it seems like there's more than one. Let's try to flag down the cars and see if we can hitch a ride. Tang Guowen, sweat beading on his forehead from the lack of movement, was overjoyed. Apart from Lin Zhuan, the rest of the group was equally surprised. Soon, in the eager gazes of the group, a low and thrilling sound of engines once again came from the horizon. This sound, like a thundering roar, approached nearer, causing the earth beneath their feet to tremble slightly. Their attention was captivated as a fleet of green military off-road vehicles surged forward like an unstoppable iron torrent. The leading vehicle had a rigid and fierce appearance, seemingly cast from a single piece of steel, emitting an unmatched dominance. The emblematic military badge on the front shone under the sunlight, exuding a fierce glare like that of a war god. The giant wheels rapidly spun, kicking up dust and debris as if declaring its unstoppable nature to the world. The car windows were tinted, concealing the occupants inside, but the group could sense the determined and stern gaze of the driver. The green paint of the vehicle, like a predator in the jungle, held an air of mystery and majesty. Following closely behind, one off-road vehicle after another, in orderly formation, resembled well-trained soldiers. Maintaining perfect distances, consistent speed, and synchronized movements, the fleet created a path through the wind, lifting sand and stones, seemingly crushing any obstacles in their way. The sunlight reflected off the vehicles, creating a combination of cold metallic light and swirling dust, a sight that ignited a sense of passion and excitement in onlookers. Damn! This is so spectacular! It's simply awesome! Tang Chuan's face turned red as he exclaimed enthusiastically. Beside him, Su Shiyan and the others were equally stunned by the magnificent scene, filled with admiration and awe. Even Lin Zhuan, who usually remained calm, showed a hint of surprise on his face. As a man, witnessing a torrent of green military off-road vehicles for the first time, it was easy to be deeply drawn to the abrupt dominance and coolness. The scene before them was like a dual feast for both the eyes and the soul, where amidst the shock, one could feel the iron and glory unique to soldiers. At that moment, the leading green off-road vehicle seemed to have noticed Lin Zhuan and his group, heading straight towards them. Roaring, the vehicle quickly stopped beside them, and several armed soldiers stepped out. Led by the young squad leader, they inquired about Lin Zhuan and the group's situation. After understanding the situation, the group learned that the White Tiger warlord had sent out a distress signal before his death. These soldiers were stationed nearby and upon receiving orders to mobilize, rushed to their aid. "Comrade, can you tell us about the current situation in Bujiang town?" "Oh, all right. Currently in the town." "Ah, what are you doing?" "Release my son." As the question was asked, Tang Guowen, very cooperative, stepped forward, intending to provide all the information he knew. But before he could say a few words, the leading soldier, seemingly receiving some orders over the radio, immediately controlled Tang Xuan. No, to be more precise. He fixed his gaze on the unconscious Tang Hao. "What are you doing? My son has not committed a crime. Why are you arresting him?" "A group of bad people. Release my 2 brothers. My 6th brother is severely injured and unconscious, and you are worried about him harming you." Su Shuyun and the other women were also taken aback, exclaiming in unison. But the special forces seemed unperturbed, remaining vigilant and firmly holding Tang Hao, viewing him as a martial artist who demanded utmost caution and preparation. Chapter 472. The current assessment of deep love is deeply devoted. Extra gift click. At this moment, the sound of a cart or opening echoed. Lin Zhuan and the others turned to look and saw a woman in military uniform standing next to the off-road vehicle. With fiery red hair flowing in the wind, she had delicate features, tightly pursed red lips, sharply arched eyebrows, bright eyes like stars, and exuded a fierce and formidable aura. Her long fingers with bright red nail polish, along with the solemn green military outfit she wore, created a striking contrast, emphasizing her wild and unrestrained nature. Standing tall and straight like a majestic pine tree, her military presence was imposing, making it hard to meet her gaze, as if she was the ruler of this land, unparalleled in dominance. Report. Zhukwar General. We have already captured Zhang Yangping's disciple, Tang Hao. However, he seems to be seriously injured. When the leading soldier saluted the woman, everyone finally realized her identity. Zhukwar General. Like the White Tiger War General, she was one of the 4 great war generals under the war god of the nation. It seemed that Zhang Yangping's actions had alarmed the upper echelons of Kunlun. And in the eyes of the authorities, as Zhang Yangping's direct disciple, Tang Hao was naturally considered a collaborator and a target for settlement. Injustice. Zhukwar General. My son is just an innocent commoner. For today's events, my 6th son knew nothing at all. He is also a pitiful victim. You see, the reason my son was seriously injured and near death was because when he tried to stop the beastly act of Zhang Yangping, he was kicked and severely injured. I'm telling you, Tang Guowen and others were almost scared to death, fearing that their 6th son would be treated as a criminal by those above. In order to clear Tang Hao's name, they quickly disclosed all the circumstances in Kaojiang town. Initially, Zhukwar General remained expressionless, listening to the Tang family's explanations. It was only after learning of the death of the White Tiger War General that her expression changed, her cold eyes widening, filled with disbelief and sorrow. What? Brother who? Brother who is dead. As soon as she received the distress signal from White Tiger War General, she rushed over immediately. She had thought that with White Tiger War General's strength, even if she couldn't defeat Zhang Yangping, she could at least hold him off. At worst, she could preserve her own life. But when she arrived, planning to join forces with 2 grandmasters to subdue Zhang Yangping on the spot, she never expected. In less than half an hour, White Tiger War General had fallen. Unable to accept the loss of her comrade, Zhukwar General's eyes turned red. Her body trembled slightly, her tightly clenched teeth making a grinding sound, as if she was forcefully suppressing the surge of emotions in her heart. Her hand with the bright red nails was tightly clenched into a fist, knuckles turning white, showing her overwhelming anger at the moment. The glorious years of fighting, side by side, surged through Zhukwar General's mind, recalling the scenes of charging into battle with White Tiger War General. The figures mutually relying on each other amidst flying flames, making decisive decisions to protect each other's lives at critical moments. At this moment, Zhukwar General's eyes became hollow, tears swirling in her eye sockets, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. Damn it! Why? Why did this happen? Her anger made Zhukwar General's breathing increasingly rapid, her chest rising and falling violently. She roared to the sky, her voice hoarse and sorrowful, full of endless grief and resentment. The soldiers and Tang Guowen and others around her fell silent. No one dared to speak at this moment. After an unknown amount of time passed, Jukwar General gradually lowered her head. A tear finally fell, dripping onto the cold ground and disappearing in an instant. Then she raised her head, her eyes becoming firm and cold once again, scanning the unconscious Tang Hao. A hint of killing intent inadvertently flashed in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. If what he said was true, then blame couldn't be placed on him for Brother Hu's death. Wrongs have their perpetrators, debts have their creditors. Right and wrong are distinct. This principle was still upheld by Jukwar General. She turned to the leader of the soldiers and issued new orders. Next, I will go to Kojiang Town alone. You take the soldiers back. And take that brat Tang Hao with you. Hand him over to the intelligence department for careful investigation. If he really is an innocent victim, then release him. Otherwise, execute him directly. This. The soldiers were stunned for a moment, some feeling uneasy about letting Jukwar General go alone. In response, Jukwar General coldly admonished, "Soldiers follow orders as their duty. Execute the command." She was well aware that Zhang Yangping's ability to swiftly kill White Tiger War General on the spot indicated his formidable strength. Sending these special forces soldiers would likely be sending them to their deaths in vain. Better to preserve the living forces. As for herself, deep down she wasn't so sure either. Even though she felt angry and unwilling, Jukwar General had to admit that her strength was not superior to White Tiger War General, who Zhang Yangping could easily defeat. If he could effortlessly kill White Tiger War General, he could certainly do the same to her. But her duty compelled her to go. Without her presence today, who knows how many people would die in Kojiang Town? At least by being there, she could try to divert Zhang Yangping's attention away through some means and save the people of Kojiang Town. Soon, Jukwar General's face became solemn, and she strode alone in the direction of Kojiang Town. The soldiers watched her back, eyes filled with tears. Even Tang Guowen and the others were touched, showing a hint of reluctance. The scene had a tragic feeling of the wind is cold by the Yi River, the hero leaves never to return. Among the crowd, Lin Zhuan was not as sentimental. Knowing that his uncle had taken action ahead, Zhang Yangping was bound to pose no threat. Next, the soldiers followed Jukwar General's orders to forcibly take the unconscious Tang Hao away. Tang Guowen, knowing he couldn't stop them, called for help from his father and climbed into the off-road vehicle with Su Shuyun and others. They were worried about their young uncle being taken away like this and decided to stay by Tang Hao's side until he was safely released. Seeing this, Lin Zhuan suggested parting ways here. His mind was preoccupied with his missing wife. He had no interest in worrying about his cousin's well-being. "All right, take care on the road, Xiao Shuyun. And my niece-in-law will definitely be fine, so don't worry too much. When I have free time, I will contact my connections to help you find out." Seeing Lin Zhuan's firm stance, the Tang family no longer insisted, giving a few words of advice before the two groups parted ways. Watching the departing convoy of vehicles, Lin Zhuan wore a dull expression as he walked slowly. Only now did he realize the importance of Su Qinj to him. Without her by his side, he just couldn't muster the spirit to do anything. If at their first meeting, he was approaching her for gain and to earn some points, it was more out of practical considerations. But now, he genuinely wanted to be close to the girl, not just because of her beauty, but for an inexplicable feeling. Even Lin Zhuan wasn't sure if this feeling could be considered love. Just then, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Zhuan's mind. Ding! Host's affection towards Su Qinj has greatly increased, currently rated as deeply devoted. A special reward has been triggered due to the host's urgent desire to protect the loved one. Chapter 473. Obtaining the entry-level inheritance of the Wine Sword Immortal. Others practice martial arts, while I cultivate immortality. Just as Lin Zhuan pondered how much sincerity he had towards the girl, the system in his mind gave him an accurate answer. Ding! The host's favorability towards Su Qinj has significantly increased, currently evaluated as deeply in love. Detected the host's urgent desire to protect the sweetheart, triggering a special reward, entry-level inheritance of the Wine Sword Immortal. May I ask the host if you are now ready to accept the initiation inheritance? Friendly reminder, this initiation process involves unconscious sleep. It is recommended that the host accepts the initiation in an undisturbed environment. Friendly reminder, based on the host's current martial strength in the small world, After this inheritance, it will be equivalent to the level of forming Che grandmother. Friendly reminder: drinking alcohol during battles can double the host's combat power. Friendly reminder: building the foundation is the first step for a cultivator to embark on the path of immortality. After reaching this realm, the practitioner not only experiences a surge in power, but also possesses immense strength in every move, and moves swiftly like the wind, completely breaking free from human physical limitations, stepping into a realm beyond humans. Those with extraordinary talents cultivate true energy within themselves, giving them the ability to draw spiritual symbols and perform basic immortality techniques. When Lin Juan listened to the system's reward in his mind, he was first stunned, then ecstatic. Damn! Others practice martial arts, while I cultivate immortality. Although it's only the basic entry-level realm for cultivators, it's still considered immortal techniques, right? No matter how mediocre, there's an inherent distinction between immortal and mortal compared to the warriors of this world. Even if both parties have completely equal realms, there is still a fundamental difference. And the template of the Wine Sword Immortal. He particularly liked this character before crossing over, and never expected to obtain his inheritance now. Originally, Lin Juan was planning to reluctantly use some sweet heart points to exchange for a master-level cultivation for self-defense. He never expected that. Just as he was dozing off, the system sent the pillow that suited him just right. After accepting the inheritance, Lin Juan planned that even without relying on the sweetheart mirror, his own strength would be enough to match his eldest uncle. With a couple of drinks, he might even be able to outdo his eldest uncle. However, the protagonist continuously strengthens through practice, and unless he continues to receive initiation inheritances, awaiting his eldest uncle to break through the grandmother realm, the foundation realm might not be sufficient. But it's not a big problem. Lin Juan's current foundation realm cultivation is enough for his use. At least he won't be knocked unconscious carelessly anymore. Besides, it is impossible for him to cultivate on his own. It's way too boring and dull. Lin Juan just wants to accompany his wife and stay close by her side. May I ask the host if you are now ready to accept the initiation inheritance? At this moment, the system's inquiry sounded once again. No. Without hesitation, Lin Juan replied, gazing at the deserted mountainous hinterland. When accepting the initiation inheritance, one would fall into an unconscious sleeping state. He had to find a relatively safe place for it to happen. With that thought in mind, Lin Juan hastened his steps in the direction of his home. In Bujiang town, it was now like a purgatory on earth. Countless cries of agony filled the air, and more hiding martial artists were discovered by Zhang Yangping, their deaths too gruesome to look at. Ha ha ha! Just a little more, and I can break through again, reaching the peak of the forming chess stage. Indeed, this kind of cultivation method is what we martial artists should pursue. Far faster than ascetic cultivation in seclusion. Ha ha ha. On the silent streets of the town, Zhang Yangping's frantic laughter echoed. Around him, there were over a dozen bodies lying in disarray, each corpse bearing a terrified expression on their faces, difficult to comprehend. Once, the name Zhang Yangping resonated like thunder. He was a martial arts grandmother, loved helping the weak, and was highly respected and beloved by people. However, he was now like a demon fallen from light into endless darkness. Clad in a blood-stained black robe, rustling in the wind, every drop of splattered blood elicited the cries of innocent people. His once resolute and honest countenance was now filled with twisted madness, his eyes bloodshot, emitting a chilling viciousness. For the sake of cultivating demonic techniques, he would consume people's life force without flinching, using pain and despair as stepping stones for advancement. His former righteous self had transformed into the embodiment of evil. His once protective hands were now stained with the blood of innocence. Not far away, behind a massive stone pillar, cowered a burly man with a tiger-like back, thick limbs, and hair as wild as a golden lion's mane. Guangxi. He clutched his mouth and nose tightly, his face full of fear, not daring to make a sound. Damn it! This lunatic! What kind of stimulation had he received to become this insane? Brothers from Qingcheng sect, Taoist is not your dying Taoist friend. If you seek revenge, please don't come looking for me. With fear in his startled pupils, Guangxi couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. To escape Zhang Yangping, he had to use the tactic of leading the devil into the door, bringing him into hiding places of the other sects. While he managed to escape, a group of people in the house became his scapegoats. Full of regret, Guangxi decided to observe a silence in memory of the scapegoats for 2.5 seconds. 2.5 seconds later, Guangxi suddenly jolted awake, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He realized that at some point, the horrifying silence around him became deafening. What's happening? Where did Zhang Yangping's laughter suddenly disappear to? Could it be he left? Yes. He must have gone to hunt and kill others. I have to quickly find another place to hide. In a dim corner, Guangxi's body trembled with fear, breathing rapid and irregular. Hoping that the terrifying figure had already left, he cautiously peeked out from behind the cold stone pillar. However, in that instant, Guangxi's heart seemed to be squeezed tightly by an invisible giant hand. He saw Zhang Yangping's twisted and evil grin. That smile seemed like a demon crawling out from the depths of hell, exuding boundless malevolence and cruelty. You, wonderful, ah! Zhang Yangping's eyes emitted a blood-red light, terrifying and burning like the fires of hell, as if attempting to incinerate Guangxi's soul. The curve of his lips, filled with sarcasm and mockery, seemed to ridicule the foolishness and helplessness of the person before him. His face was shrouded in shadows, his faint contours resembling a dark mountain, heavy and oppressive, suffocatingly despairing. His disheveled hair danced in the wind, like a mad snake, flaunting his inner madness and chaos. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. In Guangxi's world, all that remained was that evil grin, and an endless tide of fear engulfed him completely. Don't come near me. Ahoth. Chapter 474. The likes of rats and sparrows, ants alike. Look at my unparalleled big slipper. Don't come over, ah. Looking at Zhang Yangping's twisted and insane smile, Guangxi felt a chill rushing from the solace of his feet to his head, his entire body instantly dominated by fear. He scrambled to turn around, ignoring everything in a panicked flee, unconsciously emitting screams of terror. Because of the fear, his legs felt as heavy as lead. The instinct to survive still drove Guangxi to desperately move forward. In his panic, he was often tripped up by debris underfoot, quickly struggled to get up, and continued to run forward as if being chased by imminent death. As for Zhang Yangping, he smiled sinisterly, following behind at a leisurely pace, as if enjoying this game of cat and mouse hunt. His evil grin became more unrestrained, his eyes filled with the excitement of toying with his prey. Run fast. Hide and seek. This is just the beginning. Hey, how Zhang Yangping's voice echoed in the open space, like the whispers of a demon. But Guangxi was too overwhelmed to pay attention, with only one thought in his mind: escape. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake off Zhang Yangping's terrifying shadow that seemed to follow him everywhere. Zhang Yangping would sometimes quicken his pace on purpose, making his footsteps sound behind Guangxi, terrifying him even more. And sometimes deliberately slow down, leisurely appreciating Guangxi's trembling figure of despair. Every time Guangxi thought he saw hope of escape, Zhang Yangping would reappear behind him, slowly chasing after him, shattering the hope that had just ignited. So fun, ha ha ha. Where do you think you can escape to? Zhang Yangping laughed maniacally, his laughter permeating the air, forming an invisible net that tightly bound Guangxi and plunged him into an endless abyss of fear. Just then, Guangxi, who had fled to the town's entrance, suddenly froze his tear-streaked face of fear. He was overjoyed. Finally, he finally saw a glimmer of rescue. Guangxi crazily ran towards the town's entrance, crawling and scrambling, tears and snot streaming down, begging for help. Boss Su, help me. Boss Su, please. Zhang Yangping bullied me, woo woo woo. I'm your most loyal little brother. You have to do me justice. Boss Su. Town's entrance, the belated arrival of Su Chen, walked into the town with a grim face. Due to his little sister's disappearance, he was feeling extremely awful, always worried that his delicate sister might be getting bullied. Hearing Guangxi's cries for help, initially he couldn't be bothered to lift an eyelid, indifferent. But at the mention of Zhang Yangping's name, Su Fan's eyes twitched, instantly raised his head, his face already filled with overwhelming rage. Zhang Yangping. If this obnoxious guy hadn't gone mad all of a sudden, how would his sister have gone missing? If this insufferable guy hadn't taken Fangmo as a disciple, how could he have sought vengeance on the Han family? If the guy hadn't sought revenge, how could he have coincidentally bumped into him to be killed? If this accursed guy hadn't proposed a death match, how could his sister have shown up here to watch the fight? If she hadn't shown up here, How could she have mysteriously disappeared without a trace? If not, Su Fan clenched his teeth in anger, thought a lot, and finally came to a conclusion. All of this was that accursed guy's fault. At this moment, with nowhere to vent his anger, Su Fan didn't care about any consequences, he just wanted to let off some steam. And among the people present, only Zhang Yangping was qualified to be his human punching bag. And thus, a scapegoat was born, unquestionably becoming today's mastermind of the misfortune. Meanwhile, Guangxi, scared out of his wits, finally crawled and scrambled to Su Fan's feet near the town's entrance, clinging to his beautiful feet, and began weeping, resembling a pitiful child who had been wronged, seeking the support of an adult. Boss Su, help me. I'm really in a sorry state. Woo woo woo. I even warned that crazy guy that I'm your trusted follower, pleading with him to spare me out of respect for you. But that lunatic not only wasn't afraid, he even threatened to find you and stab you in the ass with a sword. Perhaps fearing Su Fan's indifference, Guangxi, blubbering with tears and snot, tried to incite Su Fan's manliness by stirring up his emotions. Of course, these low-level provocations barely got a response from Su Fan, who looked disdainfully at his casual pants stained with tears and snot. His face full of disgust, he quickly kicked Guangxi away. On the other side, just as a young man in a flower shirt, tattered casual pants, and flip-flops appeared at the entrance. Chapter 475. Su Fan, Huangzhe, the crown for a beautiful woman. Love, just love, giving oneself completely. Within the town of Bujiang, there were many survivors who had managed to escape through various hidden angles, witnessing the awe-inspiring display of power by Su Fan. He kicked Zhang Yangping away with a move called the Supreme Quick Kick. Everyone was dumbfounded, astonished beyond belief. Damn, is that person for real? Did I see that right? Zhang Yangping was actually kicked away by that youth. That young man looks ordinary. How could he be so powerful? You know, Zhang Yangping is a grandmother in the transformation stage. Even the White Tiger Warlord fell at his hands. The person beside him is the crazy lion from the Han family. I know who he is. He's the young grandmother from the Han family who is set to have a death match with Zhang Yangping today. It's actually him. But thinking about it, it does make sense. Currently, only that young grandmother has the strength to match this level. But isn't he too young? I thought the rumors were exaggerated. I never imagined that the young grandmother would look even younger than I thought based on his appearance. Strange. Judging from the aura emanating from both of them, that young man may at most be a junior grandmother. How could he possibly kick a senior grandmother like Zhang Yangping? Yeah, I thought fate was envious of talent, that the young grandmother would meet the same fate as the White Tiger Warlord. I never expected that he would take the upper hand as soon as he made the move. Earlier, this young grandmother was late to arrive. I even suspected that he might have been scared to appear after knowing Zhang Yangping's strength. That's great. Does this mean we have a chance? Don't celebrate too soon. Zhang Yangping probably underestimated the situation momentarily, and the gap in their realms remains. When Zhang Yangping gets serious, the outcome is still uncertain. However, we can use this time to quickly escape from Bujiang town. As people hidden in the shadows discussed fervently, their thoughts varied greatly. The crazy lion knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, deeply moved. He never imagined that Su Boss would act so recklessly towards Zhang Yangping for him. Watching Su Fan's slender figure from behind, at that moment, the crazy lion involuntarily widened his eyes, feeling a surge of shock like turbulent waves. He had always thought that in Su Boss's eyes, he was just a dispensable nobody. Who would have thought? Upon learning that he was being bullied, Su Boss would erupt in anger without hesitation, lifting his leg without a second thought, filled with endless fury, and aimed directly at Zhang Yangping. It was then that he fully realized. In Su Boss's eyes, he, the crazy lion, was so important. Oh. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. In the crazy lion's world, there was only Su Fan's protective back figure and the embarrassed scene of Zhang Yangping on the ground. Su Boss. His throat felt choked up, unable to utter a word, only tears spinning in his eyes, conveying his inner emotions. There was a time when the crazy lion walked alone in this cold world, enduring bullying and neglect. Su Fan's kick seemed to have dispelled all the darkness in his heart. With reddened eyes, the crazy lion tightly clenched his fists, nails deeply embedded in his palms, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. In his heart, he held only one thought: if Subas cares so much for him, he is willing to risk his life for Subas, unflinchingly. Even if facing mountains of knives and seas of fire, even if the future is filled with bloodshed and chaos, he will not retreat. This was the determination of a loyal friend, to die for his friend. This was his loyalty and gratitude towards Su Fan. The crazy lion silently swore that in this life, he would follow in Su Fan's footsteps, never leaving him, using his life and passion to protect this rare friendship. Just like the ancient vow, if you treat me like a hero, I will treat you like a hero. Meanwhile, not far away, in a small alley, a father and daughter hurriedly emerged, both of them wearing joyful smiles, quickly approaching Su Fan. Su Fan, you finally came to rescue me. I was really scared a while ago. Oh, Han Xinchao's face was tear-stained, pitifully cute. On the side, Han Zhengyang also felt lingering fear, still trembling with apprehension. The experiences of the father and daughter today were heart-pounding and life-threatening. They managed to survive solely because they didn't practice martial arts, and Zhang Yangping simply didn't care about them. Mr. Su, did you come specially to fulfill the death match appointment? The situation has changed now, so be cautious. No, I came to find someone very important to me. Su Fan furrowed his brow, a tone of concern in his voice. Ever since he learned of his little sister's disappearance, he had long abandoned the idea of the arena match. He only remained in that place hoping to get lucky and find a clue to Su Qing's disappearance. However, after Han Xinchao overhears these words, they take on a different meaning. In her astonishment, she feels a sudden thud in her heart. In her eyes, Su Fan was a stranger to life, and the only people she knew there were the three of them. It couldn't possibly be about the two men, right? Therefore, the important person mentioned by Su Fan must undoubtedly refer to her, the stunning beauty. With 95% absolute confidence, Han Xinchao didn't expect that the reserved and moody Su Fan would suddenly be so bold, openly confessing in front of her father. Repulsive, doesn't he know? That girls can be shy. Oh, Q. At this moment, Han Xinchao's delicate face blushed with embarrassment. Her watery eyes were locked on Su Fan, feeling like thousands of fireworks were blooming simultaneously in her heart. She never imagined that Su Fan would come all this way just for her, even daring to confront Zhang Yangping, who was at a higher level than himself. Since childhood, Han Xinchao had grown accustomed to maneuvering smiles among men, thinking she had seen through all the sham affections of men in the world. But today, Su Fan's anger for a beauty act pierced through the thick defenses in her heart like a bright light. Han Xinchao's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes reddened, tears swirling in her eyes. She knew that she was truly touched this time and was about to fall into love. Throughout her life, she had relied on her stunning appearance to attract countless men. However, those men, without exception, only coveted her beauty, attempting to play with her pure and flawless body. But Su Fan, this unique man, proved through his actions that he cared. An unprecedented emotion surged in Han Xinchao's heart, a sweet feeling of being cherished and protected, a deep sense of dependence and admiration for Su Fan. At this moment, Han Xinchao truly realized that what she had been seeking all along was this kind of deep affection that could shelter her from the storms and protect her completely. In her eyes, only a man like Su Fan could be worthy of her beauty, her untainted purity. Only Su Fan in this world could make her willingly offer her exquisite body to him for consumption. In this moment, Han Xinchao, like a blooming flower, only wished to blossom for Su Fan. I am about to go crazy. This book has been put into the little black room again. After just coming out not long ago, in the span of a month, it has been prohibited for times in a row. Oh, I thought things would be fine after 3 times, but to my surprise, within 3 days of laughter, it has been banned again. Currently, the book cannot be found on the website again. Heavens, earth, spare me. Humph, who can't kill me will only make me stronger. Let's continue editing. The little prince has lost his temper, his mood swings indifferently, even the state of mind for typing is lost. I have to make changes. I humbly request my brothers to support me by generating electricity for love. Once it is taken down, there will be no more recommended traffic, and I can only rely on generating electricity for love to survive. Please, Chapter 476. Su Fan makes a move. Battle with Zhang Yangping resumed. Update: Su Fan, you must be careful. If things go wrong, just run away. I already know your feelings for me, but I still don't want you to stay and fight that old man to the death for my sake. I just want you to live well, my love. Han Xinchao's eyes were watery, full of affection, staring straight at Su Fan's back. In her eyes, although Su Fan was a junior master, he lacked the foundation and wouldn't stand a chance against the long-renowned Zhang Yangping in a real battle. Obviously, the reason why the latter stayed here was to protect her. Who else in the family understands this? I'm moved to tears. Su Fan. Ignoring the sudden hysteria of Pu Din, Su Fan walked to the collapsed tavern with a cold face. Zhang Yangping's eyes bloodshot, stood up unharmed, glanced up and down at Su Fan with a puzzled look. For some reason, this seemingly ordinary young man actually made him feel a hint of pressure. Who are you? Heh. The death match was proposed by you, and now you're asking who I am. Are you the junior master who killed Fang Mo? Zhang Yangping's pupils shrank in shock. He never expected that the other party would actually come to the appointment. Thinking that Su Fan hadn't shown up for a while, he thought the latter was hiding in the dark, and after witnessing the tragic fate of the White Tiger War General, he fled in panic. Surprised? Well, you should be surprised by me. It seems avenging your disciple was just a cover, a way to gather warriors. Today, since you are here, leave your life. In a way, this is also avenging my useless disciple. If you're willing to surrender, I can end your pain instantly. How about it? With a sinister smile, Zhang Yangping's throat emitted a low and hoarse evil laughter, full of malice and calculation. Despite Su Fan's unexpected appearance, the current turn of events was exactly in his favor. Under the master, all ants. Comparing to slaughtering those low-level garbage cultivators, eliminating high-quality warriors like White Tiger War generals, Su Fan would help him ascend to the peak of martial arts. Unorthodox methods. Utterly boring. Warriors should rely on their own cultivation. This kind of power gained through unscrupulous means is not worth mentioning. Faced with Zhang Yangping's provocations, Su Fan never even raised his eyelids, looking at Zhang Yangping like he was looking at ants. You dare to challenge me after ambushing me once? I will kill you as easily as slaughtering a dog. Die? Provoked repeatedly by Su Fan, Zhang Yangping, unable to bear it any longer, launched an attack without further ado. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed toward Su Fan, determined to eliminate him on the spot to establish supreme authority. Blood shadow fills the sky. In the eyes of countless spectators, Zhang Yangping's body shimmered with a blood-red light, as if wanting to dye the dim sunlight into a sinister red hue. Without warning, his figure separated into 5 blood shadows while running around Su Fan at lightning speed. The debris on the ground jumped and trembled amid the uniform footsteps, making a slight collision sound. Seeing this, Su Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was obviously the first time he encountered such a strange technique and felt a bit surprised. But in an instant, he reverted to his indifferent expression, his gaze sharp as he scanned the blood shadows approaching him, a trace of disdainful smile on his lips. Little tricks dare to play before me. Witness my Heaven Gang divine shield. Being arrogant, Su Fan didn't choose to dodge or strike back, but concentrated his inner energy around his body into an invisible shield, ready to confront Zhang Yangping's ultimate move head-on. Seeking death. Seeing Su Fan disregard him like that, Zhang Yangping's eyes glinted with cruelty as he clenched his fist with a whistling force, striking directly toward Su Fan's face. The fist seemed to contain tremendous power, as if it could crush everything in front of it. Su Fan remained calm, lightly slipping to the side like a ghost, effortlessly avoiding the fierce blow. His movements were graceful and smooth, seemingly effortless yet precise. Chapter 477. I am Su Fan. With just this pair of iron fists, I can suppress all enemies in the world. Kid, do you only know how to hide? Coward. Seeing Su Fan dodge his killer move once again, Zhang Yangping's anger grew even stronger. He deliberately used provocation to force Su Fan into a face-to-face battle with him. And he displayed an even more powerful move, Bloodthirsty Crazy Dragon. Zhang Yangping's forehead veins bulged, his hands moved swiftly, and a dense aura of blood burst out from his body. Soon, A bloodthirsty dragon formed from the aura of blood magic and roared towards Su Fan with its claws outstretched. I am truly disappointed. You dare to act so arrogantly in front of me with such wicked techniques? Indeed, only the power cultivated by oneself is the unbeatable way. I am Su Fan. With just this pair of iron fists, I can crush all enemies in the world. After testing Zhang Yangping's abilities, Su Fan looked disappointed. He thought this would be an exhilarating battle. However, Zhang Yangping was clearly not up to par at the moment, unable to bring out his full strength. Su Fan stopped dodging and chose to confront his enemy head-on. With a swing of my fist, the world changes, mountains and rivers tremble, and ghosts and gods are shocked. Behold, for I will crush mountains and rivers with my fists. Su Fan raised his right fist, seized the opportunity, and fiercely punched towards the blood dragon. This punch carried an unstoppable momentum, even stirring up a strong wind that blew nearby bystanders, the Han family father and daughter, off balance. The terrifying fist strike shattered the bloodthirsty dragon and continued its unstoppable force, eventually striking Zhang Yangping's chest. With a thud, the mighty punch hit Zhang Yangping's chest directly, sending his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. In midair, Zhang Yangping bit his lip tightly and spat out a mouthful of blood towards Su Fan. The blood drew a chilling arc in the air. You insignificant rat, like ants. Just as Su Fan felt victory was within his grasp, he moved like lightning, intending to pursue and defeat Zhang Yangping. A sudden change occurred. Zhang Yangping's eyes widened, fixating on the blood directed towards Su Fan's heart. When they were close enough, he let out a long roar. Blood burst. In an instant, an extremely violent force erupted around Su Fan's location, like 10 grenades suddenly exploding. The powerful impact sent Su Fan flying. Caught off guard, his body tumbled in the air, crashing into a wall. Interesting. This guy has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. 2.5 seconds later, Su Fan walked out from the wall. He looked towards Zhang Yangping in the distance, his face showing a hint of seriousness once again. In the critical moment when he realized the situation had changed, Su Fan hastily activated the heavenly canopy shield. Under the protection of a faint green light, he blocked the majority of the explosive damage. However, the force of the explosion left Su Fan looking disheveled, his clothes tattered. He had to admit that Zhang Yangping's wicked skills indeed had some merits. The unexpected tactics kept coming. At this moment, Su Fan abandoned his disdain and prepared to take this battle seriously. After all, Zhang Yangping was a realm higher than him, and if not careful, he could end up in trouble. Meanwhile, Zhang Yangping used this short pause to recover. He took a deep breath and stood up, his eyes expressing a cold and ruthless determination, clearly ready to go all out. The two of them locked eyes with no reservations, engaging in battle once again. Boom! The air seemed to ignite with their fierce momentum, and each collision released astonishing waves of energy. In the town, tension reached its peak. This is the pinnacle achievable by mortal flesh. Su Lao Da has reached such a realm. He is so strong, incredibly strong. To serve under such a powerful man, truly a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Watching Su Fan's mighty display in the distance, the wild lion trembled all over, too excited for words, with a face full of fanatic admiration. He was now extremely grateful that he chose to cling to Su Fan before. As a warrior, he naturally fantasized about reaching the peak of martial arts, but his talent was limited and destined for mediocrity. However, now under Su Fan, he was set to soar to greater heights, witnessing the rise of a king while basking in the glory of public attention. Not everyone could be so lucky to be a dog by the side of the young master. Beside him, the Han family father and daughter were equally shaken and overjoyed. Having witnessed Su Fan's invincible prowess, they knew they had bet on the right treasure. Safe, safe. The Han family would rise this time, especially Han Din Qiao, standing among the crowd with her eyes fixed on Su Fan in the battlefield, filled with fascination and admiration. As she watched Su Fan's agile figure, every move and technique were idealized and embellished into unparalleled dominance and majesty. Knowing that Su Fan fought for her, she bravely fought as well. Han Din Qiao's heart raced wildly, her breath quickened involuntarily, and her beautiful face blushed with excitement and anticipation. My judgment about Su Fan is indeed correct. I must keep him close by my side. With him, I will surely rise above all, becoming the most admired woman in the entire Magic City. When the time comes, even Sukinj will have to look up to me humbly. Although she's called the most beautiful woman in the Magic City, the current Sukinj is just a facade. She may have a good appearance, but lacks my intelligence and insight. I can recognize a strong person like Su Fan, yet she can only look at her incompetent husband and weep bitterly every night. Indeed, Han Din Xiao is the most outstanding high-quality woman in the world, and only the strongest men like Su Fan are worthy of me. When Su Fan's name shakes the Magic City, Sukinj will pale in comparison before me. No, it should be the whole world. Even the beauties of the world and the universe will envy me. Ha ha! Thinking about this, Han Din Xiao unconsciously straightened her chest, as if she could already see the brilliant scene of the future. Her lips curved into a proud and expectant smile. Chapter 478. A brilliant battle unprecedented. Zhang Yangping's incompetent rage bang bang bang. Within the town of Bujiang, at this moment, has completely descended into a battlefield shrouded in smoke and explosions. Buildings were collapsing thunderously in the aftermath of the battle, turning into ruins. Su Fan and Zhang Yangping engaged in fierce combat from the sky to the ground, then from the land to the water's surface. The battle was intense and thrilling. Damn it! Where did this brat come from? Despite exerting all his efforts, Zhang Yangping was unable to defeat Su Fan, leading him into a state of incompetent rage. Blood-burning technique. In order to quickly end the battle, Zhang Yangping decisively used his ultimate move, igniting his boiling blood as fuel. Instantly, all his body attributes were significantly boosted within a short period of time, forcibly entering the peak of the transformation realm. However, once this state ended, he would be in a weakened state for some time. But in Zhang Yangping's eyes, as long as he could swiftly take down Su Fan, all costs were worth it. Heh. This is more like it. Looks like today, I can have a fulfilling battle. Confronted by Zhang Yangping, who suddenly surpassed him by 2 major realms in an unprecedented manner, Su Fan's face showed no fear or panic, but rather an eager anticipation. With no reservations, he laughed and welcomed the challenge, fully engaging in this most brilliant duel since his debut. This madman! The difference in realms between both sides is so great, yet he's not escaping? Why dare to counterattack against me? Looking at Su Fan charging towards him, Zhang Yangping's expression stiffened, his gaze becoming extremely serious. An unprecedented sense of crisis rose within him. After advancing to become a transformation master, each breakthrough in realm felt like climbing a steep cliff, incredibly difficult, with the gap in power akin to a vast chasm. Su Fan, who crossed to major realms, not only chose not to escape but actively launched an assault. Zhang Yangping's face showed a mixture of perplexity, astonishment, uneasiness, and anger. Sensing his unparalleled state, Zhang Yangping's confidence surged. Facing Su Fan charging at him, he sneered coldly. HMPH. Since you seek death so eagerly, then I shall grant your wish. Bloody soul impact. Ha! In midair, Su Fan's figure suddenly froze. It felt as if an invisible shockwave hit his mind unexpectedly. He felt a moment of darkness, a brief dizziness enveloping him. Hey, little brat, go to hell. Bloodthirsty technique. With his sneak attack successful, Zhang Yangping's expression twisted into a sinister smile, taking the opportunity to place his palm on Su Fan's chest, madly channeling his techniques, attempting to drain Su Fan's vitality and convert it into his own energy and life force for rapid cultivation and recovery. However, the next moment, Zhang Yangping's smile froze in shock. He found, to his amazement, that no matter how hard he tried, he could not absorb even a trace of energy from Su Fan. Unlike others, the strength within Su Fan's body was as solid as a rock, impervious and impenetrable, like trying to suck in a solid block rather than air or water. Zhang Yangping's expression fluctuated. Facing this embarrassing situation for the first time, he stood still, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Su Fan snapped out of his brief daze. With a cold laugh, he punched Zhang Yangping's chest forcefully, sending him flying backward. Heh, Zhang Yangping. I didn't expect your unprecedented methods to be so diverse that even I was inadvertently ensnared by your plot. Unfortunately, you have shallow vision, like most martial artists, only focusing on increasing the quantity of internal energy, blindly pursuing breakthroughs in realms. But what you don't realize is, quality is the key. Without reaching the required quality, one can only stop at the master realm in this lifetime. Only by refining the inner energy to be as solid as substance can one possibly advance further and reach the peak of the martial path. Simply pursuing cultivation, I would have long surpassed the peak of transformation and even reached perfection. Why am I still stuck in the realm of partial transformation? And your reliance on those sinister and unorthodox methods to forcefully advance is nothing but a facade. The path of martial arts in the future has already been seen to its end. Compared to those who reach the same realm through their efforts, you are simply unworthy of a fight. I'm disappointed. You are truly not worthy to be my opponent. Faced with Su Fan's mocking that struck deep into his heart, Zhang Yangping's eyes widened in a mix of indignation and resentment, finding it hard to accept such a judgment after putting in so much effort. Even though he understood the truth in Su Fan's words, to achieve his current self, he had deviated from his former beliefs, committed countless sins. How could he easily admit to having taken the wrong path? How could he face his past self in this way? Zhang Yangping refused to accept defeat like this. He had yet to seek vengeance from Yi Junlin, had not yet proven to the world that effort is more important than talent. He was too eager for progress. The crucial point that led him down the wrong path back then was the inability to accept being defeated by a youngling after dedicating most of his life to training. In front of talent, effort is a joke. Particularly, the heart-piercing words left by the other party had deeply wounded Zhang Yangping's heart, causing him to gradually lose himself and become increasingly paranoid. Now, he was far stronger than before, believing he could dominate all, only to encounter Su Fan on the way, who was even younger than Yi Junlin from back then. Once again, history seemed to be repeating itself. Was he to suffer defeat yet again? To be defeated by a younger generation's hand, as a stepping stone for his opponent to fame, just like back then? No, I will not lose. Full of unwillingness and resentment, Zhang Yangping roared to the sky, his killing intent surging like a tide. His eyes bloodshot, he swung his right hand, a dazzling red light flashed, and the ancient fiery sword Scarlet Flame Heartburn behind him was instantly gripped in his palm. The sword's blade was surrounded by red energy, as if burning off the surrounding air. Su Fan, today you will witness the true power of Scarlet Flame Heartburn. Zhang Yangping roared furiously, resembling lightning, as he dashed toward Su Fan. With the sword rising, flames fiercely burned, forming a roaring fire dragon that directly attacked Su Fan. Where it passed, the ground turned black from the scorching, emitting a sizzling sound. Unperturbed, Su Fan's eyes remained calm as water, coldly snorting, "Your speed is too slow." With a swift dodge, he gracefully evaded the formidable strike. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Yangping's wrist twisted. Sword techniques akin to a storm of rapid blows followed one after another. Each strike carried scorching heat and overwhelming sword energy, making it difficult for onlookers to breathe, feeling fear and anxiety. However, Zhang Yangping was almost going mad. No matter how he burnt his potential, exerted all his strength in a frenzy of attacks, Su Fan remained calm, countering, sometimes with palm winds, sometimes with skilled force dissipation. Finally, he even fought back barehanded, directly facing the indestructible divine sword with his bare hands. "Is this it? Zhang Yangping, is this all you've got?" Seemingly having had enough, Su Fan suddenly shouted, launching an attack, moving towards Zhang Yangping like a ghost. Insolent! Zhang Yangping was almost driven to madness by anger. He despaired as he realized. For a moment, he really couldn't defeat Su Fan. And the time for using the blood-burning technique was also coming to an end. Soon, he would enter a period of weakness, making him even more unable to match up against Su Fan. Despite his inner reluctance, at this moment, Zhang Yangping couldn't help but consider the idea of fleeing. Chapter 479. 30 years in the Eastern River, 30 years in the Western River. Do not underestimate the elderly in poverty. Inside the Bujiang town. Originally, the warriors who had been hiding like terrified birds all came out slowly from their hiding spots after witnessing the earth-shattering power of Su Fan. They emerged cautiously, like curious children, standing from afar with a mix of awe and anticipation. They were witnessing a battle between grandmasters that was unparalleled and dazzling over the past few decades. These two guys are like non-human beings. Especially that young junior grandmother. He can actually cross to major realms to fight against Zhang Yangping. And he's maintaining the upper hand. This is breaking the conventional understanding of martial arts. After today, Master Su will surely shake the world, and his reputation will resound throughout the martial arts realm. I'm afraid no one will be unaware. No one will not know. That is inevitable. Achieving such extraordinary accomplishments at such a young age is unimaginable. If given another 10 years, what kind of unreachable realm will he reach? Maybe even beyond the legendary realm of the grandmother. He may have a great chance to explore and even reach the peak. Look at this situation. Zhang Yangping's defeat is just a matter of time. When the time comes, we need to seize the opportunity and heavily strike this fallen dog, seeking revenge for our loved ones who were hurt by him. When Su Fan and Zhang Yangping clashed, the onlookers were petrified instantly, with only one thought in their minds: astonishment. In their eyes, Su Fan and Zhang Yangping seemed to have transcended the realm of ordinary humans and transformed into dragon gods capable of overturning the rivers and seas. With their every move, the vast Bujiang Bay churned with turbulent waves amid a bloody and fierce atmosphere. Especially Su Fan. Even though his realm was clearly inferior to Zhang Yangping's, he was able to firmly suppress the latter. Who could believe such unbelievable things without seeing them with their own eyes? It was simply outrageous. However, the most shocking reaction came from the ordinary people who had never witnessed the might of martial arts. Seeing grandmasters battle for the first time, their eyes were wide with disbelief as their worldview was completely overturned. Are they even human beings? Many wealthy aristocrats, who usually considered themselves as high-class individuals, couldn't hide their shock on their faces. Even though they had a high regard for martial artists, they had always thought of them as powerful individuals similar to martial arts experts in television dramas. However, today's intense battle between Zhang Yangping and Su Fan completely shattered their preconceptions. The scene was more exaggerated than the special effects in American Avengers movies, their peak confrontation almost causing waves to surge in the Bujiang Bay, intertwining like the overturn of rivers and seas. Who could still consider them as ordinary humans in such a world-shaking event? They were clearly extraordinary beings, almost like little superhumans. At this moment, countless nobles and elites were filled with awe, truly experiencing the unfathomable strength of peak grandmasters. They couldn't help but admire and wish to transform into Zhang Yangping or Su Fan themselves. Of course, more rational individuals were busy memorizing Su Fan's plain and unremarkable face, trying to find opportunities to build relationships with the young grandmother. Having such an invincible grandmother as a backer could lead them to walk freely in the world and ensure their family's prosperity for generations to come. For instance, after the Han family successfully teamed up with Su Fan, their future was destined to be a road paved with flowers. Ha! Master Su is indeed a dragon and phoenix among men. Heaven blessed our Han family, and the ancestor's tomb is probably sending out rolling smoke. Feeling the envy and jealousy from all around, Han Zhengyang walked proudly with an arrogant face, feeling ecstatic. Beside him, Han Xinchao was even more excited, her face flushed with excitement as if she had just picked a juicy fruit. She secretly praised her unique eye for picking men, especially when she noticed the admiring glances from the many female disciples of MI school nearby. She was thrilled, feeling superior and proud. What use is a woman's martial arts skills? Even if she is skilled in combat, she can't beat a man and only ends up tired from training. It's better to practice skills in bed, toil to win a man's affection. As the saying goes, it's better to marry well than to fight well. You see, a weak woman like me can still make you martial artists bow down to me. This is what it means to be superior among many. On the other side, Zhang Yangping felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, numb in body and mind. At this moment, he didn't even have time to think about how he would face humiliation in the martial arts world after his defeat, because maybe he would soon lose his life here. Bang! As Zhang Yangping was once again blasted away and then struggled to get up, his whole body suddenly stiffened, his face turned as white as paper with a grim expression. The once unparalleled power in him rapidly declined from the peak grandmother to the grandmother realm, even inferior to the initial state. Damn it! Has the effect of the blood-burning technique worn off? Realizing that his body was in an extremely weakened state, although Zhang Yangping was full of unwillingness, he also knew deep down that the game was over. If he couldn't defeat Su Fan in his prime, let alone in his current half-dead state, should he continue fighting, he might have to leave his old life here today. Zhang Yangping, Is this all you've got? Indeed, relying on those unorthodox powers in the end was just a mere show. Su Fan landed steadily on the ruins, looking at Zhang Yangping with a hint of contemptuous sneer. Accepting his defeat, Zhang Yangping, although boiling with anger, understood the principle that the victor decides, and so shut his mouth. At this moment, the verbal argument was meaningless, only inviting more humiliation. He knew that his best option was to quickly escape, find a safe place to heal, elevate his cultivation by all means, and wait for the opportunity to seek revenge in the future. Chapter 480. Su Fan, give me back my sister. Give my sister back to me. Inside Bujiang Town. Kid, you've won. But don't get too cocky. Today's humiliation, I will make you pay back 100-fold in the future. As the saying goes, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Don't bully the elderly being poor. If you're brave, let me leave first. We'll set a 3-year agreement. 3 years later, we'll have another battle at this place. What do you think? Zhang Yangping roared hoarsely, trying to intimidate Su Fan to stop him, and at the same time, find a way out for himself. He thought that a greenhorn like Su Fan would be unable to handle provocation. So, he deliberately pretended to be weak. At the same time, trying to bluff his way through and escape from this nightmare place for him. But who could have expected? In the face of his deliberate taunts, Su Fan remained expressionless and said words that left people puzzled. Give me back my sister. Huh? Give back your sister. What sister are you talking about? Who is your sister, Sigma? Zhang Yangping was dumbfounded on the spot, looking confused and lost, appearing as if struck by lightning. Before he could react, Su Fan had already picked up the huge and intimidating stone pillar next to him and fiercely smashed it towards Zhang Yangping. At the same time, shouting angrily, "Give back my sister!" Splat out. Zhang Yangping was already seriously injured, and his chest was struck by the stone pillar, causing him to spew out a mouthful of blood, which bloomed like a brilliant fireworks display. He was like a kite with a broken string, flying backward in an instant. Suspended in midair, despite Zhang Yangping's defenses being broken, Su Fan still coldly repeated, "Old man, give me back my sister." Watching Su Fan, who was chasing after him like a madman while shouting for his sister, Zhang Yangping felt extremely stifled, even more bitter than swallowing bitter gourd, and simply couldn't bear it. What's wrong with this kid? How am I supposed to know where his sister is? Zhang Yangping cried on the run, lamenting in his heart. He was a prestigious figure in the martial arts world. He had always been invincible in the martial arts world and had come here today to hunt down warriors to improve his cultivation and pave his way to invincibility. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a monstrous junior like Su Fan? At this moment, he was tattered, his clothes torn as if they had been torn by a pack of wild dogs, and his hair was disheveled as if ravaged by a fierce wind. There was no trace of his former imposing and arrogant demeanor. "Kid, don't push your luck. I don't even know your sister. Why should you ask me about her?" Zhang Yangping yelled at the top of his lungs, nearly losing his voice. But in response to him, Su Fan continued his relentless pursuit. "Your sisters." Faced with Su Fan's stubbornness, Zhang Yangping trembled with anger, shaking all over like a sieve, unable to help but curse profanities. However, he dared not stop and could only desperately flee outside the town, thinking of escaping from this troublesome guy by ducking into the dense forest and using the complex terrain to shake off Su Fan. Behind him, Su Fan's eyes were glaring like bronze bells, his arms waving the stone pillar, making a whoosh sound, as if he were going to smash Zhang Yangping into mincemeat. "Give me back my sister." In Su Fan's concept, his little sister disappeared inexplicably, and Zhang Yangping was at least 95% responsible. After all, it was him who had initiated the arena match. Facing Su Fan's relentless pursuit, Zhang Yangping gritted his teeth, feeling so stifled that he was on the verge of exploding, feeling like his lungs were about to burst from rage. Damn it! Zhang Yangping's lifetime of glory, ending up like this today. It's simply a huge humiliation. Kid, leave a way out for yourself so we can meet again in the future. Do you really want to exterminate me completely? However, Su Fan completely ignored his raging, continuing the relentless pursuit, repeating over and over, "Give me back my sister." Soon, inside Bujiang Town, the spectators watching were all looking strange because they witnessed an unimaginable scene before their eyes. The renowned and immensely murderous Zhang Yangping was now running around like a stray dog. Behind him, a young man was frantically waving a huge stone pillar and continuously smashing it towards him. This awe-inspiring scene shocked the onlookers, leaving them gaping wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Majestic and red-haired, the Phoenix warrior, who had painted red nails on her fingers, arrived late with a serious expression. She knew who she was facing this time. It was the fallen into the demonic path, Zhang Yangping. The opponent's strength far surpassed hers, and she had to be careful, otherwise, one misstep could lead to death. Her only goal was to lure him away so that the few survivors left in the town could have a chance to escape. Thinking this way, the Phoenix warrior cautiously entered the town, only to be greeted by bodies strewn all over. That scoundrel Zhang Yangping! Watching the pitiful dead bodies, the Phoenix warrior clenched her fists tightly, her face red with anger, looking like an angry lioness. She couldn't make sense of how the highly respected senior from back then had turned into a ruthless demon now. Just as the Phoenix warrior forcibly suppressed her anger, taking several deep breaths to regain composure, she suddenly heard some noises at the street corner, as if someone was making a commotion. "Old man, give me back my sister." The Fing obsessed with his sister. I'll give back your sister. Huh? Giving back the sister? Why should we give back the sister? The Phoenix warrior turned in confusion, and what she saw made her eyes widen and mouth gape. In the distance on the street, one behind the other, an old man and a young man were rapidly approaching the town entrance. When they got close enough, the Phoenix warrior instantly recognized the figure of the old man ahead, who was her target for this trip, Zhang Yangping. However, at this moment, for some reason, he looked as if he was about to cry, with a face more bitter than if he had eaten bitter gourd, even more bitter than doughy. His clothes were torn and shabby, resembling a beggar, and his hair was a mess, looking like a bird's nest, with no trace of the dignified and arrogant. And behind him, there was a young man wielding a stone pillar, swinging it at Zhang Yangping as if he were Monkey King Wukong, wielding the Ruyi Jingyu Bang, crazily chasing and smashing towards Zhang Yangping. Chapter 481, Lin Zhuan's Crisis. Don't come over. Chapter 481, Lin Zhuan's Crisis. Don't come over. Zhuge's general couldn't believe her eyes, feeling like she was trapped in an absurd illusion. How could the legendary Zhang Yangping, who had dominated the world and shaken the 8 directions decades ago, be fleeing in such a miserable state, and being relentlessly chased by a young man, risking his life in a crazy pursuit? However, this outrageous reality was glaringly present before Zhuge's general, leaving her with no choice but to believe it, while she was dumbfounded and questioning life itself. "Kid, you've gone too far. This old man is only 80 this year, still in my twilight years, with plenty of youthful days left. The humiliation I suffer today, I will make you pay 100-fold in the future. If this debt is not repaid, I, Zhang Yangping, swear not to be human. Don't bully the elderly and poor." Zhang Yangping's voice hoarse, continued threatening and roaring. His voice was like rolling thunder, echoing in the town, shaking the leaves on the street side to fall as if in a sudden downpour. But Su Fan remained expressionless, like a fierce beast locked onto its prey, relentlessly pursuing, getting closer and closer. He repeated, "Give me back my sister." Seeing this, Zhang Yangping was frustrated to the point of almost spitting out old blood. Even at this moment, he was entirely unclear about Su Fan's mention of a sister, but he was certain that unless he could quickly break free from Su Fan's entanglement and find a hidden place to heal his injuries, today, he might really end up losing his life here. With this thought, a resolute determination flashed in Zhang Yangping's eyes. He made up his mind to further aggravate his injuries by pushing his limits. Next, at a dizzying speed, his hands swiftly formed seals, chanting incantations rapidly, almost faster than the wind. In the next moment, Zhang Yangping's eyes widened, and he bellowed like a loud bell. Blood ignition technique. Blood escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yangping's meridians bulged all over his body instantly, like twisting earthworms. Blood vessels emerged beneath his skin. Blood surged wildly, like a turbulent tide. Soon, a dense, ink-like, heavy mist of blood enveloped his body firmly. The rolling blood mist emitted a nauseating, stomach-churning bloody smell. Zhang Yangping's breath instantly turned extremely violent, resembling a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage. Suddenly, his figure flashed, turning into a twisted, bizarre, dazzling bloodlight, rushing towards the town's exit. The speed was astonishing, but also appeared very awkward, like a rabbit fleeing in panic from a vicious dog, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Watching the disappearing bloodlight, Su-fan angrily struck the ground with a stone pillar. Boom! The earth trembled violently, dust rose, and rocks flew in the air. Given the difference in cultivation levels and the mysterious martial arts, if Zhang Yangping was determined to escape, it would be challenging for Su-fan to catch up momentarily. 2.5 minutes later, as Su-fan calmed down, he noticed a red-haired woman not far away. Sensing the faint aura of a grandmother emanating from her, he squinted his eyes and coldly said, "Who are you? Why are you lurking around?" Facing the inquiry, Zhuge's general, as if awakening from a dream, looked at Su-fan in disbelief. Did she see it correctly? This young man just forced Zhang Yangping to flee in defeat? Under the heavens, aside from General Yi, was there anyone else capable of such a feat? It seemed she had underestimated people. His strength was truly unfathomable bold. "I asked you a question. Why don't you answer?" Seeing the red-haired woman silent, Su-fan thought she was looking down on him and was about to get angry. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly, a chaotic and urgent sound of footsteps came from behind. Su-fan turned in surprise to see a group of soldiers in uniform running over, who had luckily survived, standing in front of the red-haired woman. They saluted in a standard, uniformed manner. W. General Zhuge. Upon hearing the soldiers' address, Su-fan raised an eyebrow, recalling the deceased General Baihu. So, this red-haired woman was also one of the aides of the National War God, one of the 4 generals. Although he hadn't officially met General Yi Junlin, the National War God, her reputation resonated with Su-fan. The master had praised General Yi Junlin's talent numerous times in his ear, admiring her as a natural martial arts prodigy akin to himself. He even boldly declared that in the future, she would have the ability to compete with him for the title of the world's best. Recalling the master's strong assurance, Su-fan smirked, indifferent to it all. HMPH. Born as a jade, so what about being a gem? Given the opportunity, I must prove to the master that I am the best in martial arts, no one else but me. 2.5 minutes later. After a brief description by the soldiers, General Zhuge learned about Su-fan's valiant act of saving the townspeople and soldiers. She sincerely thanked him. "Hello, Mr. Su-fan. Thank you for stepping in to save the people in the town and the soldiers. Otherwise, their fate. Don't flatter yourself too much. My reason for targeting Zhang Yangping was solely due to personal grudges, nothing to do with rescuing people." Su-fan appeared cold and distant, hands in pockets, exuding an icy, standoffish aura. Upon hearing this, General Zhuge was taken aback, inadvertently touching her nose with nail-adorned fingers, looking embarrassed. If it were someone else using this attitude to talk to her, General Zhuge would have given a hefty blow already. But facing this formidable man who had humiliated Zhang Yangping, she could only smile meekly. After all, Su-fan didn't seem like one who would treat delicately. Gives, but where did this person come from? With such formidable martial arts skills, he couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Wait, could he be? Suddenly, General Zhuge's pupils shrank. With recent information in mind, a name swiftly flashed through her head. Temple of Heavenly Killing. Suburban area of the Demon City. Under a huge ancient tree in a dense forest, Zhang Yangping was blood-soaked, barely breathing, leaning against the tree trunk. At this moment, every breath felt extremely difficult, as if an old and worn-out bellows laboriously pulling and pushing, seemingly about to stop at any second. His once rosy and plump face now resembled withered autumn leaves, devoid of any trace of blood. His eyes sunken deeply, filled with unbearable fatigue and agony. The meridians within his body, burned by the forced use of the blood ignition technique and blood escape, were shattered and lifeless. His internal organs seemed as if sliced by sharp blades relentlessly. The excruciating pain kept assaulting his nerves, feeling like ants gnawing at his heart. Every inch of his muscles twitched uncontrollably, his body shaking involuntarily. Cold sweat poured like rain from his forehead. The main reason he had turned into this pitiable state was the aftermath of using the 2 forbiddens techniques, tormenting him like a deep-rooted ulcer. Zhang Yangping deeply understood that what he needed most at the moment was to absorb someone else's vitality to regain his depleted chi and blood, and heal his injuries. This was the fastest way to restore his cultivation and his only lifeline. This debt is not repaid. I, Zhang Yangping, swear not to live as a human. And that girl mentioned by the kid is undoubtedly an important relative to him. The moment I find out who she is, I will capture her before that kid's eyes and personally break her neck. Let that kid experience pain. Let him understand the consequences of offending me. Zhang Yangping. Full of resentment, Zhang Yangping squeezed out these words from his teeth, his tone filled with endless murderous intent and anger. The hatred burned like a raging flame, almost consuming his remaining sanity. Clenching his fists tightly, the fire of revenge burned stronger within him, upholding his faltering will. Suddenly, Zhang Yangping heard voices nearby and realized something. He turned abruptly, revealing a sinister grin, showing his sharp white teeth. He knew that many escaped individuals had scattered in the forest, now wandering in pairs. For the moment, apart from avoiding that little monster, the rest were sheep ready for his slaughter. Soon, in the forest, a series of terrifying screams echoed. And at that moment, a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, dignified and graceful, exuding an air of elegance, gracefulness, refined manners, and charm appeared. When he heard the screams, he instinctively looked up, puzzled and looking around. Hung-oh, what's happening? What's that sound? Back when the Hong Kong goddesses reigned supreme, the new generation seems unable to surpass them. Good night. Looking for a gift? Please help with power for love any kind soul. Please share book recommendations. Thank you. By the way, what's everyone's aesthetic taste? Which of these 16 beauties do you like the most? Who do you think is the most beautiful? Who would you want as your wife? I like Zi Yaotai the most, the character played by Chow Man in The Greed of Man, the most suitable as a wife. Chapter 482. Secret technique. Slapping with an empty hand, 100%. Slap harder than the palm. Chapter 480 to Secret technique. Slapping with an empty hand, 100%. Slap harder than the palm. What's wrong? What's wrong? What sound is that? Lin Zhuan, who was walking home alone, raised his head in confusion. His handsome face was full of doubt. Just now, he seemed to have faintly heard a scream. Oh, well, not sure. Should I listen again? When Lin Zhuan pricked up his ears and listened attentively, aside from the sounds of birds chirping and cicadas in the forest, there seemed to be no other unusual movements. E=O. Sigh. Could it be an auditory hallucination? Since my weak, frail, half-paralyzed, innocent, and small wife went missing, I feel like I become paranoid. Damn it! Blame everything on that old bastard Zhang Yangping. Oh. If he hadn't engaged in that damn deathmatch with the eldest uncle, how would I have developed the curiosity to observe the fight? Without that slight thought, I wouldn't have come here with Kinj, and she wouldn't have mysteriously disappeared. Sure enough, it's all that old man's fault. Next time I meet him, I'll definitely give him a good slap to make him utterly confused. Hey, who understands? Family. Finally, I come out to relax, and my wife gets lost. It's infuriating. The more Lin Zhuan thought about it, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth. Impotent with rage, he could only find a scapegoat to shift all the blame onto and attempt to alleviate his inner guilt. However, Lin Zhuan was well aware that, relying on his profit insight and slap system, he had indeed become overly self-confident and careless mentally. If he had been more cautious, today's disaster could have been entirely avoided. At this moment, filled with self-reproach, Lin Zhuan only wanted to hurry home and receive the inheritance of the Wine Sword Immortal. He would not allow the same incident to happen again. From now on, it would be his duty to protect his wife. Right, I still need a sword. The Wine Sword Immortal without a sword is not cool at all. In the system store, there are all types of swords, but they cost a lot of slap points, a bit heartbreaking, right? Zhuanyuan Sword, Heaven-Defying Sword, Mysterious Iron Heavy Sword, Peerless Sword, Long Rainbow Sword, Janlu Sword, Red Cloud Sword, Taiya Sword, Dragon Spring Sword, Ganzhong Moyi Sword, Golden Snake Sword, Wandering Dragon Sword. Just as Lin Zhuan was in a daze, hesitating about which sword to exchange for. Help me ye! Suddenly, from ahead in the jungle, a man with a face full of horror, screaming incessantly and covered in blood, darted out. Seeing Lin Zhuan's astonished gaze, he immediately brightened up, as if grasping at a lifeline. Sorry, Brother, don't blame me. I'm just trying to survive too. Before Lin Juan could react, the man, with a ferocious expression, charged at him. After Lin Juan stumbled and fell, the man didn't look back, fleeing desperately into the distance. His panicked appearance was as if a flood or beast was chasing him from behind. Pushing Lin Juan down was to make him a scapegoat and delay the pursuers. Swish, swish, swish. Just when the man thought he had a chance to escape, a fiery red ancient sword shot out from the depths of the forest. With lightning speed, it pierced through his body in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Why not kill that one first? The man looked down, staring at the half-blade piercing through his chest, a look of resignation and despair on his face as blood dripped from his mouth. Staggering, he took a few steps forward, feeling dizzy, before collapsing heavily, swallowing his last breath with a look of regret. Bang! Out not far away, Lin Juan stood up again, coldly glancing at the body. The blood-soaked ground did not move him in the slightest. However, the man's appearance made him even more eager to receive the inheritance from the Wine Sword Immortal. Presently, he felt that an ordinary person's body was too weak. He hadn't reacted when the man knocked him down so violently. Luckily, the man was just an ordinary person. If he were a highly skilled martial artist with the intention to kill, Lin Juan might have been done away with before he could use the slap mirror skill. Having long stayed in the Magic City, accompanying Su Qinj at night, his life of comfort had made him forget the cruel and unforgiving nature of the martial arts world. Today's two attacks had made Lin Juan fully realize one crucial thing. No matter how good the slap skill was, without strong personal cultivation, there would be no sense of security. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, on the secluded path, a steady pace of footsteps echoed. Lin Juan turned and saw a figure with red eyes exuding a terrifying aura approaching slowly. Looking closely, it was Zhang Yangping who had escaped from Bujiang town. You're quite audacious. Realizing his presence had been detected, Zhang Yangping grinned, showing his sharp teeth and chuckled maliciously. He had expected Lin Juan to be scared and flee like the previous dozen prey, but instead, Lin Juan's face changed, and with an air of indignation, rolled up his sleeves, marched towards Zhang Yangping, pointing at his nose and scolding loudly. "You old bastard! How dare you show up in front of me? If it weren't for you, how could my wife have gone missing? Give my wife back to me quickly! Give me back my wife! What?" Facing Lin Juan's unexpected and bold confrontation, Zhang Yangping was left dumbfounded with a big black question mark hovering over his head. This kid must have gone insane, right? Or perhaps, he didn't recognize me as someone who escaped from town and didn't know who I was. Zhang Yangping furrowed his brows, finding it to be a somewhat reasonable explanation. But at the same time, new doubts arose. If this kid didn't recognize me, why would he demand my wife for no reason? Observing Lin Juan's imposing and righteous manner as he asked for his wife, Zhang Yangping was reminded of a past acquaintance who had recently departed. This instantly fueled Zhang Yangping's anger. Clenching his fists, veins popping on his forehead, he couldn't hold back the raging fury in his heart revisiting the despicable man. "You make me nauseous, deserving of death. On the road to the underworld, have a good journey. Go to hell." Zhang Yangping's eyes were bloodshot, as if ready to shed blood, a chilling aura of murder radiating from him. With a sudden step forward, the ground cracked beneath him, he appeared before Lin Juan like a ghost. Just as he intended to raise his hand and snap the other's neck in a thunderous motion, Lin Juan's expression turned solemn, showing no fear. He raised his head, let out a loud roar, and shouted, "Secret technique. Slapping with an empty hand, 100%. Slap harder than the palm. Slapping harder than the palm. Good night. Gifts please. Requesting energy for love. Thanks. Is there any way to treat procrastination? Every time I have time, I just can't muster the will to write until late at night. Can't get motivated at all. Should I give up? And I've been lacking discipline for so long. Since it has been raining frequently in Guangdong lately, whenever there's a break, I end up sleeping until noon for breakfast, playing games in the evening, dragging on until 2 or 3 in the morning. How can this be good for my health? The most despairing thing is, although I know it's wrong, I just can't change. Damn human nature. I have to go to the hospital in a few days to check my kidney's condition, and then surely it won't be good. Desiring actively and hesitantly indulging to death? Brothers, don't follow my example. I have to change. I have to discipline myself. Fighting. Starting tomorrow, the first day of discipline. This time, I will definitely win W. To change myself, I just ordered a treadmill, $500, heartbroken OO. Tonight, I had a late night snack, 16 dishes, each dish costing around 7.31 to 5, totaling $117. Oh my gosh. Plus the $3,000 monthly allowance to my family, a $30 phone recharge, today's total expenses. 3,000 plus 117 plus 500 plus 30 equals 3,647 people are shut. It's only the second. I'll have to tighten my belt from now on. Chapter 483. Watch me slap you silly. Come and take my big slap on your face. Come on. Slap you silly. Seeing Lin Juan not only refusing to surrender, but also attempting futile resistance, Zhang Yangping smirked coldly, his mocking voice ringing in the air. Ha ha. Struggling in vain. Overestimating one's abilities. He could even vividly imagine that after a futile rage, Lin Juan would realize the ineffectiveness of his counterattack. The expression of despair and helplessness with tears streaming down his face. Zhang Yangping, with a disdainful gaze like looking down on ants towering high above Lin Juan, was filled with superiority. At the same time, with a proud look, he voluntarily presented his old face in front of Lin Juan's palm. He wanted the weak mortal in front of him to deeply understand the overwhelming gap between being a god and mortal. Even if he stood without resistance and even offered his face for a slap, the other party could not break his defense at all. Wait a minute, something seems off. How can a god like myself be slapped in the face by a stupid mortal? Isn't that a great humiliation? Suddenly, Zhang Yangping's face changed abruptly, and in his awakening realization, he immediately tried to pull his head back. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Juan exerted force and slapped Zhang Yangping heavily on the face. Smack! In the end, still not forgetting to quip, "Damn, your face is really thick. Hitting your face hurts my hand. But you, old man, are just asking for a slap. I will reluctantly give you a few more big slaps. However, old man, have you not washed your face in days? The oiliness is seriously scary, and why does it seem like there's even a bit of poop yellow on it?" Glancing at the poop yellow particles in his palm, Lin Juan's eyebrows almost formed into the character, his face full of disdain. On the other side, Zhang Yangping, feeling the sensation on his face, stood dumbfounded, engulfed in questioning his life choices. Was he really just slapped silly? By someone who could easily be squashed like a roadside ant? And after the beating, the other party continued to insult him? Realizing the severity of the situation, Zhang Yangping's breathing gradually became rapid, his teeth making a jeej sound, his body trembling slightly due to extreme anger. Various complex emotions appeared in succession on his face. Astonishment, incredulity, humiliation, embarrassment, disbelief, anger soaring to the sky, etc. From childhood till now, even his deceased parents never scolded him, yet today, Lin Juan took away his precious first time. Beast! Oh, for an old kid who just turned 80, the damage caused to his heart by a big slap is immeasurable. You little bastard! How dare you hit me? How dare you? How dare you? In extreme anger, Zhang Yangping completely went into a berserk state, his roar sounding like it came from the depths of hell with boundless murderous intent. His eyes widened like copper bells, almost popping out due to rage. The extremely cold eyes seemed like they would swallow Lin Juan whole. Kid, I will tear you apart into 1,000 pieces. I will make you beg for life but never get it, beg for death but never find it. Zhang Yangping roared, his face distorted ferociously as he lunged towards Lin Juan, as if he intended to crush him into pieces. Seeing this, Lin Juan raised his eyebrows, once again using the power of the right hand of God, and shouted, "Watch me slap you silly. Come and take my big slap on your face. Kid, do you think the same trick will work on me?" Facing the limp and powerless palm coming towards him, Zhang Yangping's face was filled with a monstrous aura, his features twisting beyond recognition. Just as he wanted to punch Lin Juan's head, his body suddenly became uncontrollable and voluntarily moved to meet the slap. Smack! Another loud slap landed on Zhang Yangping's face, leaving him shocked and enraged. Damn it! What kind of sorcery did you use? Hypnosis? Poison gas? Why couldn't I control my body just now? And a while ago, why did I willingly offer my face? Did you use some strange method to influence my thoughts? Faced with such a bizarre situation, Zhang Yangping was momentarily stunned, his inner self filled with uncertainty. Having roamed and dominated for 80 years, he truly encountered something that completely overturned his worldview for the first time. If his face hadn't been so thick, Lin Zhuan wouldn't have easily broken through his defenses. He might have been terrified and fled long ago. In contrast to Zhang Yangping's panic, Lin Zhuan appeared relaxed and content, smiling as he said, "Don't rush, there's more. Watch me slap you silly. Come and take my big slap on your face." Smack! The crisp sound of a slap resounded mercilessly. Zhang Yangping's cheek was hit sideways, leaving him momentarily dazed. Just as he was about to explode in anger. "It's not over yet. You causing me to lose my wife is unforgivable. How could I easily let you off the hook? Slap you silly consecutive strikes. Face come." As his words fell, Lin Zhuan's right hand wielded swiftly like lightning. Smack, smack, smack. Hitting Zhang Yangping's face repeatedly with more than 10 big slaps. "You bastard!" After being repeatedly humiliated, Zhang Yangping finally lost his temper completely. With a strong push of his feet, he instantly appeared several dozen meters away. Grabbing a huge stone, he hurled it towards Lin Zhuan. He found Lin Zhuan's methods eerie, but after all the back and forth, it was the same move, which couldn't break his defenses at all. And there was also a distance limit. As long as they weren't too close, even if the other party shouted until hoarse, it wouldn't affect him. Die! Watching the giant stone thrown towards him, Lin Zhuan remained calm and out of hurry. He activated the slapping mirror skill for the first time. The next moment, there was a tremendous change in his aura. Smirking, hands casually in his pockets, he seemed like a completely different person, casually saying, like an ant. With a light leap, transforming his palm into a sharp blade, with internal energy bursting out, like an invisible sword or a roaring out, he directly split the giant stone into 2 halves. Seeing this scene, the evil smile on Zhang Yangping's face froze, his eyes wide in shock. He couldn't believe it. Lin Zhuan wasn't who he thought he was. Why did the ordinary person Lin Zhuan transform in an instant, his strength skyrocketing, stepping into the realm of a grandmother right there on the spot? Chapter 484 Return My Bride? Zhang Yangping was dumbfounded, as if he had heard these words before. Chapter 484 Return My Bride? Zhang Yangping was dumbfounded, as if he had heard these words before. Who are you exactly? How could you step into the master realm in an instant? And what about the demonic techniques you just used? Are you really human? Are you really human? Facing this unbelievable scene before him, Zhang Yangping's eyes widened in shock. He loudly questioned, his emotions uncontrollably spiraling. Roaming the martial world for 80 years, relying on his strong martial prowess, he had always been fearless. Yet now, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease and even a hint of fear creeping in. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on him. It was just that everything happening on Lin Zhuan was too world-shaking. A normal person who he thought he could easily manipulate had suddenly become a master-level expert. Who would dare to believe such a thing? It's just too absurd and beyond absurd. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhang Yangping wouldn't have been able to believe such a ridiculous situation. Return my bride. Lin Zhuan clenched his fist, ignoring Zhang Yangping's furious roar. Instead, he coldly uttered each word. Upon hearing this familiar speech pattern, Zhang Yangping exploded instantly. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the figure of Su Fan who had driven him out of the town before. For some reason, the two were clearly different individuals. Yet he felt a striking similarity between them, and even faintly. As if he was seeing a hallucination, noticing their figures gradually merging together. It's impossible. There can never be two identical leaves in the world, let alone humans. Even twins can't achieve this. It must be an illusion. It must be a trick. You bastard, you're definitely deceiving me, trying to fool me. Hey, a pretentious fellow, don't try to scare me off. Go to hell. When faced with something incomprehensible, humans usually instinctively feel uneasy and fearful. They tend to deceive themselves, forcibly interpreting the truth in a way they can understand. At this moment, Zhang Yangping found himself in this state. Unable to comprehend the changes happening on Lin Juan, he could only, after a bit of self-denial, act madly and charge towards Lin Juan. But soon, Lin Juan also made a move, his movements as fast as lightning. A move, Supreme Tao Tuo, fiercely kicked Zhang Yangping's stunned old face, sending him flying back at an even faster pace. How could this be happening? This attack seemed so familiar. Feeling the pain on his face, Zhang Yangping's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't find any words to describe his feelings at that moment. Terrifying. Bizarre. Through this brief contact, he had confirmed that Lin Juan indeed possessed master-level expertise. Initially, this was shocking enough, but what puzzled him further was Lin Juan's actions. His fighting style almost mirrored that of the creature he had encountered before. If their appearances weren't completely different, one handsome and the other unremarkable, he would have mistaken Lin Juan for the same individual reflected in a mirror. Damn it! What in the world is going on? After living most of his life, Zhang Yangping was facing such a bewildering situation for the first time, his mind turning into a mess. But amidst the chaos, his rationality told him he had to escape immediately. Though unwilling and unable to accept being hunted down twice in a day, Lin Juan's strength was there, and not only were his actions strange, but his strength was also not to be underestimated, giving Zhang Yangping a sense of losing control. Given the severity of his wounds and the fact that his strength was severely compromised, how could he fight back in such a situation? Direct confrontation would mean certain death. As the saying goes, a wise man knows the time. Having lived for 80 years, Zhang Yangping naturally understood the principle of surviving to fight another day. Realizing the lack of odds in his favor, he made a quick decision, immediately turning to escape. Before leaving, he couldn't help but leave behind some familiar harsh words. "Kid, I admit I can't beat you now. But don't get too arrogant. This old man is already injured. What kind of skill is it to bully an injured old man? It's unsportsmanlike. There's a saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't belittle the poor in their old age. Today's humiliation, I'll make sure to repay you 100 times over in the future. If you don't believe me, then be a man. Let me go to heal my wounds first. We can agree on a duel in 3 years. 3 years later, we will fight here again. What do you think?" In order to prevent Lin Juan from chasing after him, Zhang Yangping tried to provoke him as much as possible. He believed that Lin Juan, being a young and inexperienced kid, wouldn't be able to handle provocations. Hearing his words, Lin Juan would surely be conceited and agree to let him go. Although this tactic of provocation was somewhat cliché, it had always been remarkably effective. Zhang Yangping had tried and tested it numerous times in his youth, turning the tables to his favor many times, so he was 95% certain this time wouldn't be an exception. As for the previous encounter with Su Fan, that was an accident. Occasionally, there's a normal 5% probability, right? Just when Zhang Yangping thought everything was settled and was about to turn and leave, Lin Juan, expressionless, spoke up, yet his words sent shivers down Zhang Yangping's spine. "Return my bride." Huh? Why does that sound so familiar? Return my what bride? Who's your bride, some? And this inexplicable way of asking. Why does it feel so familiar? Are young people nowadays all so eccentric? It's one thing for me, an old man, to be asked for a younger sister. But now even a bride? Zhang Yangping was dumbfounded on the spot, looking utterly bewildered, as if struck by lightning. Before he could react, Lin Juan hugged the gigantic ancient tree beside him, as if imitating Lu Zhishan from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and forcefully uprooted the tree. After pulling out the ancient tree, Lin Juan violently smashed it towards Zhang Yangping. Meanwhile, he shouted angrily, "Give me back my bride!" PFFT Zhang Yangping was already heavily wounded, and being hit by the giant tree in his chest inflicted further injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, akin to a splendid firework bursting. Like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying out in an instant. Suspended in mid-air, Zhang Yangping felt utterly frustrated. This was the second time today that he had been thrown by someone, and it was almost in the exact same spot. Initially, he had broken 18 ribs, and now there was a high probability that they were all broken. Chapter 485 Lin Juan's uncle possessed. Zhang Yangping shed tears. "I'm so miserable." Chapter 485 Lin Zhuan's uncle possessed. Zhang Yangping shed tears. I'm so miserable. Zhang Yangping knocked down several big trees in a row before finally stopping the tendency to fly upside down. He covered a large concave chest, in pain with cold sweat oozing, spitting blood while struggling to stand up. Pain. Too painful. Bastard. Nowadays, young people don't uphold martial ethics at all. Do you understand what it means to respect the old and love the young? I've already surrendered. Why are you still hitting me? That jerk acts this way, and you do the same. One asks for my sister, the other asks for my wife. You guys are really something. And who exactly is your wife? Tell me, say it, W. Faced with Zhang Yangping's words after breaking his defense, Lin Zhuan's eyes lit up. He immediately realized that his uncle and himself shared a similarity in ideologies. Sure enough, the case of King's disappearance must be noted down hard against this old man. So, waving a big tree in hand, Lin Zhuan charged towards Zhang Yangping, destroying many ancient trees, blocking their path along the way. Old man, give me back my wife. Seeing Lin Zhuan relentlessly chasing and shouting for his wife like a madman, Zhang Yangping felt so frustrated, even more bitter than if he had taken bitter herbs. Especially the opponent's way of fighting, waving a big tree, made him involuntarily think of Su Fan. If Lin Zhuan and Su Fan didn't look so different, Zhang Yangping would have doubted whether these two are half-brothers from different parents. Damn it! What the hell is this kid up to? How do I know where his wife is? Meeting a lunatic earlier was already unlucky enough. Now there's another weirdo appearing. Zhang Yangping escaped in a sorry state, lamenting in his mind. He was a renowned figure in the martial arts world, invincible and dominant. He was here today to hunt and elevate his skill by killing martial artists, paving his path to invincibility. Little did he know. Firstly meeting a monstrous junior like Su Fan demanding his sister, and now encountering Lin Zhuan, an extremely strange monster who inexplicably wanted his wife. For some reason, Zhang Yangping suddenly felt his nose sore, a sense of sadness rose, aggrieved to the point of shedding tears. Why was he so pitiful? Who else was more miserable than me? Kid, don't push your luck too far. I don't even know your wife. If you want to find a wife, you shouldn't be asking me. Nonsense. Can't you hear me speak? I'm not a matchmaking agency. Why do you want my wife? Facing Lin Zhuan's relentless pursuit, Zhang Yangping shouted angrily, his rage even breaking his voice. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, torn like they were savaged by a group of wild dogs, his hair disheveled as if ravaged by a fierce wind. Where was the imposing, invincible demeanor he had displayed before? Despite Zhang Yangping arguing his heart out, Lin Zhuan remained impassively silent, like a relentless storm. Damn it! Seeing the unresponsive Lin Zhuan, Zhang Yangping was trembling with anger, shaking all over like a sieve, unable to contain his profanity. But he dared not stop. He had to keep running desperately in the forest, trying to shake off this troublesome fellow with the complex terrain. While behind him, Lin Zhuan's eyes were staring like bronze bells, the tree trunk in hand swishing noisily, as if he intended to smash Zhang Yangping into mincemeat. Give me back my wife! Hearing this almost like a curse, Zhang Yangping gritted his teeth, feeling like his lungs were about to explode from frustration. If he had actually done something wrong, the issue was, he didn't even know who the wife the other person was talking about was. Damn it all! Never would I, Zhang Yangping, renowned for my lifetime, end up in such a shameful situation. It's a disgrace. Kid, leave a way out for yourself. We'll meet again in the future. Do you really want to exterminate me completely? However, Lin Zhuan completely disregarded his shouts, persisting in the pursuit, repeatedly muttering, "Give me back my wife." Boom 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 soon. The once silent forest was now bustling, with consecutive massive explosion sounds echoing. Countless large trees shattered and collapsed in the aftermath of the battle. Wherever Lin Zhuan went, the area turned into a clearing. Most of the time, it was Zhang Yangping running ahead while Lin Zhuan wreaked havoc and chased behind. This was because the sticker, mirror duplicated person was his uncle, so Lin Zhuan adopted his fierce fighting style brute force. Holy cow! The one being chased looks like Zhang Yangping? How's that possible? Wasn't he still in Kujiang town? Wait, it really is, isn't it? Respectable delusion? Finally escaping. Don't scare me, okay? Oh. In the forest, Many people who had escaped from town were still scattered around, naturally stunned by the earth-shattering scene. When they saw Zhang Yangping's figure appearing, their faces turned pale, thinking he had come to hunt them. But soon, they all looked strange, as before them played out an unimaginable scene. The famous Zhang Yangping, who had committed endless atrocities, was now running around like a bereaved dog. Behind him, a young man was wildly wielding a huge ancient tree, continuously smashing it down towards him. Thus, an old and a young person performed an active chase, pursuit, and inevitable confrontation before them. Subsequently, the two figures quickly moved away into the distance. This astonishing scene left the onlookers with gaping mouths and dropped jaws. Let me tell you all, on Tuesday afternoon, that is, tomorrow, I will take a ride to Guangzhou for medical treatment, expected to arrive at night. Resting for a night, the next day Wednesday, I will go to the first affiliated hospital for examination. Whether I can undergo surgery will depend on this visit. Feeling complicated, wish me good luck. This time, along with my parents, 3 of us will go together. We have contacted a doctor we met before, and might give him a red envelope then see if we can jump the queue for the examination. Originally, I didn't think it was necessary, but everyone at home talked about tacit rules, saying money can make the impossible possible. Last year, when I needed to have a testicle ultrasound at a large hospital, the crowd was so overwhelming that the queue lasted for several days. Then, my mom's friend's brother, who knows a doctor in the hospital, helped us cut the line, and we gave him a 1,000 red envelope before leaving. This time, if surgery is possible, most likely we need to give several thousand in red envelopes, a big loss. Oh, I calculated, from our place taking a ride to the hospital in Guangzhou, round trip cost about 1,500 for 3 people. Plus hotel expenses, the cheapest will cost at least 80, and for 2 rooms for 1 night would be 160. Don't know how much the toll fee will be, close to 2,000 round trip maybe. Near the hospital, I found the cheapest one. Others are at least 100 for a night. Just not sure how many nights this discount would be for. Not really familiar with the hotel rules, being broke is the original sin. Just the thought of the cost of hospitalization if surgery is needed, the medicine expenses. My goodness! No wonder they often say poor people can't afford to get sick. A simple calculation, a few thousand is nothing. On this trip, I don't even know how much it will cost. Treasure your health. Poor people can't afford to get sick. Things have come this far. Let's take it one step at a time. If there are updates, I will consider saving some drafts for the next 2 days and maintain daily updates. Once things are settled down completely, I'll resume regular updates. Currently lacking the energy, my apologies. Oh, by the way, I can't post pictures while outside during these days in Guangzhou for medical treatment and whether or not surgery is involved. I will directly post in this chapter discussion section. Please be informed. Lastly, to all the kind parents who have time, send a free boost love for me. I could get 1 cent to ease the economic burden of the little prince. Doing charity and making donations is a noble act. Wish everyone a safe and long life. All wishes come true. Abundant blessings, longevity like Mount Non, good luck, good fortune, and a happy family, prosperity, and a bright future. Chapter 486 Old Thing. Quickly return my wife. Chapter 486 Old Thing. Quickly return my wife. Old Thing. Quickly return my wifey. In the forest resonated the angry roar of Lin Zhuan. He casually embraced a towering tree, effortlessly uprooting it like Lin Dai Yu uprooting a willow tree, pulling it out with ease. Which character is this from? Journey to the West or Water Margin? Does anyone know? Following this, Lin Zhuan made a preparatory movement like an athlete ready to throw a javelin, his muscles tensed, power bursting out in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the enormous ancient tree shot out like an arrow leaving the string, swiftly heading towards Zhang Yangping's back. Where it passed, the wind whistled, branches and leaves scattered. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhang Yangping swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Lin Zhuan's deadly strike. The spot where he had been standing was instantly smashed into a bottomless pit by the tree trunk, stones flying, dust billowing. Boomy, damn it! How did I, Zhang Yangping, end up in such a miserable situation? Why is heaven treating me like this? Encounter 2 little monsters one after another. What kind of karma is this? Zhang Yangping's heart felt as uncomfortable as if it had swallowed millions of flies. He couldn't imagine being pushed to such a desperate situation by Lin Zhuan. At this moment, Zhang Yangping's eyes were filled with a dense network of bloodshot veins. The angry and resentful expression on his face seemed like a grotesque and twisted painting. However, Lin Zhuan's pursuit continued relentlessly like a maggot attached to bones, showing no signs of stopping. That determined killing intent, like a cold and merciless noose, tightly gripped Zhang Yangping's throat, almost suffocating him. With gritted teeth, he cursed incessantly in a hoarse and desperate voice. Unfortunately, reality was cruel and unforgiving. No matter how he wriggled and ran, he couldn't shake off Lin Zhuan's relentless pursuit. Watching Lin Zhuan getting closer and closer, Zhang Yangping felt a wave of despair in his heart. Finally, a determination flashed in his eyes. Enough, enough! At this critical moment of life and death, Zhang Yangping deeply knew that if he did not fight recklessly, he would surely perish today. Despite his body being riddled with wounds, difficult to heal, with every inch of his skin feeling like torn rags, and every bone seemingly on the verge of breaking, he no longer cared about that many things in order to seek that glimmer of hope. Zhang Yangping once again activated the remaining, almost extinguished power within him, like a dying candle in the wind, burning potential, forcefully triggering forbidden techniques. Around his body, a thick mist of ink-like blood suddenly surged, emitting a nauseating smell of blood. Particularly in that blood mist, it seemed as if countless resentful spirits were wailing in pain, creating an extremely eerie scene. Blood-burning technique. Blood escape. Zhang Yangping hoarsely screamed out these words, filled with despair and madness. The next moment, his figure turned into a streak of blood, fleeing at extreme speed towards a distance. In the process of escape, Zhang Yangping felt as if his internal organs were being burned in a raging fire. His injuries became increasingly heavy, like Mount Tai pressing down on him. Every inch of his skin felt like it was deeply pierced by countless sharp needles, each breath accompanied by a tearing heartache, causing his soul to feel torn apart. Pain. 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 How fitting is the word pain. To painful. The intense torture made Zhang Yangping's face extremely twisted and grotesque. Fresh blood gushed out continuously from his 7 orifices. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness gradually became muddled, as if he would fall into eternal darkness the next second. Nevertheless, Zhang Yangping, relying on that lingering sense of unwillingness, crazily burst forth with every bit of potential in his body, struggling desperately like a trapped beast in the darkness. Chapter 487 Lin Zhuan Speculation. The changes brought by the butterfly effect. Arrived in Guangzhou. Chapter 487 Lin Zhuan Speculation. The changes brought by the butterfly effect. Arrived in Guangzhou. It's unclear how much time had passed. When Zhang Yangping finally reached the limit of his body and realized that the threat behind him seemed to have temporarily disappeared, he could no longer hold on. As the crimson light dissipated, his figure fell straight down from the sky with a heavy thud. Bang! Zhang Yangping fell heavily into a desolate valley, raising a cloud of dust. As he lay on the ground, coughing up blood in large gulps and struggling to breathe, his consciousness was on the verge of fading at any moment. Could it be that I, Zhang Yangping, am truly going to meet my end here today? No, I refuse to accept it. I have endured painstakingly for 30 years, and I should have used this opportunity to dominate the world, to be invincible. I haven't even had the chance to seek revenge on Yi Junlin. How can I die here like this? How can I accept becoming a stepping stone for 2 insignificant juniors? Noah, Zhang Yangping screamed in his heart, each word filled with endless pain and unwillingness. He tried to struggle to stand up, but his body completely refused to obey, as if it no longer belonged to him. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. Just then, a gust of cold wind blew by, and eerie wolf howls echoed in the valley. Zhang Yangping's heart tightened instantly. If he were to be attacked by wild beasts again in his severely injured state, there would be no escape for him. But at this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger, feeling as helpless as a fish on a chopping board, resigned to his fate. Flashback 2.5 minutes. This old thing escapes really fast. But what technique is he using? It seems different from what I remember. And I remember in the original story, Zhang Yangping should have died in Bujiang town, right? How did second uncle let him escape? Watching the fleeting blood light, Lin Juan narrowed his eyes, a hint of astonishment flashing in his pupils. Zhang Yangping's strength seemed to be far greater than he had imagined. The main reason for this was the difference in the martial arts he practiced compared to what Lin Juan remembered. Could it be that this is also the change brought by the butterfly effect? Lin Juan pondered. Then he stopped the pursuit and turned away. In Lin Juan's perception, Zhang Yangping had repeatedly exhausted his body's potential and had reached the point of exhaustion. Even if he had luckily escaped this time, the probability was high that he wouldn't survive tonight. There was no need to continue wasting time on a dead man. Report. The person has now arrived in Guangzhou, and tomorrow upon waking up, they will have to check their body, mainly looking at sperm quality and whether the ultrasound can be used for surgery. The process of collecting sperm is really tough. The medical staff gives you a cup, and you have to solve everything in the bathroom yourself. It's really uncomfortable to be sweating all over in the hot summer. My goodness. Honestly, even if I don't check, I know the result. The sperm quality definitely doesn't meet the standard for conceiving a baby. I will post updates periodically in the discussion of this chapter tomorrow, live streaming the process for everyone to see. After seeing it, please give me a thumbs up. I only know if the comments have been posted. After all, some content will be automatically blocked, and I am unaware if it was blocked. Good night. If you have time, please send some love for support. Thank you. Thanks. W. Chapter 488 Return to the Magic Capital. Lin Juan happily received Red Flame Heartburn. Chapter 488 Return to the Magic Capital. Lin Juan quickly. Lin Juan returned to his previous position and retrieved an ancient sword from a corpse that still retained some warmth. It was Zhang Yangping's personal weapon, Red Flame Heartburn. With a wave of his hand, a nearby ancient tree immediately snapped in response. The cut was so smooth that Lin Juan was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Can save a lot of reward points. This weapon can be considered the peak masterpiece of this world. Even if it's not comparable to the immortal swords in the system store, it's completely sufficient for my use. Seems like that old man who scatters wealth is quite good. Gives, since he earnestly left the weapon for me, I'll graciously accept it. Zhang Yangping, currently fighting for his life against a Wolf Pack, you have no manners. I'll really thank you. Lin Juan put Red Flame Heartburn away into his system backpack, glanced at the beautiful sunset scenery, and chose not to deactivate the mirror image skill. Instead, he hastened his pace with the mastery level cultivation. The speed at which he moved was much faster than using his legs. Before long, Lin Juan gradually approached the city's outskirts. On the other side, in Bujiang town, a redhead vermilion bird warlord, OA, was staring in surprise, listening to the report of his subordinates, full of disbelief. Oh, what did you say? Someone saw Zhang Yangping being chased and fleeing by a young man, begging for mercy. The vermilion bird warlord was dumbfounded after fully receiving the information from his subordinates. What's going on? Although Zhang Yangping was injured, she couldn't be sure that she could suppress the other side, let alone that the other side fled in a sorry state. Who is this mysterious person who can easily do this? What puzzled the vermilion bird warlord the most was that, according to the reports of her subordinates, this mysterious person chasing Zhang Yangping in the forest seemed very young. A youngster with mastery-level cultivation. At such a young age, another monster has appeared in the world. Can it be that she can't keep up with the times? How are the young people nowadays becoming more and more vigorous? Initially, this person in front of her was already abnormal. How could another one pop out suddenly? Thinking of Su Fan, the vermilion bird warlord's expression became serious, and the speculation from before once again surfaced in her mind. As a top-notch strong person like Su Fan, they rarely appear out of nowhere. In the rivers and lakes, there will usually be some rumors about the other person in advance. With the appearance of the owner of the Death Temple in the Magic Capital, shaking the dark web assassin world, and Su Fan's iconic attire of a clean white shirt, torn jeans, and slippers, an unbelievable thought arose in the vermilion bird warlord's mind. Could this Master Su be the famous owner of the Death Temple? If it is true, she must report it to the higher-ups as soon as possible. 1. The test results came out today, and as I expected, the quality and activity of sperm are not good, not even half of a normal person. There is also spermatic varicocele. I'm not sure if it's a device error. Previously, the left side was 0.6 and the right side was normal, but this time both sides are around 0.3. The doctor suggested undergoing a bilateral spermatic varicocele ligation surgery. It was originally scheduled for next Monday, but after giving a red envelope, it might be possible to move it forward a bit. I have to admit, money makes wonders happen. At this point, the surgery is inevitable, too. Sorry, there will definitely be an impact on updates. Everyone can nurture their books. I feel powerless these 2 weeks. Currently found an internet cafe. Will try to code a bit in my spare time. Will resume regular updates next month. At least 2 updates. Striving for 3 updates this month. Just have to keep updating. Today was my first time at the internet cafe. It's really expensive, 10 yuan per hour. The female attendant asked if I wanted to become a member. Considering the temporary reason, I refused. But it seems like it would have been more cost-effective to agree. Chapter 489. The Shock of the Vermilion Birds War General. Su Fan's identity exposed. Realizing that Su Fan could possibly be the master of the Tiasha Hall, the expression of the Vermilion Bird War General immediately turned serious. After all, the Tiasha Hall is a top-ranking force in the foreign rankings. Although their numbers are only 3,000 to 4,000, even the most ordinary soldier is a top special forces king. Inside the hall, there are many internal force martial artists, and there are even many grandmasters, making it a legion of individuals with outstanding combat abilities. Of course, what is truly feared is the first master of the Tiasha Hall, the elderly man who was once known as the #1 grandmother in Huazia. It is rumored that he has reached the limit of the grandmother realm, touched upon a realm even more divine and illuminated. However, that senior has not appeared in the world for a long time. It is said that he has retreated behind the scenes and appointed his personal disciple as the second master. There is also the legendary demon-slaying order. Once initiated, it means relentless pursuit. The Tiasha Hall will mobilize in full force, conducting indiscriminate attacks on the target of destruction with the aim of completely eliminating all individuals and entities that pose a threat to the Tiasha Hall on that land. Throughout history, the demon-slaying order has only been initiated once, directly sinking a small island country named O'Hara, shocking the world. Truly terrifying. Not long ago, an overseas force called the Fierce Lion Mercenary Group reportedly offended the master of the Tiasha Hall somehow. In the end, under the demon-slaying order, they were completely destroyed, with not a single one of the hundreds of members surviving. Wait, the person running over. Isn't that the Fierce Lion? The Vermilion Bird War General has excellent eyesight and immediately noticed from a distance a man with fluffy hair resembling a golden lion king. While waving enthusiastically and shouting "Bro Su," he ran towards here. Having followed the destruction of the Fierce Lion Mercenary Group, the Vermilion Bird War General recognized the real Fierce Lion at a glance. Now, she was even more certain of Su Fan's hidden identity. On the other side, Su Fan paid no attention to the Vermilion Bird War General, who kept sending reverential glances his way. It was only when he learned that besides himself, there was someone who could force Zhang Yangping into a miserable escape, that he couldn't help but feel surprised. Especially when he heard that the mysterious powerhouse was chasing after Zhang Yangping while asking for a bride. For some reason, in Su Fan's mind, the figure of his brother-in-law subconsciously surfaced. Didn't he just happen to lose his sister thanks to that person? But soon, he shook his head in self-mockery. What was he even imagining in his head? Lin Zhuan was just an ordinary person without any strength. How could he possibly be the expert who made Zhang Yangping flee in panic? To boast a bit, among the opponents he had encountered in his life, Zhang Yangping could be considered one of the more formidable ants. His mysterious and unpredictable attack methods could basically overwhelm the vast majority of so-called grandmasters, and he was invincible below the grandmother level. But now, Zhang Yangping had actually been defeated by someone other than him, and the person who defeated him was a young man. This both astonished Su Fan and also aroused a strong sense of combativeness. If given the opportunity, he really wanted to have a big battle with that mysterious person. Good night. Seeking gifts, seeking electric love. Completed the hospitalization procedures and finally confirmed the surgery for Monday. Already paid the surgery fee of 5,000. Seems like there will be additional payment. However, as I am undergoing bilateral strabismus surgery, I heard the surgery fee would be around 15,000 yuan. I have already given out 3,000 in red envelopes, and I am expected to give an additional 1,000 to the anesthesiologist. Although I feel the custom is not good, but by spending money and having connections, it is indeed much more efficient in all aspects. Otherwise, each time I have to delay appointments for several days before getting in, and even half a month later, I am not sure if I can have the surgery done. In this society, if you don't acknowledge relationships, it's not going to work, right? Does anyone know if you can get a refund for recharging at an internet cafe? Originally, thinking the surgery would be on Monday, I went to the internet cafe and recharged 100 yuan, receiving an extra 50 yuan. As a member, I pay 6 yuan per hour, and now for these 3 days, I have enough time to type on the computer at the internet cafe. Unexpectedly, not 5 minutes after topping up, the nurse called me back immediately, saying that hospitalized patients cannot leave the hospital and the money was wasted. Currently stuck in the hospital, I don't know if I can get back the 100 yuan or not. Will the internet cafe not refund this money? I am truly wronged. Chapter 490. This wave of operation is like drinking 1.9, saying 1.6, but the behavior is only 1.2. Master Su, may I ask audaciously, if I'm not mistaken, you are the lord of the heavenly killing palace, right? The sudden inquiry interrupted Su Fan's thoughts. He glanced at the Vermilion Bird War General and said lightly, "So what?" Confirmed. Indeed, my guess was correct. This person is the mysterious and inscrutable second lord of the heavenly killing palace. No wonder he could easily defeat Zhang Yangping. If he is the direct disciple of that person, everything seems to make sense. It's just unexpected that the other party is so young. Hearing Su Fan's confession in person, the Vermilion Bird War General's attitude became even more respectful. In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. Even though Su Fan is younger than her, his strength speaks for itself and naturally earns her respect. Plus, although the Heavenly Killing Palace is a foreign force, it has always had a good relationship with the Dragon Country, occasionally helping each other. Therefore, her impression of Su Fan is not bad. Lord Su, long heard about you. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. The Vermilion Bird War General was about to say some flattering words to Su Fan, but was impatiently stopped by Su Fan. These pleasantries are unnecessary. Listen, do not reveal my identity to the outside world. Tacit understanding is enough. I do not want too many people to know my identity. I just want to interact with everyone in the guise of an ordinary person. If my identity is exposed, I won't be able to act low-key in the mortal world and experience the worldly atmosphere. I yearn for an ordinary and unremarkable life, not the flattery and fear of the world. If you dare to be meddlesome, do not blame me for being ruthless. Understand? This. Listening to Su Fan's warning, the Vermilion Bird War General looked confused, finding it hard to understand the workings of Su Fan's mind. Instead of acting as the prestigious lord of the Heavenly Killing Palace, he wants to be an ordinary and unremarkable person. Is he intentionally seeking trouble? Has he read too many cheap novels about the Dragon King's son-in-law and is now trying to act like a newbie by hiding his identity only to be mocked everywhere and then reveal his identity and show off? Really, this melodramatic plot has been seen enough even by elementary school students. It's no longer in vogue, right? Gives_gives. I'm not Li Ye. Oh, I really am not Li Ye. Despite her head being filled with question marks, the Vermilion Bird War General subconsciously nodded. I understand. Fine then. The strong have the privilege of being capricious. You're strong, so you call the shots. Meanwhile, in her heart, she gave Su Fan a score of 5.4 for this wave of operations. As for the reasons, who made this tricky operation seem like drinking 1.9, saying 1.6, but behaving like 1.2? As the Vermilion Bird War General was grumbling in her heart, Su Fan was already thinking of seeking help from the other party. In China, the influence of Kunlun is undeniable. He can fully utilize the other party's energy to help him find his missing little sister. After the Vermilion Bird War General learns about his identity, for various reasons, she will surely check his recent activities. Naturally, she will also find out about his superficial connections with the Su family during this time. So when Su Qinj goes missing, out of friendship and moral obligation, he can ask the Vermilion Bird War General to use her connections to help him search, which is reasonable. As for the previous worries, Su's family may have some enemies like Zhang Yangping who, unable to deal with him directly, might retaliate against those around him. At this moment, Su Fan couldn't care less about those concerns. Now, he just wants to find back his frail, innocent, and unknowing little sister who has gone missing. 1. I apologize. I will resume normal updates after the surgery. 2. Happy Kixi Festival. While others are happily celebrating at hotels on Kixi, I am stuck in a hospital ward, shedding lonely tears. Who has it worse than me too? I'll have surgery tomorrow morning. The doctor said it would take about 3 hours under local anesthesia. It's my first time having surgery, kind of scary. Can you feel the doctor cutting with local anesthesia? I heard they have to pull out the testicles on both sides and tie off the twisted blood vessels. Just thinking about it makes me numb. I hope I can smoothly get through the surgery tomorrow. May the God of wealth protect me. Chapter 491. Boss Sue, you are my forever God. Chapter 491. Boss Sue, you are my forever God. Help me find a friend. She went missing during this turmoil. Su Fan spoke briefly and clearly, explaining Su King's situation. Hearing this, Zhuquor General nodded solemnly, promising to do everything possible to send people to find her. This was a direct request from the Lord of the Celestial Execution Hall, so she naturally had to take it seriously. After receiving a positive response, Su Fan's heart slightly settled. With the assistance of Kunlun, he believed it was only a matter of time before he found his little sister. And at this moment, a wild lion with fluffy golden mane, full of admiration, ran from afar and kneeled down. Boss Sue, you are my forever God. In my whole life, I only look up to you. You command to the east, never to the west. You command to fight dogs, never to drive away chickens. At this moment, the wild lion was truly convinced. If in the past there was still some resentment towards Su Fan deep in his heart, now it can be said it had completely disappeared, leaving only admiration and awe. That was the famous Zhang Yangping. He once dominated an era, but now he had fallen in the hands of the young Su Fan, following such a leader with unlimited potential and unparalleled in the world. In the future, what is there to worrying about not shining brightly? Thinking of this, the wild lion devoted his heart completely, determined to follow Su Fan and become a man serving the king. Su Fan, thank you for rushing from afar to save me and avenge me. The grace of saving a life is greater than the heavens. I have no way to repay it. After thinking about it, only by dedicating myself can I repay it. My life is long. Please cherish me more. Behind the wild lion, the Han family father and daughter arrived slowly. Among them, Han Xinchao looked shy, looking at Su Fan with eyes that seemed to be pulling silk, completely appearing like a shy little girl. On the side, the prospective father-in-law Han Zhengyang was beaming with smiles. Ha ha ha! Good! Really worthy of being Master Su. Today's battle is enough to go down in history and become a legendary story in the martial world. I actually knew it a long time ago. Zhang Yangping, this clown, is completely like a chicken and dog in front of you, a helpless old fool. Master Su, your heroic figure has been deeply imprinted in my heart. My admiration for you is like the surging river water, endlessly flowing. I wonder if you are interested in my daughter. If you are interested, tonight I will wash my daughter clean and send her to bed for you to enjoy. For my daughter to offer her precious first night to you is truly her lifelong honor. No regrets in this life. As he spoke, Han Zhengyang involuntarily raised a lewd smile. At the same time, he cast a knowing look at Su Fan. Su Fan, looking at the shameless face that had reached such a despicable point, even easily selling his daughter, Su Fan was momentarily speechless. As for this, Han Zhengyang felt no shame but pride. As long as Su Fan had interest, not to mention his precious daughter, even his just-turned 70-year-old mother could be offered. It's often said, sacrifices lead to gains. Can't sacrifice children, can't trap wolves. Can't sacrifice mother, can't catch a rogue. The opportunity for the rise of the Han family was today. No matter what the cost, as long as he could win over Su Fan, everything was worth it. Moreover, this was also the wish of his infatuated daughter. The operation starts at 7:30, lasting for 3 hours. I'm a bit scared, but the arrow is on the bowstring, and it has to be shot. Wish me luck. Last night the nurse gave me the bottles of laxatives. I used half a bottle. Don't know if I used it correctly. Hope I won't lose control after the anesthesia is over. Everyone please take good care of your body. Going to the hospital is too uncomfortable. Health is a blessing. Chapter 492. The spring in the Han family, father and daughter surgery completed and home now, will resume updates tomorrow. Indeed, that's how it is. Upon hearing that she was to be bathed and sent to Su Fan's bed, Han Din Chiao shot a glare at her father, pretending to be angry. However, the desire in her eyes to resist yet welcome was clear to anyone, a young girl in her prime, her emotions easily readable. From childhood, she had always dreamed of marrying a powerful man, achieving the honor of being under one man while having thousands under her. To achieve this goal, Han Din Chiao had tried every method, meticulously nurturing her delicate body. Various skin care routines, beauty treatments, dancing, yoga, jogging, strict calorie control at meals, etc. She had persevered diligently in self-care for over a decade to achieve the stunning appearance she had today. Since meeting Su Fan and learning of his extraordinary strength as a grandmother, Han Din Chiao had a premonition deep inside that her meticulously maintained body of 20 years was meant for this man in front of her to indulge in. Otherwise, what use was her stunning appearance in this prosperous world? What use was his iron rod down there? Now, Han Din Chiao was immensely grateful for her keen insight, thanking herself from the bottom of her heart for staying true to her beliefs and shouldering the heavy pressure. It should be noted that the person revealed to be the challenger labeled for a death match was none other than the legendary figure Zhang Yangping. Nearly the entire Han family lived under the shadow cast by this legendary figure. The family's businesses spread throughout the country had endured continuous attacks and harassment from various forces during this time, suffering significant losses. At this moment, the Han family had fallen into dire straits. The main reason for this situation was that no one believed that Su Fan could emerge victorious. Most thought Zhang Yangping, long established and immensely talented, was beyond what Su Fan could handle. Even recently, over half of the Han family members had secretly plotted to distance themselves early from Su Fan and switch allegiance to Zhang Yangping's camp. Under pressure from both family and external forces, Han Din Chiao and her father faced hardships. But they remained steadfast, bravely supporting Su Fan. Luckily, perseverance paid off, and father and daughter finally received their due reward. In the town of Bujiang, when Zhang Yangping unleashed terror, even the White Tiger general fell, and no one could match his might. Su Fan appeared like a savior, subduing Zhang Yangping in front of thousands as he fled in defeat. This news reverberated, establishing Su Fan's dominance in the martial world. The Han family would also rise to new heights. The forces that had hindered the Han family behind the scenes, upon learning the result of the death match, would surely tremble, coming to apologize humbly and seek forgiveness. Just like now, many opposing forces of the Han family, upon realizing the outcome, hurriedly offered reconciliation. Of course, everyone's ultimate goal was to establish ties with Su Fan. Master Su, you are truly amazing. Who would have thought that Zhang Yangping, once arrogant, would suffer such a defeat at your hands? Your skills are simply unparalleled in this world. Exactly. Master Su will surely shine in the martial world after today's battle. Zhang Yangping is nothing compared to Master Su. It's like comparing fireflies to the bright moon. I had long seen that Master Su was extraordinary. How could Zhang Yangping be his match? Master Su is our war god in mind. Whatever orders he gives, I will follow to the death. Master Su, your victory over Zhang Yangping remains vivid in my mind. Your strength is enough to make the entire martial world tremble. I consider witnessing this grand event a great fortune in my life. If not for Master Su, all of us here would have died this time. Master Su's life-saving grace is comparable to our own parents. His merits are boundless. Moved to tears want to cry, Master Su. May your glory be recorded in history forever. I am willing to follow you eternally. Soon, the surviving upper-class members of the town of Bujiang, upon confirming their safety, emerged from their hiding places, gathering around Su Fan voluntarily to express their loyalty. The flattering words poured continuously. Witnessing this scene, many marveled inwardly. These top-tier individuals excelled in various fields, living in the upper echelons of society, unreachable by common folks. Now, they surrounded Su Fan, showing reverence and loyalty. It was evident how much Su Fan had shaken the world. Su Fan, however, paid no heed. He stood with his hands in his pockets, wearing flip-flops, looking up at the sky with a domineering air, towering over everyone. His gaze swept through the crowd, eventually shaking his head in disappointment. He did not find the figure he was seeking. At this moment, seeing more and more competitors gather, Han Zhengyang, fearing his status as Su Fan's right-hand man might be taken, anxiously stepped forward to show his loyalty. Master Su's martial prowess is unmatched. It is thanks to your intervention that I, Han Zhengyang, survived today. From now on, the Han family will look up to you as their leader. Wherever your sword points, the Han family will lead the charge and triumph. As he finished, a thin, monkey-like man immediately jumped out, imitating Han Zhengyang's gesture, and bowed to Su Fan, saying, "There's no way to repay your life-saving grace. I, from the Huang family of the Mo capital, am willing to serve Master Su faithfully." Damn! You little smart aleck, do you have to be such a bootlicker? What happened to sharing blessings and facing challenges together? 2.5 minutes later. Master Su. The Li family of the Yao capital submits to you humbly. Master Su. The Wang family of the Emperor capital. Master Su. The. One after another, big shots scrambled to pledge allegiance in fear of being overlooked by Su Fan, each hoping not to miss the opportunity for a meteoric rise. After surgery on Monday, 1 day of hospitalization on Tuesday, I just managed to get home by car, still feeling a bit dreamy. It's been 2 days without a shower, and I have to endure a few more days until the incision heals, making me numb. The lower back, where they numbed my spine for surgery, is still sore, and there's a dull pain at the incision below, but otherwise, I'm fine. I'm not sure if this surgery was a success. I can still feel a lump of a substantial varicocele when I touch it, not sure if it will shrink in the future. I really need to discipline myself from now on to prevent a recurrence. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do if it happens. This trip to Guangzhou lasted about a week from start to finish. I calculated that all the expenses summed up to around 15,000. I'll schedule a follow-up checkup in a few months. Hope the money spent was worth it. I'll resume updates starting tomorrow, earning money for the surgery. Guaranteed 2 updates, additional chapters for gift income exceeding 20 yuan, roughly 200 for love donation, kneeling to ask for brother's support, chapter 493. Lin Zhuan's metamorphosis. Pure love is invincible. Master Su. The Li family from Demon City is willing to bow down to you. Master Su. The Wang family from Imperial City. Master Su. The Mo family from Magic City. Inside Bujiang town, countless upper-class individuals were kneeling and praising in succession. It can be said that ever since witnessing Zhang Yangping's defeat in person, as well as Su Fan's divine methods, these elite individuals, who usually held themselves in high regard, were now all willingly submitting, not daring to harbor any thoughts of opposing Su Fan, even in the slightest. For such a formidable figure, unless the country intervened to suppress him personally, who could possibly control him? Bowing to such an invincible powerhouse didn't seem like an unacceptable thing, and even if your status wasn't enough, you wouldn't even have the qualification to approach and flatter him. For instance, not far away, a group of second- and third-tier power wielders could only stare helplessly at this side. They watched as those once powerful figures, capable of shaking a region with a stomp of their feet, were now all flocking around Su Fan, smiling and trying to please him, secretly yearning for it. A true man should be like this. People silently sighed, filled with admiration. Deep down, they were well aware that from today onwards, Su Fan would surely rise to fame and rock the world. And the development of events was just as they had expected. Grave. M_OM Zhang Yangping is dead. WW the grandmother, who once dominated and had a famous reputation in the martial world, is dead. And he died at the hands of a young man who was relatively unknown and hadn't reached his prime age yet. In a very short time, this shocking news swept through the entire martial world of Huaxia like a hurricane, causing tremors to all who heard. The warriors and upper-class societies of countless cities, such as Imperial City, Zhanghai, Jinling, Demon City, Luoyang, Xi'an, Mountain City, all remembered a name without exception: Master Su. Even the countries of Pretty Land, Bagaland, Nymphonia, and Albania noticed this rising star Su Fan. Some forces were even considering implementing plans of elimination or recruitment. After all, no one wanted to see a figure comparable to the national war god emerge in Huaxia. It could be said that Zhang Yangping, who had a glorious reputation throughout his life, had now completely become a stepping stone for Su Fan, becoming his best tool for fame. Night fell slowly, the neon lights gradually illuminating. Pedestrians strolled leisurely, immersed in this peaceful and dazzling early evening. At this moment, Lin Juan had successfully returned to the Su family in Demon City. He first exchanged a few words with the steward Liu Huan, instructing her to send people to search for the missing Su Qingge before returning to his room. Click! After closing the door, Lin Juan glanced around the familiar layout of the room, but could no longer see that unique figure. His eyes drooped, letting out a sigh as he picked up a glass of red wine from the bedside table and finished it in one gulp. Unfortunately, drinking alone in the cup, the woman he longed for was no longer there. Outside the window, the night was deep, and the moonlight sprinkled like water on Lin Juan's slightly sorrowful face. Inside the room, a heavy atmosphere lingered. Looking at the empty bed, Lin Juan's mind repeatedly conjured the image of the girl's smiles and expressions. Qingge, from now on, I will never allow you to disappear from my side absent-mindedly. Lin Juan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from exertion. To protect his wife and avoid repeating past mistakes, Lin Juan made a decisive move and sat cross-legged on the bed. Just at that moment, the system's cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Host, the initiation ceremony for sword cultivation Immortal Entry-Level Heritage is about to begin. The process is extremely painful. Are you sure you want to proceed? This heritage can grant you cultivation strength equivalent to a local grandmother, enough to protect your beloved. Pain. But what pain could compare to losing one's lifelong love? Lin Juan's gaze was resolute and unwavering. Without hesitation, he said, "Let's begin. For the sake of protecting my fragile and kind-hearted wife, I can endure any pain. I want to create a world 100% safe for Qingge." Ding! The initiation ceremony begins. Countdown. May 4th, 3, 2, 1. As the voice fell, a certain ancient power was seemingly awakened between heaven and earth. A warm yet violent energy rushed from the void and instantly enveloped Lin Juan. At first, the energy flowed gently like a stream, gently permeating his limbs and nourishing his meridians and dantian. But in an instant, this power burst forth like a river breaking its dam, violently and uncontrollably rushing into Lin Juan's body as if to tear him apart. Lin Juan couldn't help but let out a painful roar, his body trembling fiercely, beads of sweat as large as beans rolling down like rain, soaking his clothes instantly. In that moment, Lin Juan felt as if his meridians were being cut by countless sharp blades. Every inch of his muscles felt like they were burning in the flames, and his bones made a cracking sound. Pain. Too painful. But Lin Juan still gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into fists, his fingernails deeply embedded in his palms, blood dripping, but oblivious. In this extreme pain, the only motivation that drove him was the gentle smile of Su Qingge. For Qingge, I cannot fall. True love is invincible. Love can conquer all. Love is endless. Lin Juan repeated these shouts in his mind over and over again, diverting his attention abstractly, clinging to the belief of protecting Su Qingge, fiercely resisting the almost tearing pain. Tick-tock time seemed to freeze. The pain kept intensifying, but Lin Juan's will was as hard as iron. Finally, as time passed, the pain gradually transformed into a strange numbness. Lin Juan felt as if 1,000 sword intense and the fragrance of wine intertwined in his body, colliding and merging into a completely unprecedented power, surging incessantly within him. And just as Lin Juan, relying on the belief of pure love is invincible, was undergoing a rebirth, little did he know, his beloved wife was about to experience a bloody and cruel fight for survival. Chapter 494, The Beginning of Su Qing's Demonization. Slaughter everything. Buzzing. The night fell like ink, deep and oppressive. A helicopter roared through layer upon layer of thick clouds, approaching a mysterious deserted island hidden in the darkness. The propellers spun rapidly, stirring the air around with a deafening sound. The moonlight shone on the helicopter's metal shell, reflecting a cold gleam. As the island grew closer, fierce winds howled and buffeted the helicopter, causing it to sway slightly in the air. I wonder how Lin Juan is doing now. He must be really worried after realizing I'm missing. I need to hurry back. Wait for me, Lin Juan. I will quickly devour 100 blood parasites, and then go home. Inside the cabin, Su Qingge, dressed in red, stared blankly out the window at the approaching island. Her gaze was cold, and she exuded a thick aura of murderous intent. especially when she caught sight of the woman opposite her. Slender and wearing a skull mask, she clenched her fists, wishing she could kill her on the spot. But reason held back her actions, forcing her to grit her teeth and suppress the madness in her heart. Sensing Su Qing's resentful gaze, the woman wearing the skull mask remained indifferent, her voice emotionless as she spoke. The rules of the blood parasite trial. I don't need to repeat them, do I? On the island, there are 100 other candidate leaders, all of whom are my most satisfactory works, along with you. Just nice to make it 101. The sole survivor among you will replace me as the new master of the Crimson Society. Among all these works, your talent is undoubtedly the best. I have high hopes for you. I hope you don't disappoint me. If your final performance fails to satisfy me, I won't mind sending those you care about the most down with you. Upon hearing the threat of her cherished ones being used against her again, the killing intent in Su Qing's eyes intensified. But she knew she currently had no capital to challenge her master, so she only nodded in silence, resolving in her heart to break through to the level of martial master in this trial. Only by gaining enough power to protect herself could she break free from her master's control. Otherwise, she would be like a puppet forever manipulated by him. For example, today, he compelled her to participate in this cruel trial simply because he thought her cultivation progress was too slow. The blood parasite trial, a brutal game of survival. Similar to the concept of raising parasites in witchcraft, where snakes, centipedes, scorpions, geckos, and toads are placed in the same container to kill each other, and the surviving poisonous creature is called parasite. On this island, there were 100 other competitors like her, all of whom had cultivated the blood demon scripture and had blood parasite worms implanted in their hearts. The participants in this trial, these guinea pigs, had to kill each other, devouring each other's blood and the parasites in their hearts. There were no rules, no mercy, only cruel survival competition. In the end, when only one parasite remained, the strongest poison king, who had collected all the essence, would be determined. Su Qing silently touched her heart, where a fierce blood parasite resided. This thing would eventually have to be removed, or her life would forever be at the mercy of others. However, currently, the presence of the blood parasite was not entirely useless. Because of its parasitism, Su Qing's blood was tainted with the poison of the parasite, allowing her every move in battle to release a dreadful poison. Carelessness on her part could lead to the released poison ravaging her opponent, corroding their organs, destroying their meridians, and ultimately causing them to die in endless agony. I must survive until the end, even if it means being covered in blood. Whether it's for unfinished revenge or to protect Lin Zhuan and grandfather, I must become the ultimate blood king. I must become strong, powerful enough to crush everything, devour everything, slaughter everything. If I can gain power, even if it means selling my soul to the devil. When she thought of this, a fierce expression appeared on Su Qing's face, the crimson color in her pupils growing more intense. Ever since witnessing Zhang Yangping's strength not long ago, she realized her own insignificance. The desire for power tormented her mind constantly. Su Qing knew that only with overwhelming power could she confront the storms of the future and protect those she cherished. Regardless of how many people she had to kill for it, she was willing. She had long since made her decision. As Su Qing began to lose herself on the path of seeking power due to her cultivation method, she didn't notice her master on the opposite side, gazing at her with hollow, eerie eyes. After a while, the helicopter finally hovered over the island. Looking down through the window, Su Qing could only see the deserted island, shrouded in thick darkness, like a giant, devouring black mouth. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the clouds, casting a faint silver glow, but failing to illuminate the island's appearance, making it appear even more mysterious. Go down! Your competitors have already started to act. If you remain slow, you will soon face their attacks. For the sake of fairness, your competitors are currently on par with you, the strongest in internal strength. But as they absorb more similar beings, someone will soon break through the master level, leaving you at their mercy. Near the tumultuous coastline, when the cabin door opened, Su Qing jumped out. Standing on the edge of the island, facing the thick darkness that seemed to swallow life, the sea breeze swept past, lifting her hair, but not cooling the fearless gleam in her eyes. Especially when she tightened the family jade pendant given to her by Lin Zhuan around her neck. For no longer being manipulated, for being able to control my fate, for avenging my family, for having the ability to protect all that I cherish. I will kill everyone, leaving not a single one of them alive. Even though an eerie aura emanated from the ominous island, with beastly roars and unknown, sinister sounds mingling in the chilling wind. But Su Kinj remained undaunted, a hint of madness appearing on her lips. With each step she took, the darkness seemed to grow thicker. However, the insane killing intent in Su Kinj's heart burned like a raging fire, growing stronger with each passing moment. She knew that perhaps endless hardships awaited her ahead. But if she could survive on this terrifying island, complete the blood parasite trial, she would gain the power to slaughter everything. And so, Su Kinj ventured alone, her figure gradually disappearing into the darkness of the jungle. Chapter 495. The inheritance of the Wine Sword Immortal comes to an end. With the system in hand, the world is mine. As Su Kinj's figure disappeared into the darkness of the jungle, the mysterious woman fell silent for a moment before turning back to the cabin. Soon, the helicopter took off again amidst the roaring sound and slowly moved away from the bloody slaughter island. Once Su Kinj becomes the Goo King, she will replace me as the new president. You must obey her absolutely, understand? Inside the cabin, a woman wearing a skull mask sat at the head, issuing orders to a dozen or so high-level members of the Crimson Society. Upon hearing this, some of the high-ranking members exchanged glances, with some showing discontent, clearly not willing to submit. After all, they themselves had emerged from the sea of corpses as former Goo Kings, not yielding to each other. Why should they now obey a little girl? She seemed so fragile. What right did she have to give them commands? Allowing ants to control elephants, isn't it ridiculous? However, under the unwavering gaze of their president, no one dared to question or rebel, and they all responded in unison, "Yes, Lady Yan." Perhaps only Granny Rong, leaning on her cane with a dignified presence, sincerely wished to support Su Kinj's rise to power. After spending some time together, she developed a fondness for the cold-hearted young master. But she also couldn't help but wonder about the obvious favoritism shown by their president towards him. She couldn't quite understand what made the young master so special. Why did he deserve the president's intense focus, even going as far as creating the most suitable cultivation technique for him, pre-selecting several unfortunate individuals like Zhang Yangping, and giving them incomplete versions of the blood demon scripture? After observing and refining the techniques on each experiment subject for a long time, eliminating various flaws and deficiencies, they gradually crafted the most perfect and tailored blood demon scripture for the young master's personal cultivation. And during this blood goo trial, their president seemed convinced that Su Kinj would undoubtedly become the ultimate Goo King. It was clear that the other 100 ruthless trial participants were not to be underestimated. Each one could encounter unforeseen disasters, including the young master favored by the president. But wait, wasn't the founding of the Crimson Society from the beginning meant for the young master? The purpose of nurturing this group of people was also to make them the young master's core team. A strange thought crossed Granny Rong's mind, causing her body to tremble, and her dim eyes widened. She unwittingly raised her head, only to be horrified to find Lady Yan staring directly at her through the mask, as if she could read her inner thoughts through her cold gaze. Granny Rong was almost scared to scream. Fortunately, she quickly realized the situation and lowered her head, trembling with fear, no longer daring to indulge in wild thoughts. No one understood better than her the president's ruthless and brutal methods. Thankfully, Lady Yan soon averted her gaze. In that moment, Granny Rong, drenched in cold sweat, felt a sense of relief as if she had narrowly escaped a disaster. The next day, the dawn broke, and all was quiet. The first rays of sunlight seeped through the mottled window and gently bathed Lin Zhuan in golden light. In this warm glow, Lin Zhuan, who was originally seated on the bed with closed eyes, slowly opened them, shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. I never expected that just a basic inheritance could elevate me to the strongest in this world overnight. Truly, the system that so many transmigrators desire. Terrifying indeed. I should be the only cultivator in this world, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. Really living up to the saying, with the system in hand, the world is mine. Lin Zhuan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, like a torrential river, flowing endlessly. He raised his hand, gathering a few strands of natural energy at his fingertips, casually waving and creating a breeze that lifted a few fallen leaves by the window. As the leaves swirled and danced, they displayed a masterful presence. This cultivation bestowed not only a surge in power and inherited memories, but also a significant leap in mentality and vision. At this moment, Lin Juan seemed able to see the subtleties of all things in the world, where sword intent and wine intent intertwined, forming a unique style that was elegant and free-spirited yet sharp. He stood up slowly, stretching his limbs as his bones made crisp cracking sounds. Very good, excellent. Kinj, from now on, I will protect you well and never let you face any danger again. Feeling the overwhelming power within him, Lin Juan was extremely satisfied. He gazed at the golden world outside the window, filled with unprecedented aspirations and heroic spirit. But, on ordinary days, I still need to be low profile. Being too conspicuous does not fit my style, and it will be troublesome to explain. Lin Juan knew the extraordinary power of the immortal techniques he had acquired. Though he wasn't worried about external threats, dealing with many troubles could be annoying. Therefore, he quickly formed seals with his hands, muttered mysterious words, and a radiant glow circulated around him. Concealing art. As the light shimmered, the immense ethereal aura surrounding Lin Juan gradually converged, becoming as plain and ordinary as an average person. Seeing this, Lin Juan grinned, just as he was about to try out the remaining moves of the Wine Sword Immortal. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knocking accompanied by the surprised voice of the housekeeper, Liu Huan, resounded. Young master, are you awake? The hospital just sent a message that the old chairman has woken up. Ah, what is this? Grandpa Su has awakened. Upon hearing this news, Lin Juan felt a mix of joy and worrying. Joyful that Su Shengshan, who treated him like a grandson, had finally woken up from a coma. Worrisome, because he chose to wake up at a time when Su Kinj was missing. How could he explain this to her? Oh, the trouble. Lin Juan, feeling a headache, pulled at his fringe and mentally distressed. Finally, with gritted teeth, he bravely stepped out of the room, planning to first visit the hospital to check on Grandpa's condition before anything else. 2.5 minutes later, First People's Hospital of Demon City, Super VIP Ward. When Lin Juan arrived late, he happened to hear the hearty laughter filled with vigor from Su Shengshan inside the room. Well, the fact that this old man woke up this time is all thanks to young Su Fan. This old man is extremely grateful. I don't know why, the more I get to know young Su, the more familiar and friendly you seem, as if we've known each other for centuries. Considering young Su's surname is also Su, perhaps we were a family 800 years ago. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Juan immediately understood that Uncle Su was also in the room, causing his forehead to break into a sweat. Suddenly, he had to face the two in-laws of his wife, Alexander the Great. But backed into a corner, he had no choice but to step forward. Lin Juan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and pushed open the door. Chapter 496. On my weak, helpless, and pitiful granddaughter People's First Hospital in M City, Super VIP Ward. On the hospital bed, Su Shengshan, who had just regained consciousness not long ago, had a rosy complexion and a spirited aura. His eyes were bright and spirited, showing no signs of the long-term fatigue and confusion from being in a coma for weeks. It seemed as if he had just woken up from a short nap, rather than enduring a long period of torment in a coma. The sunlight shining through the window sprinkled on his face, reflecting his vibrant appearance. If others were to see this scene, they would find it hard to believe that this was an elderly man who had been in a coma for several weeks. At this moment, Su Shengshan was smiling radiantly, chatting happily with a plain-looking young man, Su Fan. Although he had been in a coma before, he occasionally had some consciousness. He knew that it was Su Fan who tirelessly massaged and cared for him every day, enabling him to awaken in such a short period of time. In addition to a certain inexplicable sense of familiarity hidden in his bloodline, Su Shengshan's fondness for the young man in front of him continued to increase by +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Su Fan, of course, was delighted to see this. He also wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to his grandfather. Click! The door of the ward was pushed open, and as grandfather and grandson turned their heads, they saw Lin Juan, whose expression seemed somewhat unnatural, walking in. Humph, how are you going to explain to my grandfather? Facing his cheap brother-in-law, Su Fan coldly snorted in his heart, extremely displeased. Obviously, he still harbored resentment towards Lin Juan for not protecting his sister properly. However, what made Su Fan somewhat puzzled was, at that moment, he seemed to have sensed a mysterious and elusive aura emanating from Lin Juan. But when he carefully observed again, everything seemed like his imagination. All he could see was still Lin Juan with his earth-shattering handsome face. Not sure. I'll take another look on the other side. Su Shengshan was overjoyed, waving to Lin Juan repeatedly, inviting him to sit beside him. Zi Juan, my good grandson-in-law, come over. Long time no see, like 3 autumns apart. Come here and let Grandpa see. Have you gained weight? Good. Compared to before my coma, your looks have taken another leap. My granddaughter is so lucky to marry a man like you, a jade tree in the wind. You have a great husband look, not bad. With such high praise from the grandfather, Lin Juan couldn't help but blush. Then, under the inquiry of Su Shengshan, he recounted everything that had happened around him during his coma. Grandpa Su listened attentively, nodding and praising from time to time. Especially when he learned that his precious granddaughter's health was recovering well and that the Su group was thriving, he was greatly relieved, exclaiming that he hadn't chosen the wrong son-in-law. But when mentioning the unfilial daughter Su Yan, knowing that after causing a bunch of trouble, she ultimately received a sentence of life imprisonment, his expression couldn't help but turn desolate. Oh, the woes of parents in the world. Even Su Fan mourned silently for his aunt's fate for 2.5 seconds. But that was it, family ties aside. Even if it was an aunt with blood relation, Su Fan would never forgive her for drugging his sister-in-law, turning her into a vegetable. As a result, he was not going to forgive her even if she was his aunt. Zi Juan, you've done well. Indeed. The old man didn't misjudge. Having a son-in-law like you, our Su family is really on the rise. At this moment, Su Shengshan laughed wholeheartedly, with his satisfaction with Lin Juan increasing steadily. Learning that everything was fine at home, upon waking up, was a great relief for him. On the other hand, hearing Lin Juan being praised so highly by his grandfather, Su Fan couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. And then, the topic finally shifted to Su Qinj. Upon hearing the old man asking about his precious granddaughter's whereabouts, Lin Juan couldn't help but swallow nervously, his chrysanthemum tightening, stuttering, and not knowing how to explain. Master Su, it's my fault. I've let you down. I failed to take care of Qinj, _. Eventually, with a brave face, Lin Juan confessed the whole story of Su Qing's disappearance to the grandfather, under his expectant gaze. Oh, what? My fragile, delicate, helpless granddaughter is in danger of disappearing. No, the sudden bad news hit Su Shengshan, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him petrified for a moment. The next second, his blood pressure rose, his vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot. 2.5 minutes later, with the emergency treatment of Su Fan's 13 Ghosts needle, the old man finally regained consciousness in the worried eyes of Lin Juan and him. Zi Juan, my precious granddaughter is delicate and weak, as you are aware. After waking up, Su Shengshan couldn't sit still, rambling on anxiously, his heart burning with worrying. She never goes out, and is as fragile as the fragile glass, completely powerless like a captured bird. I can't imagine how frightened and scared she must be right now when she's out there alone. My weak, helpless, and pitiful granddaughter. She is so timid, fearful, and powerless. Normally, even a gust of wind could blow her over. She couldn't even fend off an ant. And she's also sick. If she falls into the hands of some ruthless and vicious villains, just a slight scare might make her legs weak, limbs powerless, and trembling with fear. I simply can't imagine her current situation. What should we do? At this point, Su Shengshan was speechless with tears, his face full of anxiety and helplessness, his poignant appearance evoking sympathy. The first to react was Su Fan. Listening to Su Shengshan's emotional outpour, he also couldn't help but think of some horrifying scenarios. Images of his delicate sister, who was as fragile as a hothouse flower and powerless, shivering and tormented in a corner, surfaced in his mind. His nose tingled, tears welled up in his dragon-like eyes, and his mouth could no longer smile. At that moment, both the grandfather and grandson, who were empathetic, almost burst into tears together. Of course, as the pure love war god, Lin Juan also felt uncomfortable deep down. Originally, considering that Su Qinj left of her own accord, plus having a protective jade pendant, Lin Juan wasn't too anxious. His seventh sense told him that Su Qinj was not in danger at the moment. However, after listening to Su Shengshan's distressing assumptions, Lin Juan couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He even began to consider whether to use the system to locate Su King's position and teleport there directly. According to the system's options, with just 999,999 sticker points, one could instantly teleport to any sticker target they had touched. However, Lin Juan hesitated to do so, not only because he was reluctant to spend sticker points, but mainly because he didn't want to interfere too much with Su King's freedom of action without encountering any real danger. Since Su King woke up, Lin Juan could feel that she seemed to hide secrets from him. Although he was very curious, as long as Su King did not confess to him voluntarily, he wouldn't foolishly inquire. After all, everyone had their own personal privacy, and he also had secrets buried deep in his heart, right? Of course. Non-interference was contingent on Su King's personal safety without being threatened by external forces. If after 3 days, his wife didn't return as promised, or if he sensed that her protective jade pendant had shattered, Lin Juan would definitely spare no effort to teleport to her side and play the hero. Inside the VIP ward of the hospital, Lin Juan massaged his temples with a headache, looking at Su Shengshan, who was shedding tears, speaking with sobbing, and crying out, "My pitiful granddaughter." He could only look helpless, repeating comforting words for the 108th time. "No, Master Su, I've already contacted the police and mobilized all my contacts to find Kinj. I believe we will have news of her soon. Don't worry, even if we can't find her temporarily. But if Kinj doesn't show up as promised in 3 days, I will definitely find other ways to bring her back to you intact. So, Grandpa, don't worry for now." "Well, even I'm worried. So to make you completely at ease seems wishful thinking. But since you just woke up recently, you really need to take care of your health as much as possible. Otherwise, if you collapse again due to excessive worrying when Kinj returns, she will definitely blame herself for it." Upon hearing this, Su Shengshan resisted his tears, turned his head, and wiped the corners of his eyes with his sleeve. Unfortunately, not even 2.5 seconds later, it seemed that the old man had conjured up some heart-wrenching scenes again. His face sagged, and he hugged Su Fan, who also shared his sentiment, his eyes filled with tears. The two emotionally fragile men, each crying and sobbing inconsolably so annoying Lin Juan felt the veins on his forehead ticking, being upset by the crying of the grandfather and grandson. So, using the search for Su King as an excuse, he quickly escaped from the ward. Anyway, with the heir of the 13 Ghosts needle in the house, there was no need for him to worrying about the old man's health, right? Click! As he was about to close the door, Lin Juan could still hear the continued helpless sobs coming from the ward. The overwhelming noise simply brought tears to the audience and sorrow to the viewers. At this moment, Su Shengshan was not the formidable and intimidating patriarch of the Su family, but just an ordinary old man worried about his granddaughter. "My obedient, sensible, and fragile granddaughter who can't take care of herself, you mustn't have any accidents, You are the only relative I have left in this world, Kinj. Grandpa really wants to see you again. When we meet again, you must be well. My precious granddaughter, you must be happy and you must be happy. Grandpa will pray for you. You must be happy and blessed. Woo woo. My precious granddaughter who I can't shoulder. How can I live without you? Chapter 497, Su King's Determination. In order to protect my husband, who is powerless, 1,500 kilometers away, on a small island filled with bloody slaughter, Su King, labeled as unable to take care of herself, weak as a willow, throws the corpse of the man in her hand, with a face full of wild satisfaction. After a night of fighting, she has gradually become accustomed to this life and death struggle, even experiencing an unprecedented pleasure. That drug-like pleasure has captivated her, addicted her, and her cultivation has also rapidly improved during this period. If there were outsiders present, they would surely be amazed. This young girl, her inner breath has already reached its peak. Once the outside world knows, she will be hailed as a martial arts genius of a rare talent. However, what no one knows is that this is the result of Su King desperately suppressing her breakthrough. Otherwise, at this moment, she might have already reached the pinnacle of inner strength. Master said, if you want to achieve higher accomplishments in the future, you cannot blindly increase the quantity of inner strength and pursue breakthroughs in realms. Quality is the key. If the quality does not meet the requirements, you can only stop at the master level in this lifetime. Only by condensing the blood-colored vigor inside the body to be as substantial as possible can there be a possibility to advance further in the future and reach the peak of martial arts. Based on such considerations, Sukinj is desperately suppressing the speed of her breakthrough. She wants to step-by-step create an invincible path of her own. Only by becoming so powerful that no one can compete can she break free from the control of her master and protect those she holds dear. Sister, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might have been humiliated by that man just now. It's so scary here. Can you take me out of here, sister? At this moment, a crying voice interrupted Suking's thoughts. She turned around and saw a sweet and cute girl with long black hair who appeared to be underage. Full of tears and panic, the girl approached her, begging for protection. Seeing this, a hint of pity crossed Suking's face. She smiled and nodded, as the girlish face was just one step away. Swish! Suking's enchanting smile remained unchanged, but the pointed tree branch in her hand instantly stabbed at the girl's face, bursting her eyeballs and splattering Suking's body with blood. Ah! The girlish girl obviously didn't expect the ambush and let out a scream of terror. But Sukinj still smiled, increasing the force in her hand, and the sharp branch pierced the girl's head on the spot, taking her life. With a thud, ignoring the sharp dagger dropped from the girlish hands, Sukinj activated her technique, and soon strands of bright red blood entered her body from the girl's face. In an instant, Suking's eyes turned red. Endless pleasure enveloped her whole body, making her unable to help but moan. After some time, Sukinj threw away the corpse in her hand, surrounded by crimson blood energy. Kill! At that moment, her brain seemed to be completely controlled by some instinct for slaughter. Just as she was about to lose her sanity, a glimpse of the jade pendant in her chest caught her eyes, and the image of a man's voice and smile suddenly appeared in front of her. Lin Chuan, Sukinj murmured, and the murderous intent in her eyes was gradually replaced by clarity. When she had completely calmed down, Sukinj grabbed the jade pendant around her neck with a gentle smile on her lips. Lin Chuan, thank you. When I return home, I will definitely come back to see you. When I become strong enough, I will be able to protect you by then. For this, even if it requires slaughtering many lives, paying a great price, I am willing to do so. Sukinj clenched her lips tightly. Her resolute voice echoed in the silent forest, filled with immense determination. In order to let that fragile and powerless man live a safe, healthy, and happy life, she is willing to pay any price, even if it means carrying everlasting infamy. Even if it means devouring countless lives to gain that powerful protective force. Later, Sukinj carefully put on the jade pendant again, and without hesitation, stepped into the jungle, ready to start a new round of life and death struggle. Chapter 498, Uncle's Family Invitation. Eating roast chicken, extinguishing the "You're beautiful, baby chicken, you're really too beautiful, baby." Lin Zhuan had just walked out of the hospital when his Huawei phone, which was leading in his pocket, timely rang. Hello Hashu, who is this about the chicken? Chicken. Xiaoshuan, how did you know that I just happened to want to invite you home to eat saucy chicken? Oh, uncle, are you back home? Is cousin Six already cleared of suspicion so quickly? Has the military officially released him? Having heard Tang Guowen's voice, Lin Zhuan instantly felt slightly surprised. He thought it would take at least a few days for the matter to settle. After all, Zhang Yangping had committed an enormous crime. As his direct disciple, how could it be so easy to just get away with it with a few words? My father and the military had a phone call. In addition, Xiao Hao is indeed also a victim. At that time, many people in Bujiang town witnessed the rift between master and disciple. A simple investigation would reveal the truth. Never mind that. Your aunt asked a friend to import some saucy chickens from Pretty Land and wants to invite you over to taste them together. Xiaoshuan, do you have time? This trip to Bujiang town, we've gone through trials together. Let's celebrate our survival after the disaster. Towards uncle's request to share the saucy chicken, Lin Zhuan did not refuse and agreed happily. It just so happened that he had things to use the uncle's family for. The most urgent matter for him was to solve the main culprit who turned his wife into a vegetable before Sukinj returned to give his wife a surprise. Of course, if it's just taking away Huo Kishin's dog life, it would be a piece of cake for him. Lin Zhuan now had more than 100 ways to quietly take down the opponent. But that would be too easy on Huo Qichen. Lin Zhuan wanted him to suffer rather than die easily. Therefore, he decided to first destroy the Huo family, which Huo Zong took pride in, just like his ancestor Huo Jin, who loved lowly, powerless in a wheelchair. In a burst of powerless rage and despair, helplessly watching his own loss of everything, Kekaki. Hello. As the saying goes, when you haven't seen each other for 3 days, you should look at each other with new eyes. I, Xu Wengshan, know how much everyone missed me, so the king has returned. By the way, it will be my wife's, Huo Wengshan's, birthday in a while. What should I get her? Any brothers have suggestions? Tang family, within the luxurious villa. Family, who knows? Xiaoshuan originally declined everything. But for my sake, he reluctantly agreed to come and feast on saucy chicken. Do you guys think he really likes me, this uncle of his, oh haha? After hanging up the phone, Tang Guowen was full of pride, acting as if he had done something remarkable. Unfortunately, none of the Tang family members present paid him any attention. Instead, they circled around Tang Hao, who stood tall and sturdy, to take turns launching a criticism session. Zihao, you must listen to your mother's words. Absolutely must not make eyes at your cousin again. You have to show him enough respect. In a way, he is your life-saving benefactor. If it weren't for his warning, you might have been killed on the spot by Zhang Yangping. If you dare to disrespect Xiaoshuan again, mom's whip plus fried pork will remake your childhood days. Tang's third son furrowed his brow, patting brother's bald head. Sixth brother, as you knew before, my opinion of cousin is even greater than yours. But ever since my originally miserable fate changed many times under cousin's guidance, I can say I fully respect him. We are the chosen children of fate. We all have a bright future. But the premise is not to offend cousin. He is our indispensable lucky charm. Listen to third brother's advice. Those understanding of the time are remarkable. Those with cousin will conquer the world. I see your forehead darkened, a sign of doom. If you continue to be stubborn, there might be a bloody calamity. Tang Ling crossed her arms, coldly snorted, haha. Sixth brother, right? I know your heart leans more towards Tangro, who you spent day and night with. But I don't care, nor do I care if you're willing to accept me as your sister. I'm not interested. But if you dare to bully cousin Lin Zhuan, then I'll curse you every night with impotence, premature ejaculation, frequent urination, urgency, painful urination, incomplete urination, testicular varicocele. Damn! I've never seen such a wicked person. Is this really my own sister? There's a distinction between kinship. For the sake of her cousin, she's cursing me with diseases. How could each one of you lean towards the Pacific Ocean? Tang Hao shuddered unconsciously. At that moment, he deeply felt the ill intentions from his relatives. Blue thin mushroom, _. At the same time, Tang Hao was half believing, even finding it unbelievable about his family's words. Chapter 499. The stubborn and unrepentant sixth cousin of old Liu. The difference between domestic roasted chicken and imported roasted chicken. 2.5 minutes later, Tang Hao gradually regained his composure from the shock. He never expected that during this time, his family had experienced so many crises resulting in bankruptcies and deaths. Tang's father almost contracted sharp eczema and passed away prematurely. Tang's mother almost became a meat-selling anchor. The just-returned seventh sister also met a tragic fate, being played by a scumbag and used at will. The most unfortunate was third brother, who either ended up cheated into Myanmar to have his heart and kidneys dug out, or sold to Africa for mining, ultimately dying tragically due to a black person's burst fart. Tang Hao's mouth hung open, eyes wide with disbelief, the news shattering his worldview, leaving his mind in disarray. Sitting helplessly on the sofa, he passively listened to the tearful stories of his family members beside him. In the end, the Tang family came to the conclusion that they must spare no effort to befriend Lin Zhuan, the Golden Finger, at all costs. I've finished speaking. W. Who agrees? Who disagrees? As the patriarch, Tang Guowen stood up without hesitation, intending to finalize the family's course of action. I agree. OWO, no need to ask. Cousin Lin Zhuan is awesome. I unconditionally support this policy. Unconditional approval +1. Seeing their family members raising their hands in agreement. About to be a unanimous decision, Tang Hao weakly raised his hand and muttered softly, I object. Smack. Tang Guowen raised an eyebrow, rewarding his eldest son with a big slap. Objection is overruled. Why bother asking? Being dictatorial. Ha! Tang Hao covered his face, feeling helpless, tears welling up inside him. Dad, have you forgotten about what happened back then? Beastly cousin did something to Zero. How can we be friends with such a despicable and wicked person? Leaving that aside, how do we explain things to Zero? She will be crushed. This is getting ridiculous. Facing the stupid remarks of his eldest son, Tang Guowen was furious and was about to continue slapping when a small whip hit Tang Hao out of nowhere. Turning his head, he realized it was his own daughter-in-law who made the move. Always stubborn and unrepentant, stubbornly wrong-headed. We have talked so much before, and you haven't learned anything at all. I think you just haven't eaten enough fried human flesh with whips. Today, I'll help you relive a complete childhood. Su Shuyan, who was iron-willed, wielded the small whip with authority, looking extremely skilled. She was truly angered by her foolish son, clearly explaining Ziru's villainous side. But this foolish son still blindly favored the other party. Has he been possessed? Or charmed by someone? Listen to me, my precious daughter only has Zhaoling. As for Zero, that green tea girl, to be honest, if it weren't for trying to give you brother some time to accept it, I would have expelled her long ago. Also, that cunning Zero must have some deep schemes. My strong female intuition tells me it must be fishy. Feeling the raging anger of his mother, Tang Hao fell silent, bowing his head, unable to refute any more. Yet deep down, he still thought Zero was not the despicable person described by his parents, suspecting a misunderstanding. When he heard the idea of expelling Zero from the house, his expression darkened even more, feeling pity. Even now, Tang Hao could not easily let go of the bond he had cultivated with Zero since childhood, especially several years ago when he was heartbroken by his first love, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts. Zero was by his side every day, patiently guiding him. She eventually helped him get over that relationship, enabling him to embrace the light again. From that moment on, Tang Hao quietly vowed in his heart, no matter what happens in the future, he will do everything to protect the gentlest sister in the world. Therefore, unless he sees it with his own eyes. Otherwise, Tang Hao found it hard to imagine that the kind and good sister in his memory would be the cunning and despicable girl described by his family. There must be some misunderstanding. Tang Hao even began to suspect. Did the beastly cousin use some unknown means to control the situation? After all, predicting the future sounded a bit far-fetched. But Tang Hao had to admit, in Bujiang town, the beastly cousin indeed predicted things in advance and knew the unfortunate experiences of the senior brothers and sisters. Apart from foresight, no other explanation made sense, right? Ooh, so annoying. Well, let's wait until the beastly cousin arrives and test him properly. Just when Tang Hao's mind was in turmoil, a servant came to report that Lin Zhuan had arrived at the house. Zi Zhuan is here to eat sexy chicken? Great, hurry, let's welcome him. Wait, that seems a bit impolite. Let's all go out and welcome him together. Tang Guowen stood up first and led the way outside. The Tang family's third young master and others followed closely. At the villa entrance, Lin Zhuan, who arrived late, was surprised to see the whole family welcoming him personally. After a 2.5-second shock, he smiled and greeted them. Hi! Haha! Is it just my imagination? Zi Zhuan, how come you seem even more handsome? Tang Guowen and others were slightly surprised when they saw Lin Zhuan for the first time. Although it had only been a day, Lin Zhuan exuded a certain aura or charm, as if he had become more otherworldly. If he put on ancient clothing, he might even have a bit of that legendary, ethereal immortal feeling. But upon closer inspection, he seemed the same person. I can't see any changes. Strange. No, uncle, you must be mistaken. It's all an illusion. Lin Zhuan didn't explain much and brushed it off casually. Gives alright? Did you come here alone? Why didn't you bring your -10? Sorry. Don't worry. Your niece-in-law has a good fate. She be fine. I've mobilized all of Tang's resources to help find her. I believe we'll have results soon. Tang Guowen realized in the middle of speaking about Su Qing's disappearance in Bujiang town and promptly stopped, afraid of triggering his nephew's emotional distress. In response, Lin Zhuan smiled lightly, gesturing that he was okay, and steered the conversation in a different direction. "Uncle, let's go inside first. I can't wait to enjoy the delicious roasted chicken from beautiful country." "Oh, yes, let's go. Uncle will treat you to a taste test today. Let's see how different domestic chicken and imported chicken taste. Ha ha ha." And so, the uncle and nephew walked shoulder to shoulder, laughing and talking as they entered the house. Chapter 500, 88,888 points exchange MasterChef Tang. Family, dining hall. On the dining table, two tantalizing roast chickens were placed side by side. One was the American roast chicken from across the ocean, with a golden skin exuding exotic charm. The other was a traditional Chinese roast chicken, with a bright red color, showcasing centuries of culinary wisdom. At this moment, Lin Juan and his companions were happily enjoying the meal, savoring the flavors of domestic chicken and imported chicken. The American and Chinese roast chickens were only halfway eaten. Tang Guowen eagerly set down his chopsticks, his eyes full of curiosity. "So, Zhijuan, which flavor of roast chicken do you prefer?" How should I put it? The American roast chicken has a unique taste, crispy on the outside, tender and juicy inside, truly a distinctive flavor. However, Lin Juan smiled as he picked up a piece of imported chicken and took a bite. Without exaggeration, Lin Juan acknowledged that the imported chicken had a firm texture and rich, unique seasoning, with a hint of exotic taste, truly a delicious dish. However, after savoring it, Lin Juan felt that the American roast chicken, while distinct, was lacking something. So, he turned his attention to the Chinese roast chicken. The domestic chicken had a golden color all over, with a mouthwatering aroma. Lin Juan carefully tore off a small piece of chicken breast and tasted it. Instantly, a rich fragrance filled his mouth. The chicken was tender and juicy, perfectly seasoned to enhance its natural flavor without overpowering it, adding layers of richness. This taste carried the essence of home, the accumulation of time and cultural heritage. At this moment, Lin Juan's taste buds seemed to be awakened by a familiar and profound flavor. It was a product of the perfect combination of traditional Chinese spices and cooking techniques, tempting the taste buds with each bite. The American roast chicken has its unique aspects, boldly innovative in seasoning and with a different flavor profile. However, in comparison, the Chinese roast chicken suits my taste better. Because our Chinese roast chicken. Lin Juan's eyes sparkled as he emphasized, it represents not just a dish, but a cultural heritage, an emotional attachment, a nostalgia for our homeland. Look at the spice blend, the mastery of cooking techniques. Each bite makes me feel the taste of home, deep and multidimensional. Its flavor is familiar, warm, touching to the soul. Though the American roast chicken also has its merits. Here, Lin Juan's tone carried a subtle hint of pride, but truly, what makes me feel affectionate and satisfied is our authentic Chinese roast chicken. Firstly, it better suits the palate of our Chinese people. Secondly, the Chinese roast chicken brings us not only culinary enjoyment, but also comforts our souls. It can be said that, through the centuries-old culinary craftsmanship, our Chinese roast chicken embodies the dedication and passion of the Chinese people towards food. Lin Juan, praise in short, apart from being awesome, still awesome 2.5 minutes later. Watching Lin Juan still going on and on, the Tang family members collectively dumbfounded. Isn't it? Just asking which roast chicken tastes better. Where are all these insights and emotions coming from? It's just a chicken, delicious or not. It's as simple as that. You, on the other hand, are going on, bullying us commoners for not having in-depth knowledge of gourmet food. All right, you talk a lot. Let's chat with you. You're cultured. You're amazing. Well said. Zhijuan. Wherever we go, we must not forget the flavors passed down by our ancestors. Tang Guowen chuckled awkwardly. You're too kind, uncle. Lin Juan grinned and waved his hand modestly. I'd just like to cook for my wife Kinj at home. Over time, I've picked up some tricks. In terms of cooking skills, I do have some unique insights. Kinj can hardly eat anything except the food I cook at home. Hearing this, the Tang family members were stunned. They politely echoed a few words, but deep down, they didn't quite believe it. After all, Lin Juan hadn't studied at the new Oriental Culinary School, so how could he cook? Even if Lin Juan self-taught, his cooking was probably average at best. How could it compare to the professionally trained chefs at home? And that enthusiasm from the niece-in-law, was it out of consideration for Lin Juan's pride, fearing to hurt a man's fragile ego? Or was it love blinding her, making everything taste delightful in the sweetness of love? Surely, it couldn't be that she was really just hungry. Why is nobody believing me? Lin Juan shrugged helplessly in his mind, noticing the indifferent expressions of his uncle's family. During the period when Su Qinj was waking up and gradually recovering, Lin Juan, who doted on his wife, was concerned about the kitchen's meals not suiting her taste. He wanted to personally cook a few loving and nutritious meals for his wife. Therefore, to the points exchange system, he redeemed the Master Chef skill from the anime Chuka Ichiban and became the only man on this planet qualified to call himself a Master Chef. He still remembered that to exchange for the Master Chef skill, it cost him a whopping 88,888 points, almost breaking Lin Juan's heart. But later, as he watched his wife enjoy the food he made, mouthful by mouthful, Lin Juan's heart was filled with satisfaction, especially when Su Qing's taste buds were conquered. And the admiration, longing, astonishment, and disbelief in her eyes, along with the increasing favorability towards him, made Lin Juan float with joy, exclaiming that those points were really worth it. Catching a woman's heart really did start with capturing her stomach. Love instructor, you're not deceiving me. From that moment on, Lin Juan basically dedicated himself to pampering his wife, becoming a genuine family cook, responsible for feeding Su Qinj every day. After tasting the meals of the Master Chef, Su Qinj couldn't stand other ordinary dishes anymore. She would rather go hungry than eat anything that wasn't served by Lin Juan. Lin Juan had even planned that in the future, while the husband managed the inner affairs, the wife would earn money to support the family, and he would take care of cooking and enjoy the soft life of being fed. What a life, summed up in 2 words, perfect. Chapter 501, Tang Zhu's Big Gourd, thanks to user 11,989,123 for the divine certification. I envy Qingjae's sister so much. Cousin, please spoil her at the dining table. Tang Ling propped her smooth chin with an anti-smile on her face. In the hospital, she had close contact with her cousin and cousin-in-law, not ending their love. How should I put it? It's too sweet for a person to handle. Unaware, some thought they were acting in an idol drama. Tang Ling had been obsessed with CP at that time, and even almost ruined her teeth by grinding them Tangguo, and then took over with a smile. Zizhuan, your 5th cousin is currently obtaining a first-level chef certificate in the capital. Since you are so confident in your cooking skills, when she comes back, you can discuss together. 5th cousin. Tang Zhu. Oh, in the novel, she does seem to be a superb female chef. I remember she was really nice. Gentle too. Especially towards the original owner, unlike Tang Chuan, Tang Hao, and the others at the beginning, who were rude. Wait, what was her ending again? I can't recall. Since Tang Zhu was a lesser character in the novel, Lin Juan was not very clear about her final fate. Luckily, he had the knowing the melon patch skill, which could provide some insights into the fates of certain characters. Just as Tang Guowen and the others were somewhat surprised, not understanding why Lin Juan suddenly fell silent, a familiar inner voice suddenly resounded, making everyone in the Tang family present tense up, their eyes brightened. He's here! He's here! He's finally coming towards us with the intention to change the fate of the Tang family. Tang Guowen and the others were extremely excited. They had been trying all means to stay close to Lin Juan, just for this moment, right? Instantly, everyone sat up straight like elementary school students, holding their breath, afraid of missing any useful information. And Lin Juan did not disappoint, but delivered a blow to Tang Guowen and the others. Damn! The heavens are too cruel! My 5th cousin had a red birthmark on her face since she was young, enduring the strange looks from others already being difficult, and now you make her encounter domestic violence, plus cheating scumbag. After marriage, she suffered miscarriages 7 to 8 times for that scumbag. Yet, the scumbag was able to Damn WW. What did we just hear? Little Zhu will encounter domestic violence plus cheating scumbag in the future, and might suffer miscarriages 7 to 8 times. In the end, she might even be subjected to something due to a large insurance sum. What? Say it. Continue to say it. Haven't you heard the saying that if you don't finish your words, you're as good as a short chicken? Mr. and Mrs. Sushiyan were anxious deep down. They urgently wanted to know the truth from Lin Juan, to be prepared and change the pitiful fate of their 5th daughter. Little Zhu had always been obedient and responsible since childhood, never complaining about the birthmark on her face. This made Mr. and Mrs. Su filled with guilt and heartache. With such a precious daughter, they absolutely would not allow her to be harmed by a scumbag. They must protect her at all costs. So, who is this scumbag? On the side, third young Master Tang was equally furious. Although Lin Juan did not reveal Tang Zu's fate, anyone could tell. The fate of the fifth sister was certainly not going to be good. Bastard! Daring to harm my younger sister, third young Master Tang of the Tang family. That's seeking death. If I find out the identity of that scumbag, I will personally deal with him without mercy. The current Tang family members had 100% trust in Lin Juan's inner voice prediction. Therefore, each one was as jittery as ants on a hot pan, eager to grasp Lin Juan and force him to reveal the whereabouts of that scumbag. It would be to our advantage to find him, tear him apart, reverse the future, and change the miserable fate of the fifth daughter. In the crowd, Tang Hao, who had just returned home, remained skeptical. How could he not accept this absurd setup of predicting the future? Even if there were superpowers, why should they appear on the scoundrel cousin instead of on someone like him, a noble and talented martial artist? This is unreasonable. This is unfair. Tang Hao stared daggers, matching his fierce appearance with a glare that could make a crying child stop. Even Lin Juan was interrupted in his thoughts by his hostile gaze. It seems that since I came in, I specifically avoided interacting with the sixth younger cousin, right? Why does he keep glaring at me? So hostile. Oh, I get it. Certainly Tangro, that fake wealthy girl, must have cried in front of the sixth younger cousin to garner sympathy. So, my simple-minded, brawny sixth younger cousin is glaring at me, probably wanting to give me trouble. Sigh, my naive and foolish self treats everyone with favor if he knew that his beloved first love back then, the reason they suddenly broke up. Was it because his image of his incomparable precious younger sister was plotting against him behind his back? Would he turn into a vulnerable man, crying and talking about suicide right there? Very possible. After all, this sixth one did something like this back then gives. What? Moro caused me trouble back then. Nonsense. How is it possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am 95% sure it's not possible at all. Hearing that the reason for my past betrayal was due to Moro, Tang Hao's pupils suddenly shrank. His first reaction was skepticism, and he adamantly refused to believe it. He even began to suspect. Was it because the despicable cousin knew that he could eavesdrop on thoughts, so he deliberately fabricated a lie in his mind, just to sow discord? That possibility is quite high. Wait, could it be that Dad, Mom, and others were also deceived this way? Is that why they had such a drastic change in attitude towards Little Ro, turning so malicious? Well, unexpectedly, the scoundrel cousin is so cunning, quietly fomenting discord among them, disrupting the deep bond of their family. As the saying goes, even the most patient man has his limits. Just as Tang Hao thought he had grasped the truth and was about to make a move, ready to confront the scoundrel cousin. Slap! He was forcefully slapped on the back of the head, leaving Tang Hao in a daze. He turned around angrily, only to meet the blazing gazes of his father, mother, and brother, all coldly staring at him. Tang Hao, 1. Gift value is 428 500ths, almost achieved. Will update with 3 more chapters tomorrow. 2. Today, the official release of Black Legend, Goku. Has anyone played it before? Is it fun? E=0. Sigh, unfortunately, my computer can't handle that much memory, so I'll just watch others play in the live stream. Many people are missing updates to play games. While I'm here struggling to type, can I ask for some gifts that aren't too much? Hey how Chapter 502, Old Six's Abstract Behavior, the Tang Family. Whose CPU was burned? The Tang Family. At the dining table, Tang Guowen and others gritted their teeth, wishing they could roll up their sleeves and beat up their own old six on the spot. This rascal just almost managed to identify the scumbag's identity from Lin Juan's inner voice, in turn changing fifth brother's fate. However, because of old six's stare, it all came to nothing. Damn it! Why are you staring with eyes so wide open for no reason? I clearly warned you to show enough respect to Xiao Xuan, never to show any hostility towards him, but how come this unfilial child just can't seem to understand? Useless thing. We finally caught an opportunity. thinking about resolving the conflict between you brothers. Yet old six, you, sigh, a child that cannot be taught, a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved. You really can't make use of any opportunity given to you. For all equals 3, damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. If not for the constraints of the situation, Tangguowen and others would surely collectively give their old six some affectionate wrapping, making him sober up. Mother's embrace, father's embrace, brother's embrace, sister's embrace. What's with that look in your eyes? What's with that expression? Haven't you noticed your cousin has finished his drink? Why don't you quickly refill it for your cousin? Useless thing. Tangguowen was like iron, unable to turn into steel, giving his eldest son a sharp glare, eyes filled with a warning meaning. Under the stern gaze of the creator, Tang Hao felt a tightening in his chest, feeling like daggers on his throat, like sitting on pins and needles. Under the pressure of family affection, he could only reluctantly open a bottle of Wang Laoji and pour it into the cup in front of Lin Zhuan. Seeing this, Tangguowen's expression improved slightly. He smiled kindly at his eldest nephew and said, "Xiao Shuan, as the saying goes, surviving a major disaster brings great fortune. Considering that alcohol is harmful, let's celebrate today with Wang Laoji instead, rejoicing in our survival after the catastrophe. Eldest uncle, cheers first, you lead." After saying that, Tangguowen raised his head and started drinking with gulping sounds. On the side, Su Shuyun and the other Tang family members also smiled and raised their Wang Laoji to drink nonstop. Gulp gulp gulp, following the normal rules of social etiquette. Faced with the host's toast, Lin Zhuan should have responded with a toast, which was basic courtesy. However, looking at the Wang Laoji in his cup, Lin Zhuan hesitated for a moment, feeling that he couldn't drink it, but also couldn't refuse. In this dilemma, this behavior that didn't conform to logic immediately caught the attention of Tangguowen and the others. Puzzled, they wondered if they had unintentionally offended Lin Zhuan at some point. Consequently, they started to reflect on themselves. But the aggrieved Tang Hao had reached his limit long ago. Just as he was about to stand up and scold his despicable cousin for his lack of manners, a familiar voice echoed again. "I have a headache. Should I drink this Wang Laoji or not? Honestly, I really can't drink even a sip. But not drinking seems impolite. Damn, it's all because of my cousin old six, who would have thought that this muscular man, so rugged in appearance, would have such strange private preferences. He actually likes to smell girls' armpits, especially when the girls are all sweaty. That strong armpit odor is my cousin old six's favorite. Obsessed with it. Of course, it's not a big deal. Although when I first heard this news, I felt like my already small brain was shrinking to a sesame. But well, I'm an open-minded person. For example, I also like my wife's 10 pure white alpine armpits. Everyone has their own quirks. Understandable. The problem is with old six's fierce appearance, he can never find a girl who would let him smell her armpits in daily life. Helpless, he can only settle for occasionally smelling his own armpits to satisfy himself. Ooh, just thinking about it makes me nauseous. I want to puke, and the worst part is, this old six not only smells it, but he also likes to drink the Wang Laoji washed with his armpits, and his greatest wish in life is to marry a girl who doesn't mind his quirk and is willing to bathe and wash her armpits with Wang Laoji every day, then store the water for him to drink. Heavens! I'm truly amazed by this old six. In terms of weirdness, I would dub him the #1 on top of the pile of shit. I thought I was the biggest pervert in the world because of my curiosity to secretly drink my wife's foot wash water. But who would have thought? There are even greater masters out there. Oh. And just an hour ago, my cousin old six was alone in the room, enjoying 10 bottles of Wang Laoji washed with his own armpits. The sight of it was so disgusting. I can't take it anymore. Blarg blarg blarg, I feel like throwing up. I feel like I have a shadow now. I might never be able to look at Wang Laoji straight in this life. I can't even drink a drop. Hash. I can't think about this anymore. My head is about to explode if I think about it for another second. Just as Lin Zhuan was pondering, trying to figure out how to refuse to drink the Wang Laoji, he didn't notice that the dining room had fallen into silence, and Tangguowen and others had already looked strange, dumbfounded. What is going on? Oh, what did we just hear? So strange. Why is there such niche literature? It's too ahead of its time, isn't it? It looks like Chinese characters, and we know each character individually and understand each one, but when combined, we can't understand it. Our CPUs are burning out due to the explosive and outrageous information revealed by Lin Zhuan. Tang Guowen and the others collectively stood rooted to the spot, unable to recover for a long time. They felt their small brains shrinking continuously. Despite looking outwardly calm, their minds were completely blank. Itchy, how do we deal with the feeling of getting a new brain? At this moment, both those who were drinking Wang Laoji and those who weren't fell silent. Have any brothers smelled a girl's armpits before? It smells really nice, and I suggest brothers with girlfriends give it a try also. Drinks that have washed armpits have a great taste. Don't ask me how I know. Because I have a friend who tried it before, and according to him, it's considered a top-notch luxury on earth, with a single sip capable of forgetting all earthly troubles. Believe me, because Chinese people don't lie to other Chinese people. If you don't like drinking Wang Laoji washed armpits, you can also try switching to Pepsi, Red Bull, Sprite, wine, juice, Pulse. Chapter 503, Lin Zhuan and Tang Hao. The new generation of hidden dragons and phoenix chicks. After 2.5 minutes, Tang Jia San Shao, who has a cleanliness obsession, was the first to come to his senses. His face was pale, and who knows what he was thinking about. He bent over and dry heaved on the spot, regurgitating all the recently ingested Wang Laoji. This disturbance caused Tang Guowen and the others to wake up one by one, feeling uncomfortable in their stomachs. But they couldn't reach the point of publicly vomiting, so they could only stand with unpleasant expressions, feeling choked up, unable to vomit. Until then, everyone gradually came back to their senses. Facial expressions slowly transformed from a poker face to a fan-shaped face, showing a bit of strangeness, to parts of shock, 3 parts of incomprehension, and 4 parts of disbelief. Sixth brother. He actually likes to smell girls' armpits. Likes that sour and stinky armpit sweat smell. Oh my god, so weird. Can't be. Can't be. Sixth brother's kinkiness. Is it that unconventional? Damn. No wonder that on ordinary days, often see sixth brother lifting his hand as if he's sniffing something. Originally thought it was an illusion, and didn't pay much attention. So it turns out sixth brother, unsatisfied, is sniffing his own armpits for self-satisfaction. Who can't think about it? Thinking about it will make me want to vomit. This sixth brother, if I had known earlier, should have given him proper sex education then. Maybe he wouldn't have turned out like this. Liking to smell girls' sweaty armpits was weird enough, right? The worst part is, sixth brother not only likes smelling, but also likes drinking Wang Laoji that's been used to wash armpits, wants to marry a girl who doesn't mind his kinks, and is willing to wash and store bathwater for him to drink after washing with Wang Laoji every day. What? The tastes are also bizarre. Even an hour ago, sixth brother had gallantly downed 10 bottles of armpit drink in his room. No wonder, when I went upstairs to call him to help, he stubbornly hid in the bathroom and wouldn't come out. I initially thought it was food poisoning and he had diarrhea. Okay, now think about it. Turns out sixth brother was addicted to his mouth, hiding in the bathroom, sneaking to drink Wang Laoji with added ingredients. Oh, this is outrageous, sinful, huh? Wait, if I remember correctly, sixth brother has a slight body odor. Can he handle that smell? Body odor plus armpit odor plus wet odor plus Wang Laoji equals biochemical weapon? His body is in such good shape from training in martial arts. Drinking that stuff, he won't really get poisoned. No need for the hospital. Such a cringe-worthy scene. Just thinking about it makes you cringe. Can't take it? Ooh, the hash. Damn. Can't think about it anymore. Another second of thinking, and my brain will explode. Tang Guowen and the others are completely dumbfounded, not knowing how to deal with their nephew. At this moment, they suddenly no longer find Wang Laoji as appealing, falling into contemplation. Their minds are filled with only one thought: Wang Laoji, it's dirty. Wang Laoji is just a drink. What did it do wrong? Sixth brother, why are you treating it this way? At this moment, Wang Laoji's reputation was completely ruined. Except for Tang Hao, no one dared to look directly at the Wang Laoji in their hands. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhuan, because of his confession today, 3 generations of the Tang family and Wang Laoji parted ways for good. The loyal customer of Wang Laoji -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. Tang Ling, I'm glad I don't like drinking Wang Laoji. I prefer Vita soy milk. Tang Guowen, I only drink Pepsi. Su Shuyun, Sprite suits me. Tang Jia Sanshao, then I'll go with Pulse. Wang Laoji, so, it's all my fault. You better have a good excuse. Just then, Lin Zhuan, racking his brains, finally came up with what he thought was a perfect reason to refuse the drink. Uncle, I'm sorry, how about a different drink? I'm allergic to Wang Laoji and can't drink this. Can you change it to a bottle of Wahaha AD calcium milk for me? This is my favorite drink, sweet and sour, rich in calcium and vitamin D, helps with children's bone development. I have to dazzle a bottle every night. Sweet and sour, nutritious, delicious taste. I'm happy drinking it every day. Hearing this, Tang Guowen's corner of the mouth twitched. Allergic to the goddamn Wang Laoji. Never heard of such a thing. Can't you come up with a more polite and convincing excuse? This makes me seem so dull. And what the hell is Wahaha AD calcium milk? Isn't that something only kids drink? I give up. Since there are too many problems, Tang Guowen didn't know where to start. After all, today he only learned his nephew's little secret. Liking to eat pure and tender Alps was one thing, but sneaking to drink foot-washing water, what kind of operation is that? Can't our curiosity ease up a bit? Learn from your uncle. At most I enjoy smelling your aunt's just removed hot underpants that she wore all day. That's it. My fetish is healthy, a secret to longevity. Unlike you guys, with that kinda unconventional kinks. Oh, you two naive kids. You're just the new generation of hidden dragons and phoenix chicks, gives. However, regardless of the complaints, the demands of the big nephew still had to be satisfied. Bring me some milk. Soon, Mrs. Wang, panting, carried 100 bottles of Wahaha AD calcium milk over, setting them on the table. Uncle, don't give me face. Drink whatever you like. Today, we drink without getting drunk. With great gusto, Lin Zhuan picked up a bottle of Wahaha and poured it down, as if he were toasting with someone to a challenge like in a drinking establishment. Drunk. This is milk, not alcohol. Tang Guowen and the others were speechless. But being used to Lin Zhuan's nonsensical thinking, they each grabbed a bottle of Wahaha and collectively raised their drinks. Years. That's how 5 bottles of Wahaha calcium milk amiably collided in the air. Ho! Wait, 5 bottles. Did someone go missing? Everyone turned their heads simultaneously and saw Tang Hao sitting stupidly in his seat, unmoving, with a vacant look on his face. What's this poor kid spacing out about? Is it because his abnormal behavior was exposed and he can't accept the insanity anymore? Chapter 500 for Tang Hao's first love, the truth behind the cheating. 500 gifts for additional updates. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the flustered Tang Hao. What's wrong? Under the scrutiny of several pairs of eyes that seemed to be looking at a pervert, Tang Hao finally regained his composure from the shame of his secret being exposed. Blushing deeply, he stuttered out words. This moment could be described as the most unbearable in his life. Who could have thought that the secrets hidden in his heart for so many years would be exposed by his beastly cousin like this? He loves to smell armpits, loves to drink the Wang Laoji that has been washed with his pits. These privacies are things that only he should know. No one else could possibly know, right? Why? Why would the beastly cousin know so clearly? As if he had spied on him with his own eyes? Clairvoyance. This is unscientific. Perhaps even Tang Hao himself hasn't realized. At this moment, when he looked into Lin Zhuan's eyes, there was already a hint of awe, a hint of fear and unease, as if he was afraid that the other party would reveal more of his dark secrets. However, the most pressing matter was to get through the moment with his family. Tang Hao's face turned red. He kept his head down, not daring to look up and meet the gaze of his family, avoiding eye contact. He was afraid that if he raised his head, he would see the disdainful look in his family's eyes. Gives_gives_6, we misjudged you. We never thought you were this kind of person. Thinking of this, Tang Hao couldn't help but shiver, full of shame and anger, wishing he could buy 100 million bottles of Wang Laoji and drink them all on the spot. Humph, damn it, it's all the fault of the beastly cousin. If he hadn't spouted nonsense in his heart, how could he have ended up in such an embarrassing situation? How would he be able to face his family in the future? How could he sneakily smell his own pits again? How could he stealthily drink armpit juice again? Just the thought of the days ahead without pits, without Wang Laoji. No snowflakes float down the wind, whispers the vast world hash. Listening to the terror-inducing BGM coming from who knows where, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel sorrowful, his eyes turning red. What's wrong with my good little brother? What's going on with my cousin today? Why are his eyes turning red all of a sudden? Could it be because I suggested drinking Wahaha calcium milk and he couldn't get Wang Laoji, so he's crying out of spite? Really? A man sheds tears without shame. Why so fragile? Don't drink if you don't want to. Why glare at me? I didn't force him to drink. This brat, if he glares at me again, I'll expose all his dark secrets. What body odor? What liking for armpits? What armpit-flavored Wang Laoji? These are just a small part of it. The old sixth from before, even after the senior sisters finished their practice and were dripping in sweat, he would scamper over to flatter them. The real goal, actually, was to sniff the body odor of the senior sisters. He also liked to sneak to the upstream of the senior sisters while they were bathing by the lake, quickly running to the downstream to bathe and gulp down lake water, fantasizing about being close to the senior sisters. Or he would sneak to the upstream of the senior sisters and pee in the water. So disgusting. Such a perverted scumbag. Should I remind Zhaoling or Ant about this? After all, the old sixth who's addicted to body odor might secretly. Oh, I can't even think about it. What? Tang Guowen and the others didn't know how to describe their feelings at that moment. The big melon about Lao Liu from before had already shattered their worldview, but they didn't expect to hear even more outrageous things now. Is this still the Lao Liu they remembered from their memory, the honest and simple Lao Liu? His actions were simply obscene to the extreme, completely subverting their worldview. At this moment, Tang Ling was the most restless, because her seat happened to be right next to Tang Hao. At this moment, she was blushing, looking at her little brother in a wary, perverted light. The gaze of the whole family, looking at this creepy guy, immediately pricked Tang Hao's pride, causing a mixture of shock, anger, and a hint of deep fear. These unspeakable private behaviors were always done sneakily in a foolproof manner. Besides him, there shouldn't be a second person who knows about it. But the beastly cousin, how did he know? In that instant, Tang Hao basically believed the words of his family members. Knowing the future. The one who has an elder cousin has the world. That said, at this moment, it was his own private matters being exposed, which made him feel uncomfortable. In fact, it's not entirely his fault. The days on the mountain were extremely boring and unbearable. And he was at the age of hot-bloodedness, under severe sexual suppression. Only the graceful figures of the senior sisters constantly stirred his restless heart. Therefore, he occasionally couldn't control himself and acted in ways that ordinary people couldn't understand. After each time, he deeply regretted it, but he couldn't control his animal instincts. Bang! Finally, unable to endure the strange gaze of his family members, Tang Hao, with a red face and thick neck, slammed the table and stood up, trying to speak but hesitating. This sudden behavior silenced the room. Countless inexplicable gazes converged on him. What's going on? Isn't my younger brother a bit strange today? Before Lin Zhuan could voice his concern, Tang Guowen directly reprimanded and ordered him to leave. What are you doing? Why are you throwing a tantrum out of nowhere? Even if you're unhappy about me arranging a blind date for you in the morning, you shouldn't be so rude in front of guests. Get out right now, reflect on yourself, adjust your mood, and come back when you're ready. Perhaps fearing that the secret would be overheard and exposed, leading to his nephew being guarded against in the future. Or perhaps fearing that his nephew would continue to reveal more dark secrets about Lao Liu, causing their hearts and Tang Hao's pride to not be able to handle it. Tang Guowen had a flash of inspiration and casually found an excuse of a blind date, successfully dispelling all of Lin Zhuan's doubts. So he was forced by uncle to go on a blind date. I was wondering why my little brother was acting strange today. Unfortunately, uncle is doing feudal work. My little brother is a romantic guy, still longing for his first love, white moonlight. Speaking of which, I remember his white moonlight from back then. She seems to be working as a nurse at the second hospital affiliated to Shanghai University now. Should I subtly remind my little brother? When he finds his first love from back then, he'll naturally know the true face of the fake heiress. By then, maybe he won't easily listen to brainless instigation and come bother me again, right? What? Ziwei. She's working as a nurse in a hospital now. Tang Hao was stunned, then without looking back, he ran out of the room. If it was before, he might still have been half in doubt. But after various incidents of exposing dark secrets, Tang Hao almost no longer doubted the authenticity of his beastly cousin's inner voice. Ziwei, wait for me. I will definitely find you again. Good night. Seeking gifts. Kneel and beg for support in the name of love. This is a gift for additional updates. There will be 3 more updates tomorrow. Thanks for everyone's gift support. Brothers with free time, can you help break the book drought? Chapter 505. Big cousin's son turns out to be a patient of Klinefelter syndrome. What's going on? How come youngest 6th cousin is so energetic? It's like, came in a hurry, left in a hurry wishing. We could meet, love comes and goes swiftly, everything fades away with the wind. Huh, that's so abstract. How did it turn into singing all of a sudden? But what song is this? It sounds strangely nice. Tang Guowen and the others looked puzzled, momentarily pulled back to their thoughts by the inner turmoil of the eldest nephew. As for the departure of the oldest son, they were not concerned. They assumed youngest 6th cousin rushed to the hospital to find someone after learning about White Moonlight's whereabouts. This is good. If youngest 6th cousin can recognize Tang Ru's true nature through this, they could save themselves a lot of trouble. Uncle, where is little Ro cousin? How come I haven't seen her since I came in? At this moment, Lin Xuan seized the opportunity and asked the question he had been curious about since earlier. Oh, her. She went to your big cousin's house early in the morning. She should still be there, helping your big cousin take care of the child. After all, young Zhaoshang is a bit mischievous. He never listens to anyone, but gets along well with little Ro. So, when your big cousin is busy with work, she lets little Ro go and help take care of the child. Just mentioning Tang Ro made Tang Guowen's smile freeze on his face, instantly becoming much colder. Since learning about Tang Ru's true nature, both him and Su Xian had a drastic change in their attitudes towards Tang Ro, almost visibly repulsed. Tang Ro was not a fool and could naturally feel the animosity towards her. She was also very distressed and puzzled, not understanding why she suddenly turned into this person. Unable to find a reason for the moment, and not wanting to stay at home being looked down upon, she ran to Tang Wanner's house to sell her misery. Is she at big cousin's place? Tang Wanner. I thought Tang Ro went to the Huo family's side, planning to trade Tang family secrets for sufficient benefit. Big cousin is also confused. Her son has Klinefelter syndrome. He's a born troublemaker. Now, while the child is still young, if they find a way to discipline and treat him, even if he can't be completely cured when he grows up, at least it can greatly improve the child's condition. But she insists on leaving the child with a false heiress. No wonder he's getting more twisted as he grows up, stealing and causing trouble, becoming a total scum. The 3 taboos of drugs, gambling, and violence go hand in hand with him. In the end, becoming an irredeemable addicted person. After being rejected by Big Cousin for money to buy drugs, he cruelly dismembered and accused Big Cousin's couple. Lin Xuan sighed deeply in his heart, realizing the importance of parenting education. He felt it necessary to plan ahead. Once he and Su Qinj have the 12 zodiac children, he must personally guide and educate them to ensure they don't stray down the wrong path. As for the Su Shiyun couple, they were completely unsettled. What did they hear? Oh, Wanner's child has Klinefelter syndrome? Their grandson is born with bad genes. Growing up he will become a scumbag, even addicted to drugs, cruelly dismembering and accusing his own parents. This behavior is simply shocking. God, have our Tang family been cursed? Why do none of our descendants have a good ending, good fortune? So far, it is known that Tang Ling, Tang Chuan, Tang Hao, Tang Zhu, Tang Wanner, the 5 children have all had a bleak fate, tragic endings. Strictly speaking, their husband and wife pair have equally sad endings. One was framed as a traitor and finally riddled with bullets. The other sent his whole family away, and in order to endure hardships and give up his dignity, became a meat-selling female anchor on the edge. In short, the Tang family can be said to be all cannon fodder with tragic endings. At this moment, the looks Tang Guowen and his wife gave to their eldest nephew shimmered, as if looking at a savior. It can be said that Lin Xuan changed the fate of their whole family. Otherwise, the tragic end of the Tang family was destined to bring destruction and death. Eldest nephew, you're awesome. Klinefelter syndrome. What kind of disease is it? Are people with the disease really so terrifying? It's a bit scary. Since she grew up in the countryside, Tang Ling had always been short on experience, so she had never heard of such a rare disease. So, filled with curiosity, she took out the latest Huawei Mate 60 phone her mother bought her, opened the browser, and Baidu'd it. Soon, information about Klinefelter syndrome from Baidu Big popped up. Klinefelter syndrome, as a rare genetic disease. The characteristic is in the chromosomal composition of male individuals with an extra Y chromosome, resulting in a total of 47 chromosomes. The sex chromosome composition is XYY, while the remaining autosomes remain normal. This phenomenon may cause patients to exhibit a series of unique manic personality traits. Chapter 506. The beginning of the fall of the Huo family superhero syndrome. Is it really that terrifying? Oh. Tang Ling took a deep breath and felt worried about her elder sister, Tang Wanner, and her family after reading the explanation of the encyclopedia entry. Beside her, Tang Chuan furrowed his brows, looking serious. Before her elder sister got married, she treated them, her siblings, very well, showing the demeanor of an elder sister acting as a mother. How could Tang Chuan allow his own elder sister to end up in such a tragic situation? Damn it! They should have paid more attention earlier. Zizhong's behavior was indeed somewhat violent, and his emotions were unstable. But they had not paid much attention to it before, merely seeing each other's actions as childish playfulness. They thought the child would naturally become more mature as they grew up. Who would have thought that this was actually a type of illness? It's the superhero syndrome. As a member of the new generation who often surfed the internet, Tang Chuan naturally had heard of the superhero syndrome. Although the disease was not as terrifying as some extreme keyboard warriors claimed, being born with an antisocial personality would lead to a path of crime. But if not guided correctly from a young age, that superhero child could evolve into a demon, much more likely to turn into a criminal in the future compared to an ordinary person. It seemed that, after finishing up things on hand, they must go visit their elder sister's family immediately, inform them about Zizhong's illness, and come up with a treatment plan as soon as possible. This illness cannot be delayed. The most critical point is to block that malicious woman Tang Rou, preventing any possibility of her interacting with her young nephew. As the saying goes, associate with the good and you become good. Associate with the bad and you become bad. If the young nephew continues to be with that scheming girl, his future is ruined. Only by being with his cousin who is upright, law-abiding, and follows moral standards would he be influenced towards a bright future. Meanwhile, in Lin Zhuan's familiar state of mind, his thoughts resurfaced once again. Forget it. It's none of my business. Just focus on what's important. What I need to consider is how to gain the cooperation of the paternal uncle's family and destroy the Huo family. After all, when I was in the hospital, I promised Qingjie that I would bankrupt the Huo family within half a month, make Huo Qichen pay a painful price for his actions. HMPH. That bastard dared to harm my wife. He must pay for it in the second half of his life. Now, it's been more than a week already. It's almost time to take action. Although the competition is over. But those messes left behind by Zhang Yangping won't be so easily overlooked. No matter how he tries to shift the blame, Zhang Yangping was brought by the Huo family. Those forces that have lost their friends and family, with nowhere to vent their anger, will surely turn their attention to the Huo family. This morning, Ma Yingsh called and reported the current situation of the Huo family. TSK. Everything is just as I expected. The Huo family has already begun to be suppressed by various forces, stock prices falling, various business affected. If this trend isn't restrained, the situation will only worsen. If my guess is correct. Within the Huo family at the moment, hearts must be in turmoil and panic. In order to regain momentum, seize the opportunity, Huo Qichen, who is in a hurry, will definitely use various means to obtain the development side of the University City project from his paternal uncle. Currently, the best object for Huo Qichen to use is Tang Chuan and Tang Rou. But in this process, it's also the best opportunity for me to leave fatal traps for the Huo family now. The question is, how do I persuade the paternal uncle's family to cooperate with me and complete the plan? It's a headache. The paternal uncle's family has a good impression of Huo Qichen. My three cousins even regard him as a savior. Without a suitable reason, it might be difficult for them to listen to me, right? As Lin Zhuan pondered, Tang Guowen and the others looked at each other, then nodded at the same time, understanding the ambitions of the Huo family from Lin Zhuan's thoughts. After returning to the Tang family, they immediately sent someone to investigate and confirm through some clues that what Lin Zhuan said was true. The Huo family, Huo Qichen, cunning and ruthless, vicious and cruel. Now, they were eager for the collapse of the Huo family business, willing to fully cooperate with the plan of their eldest nephew. First, they needed to gain the trust of their eldest nephew. Thinking of this, Tang Guowen decisively took action, looking serious, and initiated the confrontation. Zizhuan, I heard that you have conflicts with that Huo Qichen from the Huo family. On Oa, what's wrong? Uncle, why are you asking? Lin Zhuan was truly surprised, not understanding why Tang Guowen suddenly brought this up. But he realized it was an opportunity. So, he mentioned the matter of Huo Qichen secretly harming his own wife. He had originally planned to gradually guide the paternal uncle's family to make them aware of Huo Qichen's ambitious nature. But before he could say the planned words, Tang Guowen, accurately expressing surprise and indignation over Huo Qichen's despicable actions, took the initiative. He then showed a resentful attitude towards Huo Qichen, making it clear they were against the Huo family. Zizhuan, to be honest, like you, I have no good feelings towards the Huo family. These past few days, I've been contemplating how to seek revenge on the Huo family. If you have any plan to deal with the Huo family, speak to your uncle. As long as your uncle can help, I won't hesitate. Following that, amidst Lin Zhuan's surprised gaze, Tang Guowen naturally explained the created excuse for the split. Essentially, due to the peculiarities of his identity, he has always been cautious and avoided getting too close to some real estate businessmen. Especially, powerful forces like the Huo family primarily engaged in real estate, he always kept his distance. However, that brat Huo Qichen had once saved his passionate creation. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye and maintain a surface-level friendship with Huo Qichen, allowing his creation to be good friends with Huo Qichen. However, later on, I realized my concerns were justified. That brat from the Huo family was indeed ill-intentioned. The kidnapping incident a year ago was actually orchestrated by Huo Qichen himself. The purpose was to get close to Tang Chuan through me and obtain project information in my possession. It was about the University City development project, and if used properly, it could bring huge profits to the Huo family. For this reason, the Huo family spent so much effort to draw close to me with insidious means. Chapter 507. My motto in life is that a person's tears are invincible in true love. 3 more requests for gifts. At this point, Tang Guowen was actually quite thoughtful and fearful. Huo Qichen's methods were too secretive. If it weren't for Lin Zhuan, they might have realized too late when the cooked food was cold on the side. Su Shiyun and others also had angry expressions on their faces, accusing the Huo family of being despicable and shameless. Especially Tang Chuan, who used to regard Huo Qichen as a life-and-death brother, now wished to expose him completely. Cousin, you have no idea. That disgusting creature always appeared in front of me pretending to be a trustworthy big brother. At that time, I was still foolish, thinking that he was really good to me. Little did I know that the bastard was so cunning, planning everything behind the scenes, even sending the woman I once deeply loved Wu Mengmeng to seduce me. That scoundrel played with my pure love, causing me to now lock my heart and be completely disappointed in love. In this lifetime, I probably will never love again. And the culprit of all this is that bastard Huo Qichen. I will never forgive him. I can tolerate him hitting me, scolding me, deceiving me, but I cannot accept him shattering my longing for true love. My motto in life is that a person's tears are invincible in true love. Tang Chuan said passionately, slamming the table and standing up with anger flashing in his eyes. Farewell, my love, alas, who says men do not shed tears easily, only because they have not reached the point of heartbreak yet. 2.5 minutes later, seeing Tang Guowen and others still vehemently criticizing the Huo family, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but smile and show a self-satisfied arc on his lips. Didn't expect that? Things don't always go as planned. Just when I was about to doze off, someone brought me a pillow. Could it be that I actually have the lead role script? I thought I would have to argue for a while. Before I even opened my mouth, my uncle and his family said everything I wanted to say. Seeing my uncle and his family so indignant, my plan should go smoothly. But what surprised me was, when did my uncle and his family become so clever? Even though I thought they were as dumb as pigs, unaware of Huo Kishen's secret actions. Well, now is not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. Let's discuss how to deal with the Huo family. Hearing Lin Zhuan calling them pigs, Tang Guowen and the others' faces turned stiff, but they had no strength to retort. After all, what he said was true. Without their warning signs, they might have been sold and counted money for human traffickers until they discovered the truth. What else can you call that except pigs? *O. Deserve to be scolded? Uncle, since we have a common enemy, I'll briefly talk about my plan. Huo Qichen has been up to so many tricks in private. His ultimate goal is the real estate project information in your hands, and we can turn this against him. If I'm right, Huo Qichen will definitely use his third cousin for favor or payback. He will most likely do his best to persuade his cousin to get the project information for him. And we can use the deep brotherly bond between them to give him the real estate project information. Of course, there need to be some manipulations in the location selection, known as false information. The current Huo family is in desperate need of the University City project to stabilize its forces and turn the tide. Therefore, Huo Qichen will never let go. And now, he doesn't even know that Tang Chuan is aware of the truth and they are no longer on the same page. Lin Zhuan planned to take advantage of this, deceive the Huo family with false information, and make a big profit. After all, the total value of the University City project is over 100 billion. Hey, although he doesn't need money and has no interest in it, why not take advantage of the situation? Who would complain about having more money? After hearing Lin Zhuan's plan, Tang Guowen and the others nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful!" Tang Chuan even slapped his chest and vowed loudly, "Cousin, leave it to me. I happen to be an actor, and acting is my strong suit as the third son of the Tang family. Watch me make that Huo guy limp from being deceived." No, wait, he seems to be limping already. Well, he's even paralyzed. HMPH. This is the law of karma. For every evil deed, there's retribution. Also, I almost forgot to mention, Huo Qichen actually sent me a WeChat message this morning, asking me to go out tonight, but at the time I couldn't be bothered to reply to him. Now thinking carefully, combined with the current situation of the Huo family, perhaps, he has another purpose for tonight. Tang Chuan rubbed his chin, smirking. Upon hearing this important information, Lin Zhuan and his group began to discuss various meeting details again, discussing the finalized fake location for the project and ensuring that everything went smoothly. Only after finalizing all the details, Tang Chuan then opened Huo Kishen's chat interface on WeChat and sent a message to meet. 3 updates today. Good night and gifts please. Seeking electricity for love. IL. Update from the end of the vasectomy surgery until now. It's been about 10 days, right? The incision seems to be normal, with little pain, as long as I don't press or squat down. But it still hurts when touched and itches a lot, and I dare not scratch it. Now I just hope that the surgery at the time tied up my blood vessels cleanly, or else I'm doomed if it recurs. Gave the main surgeon 2,000 red envelopes. I hope he didn't rush through the procedure. Gives. Also, for now, I have to abstain. I expect to recover until October 1st at least, or even longer. The longer, the better. 100 days to recover properly. The most important thing is to abstain from taking Fiji. That's the top priority. Mainly because my parents are anxious about having a child, and they keep worrying about the neighbors and relatives saying that we haven't had a child after being married for so long. Speechless. Family, neighbors, and relatives murmuring. I bought 3,600 worth of medicine, originally planning to buy 3 months worth. However, the pharmacy had run out of stock at the time, so I just bought whatever was left, a bunch of capsules, and so on. Has anyone tried this? Can it really help with fertility? E=O**. Chapter 508, Butler Fu. It's been a long time since I've seen young master smile so much as Lin Zhuan had anticipated. The incident in Bujiang Bay had a significant impact on the upper-class society. As a force openly friendly with Zhang Yangping, some people naturally found a vent through targeting the Huo family. Even if they wouldn't openly attack, they could still make some covert moves. As the saying goes, when the wall collapses, everyone pushes. When a sufficient number of people are involved, even if they have no grudge against the Huo family, there will be an unspoken understanding among them, wanting to bring down the Huo family to satisfy their own interests. At this moment, the Huo family is facing such a dilemma and urgently needs a breakthrough solution. In a luxurious room with golden decorations, Huo Qichen lay on the bed, his expression extremely ugly after learning about the severe situation his family was facing. However, as the heir of the Huo family, he had to step forward to make a statement. Tell those useless members of the board that I, Huo Qichen, will handle this crisis myself. They just need to temporarily stabilize the situation and do their jobs properly. Who dares to sow discord and shake the morale at this time? Once this is over, I, Huo Qichen, will settle scores and eradicate the troublemakers. Due to a genetic reversion, Huo Qichen's health had deteriorated due to inheriting an ancestral genetic disease called Huo Jin syndrome. He was now unable to take care of himself, even needing a maid to attend to his personal needs. Within the family, there were calls for a change of heir. Some high-ranking members of the Huo family felt that this invalid was no longer capable of leading the family towards a bright future and would only bring shame upon the family in front of other forces. Seeing an opportunity to benefit, several of Huo Qichen's cousins and younger brothers came forward to volunteer as heirs. Eager and ambitious, they all had their eyes on the position of heir. Feeling a strong sense of crisis in this situation, Huo Qichen was both surprised and angry. He could not afford to lose his position as the young master of the Huo family. Given his current physical condition, he could hardly imagine how dark his future would be if he lost this title. Therefore, he had to do something to change the unfavorable situation. Has Tang Chuan replied? Huo Qichen, lying on the bed, turned his eyes towards the elderly Butler Fu with some urgency in his voice. Hearing this, Butler Fu frowned and shook his head, indicating that there was no response, and voiced his concerns. Young master, do you really think that young man from the Tang family would be willing to help you? After the Huo family's crisis, those forces who were once friendly are now busy distancing themselves, fearing being implicated by us. Human nature tends to seek advantage and avoid harm. That young man from the Tang family, would he really risk stealing project information to help you? I don't believe it. Due to his experience with human nature, Butler Fu was skeptical that things would go smoothly. On the other hand, Huo Qichen was extremely confident in his personal charm. He believed that once he displayed his dominance, the young Tang from the Tang family would throw himself into the fray for him, risking everything. Fu Bo, you're overthinking it. I know that young man Tang Chuan's character very well. He's the kind of person guided more by emotions than reason, and once he acknowledges someone, he would go to great lengths to support them when it matters. That's why I targeted him from the start, rather than anyone else in the Tang family. I've been laying the foundations for this plan for a year now. Unless the Tang family discovers that kidnapping incident was orchestrated by us, they have to acknowledge the debt of gratitude I owe them. All potential risks have been eliminated from that incident, and it has been a long time. Even if they were to investigate, they wouldn't find anything. Besides, given Tang Chuan's intelligence, the likelihood of him sensing anything is minimal, close to none. Since he hasn't replied yet, he most likely stayed up all night and is currently resting with his phone on silent mode. After all, according to the latest information, the Tang family was only released by the military early this morning. Huo Qichen's face exuded dominance, displaying unparalleled confidence. Based on his year-long interaction with Tang Chuan and his understanding of his character, he felt he had the upper hand. He chuckled at the thought of easily manipulating the young Tang from the Tang family. As he noticed Butler Fu still harboring some doubts, Huo Qichen smiled and revealed a bit more information. Rest assured, Fu Bo, everything is under control. I've been laying the groundwork in the Magic City for so many years, spending so much money, nurturing so many people, all for this day. And I have more cards in my hand besides Tang Chuan from the Tang family. If there's only one variable left, it's probably that scoundrel Lin Zhuan. Clearly, he and the Tang family had a bad relationship in the past. But during the Bujiang town trip, I noticed that their relationship seemed to have improved. However, that's not a problem. After being the good brother of Tang Chuan for so long, the bond I've cultivated is unbreakable and stronger than anything. With just a distant cousin relationship, how could it possibly shake the loyal and steadfast friendship between me and Tang Chuan? Seeing the strategic demeanor of his young master, Butler Fu's inner anxiety gradually dissipated. Honestly, he hadn't seen the young master smile like this in a long time. Whenever the young master's lips curled up in such a confident manner, it meant that victory was almost assured and the enemy was in for trouble. This time wouldn't be any different, most likely. Now, everything was ready, awaiting the young man from the Tang family's response. Ding dong, as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Just as Butler Fu was thinking about Tang Chuan, a WeChat message popped up from him. He opened it to find several silly pictures. After watching them repeatedly, Butler Fu burst into laughter and turned the screen of his phone to show Huo Qichen. Young master truly has a brilliant strategy. The young man from the Tang family is indeed still half asleep. He just messaged and said he would definitely attend the appointment tonight. Upon seeing the message on his phone, a flicker of joy passed through Huo Qichen's narrow-inked eyes. Although his face remained calm as ever, as if Tang Chuan's response was expected, Butler Fu was extremely impressed. However, just as he was enjoying his triumph for about 2.5 seconds, Huo Qichen's expression suddenly changed, turning colder. It seemed he caught a glimpse of something undesirable. Chapter 509 is chaotic. I am a maid at the tyrant's house. Update will be scheduled for 7:30 in the morning. In the luxurious bedroom, Huo Qichen lay on the large bed, his face dark as if water could drip from it. Gurgling, listening to the unsettling noises from his stomach, Huo Qichen's face became even more grim. His sharply chiseled face, now slightly contorted with embarrassment, he gritted his teeth, trying to resist this humiliation with his remaining willpower. But his body's instincts made him despair, as the powerful force could not be stopped. Soon, a warm and moist feeling quickly spread, accompanied by an unbearable stench. Plop plop plop, a series of forceful and urgent sounds rang out, like a suppressed storm, suddenly finding a release outlet. Splish splash, that noise, sometimes like heavy rain hitting banana leaves, sometimes like a waterfall crashing against rocks. In the silent room, it sounded particularly harsh. 2.5 seconds later, the stench had already filled the whole room. Facing this embarrassing situation, Huo Qichen's long and narrow ink-black eyes first showed a flash of surprise, then were filled with endless shame and indignation. The pride and dominance in his heart were instantly shattered. Helpless and furious, he could only grit his teeth, the veins on his forehead emerging like earthworms, standing out one after another. With a fierce gaze, he stared at the ceiling, as if wanting to unleash all his anger on the innocent crystal chandelier. Beside him, the just-aware butler silently stood by the bed. The intense smell made him frown slightly, but he dared not show any hint of disgust. The butler knew well the temper of this tyrannical CEO. Even in such a wretched moment, he couldn't tolerate any disrespect. Finally, the butler called for several lowly maids and left silently. Huo Qichen's dark face looked much better when he saw the lowly maids entering the room, staring straight at their petite figures. For some reason, since he was afflicted with the Huo Jin syndrome from his ancestors, he found that his taste in women had completely changed. Previously, he always thought cute lolitas were nothing compared to sexy mature women. But after falling ill, he seemed to have evolved a similar aesthetic sense as the legendary ancestor Huo Jin. He now had a different feeling towards those petite and lovely girls. Especially the younger they were, the stronger his sexual impulse. Tomato readers, paw. You beast. Because of this, Huo Qichen dismissed the group of mature female maids at home and replaced them with a group of cute lowly maids for his own enjoyment. But unfortunately, now he was completely paralyzed in all parts of his body except his head. He could only look but not touch, lying helplessly in bed. Although he had disgusting thoughts about this group of lowly maids in his heart, Huo Qichen still kept up appearances, trying to maintain the image of a tyrant. You mundane commoners, serving my extraordinary body, Huo Qichen, is a 3-lifetime blessing, and you should be grateful, he said. My every gesture and expression are unparalleled in the world, and it is your supreme fortune to witness them with your own eyes. Under this sky, I, Huo Qichen, am the only sun, and you are nothing but tiny stars orbiting on the edge of my radiance. My nobility and dignity are as majestic as mountains and as profound as oceans, far beyond your comprehension. Even so, I am willing to let you feel a trace of my presence as your most precious memory in this life. Each of my trivial needs is enough for you to exhaust your lifetime's wisdom and effort to satisfy. Being able to please me is your greatest glory. And this is just a small test I give you. Do not attempt to decipher my thoughts, because your wisdom and vision are far from reaching the vastness of my Huokishan's thoughts. In my eyes, all things in the world are like ants. And you women, fortunate enough to be the most humble yet loyal servants beneath my feet in this land. Watching him lie on the bed, crazily experiencing diarrhea and spewing feces while trying to maintain a noble demeanor, the lowly Pua brainwashing them, the female maids were dumbfounded, and the male god filter shattered on the floor. Originally, they admired the tyrannical CEO, who was renowned in the city. Learning that the male god wanted to hire a team of young Lolitas to take care of his daily life, they eagerly signed up and came together. In the sweet fantasies of the lowly maids, the handsome and domineering CEO Huokichan, with a godlike face, deep eyes, and a straight nose, exuded a fascinating charm from every part of him. Although he was bedridden due to illness, under their careful care every day, he gradually became moved and eventually fell in love with them. The young girls even imagined Huokichan using his deep and magnetic voice to gently call their names and look at them with affection and love. It gave them heartwarming compliments, holding their hands gently and telling touching words, melting their hearts instantly. They seemed to see themselves in gorgeous wedding gowns, walking slowly towards Huokichan amidst the envy of others. And the tyrant was like a prince in a fairy tale, waiting for his princess. At that moment, the whole world would shine for them. They also imagined a wonderful life as Mrs. Huo, living in a luxurious palace mansion, enjoying endless love and luxury. The tyrant would also take them to various high-end occasions, making everyone envy their happiness. However, reality is cruel, and fantasies are just fantasies, _. The difference between the two is as vast as the sky. In reality, the so-called male god is lying on a sickbed, pooling them while being afflicted by diarrhea. The insults to women and the dominant words heard by many maids present made them nauseous. The female maids who once cherished beautiful dreams were now struck as if by a heavy hammer, and the male god filter shattered completely. They really wanted to quickly take out their phones, open little red book, post and share their unpleasant encounters with others. Who knows? Dear family, today I met a nasty man, absolutely disgraceful of course. Among the lowly group, there was a girl who loved and hated the tyrant deeply. Unable to accept the shattered male god filter, she decided to secretly record the scene where the tyrant was crawling and pooting them and expose it online. She would not allow herself to be the only one collapsing and going crazy. She wanted everyone to go crazy together. Soon, an account named 7 Stars appeared with a short video titled, Chaos. I am a maid at the tyrant's house. Once the video was released, it instantly went viral on the internet, topping the trending charts. Chapter 510, Huokishan's character crumbles, internet outcry over luxurious bedroom. Splish, splish, splish. As the sputtering sounds mercilessly reverberated once again, the stench of feces quickly spread like a demon. Huokishan's face darkened significantly, but he still tried to muster up some authority. Unfortunately, in this incredibly awkward situation, he appeared particularly ridiculous and unaware. Enduring the discomfort in his body, he attempted to maintain a mighty posture, barking, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up, come over, and help me clean up this filth." In this world, those who can earn my favor can be counted with one hand. Since you are lucky enough to be one of them, you should cherish this honor and serve me with all your heart and strength. The Lolita maids widened their eyes in disbelief at his words. This guy thinks it's an honor for us to clean up his mess. Disgusting man under the surface. Of course, no matter how unsatisfied they felt inside, due to the Huo family's power and the monthly 30,000 pathetic fee, the Lolita maid team had to suppress their revulsion in their stomachs and grit their teeth to clean up the mess. MMP, it's so stinky. Who was the genius that said the prince never pooped or peed? Step forward. Let me unleash my love power on her. The more handsome he is, the stinkier the things he produces. This is just torment. How did our fate become so bitter? At this moment, the maids felt like they were experiencing a storm of emotions. The idol they once fantasized about, the perfect and domineering CEO who seemed to have walked out of a painting, now appeared as a terrible nightmare. The nauseating smell, the repulsive scene, these almost suffocated them. The Lolitas couldn't accept that the godlike idol they once held in high esteem could have such an unbearable side. Their hands trembled as they cleaned, tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. As Huo-ki-chan continued his PUA pickup artist routine, the Lolita maids looked pained and wished they could shut his mouth that sprayed feces non-stop. Endless diarrhea and feces spewing above. Was this a double attack? Finally experiencing the pain themselves, they understood why there was a headache when Tang-san recited the tightening circling spell. Huo-ki-chan was oblivious to their inner turmoil. He believed his aura of dominance had subdued the Lolita girls. On one hand, feeling self-satisfied, he accepted the maid's cleaning service. On the other hand, he resumed his domineering Pua mode. My nobility, as Huo-ki-chan, is beyond your complete understanding. Cleaning the filth for me is not only your duty, but also an opportunity to experience my extraordinary charm up close. This honor will be the best return for your dedicated service. Do not think your efforts are outstanding. In my eyes, they are merely humble actions. Nevertheless, I am willing to acknowledge your hard work and reward you with some inconsequential rewards. Remember that in my brilliant life, your existence is merely an adornment. Even so, it should be enough for you to be proud throughout your life. My existence is the embodiment of your value. Whether it's cleaning my body or handling other trivial matters, your dedication will be remembered in history, leaving a mark in my illustrious chapter. Remember, serving me is not condescension, but a stage for you to showcase yourselves and realize your value. I look forward to you shining more brightly on this stage. Do not underestimate these seemingly insignificant cares. They are the foundation of my rebirth. And you are the builders of this foundation, deserving a bit of my respect and gratitude. Facing Huo-ki-chan's Pua, the Lolita maids looked pained, wishing they could shut his mouth spraying feces. Wasn't this endless? Diarrhea below, feces above, the so-called dual attack. Finally, when they understood what it felt like during the journey to the west, why did Tang Seng's command of the tightening curse cause Sun Wukong's head to split with excruciating pain? Ouch! It hurts too much. W. Meanwhile, what Ho-ki-chan didn't know was that while he was ranting away, a short video featuring him was posted on Douyin, the Chinese version of TikTok, under an account named 7 Stars. The title of the video was, "Going Crazy. I made in the CEO's house." As soon as the video was uploaded, it went viral, quickly reaching the top of the trending list. At first, viewers didn't realize the gravity of the situation, and assumed it was some kind of skit by an influencer. But when someone recognized the paralyzed figure in the bed as the famous heir of the Ho family, Ho-ki-chan, the internet went wild. The video was shared widely, and within moments, the like count, comment count, and share count all hit 999+. As the heir of the prestigious Ho family, known for his terrifying business acumen and strikingly handsome CEO image, Ho-ki-chan had been praised by numerous media outlets and had millions of followers online. But now, the once imposing CEO was seen as a pathetic, bedridden man. The reactions were mixed, with some people sympathetic, while others found it darkly amusing. Many netizens couldn't believe that their once idealized CEO had turned into a laughingstock. At first, the male viewers were filled with envy and jealousy, while others mocked and made fun of him. But the female viewers, especially, were outraged, some even unfollowed and fiercely criticized him. Many had once admired Ho-ki-chan for his looks and status, imagining him as the perfect romantic figure. In their minds, he was a godlike being, perfect, elegant, and beyond the ordinary. But the reality they saw in the video shattered that image. He's my idol, Ho-ki-chan. No way. The perfect CEO. How could he be doing that? Gods don't poop. Ha! Someone's sense of humor is funny. But when did Ho-ki-chan become paralyzed? I didn't hear about that. The real issue is, this guy has mad money. Even as a cripple, he still manages to build a little maid group to serve him. Jealous. Look at all those cute little maids. Some of them are underage. Child labor. This is the life of the rich. But those girls clearly seem disgusted, so the money probably isn't easy to make. Don't need to say it. You can almost smell the stench through the screen. Some little fairy's illusions have just shattered. He's really... I'm crying. Not even his family is perfect. The Ho family heir and his obsession with little maids. How disgusting. CEO. Please. You're just a self-absorbed, stinky, fart king. Your words stink worse than your farts, polluting our ears and corrupting our pure hearts. As the video spread, the female fans' anger boiled over, and they flooded the comment section with sharp, disappointed remarks, declaring that their fantasy had been shattered. What was once a beautiful illusion was now reduced to a cruel joke. Meanwhile, in the luxurious Ho family villa, Ho-ki-chen had just changed his clothes and was about to relax, planning to recover for his next big confrontation with the third young master of the Tang family. However, his butler, Fubo, rushed in with several members of the Ho family. "What's going on?" Ho-ki-chen asked, looking irritated from being disturbed. Before Fubo could speak, a man who resembled him, tall, with a sharp face and wearing a suit, walked in. It was Ho Ting-feng. "What do you mean? What's going on?" "I should be asking you that," Ho Ting-feng said sternly. "Now, the internet is full of videos of you making disgusting comments, humiliating women, and showing your worst side. Ho family's reputation has been dragged through the mud because of you." The video about his embarrassing moments had gone viral in under an hour, leading to massive boycotts of the Ho family's business. Ho-ki-chen's online fanbase was in an uproar, leading to a plummet in the stock prices. Ho-ki-chen was stunned and confused at first, not understanding the full scope of the situation. But when Fubo showed him the viral video and explained how the CEO image he'd carefully built was now destroyed, he felt an unprecedented rage rise in him. He was furious that he'd been publicly humiliated. "Immediately issue the Jiang-hu decree. We need to publicly humiliate that woman who filmed me, kill her, and wipe out her entire family," he shouted. "And those idiots online who dared criticize me, they'll all pay. We'll make them suffer a brutal death. If they don't, I'll make the whole world pay for my lost dignity." As Ho-ki-chen raged, his family members looked on in shock. Ho Ting-feng raised his hand and slapped him across the face. "Are you insane?" Ho Ting-feng scolded. "The entire internet is watching us right now. If that woman suddenly dies, everyone will know the Ho family did it. Do you want to give them more ammunition to criticize us? Do you know how many keyboard warriors there are online? You can't even kill them all, so how can we manage to do something so ridiculous? And what's all this about 5 horse executions and destroying the whole world? Do you think this is some kind of fantasy novel? Get real." And with that, the slaps kept coming. Chapter 511. God of Spewing Bullshit, Ho-ki-chen. Smack, smack, smack. After being slapped in the face multiple times, Ho-ki-chen's cheeks were swollen red. The intense pain finally woke him up a bit. "No more insanity. Your brain back to normal. Listen carefully. Considering your recent disgraceful behavior, the company's image has suffered an unprecedented blow. More than half of the top executives on the board have proposed to revoke your heir status. Do you have anything to confess?" At this, Ho-ki-chen's face instantly turned dark, his sharp features exuding coldness. Damn it! A bunch of ungrateful dogs. If he hadn't worked hard, how could the Huo family have grown to its current scale? They were all respectful and accommodating on the surface, trying to please. But now that he's lost power, they all want to distance themselves. Cut ties even though his power has waned. Humph! These ungrateful backstabbers. Betray me today. Ignore me in my time of need. But when I rise again in the future, I will exterminate them all, wipe out their entire families. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, I will provide accurate information on the University City project, enough to solve the immediate crisis. Ho-ki-chen's tone was icy as he stared at Ho Ting-feng like a stranger. He had no affection for this father by blood. The man never liked him, thinking he was too disobedient and uncontrollable. He kept numerous mistresses outside, fathering hundreds of illegitimate children, not lacking potential heirs. If his position as heir were revoked, he could immediately select the most obedient puppet from the army of illegitimate children to become the new crown prince of the Huo family. Of course, Ho-ki-chen would not allow that to happen. Anything that belonged to him, no one else could take, even if he had to destroy it himself. But the current situation was indeed highly unfavorable for him. Luckily, he still had the ace up his sleeve. As long as he could successfully obtain the University City project, there would be no one within the Huo family to threaten his position, not even his father, the head of the family. And that was the truth. Despite wanting a more obedient son, when Ho Ting-feng learned that Ho-ki-chen had the means to obtain accurate information on the University City project, he relented. Before leaving, he said he would bear the pressure from the board and asked Huo Kichen to retrieve the information quickly to address the urgent crisis faced by the Huo family. Watching Huo father's departure, Huo Kishen's slender eyes were filled with cold disdain. "Young master, no need to worry. I will contact the public relations department immediately to take down all the online videos as much as possible. Then we'll buy more fake accounts to try and improve your image. Rest assured, netizens are easily fooled, mostly having short attention spans. I'll have someone dig up some scandals about other celebrities to divert the attention of netizens. Label your videos as tactics by a rival company to spoof your image. With the excuse, your fangirls will naturally come out in force to defend you." Sensing Huo Kishen's off mood, the butler quickly spoke up to comfort him. Huo Kichen pretended to be indifferent and casually smiled. "Butler, you underestimate my ability to endure. These mocking eyes and jeers are just trivial dust in life. A gentle brush, and they are gone with the wind. I, Huo Kichen, never live in the eyes of others. My value is never determined by others' words. How can a group of clowns shake my determination? Time will prove everything. Those who disrespect me, Huo Kichen, will be punished no matter how far. Moreover, looking at it from a different perspective, maybe this will turn out for the better. Tonight, I can completely sell my misery in this incident to garner Tang Chuan's sympathy. If the likelihood of success was only 90% before, it has now risen by at least 5%, reaching a probability of 95%. Why worrying about achieving it?" Huo Kishen's lips curled slightly, his eyebrows raised, a mischievous smirk on his thin lips. His arrogant gaze exuded confidence as if he controlled everything in the world. Nevertheless, deep down, his urgent desire for information on the University City project skyrocketed to unprecedented levels. It was an imperative. After all, this was his only chance to maintain his current status. If he failed, he didn't know what would happen to the Huo family, but he was sure his own future would be bleak. To ensure nothing goes wrong, Huo Kichen was preparing to play his last card. With her help, even if Tang Chuan betrayed their loyal friendship, Huo Kichen could still get what he wanted. "Butler, contact someone for me immediately. I want to see her." On the internet, due to the stark contrast between Huo Kichen, the god of bullshit, and the submissive freak, videos related to them were highly popular and dominated the top 10 rankings on various video platforms. Despite the Huo family's efforts to buy fake accounts and report them, people couldn't be stopped from enjoying the show. Especially some spectators who love to watch the drama unfold. Some even specialized in extracting the essence of Huo Kishen's pompous speeches, summarizing them into absurd quotes, creating cartoonish expressions, and ridiculous videos. The originally cool and dominating reputation of Huo Kichen was completely destroyed. Quote summary of the god of spewing bullshit: "Serve me, and glory will be yours. Those close to me are honored by my presence. Cleansing me brings great rewards. Your needs are met by bringing me honor. Servants of mine, fortunes will thrive. Serving by my side brings ultimate glory. My filth is your noble duty." In the Tang family's mansion hall. "Ha ha, Shen Jin," I suddenly laughed. "What are these quotes all about? Talented. This netizen Guo is so talented, I respect him. That scumbag Huo Kichen is really pitiful enough. Let's mourn for him for 2.5 seconds. 1, 2. Ha ha." Tang Chuan laughed heartily as he scrolled through the comments on his phone. The rest of the Tang family members couldn't help but laugh along, pointing and gesturing at Huo Kishen's embarrassing scenes in the video. Even Lin Zhuan, who watched the operation of the god of bullshit, found it entertaining. He never expected that. At such a crucial moment, Huo Kichen could cause such a commotion and even earn the title of god of spewing bullshit, tarnishing his reputation completely. However, the laughter would soon cease. Lin Zhuan's retaliation had just begun. He had allowed his wife to suffer alone in the darkness for so long. What was a little torment to that? The nightmare that Huo Kichen was about to face was the real deal. Chapter 512. Rebirth. I become a nanny in the short play of the dominant CEO power-up for love. The Huo family should be desperately buying water armies now, trying to suppress the heat. HMPH. Wishful thinking. Not only am I going to boost the heat, but I will also seize the opportunity to make a big profit. As the owner of a major entertainment company and extremely sensitive to traffic, Su Shuyun immediately sensed a business opportunity and decided to take advantage of this wave of immense wealth. She immediately called her secretary to contact the owner of the account. 7 stars. The Lolita maid Wang Jiaxin. It was proposed to sign her into the company and promise to provide protection. At this moment, Wang Jiaxin, the Lolita maid, was trembling with fear and had resigned, hiding in a rental. She regretted acting impulsively, filming and exposing the CEO's embarrassing video online. Now that she had calmed down, as a commoner, how dare she? If the Huo family really wanted to deal with her, there were countless ways to make her disappear. In her anxiety, she received an invitation from Shuyun Entertainment and agreed to provide her with shelter. Am I going to be a performer? Wang Jiaxin was stunned for 2.5 seconds, then fell into ecstatic joy. Without hesitation, she agreed, fearing that a 1-second delay would lead to a change of heart. She quickly became a female artist under the umbrella of Tangxi Enterprise. From then on, her life underwent an astonishing transformation, taking off like a rocket. Su Shuyun, in disgust with the dominant CEO, first arranged an exclusive interview for her to share her real-life experiences as a maid in a wealthy family. Emphasizing authenticity attracted a large audience instantly. Then, under Su Shuyun's guidance, Wang Jiaxin began a frenzy of revelations. From the CEO's bad breath, body odor, foot odor, thunderous snoring, liking Lolita, farting, hemorrhoids, and more. Thus the halo of Huo Qichen, the male god, was completely shattered. He instantly became the infamous tyrant god, directly becoming a notorious figure alongside Chicken Brother. From then on, a timeless legend was born in the Jianghu. Chicken, you're so gorgeous in the east. Poop-spraying tyrant god in the west. The collaboration of Chicken Brother and Tyrant God, blending east and west, the birth of the Chicken God, invincible in the world. Upon learning of this legend, Huo Qichen turned crimson, trembling all over, his mouth twisted, and his blood vessels nearly burst from rage. Meanwhile, leveraging this wave of traffic, Wang Jiaxin, under the guidance of the company, starred in dozens of short plays about the CEO, earning 700,000 a month and gaining fame almost instantly. Rebirth. I become a nanny in the short play of the dominant CEO. Rebirth. I become a maid to an evil supporting female character. Rebirth. I become a talent manager in the entertainment world. Rebirth. I become a doctor in ancient costume drama. Rebirth. I become a palace maid for an evil empress. Of course, all this is a story for another day. Su Shuyun had just finished briefing her secretary when she noticed her nephew lost in thought. Curiously, she asked, "Xiao Shuan, you seem troubled. What's the matter?" And, to be honest, for this plan to succeed, we must also guard against someone who. Tang Guowen rubbed his large head, puzzled. With everything in place, what or who could still influence the outcome? Headache. How do I explain to Uncle's family? I can't just say that your precious daughter Tangro might already be involved with Huo Qichen. Better be cautious. But if I don't say anything, once Tangro sees a loophole and informs Huo Qichen, the plan would be ruined instantly. In the original timeline, the fake heiress ultimately conspired with Huo Qichen, setting a trap for the Tang family. Because of Tang Ru's betrayal, the Tang family quickly met its downfall. Uncle would be wrongly accused of treason because Tang Ro handed some confidential USB drives to the CEO. After Huo family's manipulation, Uncle transformed from a patriotic official into a traitor. Chapter 513 Tang House First Love, the truth behind the breakup many years ago. Affiliated Second Hospital of Modu University. Dozens of security guards looked nervous, beads of sweat covering their foreheads. Their eyes were fixed on the figure at the hospital gate. Standing there was a man towering at 1.9 meters tall, with a shiny bald head gleaming in the sunlight. His strong muscles seemed to contain endless power. His fierce demeanor sent chills down everyone's spine. "I'm a good person, just here to visit a friend. No need to be nervous." Tang Hao touched his bald head and forced a harmless smile. However, this smile appeared more sinister, revealing his sharp teeth, making him even more frightening. The security guards involuntarily trembled, feeling scared. Seeing their reaction, Tang Hao sighed helplessly, shook his head, and walked into the hospital. "Captain, could that person be a murderer? He looks so fierce. Should we stop him? Are you crazy?" We only make 3,000 yuan a month, risking our lives for what? Our arms and legs are like twigs compared to his. Going up there is asking for death. Besides, he hasn't caused any trouble so far. We can't block people from entering the hospital just because they look scary, right? Fine. Let's continue patrolling. Pretend we didn't see him. The captain decisively put on his sunglasses, urging his team to move quickly to the next patrol location. 2.5 minutes later, in the medical staff lounge, a group of white-clad angels sat together, eating dinner and enthusiastically discussing the latest trending news. Can you stop watching Poop Tyrant God videos? I'm still eating. Disgusting. Unhappy. All filters are broken. Turns out, even handsome guys poop. So narcissistic. I regret being a fan. Unfollowing immediately. The color of the Poop Boss Tyrant just released doesn't look right. It seems like he has gastritis. Recommend seeking medical attention immediately. Shut up already. You guys are too much. I'm about to throw up. While Howren became the joke of the medical staff room, Tang Hao's figure appeared at the doorway unnoticed. His eyes red, glaring at the delicate nurse, a familiar figure from his past love. Finally, a nurse noticed Tang Hao at the door. His terrifying expression scared her, making her scream in shock. Following her colleague's gaze, the other nurses also spotted Tang Hao. Instantly, screams echoed through the hospital as everyone thought a murderer had invaded. Helpless, Tang Hao wondered if he really looked that scary. Ziwei, it's me. I'm Tang Hao. Ignoring the commotion, Tang Hao walked directly to the delicate nurse, Ziwei, with a complicated expression. Ziwei. Upon hearing this name, the nurse froze and slowly raised her head to scrutinize the terrifying bald man in front of her. Despite her efforts, she couldn't find any resemblance to the shy boy she once knew. However, his eyes still revealed the same innocence she remembered. At a glance, Xiao Wei knew it was him, the man she once loved deeply. Xiaodong. In a corner of the hospital corridor, Tang Hao and his first love Xiao Wei exchanged a deep, silent gaze. After a moment, Tang Hao speaked up. Xiao Wei. Long time no see. How have you been all these years? Fine. It's you who's changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you. Why are you suddenly here at the hospital? I just happened to pass by and recognized you, so I came to say hello. Looking at the girl he once promised a lifetime, Tang Hao stuttered, his buried obsession finally surfaced. Xiao Wei, when you broke up with me back then, was it because you didn't love me anymore? Remembering their passionate love, the vows made before the matchmaker, Tang Hao thought they would live happily ever after until they walked down the aisle. However, one day when he went to watch a movie with Xiao Wei, she bluntly broke up with him and introduced her new boyfriend. The scene of heartbreak shattered Tang Hao's world, pushing him to lock up his feelings and flee in tears. Now, hearing from his cousin that there was more to the story, how could Tang Hao remain indifferent? In his conflicted heart, Tang Hao hoped for hidden truths, but dreaded the possibility of his beloved sister orchestrating the betrayal. Under Tang Hao's sincere gaze, Xiao Wei's eyes welled up. She hesitated for moments, then bit her lip and finally revealed the buried secret in her heart. That year, my roommates collectively bullied me. I don't know why. I never did anything to offend them. Yet that group constantly harassed me, attacking, scolding, isolating me whenever they could. And their leader pressured me to break up with you. But at that time, we were deeply in love. How could I agree to such a demand? But I was also foolish back then. Young and feeling poor, unable to fight those privileged girls. Under their threats, I couldn't tell my parents, school, or you about what was happening. I thought if I endured until graduation, I could escape that nightmare and be with you without any worries. Listening to Xiao Wei's tearful recount, Tang Hao felt guilt and self-blame. Memories resurfaced, reminding him of the times Xiao Wei had unexplainable bruises. Each time she brushed it off as self-inflicted accidents, Tang Hao, usually careless, never doubted or questioned her, foolishly believing her explanations. Regretting his obliviousness, Tang Hao wanted to slap himself for being blind. If he had cared more for Xiao Wei back then, perhaps he could have prevented her from being bullied, and they might not have parted ways. Chapter 514, Tang Hao, who learned the truth, heartbroken in despair, 3,000 big chapters, seeking gifts. Just when Tang Hao speculated that his first love broke up with him due to campus bullying, Ziwei's subsequent narration overturned all his speculations, even almost causing him to lose control of his emotions and go berserk. As the saying goes, a kind-hearted person is bullied by others, and a good wife is ridden over by others. This is absolutely true. The more I endure and retreat, the more those people take advantage of me. But as the graduation date approached, no matter how painful I was, I always kept telling myself to endure. That day, they tricked me into the small grove at the school, forced me to drink a glass of water. Later I found out that water was spiked with sleeping pills. Shortly after I drank it, my head started to spin, and quickly I completely lost consciousness. When I regained consciousness again, I found myself in a hotel, completely naked, with a male classmate lying beside me. I was totally scared at that moment. All I could do was cry uncontrollably, sobbing. When those female school bullies heard the commotion, they came in and coldly forced me to break up with you. Otherwise, they threatened to send the naked photos and rape videos taken while I was unconscious to my parents and classmates. Sobbing. At that moment, I was already in complete panic, only being manipulated by them completely. I pondered all night, finally decided to compromise and break up with you. Because after losing my virginity, I no longer deserved you. It was supposed to be saved for our wedding day. I'm sorry, sobbing. You know the rest of the story. To completely break your heart, I brought that male classmate to find you. At this point, Ziwei was already sobbing on the ground, unable to speak. As for Tang Hao, at this moment his mind was buzzing, feeling a surge of rage blasting through his head, as if burning his sanity to ashes. He couldn't believe that so many despairing things had happened to Ziwei in the past. But him, as the legitimate boyfriend, knew nothing and had been resenting Ziwei for so many years. Ah, so painful. The heartache is unbearable. Tang Hao's eyes instantly turned red, veins popping on his forehead, hands clenched tightly into fists with knuckles turning pale due to excessive force. He roared out in anger like an enraged lion. How dare they? How dare they hurt you like this? Tang Hao's body trembled slightly, showing his extreme anger. Ziwei continued to shake her head, weeping on the ground with tears of pain and regret mixing on her face. She sobbed as if back in that nightmare-like moment from years ago. I regret it so much. I hate myself for being so weak back then. Watching the beloved one's painful appearance, Tang Hao's anger in his eyes gradually turned into pity. He slowly reached out his hand, gently grasping Ziwei's shoulder. Ziwei, it's not your fault. Those people will be punished. I will make sure justice is served for you. I promise. Tang Hao's eyes were cold and resolute. Then taking a deep breath, he tried to calm his emotions, pulling the pitiful white moonlight into his arms. Ziwei, let's be together again. I promise you, from now on I will protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you again. I swear it. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with determination and resolve, as though making a sacred vow. Ziwei looked up, her teary eyes gazing at Tang Hao. When she made contact with his sincere eyes, full of understanding and no sense of rejection, Ziwei felt touched. But thinking about her current situation, the light in her eyes dimmed suddenly, smiling bitterly and shaking her head. I am not worthy of you anymore. Besides, I'm now. No, you will always be the most important person in my heart. Let's leave the past behind and face the future with a smile together. Trust me. Tang Hao interrupted White Moonlight's words and hugged her tightly. Just as Tang Hao thought he could reconcile with White Moonlight and fulfill the promise of to hold your hand and grow old with you. In a nearby ward, a small boy in a patient's gown and a face mask suddenly ran out. He cried while rubbing his groggy eyes, as if just waking up and unable to find his mother, crying in fear. Mom, where are you? Here, Mom is here. Little tiger, don't cry. Mom is here. Hearing the child crying, Ziwei subconsciously pushed away Tang Hao and turned to hug the boy, comforting him gently. Ziwei, is this child's age? Tang Hao stood stunned in place, feeling something inside him shattering. Facing the disbelieving gaze of the man, Ziwei trembled slightly, then took a deep breath, comforting the child while revealing the unbearable truth to Tang Hao. Yes, this child is the result from that time. I was already pregnant. My parents wanted me to have an abortion, but I couldn't do it. The child is innocent, so I gave birth to him. Now you know why it's impossible between us, right? Ah Hao, fate is cruel. We are destined to be apart in this lifetime. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill our promise anymore." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's heart ached unbearably, tears silently flowing. The next moment, he raised his head with determination. Just as he was about to say "I can be a father" to the child, he heard the boy sobbing and calling out for his dad, speaking words that struck him like a thunderbolt. "Mom, where is Daddy? I want to see Daddy. Daddy. Daddy." At that moment, Tang Hao's heart shattered completely. It was then he noticed a wedding ring on White Moonlight's left ring finger and couldn't help but bitterly smile and shake his head. "You're married, yes. To whom?" Silence. "Is he the biological father of the child?" After a moment of silence, "Yes." "Why did it have to be him? Don't you hate him? He did those things to you. The child needs a biological father." Ha ha. Laughter mixed with tears. Tang Hao didn't know how to react anymore, clapping hands, laughing, and crying. His hysterical appearance frightened the security guards, who rushed to the scene. "Ah Hao, don't be like this. Actually, it's not his fault. He also feels guilty about that. He had no choice back then. He did that because his family didn't have money for his mother's surgery. Those people approached him, threatened him to cooperate, and take those videos, promising to cover the cost of his mother's surgery. I don't blame him anymore. He treats me well now. Today, I just want our family to live happily. I'm sorry, Ah Hao. I owe you. I will make it up to you in the next life. And be careful with your sister Tangro." My husband said, "Back then it was your sister who approached him, and those female school bullies were also brought by your sister. The reason? Maybe jealousy. She didn't want me to be with you, taking away her share of affection. As the saying goes, nothing is sadder than a heart that dies." Hearing with his own ears the mastermind behind the tragedy of his love turned out to be his once most beloved sister. Tang Hao stumbled and fell to his knees on the ground, his face crestfallen, the sound of a wistful smile echoing in the hospital corridor, filled with despair and heartbreak. His eyes vacant, as if his soul had been pulled out. Nearby, the security guards, who had intended to intervene and dissuade Tang Hao, were now at a loss on what to do, as they looked at each other in bewilderment. After a while, Tang Hao's laughter gradually ceased, replaced by a deafening silence. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the ground, seemingly trying to organize his chaotic thoughts. However, the surge of pain in his heart was like a tidal wave, preventing him from finding peace. Soon, Tang Hao trembled slightly as he raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his face, only to find that he couldn't clean them off completely. Helpless, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. But the pain in his chest grew more intense. Okay. I understand. Ziwei, I wish you all the best. Goodbye." Tang Hao's voice was hoarse and weak, as if all his strength had been drained. Then he turned slowly, taking heavy steps toward the end of the corridor. His tall and lonely figure seemed like a solitary mountain. His once shiny bald head, now gleaming softly in the sunlight, devoid of its usual hardness, revealing a touch of tenderness and vulnerability. Shoulders drooping slightly, each step seemed to bear a great deal of pain. His hands hung limply on either side of his body, fingers occasionally twitching, as if struggling with the reluctance in his heart, making one last effort to bid farewell. Very soon, that desolate figure disappeared gradually at the end of the corridor. Left behind was only an endless silence and Ziwei's guilt-ridden and powerless gaze. Chapter 515 My delicate and clean-loving little Kinj _ Night falls, like a gentle painter, softly splashing deep blue ink, gradually dyeing the sky into a mysterious satin. It's evening, 8 o'clock. After wandering outside all afternoon, Tang Hao, who had finally managed to adjust his mood, returned home. Just as he walked in, he bumped into a family preparing to send his younger brother Tang Chuan off to a banquet. "Lao Liu, you're back. Are you okay? Your complexion looks terrible. What happened? Did you find your childhood sweetheart that by Yu Guang according to Zhao Xuan's inner voice in the afternoon? Seeing your miserable face, I knew there must be more to the story from back then. Nothing Zhao Xuan's inner voice has revealed so far has been made up. Remember to respect your elder cousin in the future. Our family of chosen ones can't do without your elder cousin as the golden finger. Also, your biological sister is only Tang Ling. You're not allowed to bully her anymore. You must take good care of her. Got it. As for Tangro, She doesn't deserve any love. That naturally evil brat, not worth crossing the line for like her beastly parents. Like father, like daughter. That's right. Cats give birth to cats, dogs give birth to dogs. A thief's child has 3 hands. Once this incident is over, find an opportunity to kick her out. Facing the chatter of his family, Tang Hao felt exhausted. Even though he knew that his family was worried about him, the emotional blows he received today were too much. At this moment, Tang Hao just wanted to hurry back to his room, take a good bath, and sleep comfortably. Scanning the room and not finding his elder cousin, he learned that his elder cousin had finished dinner and bid farewell to return to the hospital to accompany the recently awakened Su grandfather. Now, Tang Hao felt even less desire to stay. He had wanted to apologize sincerely to his elder cousin for the misunderstanding before. After all, if it weren't for his elder cousin's inner voice revealing the truth, he might have been clueless and kept blaming Ziwei for being unfaithful, deceived like a fool by Tangro, this calculating girl. It was ridiculous how he had always treated her so kindly, believing she was the gentlest and kindest sister in the world. But the cause of his tragic love life turned out to be the very sister he had once been so proud of. He couldn't understand why she appeared before him with an innocent face, claiming she would never betray him. Sigh, now. It's time for the dream to end. Tang Hao, exhausted, exchanged a few words with his family before going upstairs. Thud. It wasn't until the door closed that Tang Guowen and the others reacted. Is Lao Di okay? He seems quite affected. His mood is exceptionally low. Tang Chuan, showing concern, wanted to go upstairs to console his younger brother, but Tang Guowen stopped him. Don't disturb him for now. Some things need to be reconciled by oneself. What Lao Di needs most now is some time alone. When he calms down and figures things out, the storm will pass. During this period, he may experience some spiritual pain, but that's the price of growth. And your most important task now is to deliver the false information to Hokichen according to the plan, to set up this trap for the Ho family. Facing the creator's earnest guidance, Tang Chuan fell silent and glanced at the stairs, sighing helplessly. I understand, father. The appointed time is approaching. I will leave now. Remember not to reveal any flaws. Don't worry. Acting. The third young master of the Tang family is professional. Tang Chuan reassured confidently before leaving with his briefcase. Elder cousin, I'm on my way. All right. Be careful on the road. Waiting for good news from you. The First People's Hospital of Magic City. After glancing at Tang Chuan's WeChat message, Lin Zhuan replied casually before shifting his attention elsewhere. On my poor granddaughter, I wonder how she is right now. Is she full? Is she warm? Is she being bullied? I'm so worried about her having insomnia tonight, unable to sleep. She has never stayed away from home alone. She must not be used to sleeping outside. After all, the beds outside can't be as comfortable and clean as the one at home. My delicate and clean-loving little Kinj, _. On ordinary days, she would scream at the sight of a cockroach. When she encounters dirt, she gets goosebumps. I really can't imagine how she can sleep alone tonight. Kinj, sigh. She must be feeling wrong now, wiping tears while calling for her grandpa. On the hospital bed, Su grandfather sighed and shed tears silently, like a lonely old man sending away a loved one with white hair. The miserable sight of his tearful eyes was heart-wrenching, bringing sadness to those who heard and tears to those who listened. As for Lin Zhuan sitting by the bedside, he could only helplessly rub his temples, the veins on his temples visibly pulsating. He had barely managed to calm his anxiety about his wife's disappearance. But listening to Su grandfather's descriptions from the moment he entered, painting a pitiful picture of Kinj being alone outside, it was almost enough to make Lin Zhuan burst into tears on the spot. His mind nearly went blank, tempted to spend all his points to rush to his wife's side. But after much deliberation, he took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and turned to look at Su grandfather, filled with sorrow. Slowly, he spoke, Grandpa Su, don't worry so much. Kinj is not an ordinary weak woman. How come she sounds like a 3-year-old in your words, ignorant and fragile? Think about it. She used to be a dominant female CEO in the business world, with quite a reputation in Magic City. I believe Kinj has her own opinions and judgments, far from the fragile and delicate image you are painting. At this point, Lin Zhuan paused, gently taking Su grandfather's slightly trembling hand, continuing to console. Grandpa Su, Kinj has been through so many ups and downs and remained composed. Although the situation is a bit special this time, I trust she has the ability to take care of herself. With you worrying and sighing like this, if you wear yourself out again, how heartbroken she will be when she comes back. What you should do now is take care of your own health. This way, in a couple of days, you'll be in the best possible condition to welcome Kinj back home. Chapter 516. My family's Kinj, she, is ultimately just a girl who needs to be cared for. Inside the VIP room, Lin Juan earnestly tried to comfort the old master's emotions as much as possible. Of course, despite Lin Juan's persuasive words now, both inside and outside of his speech, he was extremely confident in Su Qing's ability to survive on her own. However, the premise of all this would be the day after tomorrow morning, when his wife would truly return as promised. Otherwise, Lin Juan, without hesitation, would not hesitate to spend 999,999 reward points to instantly teleport to his wife's side, regardless of whether the protective jade pendant was broken to signal a warning. On the other hand, the old master listened to his son-in-law's words, stubbornly shaking his head with a face full of defiance, acting like a whimsical old child. He covered his ears tightly, shouting loudly, "I won't listen. I know my granddaughter is so delicate. She's just a fragile little girl, fragile and delicate, those small arms and legs, where is there any strength? She might get blown down by a gust of wind, and if she's not careful, she might catch a cold. With her frail body, how could she possibly take care of herself outside? All those achievements in the business world, how powerful can they really be? My family's Kinj, she, is ultimately just a girl who needs to be cared for. She was pampered by me since she was young. How could she endure such hardships? No, I need to find her. I can't let my precious granddaughter suffer outside." The old master's emotions were intense, struggling as if to pull out the needle from his arm and embark on a journey to find his granddaughter. Seeing this, Lin Juan was startled and quickly prevented the old master's actions, his face showing helplessness and a wry smile. "Grandpa Su, calm down. You won't find Kinj by going out now. And your body hasn't fully recovered. It wouldn't be right to cause chaos by going out like this. I need to send out people to find Kinj and allocate some to protect you too. Oh, Grandpa, you have to trust Kinj. She's intelligent and strong. She will definitely take care of herself and come back soon. What we need to do now is to wait patiently, believe that she will return safely." Under Lin Juan's persistent persuasion, the old master finally stopped making a fuss. But his face still showed deep worrying and reluctance. But Kinj, she has never faced such circumstances alone before. She's usually so clean, so pure. Even if she accidentally steps on an ant, she'd be sad for a long time. How could she fare well outside? As for the issue of food, he really couldn't argue against it. He knew his wife's extreme pickiness when it came to food, especially since she had eaten the dishes made by him, a top chef. Su Kinj couldn't eat any other dishes, and he had to cook everything for her to whet her appetite. Of course, Lin Juan was proud of this achievement. Every time he saw Su Kinj at mealtime, he proactively prepared chopsticks and sat at the table obediently, showing a glint in his eyes that rarely appeared, full of expectation for being fed. Lin Juan's heart, needless to say, was filled with satisfaction. In one word, delightful. But now, if Kinj isn't by his side, would she really be able to adapt to the food? Is she starving now? How are her legs recovering? Will she lose weight due to hunger? Even though they had only been apart for a day, Lin Juan already longed for the days spent closely with his wife, worrying about her well-being in every aspect. Grandpa Su, Kinj has grown up. Her performance in the business world proves her independence and capabilities. We must have confidence in her and take care of ourselves. Only then can we let her return in peace. Lin Juan took a deep breath, gently patting the old master's shoulder, speaking firmly. These words were addressed to the old man, but also to himself. Looking into Lin Juan's sincere eyes, Su Shengshan fell silent, gradually calming down and laying back on the sick bed. Clearly, he realized that his outburst not only wouldn't help in finding his precious granddaughter, but also brought trouble to his son-in-law. Phew! Finally quieted down, Lin Juan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, judging from the old master's heavily worried expression, Lin Juan knew that the old master's concerns wouldn't dissipate easily. The first night Su Qinj went missing was destined to be a sleepless night. Nonetheless, he could only do his best to reassure and look forward to Su Qing's early return. She was the panacea to heal the old master's worries. Glancing around the somewhat desolate ward, Lin Zhuan thought for a moment, took out his phone, and made a call. Beep beep beep. After dialing several times and not getting an answer, just when Lin Zhuan was about to give up in frustration, a cold voice came from the other end. Who? Brother Su Fan, it's me. Immediately, Lin Zhuan told Su Fan about the situation where the old master was throwing a tantrum and hoped he could come over to check on him. All right, I'll come over immediately. Getting a positive response, Lin Zhuan nodded in satisfaction. With his grandson's company, the old master wouldn't feel too lonely, at least reducing the time he'd spend with random thoughts. It's quite late, isn't it bothering him if you disturb his rest? Shouldn't you let him come over tomorrow? Upon learning that Su Fan was going to be called over, Su Shengshan hesitated a bit, not wanting to trouble others. However, for some reason, he also wanted to see the young man named Su Fan again, feeling extremely conflicted. It's fine. Brother Su Fan happens to be nearby anyway, on the way. Hearing Lin Zhuan say this, the old master nodded and no longer dwelled on the matter. Chapter 517. Honest and Equal. Su Fan, Brother Su Fan, you're here. I'll go have the old man check his body first. After 2.5 minutes, Su Fan, worried about his grandfather, hurried to the hospital. He was still wearing his worn-out white shirt, ripped pants, and canvas shoes ensemble. As soon as he entered, he eagerly sat down in front of the sick bed, fearing that Su Shengshan might have some health issues. Child, you've come all the way this late. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Su Shengshan had a kind smile on his face. It's no trouble, just a small gesture. In front of his close ones, Su Fan's attitude was no longer arrogant, revealing an unexpected smile, like a humble junior. Su Shengshan admired this behavior greatly. At such a young age, you're humble and respectful of your elders. Child, you are truly a young person of excellent character. You're too kind. Many people have said the same. I've always been honest, kind, and treat everyone equally. After receiving praise from his own grandfather, Su Fan modestly touched his nose, looking kindly. Lin Zhuan almost arrowed next to him. Humble. Lin Zhuan wanted to say that this was only in front of the old man. What if it was another person? Perhaps the big brother won't even glance at you, treating everyone equally. In a sense, it was true. After all, everyone could only see Su Fan's arrogant nostrils and disdainful eyes. Child, I see you have good medical skills. How about becoming the family doctor for our Su family? Salary of 100,000 per month, with food and accommodation provided, and full benefits. You can also provide other conditions. Looking at the torn pants on Su Fan, Su Shengshan guessed that the other party might have family difficulties, and he felt compassion. Grandfather, I appreciate your kind offer, but I've always been free-spirited. I do not like being restrained. Moreover, wealth is an external object. Like passing clouds, we can't take it when we're born, nor when we die. As long as we have enough to spend, why be so attached? As the saying goes, wealth does not corrupt, poverty does not move, power does not bend. A man is born under the heavens. He should have higher spiritual pursuits, rather than bending over for a few pieces of silver. Su Fan stood tall with a noble bearing, like a pine tree on the mountaintop, demonstrating integrity and righteousness free from worldly contamination. This scene impressed Su Shengshan even more, admiring him greatly. What an extraordinary young man before him, possessing a sense of justice and viewing fame and wealth as fleeting clouds. Even facing the temptation of the powerful, the shallow benefits of a few pieces of silver couldn't shake his noble integrity. Only Lin Zhuan, standing aside, couldn't help rolling his eyes several times. Then he raised his thumb, teasingly said, Brother Su Fan, you're so noble. You're amazing. You flatter me. Many people have said similar things. Su Fan thought his brother-in-law was praising him and graciously accepted the compliment. Soon, after the diagnosis was over, Su Fan felt relieved. The old man didn't have any serious illness, just some emotional burden. With a more relaxed mind, his recovery would naturally follow. When Su Fan finished explaining the diagnosis results, emphasizing the importance of resting and comforting the old man, Su Shengshan sighed deeply. Child, you don't understand. My granddaughter's whereabouts are unknown now. My heart is not at ease. How can I adjust my mood in just a few words? My granddaughter, she's fragile and delicate, like a precious flower that needs careful nurturing. She seems strong on the surface, but at the core, she's very soft and in need of protection, a delicate little girl. Now that she's missing, how can I not worry about her? My unfortunate granddaughter, thinking of her freezing and starving breaks my heart. And my short-lived son, poor daughter-in-law, and cherished grandson too. When they reach the netherworld after 100 years, I'll question them thoroughly. Su-fan. Although feeling a bit embarrassed under his grandfather's tears, Su-fan couldn't help but feel anxious, his eyes filled with worrying and unease. Little sister, where are you? You must be safe and sound. Su-fan furrowed his brows, continually praying in his heart. In his impression, his sister Su-kinj had always been a fragile and timid girl. Her slender figure seemed like she could be blown away by a gentle breeze. Her fair skin was as delicate as porcelain, as if a light touch could break it. Her eyes were always gentle and pure, with a hint of shyness and timidity. Su-fan remembered that in childhood, his sister always followed him like a frightened little rabbit. Even at the sight of a small insect, she would scream in fear and cling to his arm, seeking protection with a childish voice. His sister rarely ventured far from home, always being carefully looked after by family. She needed his company every time she went out, as if losing the presence of her family would make her feel unsafe. One time, the family went on an outing to the countryside, and a frog suddenly jumped out. Su-kinj quickly hid behind his back, clutching his clothes, her eyes filled with fear. Her trembling body resembled a leaf in the wind, evoking pity. Another time, it was raining lightly, and the road was a bit slippery. Su-kinj slipped just slightly, but the pain almost made her cry. In those moments, Su-fan looked down, memories flooding back. One time, a lost wild kitten wandered into their home, and Su-kinj, torn between wanting to approach and being afraid, hesitated in the distance. She made a trumpet shape with her hands, her voice soft like a breeze, quietly seeking his help. Brother, I'm afraid the kitten will scratch me. In Su-fan's heart, his little sister had always been a delicate flower in need of careful protection, weak and easily toppled. Thus, he couldn't imagine how such a fragile sister, now alone, would fare in the outside world, what danger she might face. Would she encounter bad people? Or get into situations she couldn't handle alone? Or every possibility made Su-fan's heart ache. The more he thought, the more anxious he became, wishing he could find Su-kinj immediately and shield her just like in their childhood memories. What to do? What to do? My sister is so timid, she gets scared even by a worm. Now she's missing. What if she meets bad people? Sister, you must be safe. Brother will find you and protect you. Su-fan secretly vowed in his heart, his eyes filled with determination and firmness. Yet, beneath the surface, anxiety and fear lingered. He feared the consequences of finding his sister too late. Su-fan couldn't bear the thought of losing his sister. He would go completely crazy. Chapter 518. Is Su-kinj turning into a sickly beauty? Lin Zhuan belongs to only me. The night was as dark as ink, with only the blood-red moon hanging high. 1,500 kilometers away, on an island filled with bloody slaughter, shrouded in the night, it resembled a lurking dark beast. Inside a dark and damp cave, crackling, sound of a burning fire, the bonfire flickered, illuminating a huge tiger on the grill. Even though this tiger was already dead, it still emanated a chilling aura. Its massive body was as large as a car, its colorful fur shimmering under the firelight, giving off an eerie gleam as if retaining its fierce presence from life. Its sturdy limbs seemed to be cast from steel, claws sharp as knives, giving the illusion that with a gentle swipe, it could split a boulder in half. Its large head with a gaping mouth revealing sharp fangs, as though ready to strike at any moment. However, this terrifying beast was now skinned and butchered, becoming meat on someone else's chopping board. Beside the makeshift bonfire, Su-kinj draped in a bloody tiger skin sat on the ground, devouring the tiger meat in her hands. Her eyes were bloodshot, seeming to burn with two blood flames, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent and resentment. Her once gentle and beautiful face, under the blazing flames, now only displayed madness and obsession. The smiles that occasionally appeared on her lips were like a demon's grimace, enough to terrify children and leave anyone familiar with Su-kinj dumbfounded. They would not be able to match the person in front of them with the icy beauty in their memory. This Sukinj, with the aura she exuded, resembled a ruthless and bloody female demon. She was expressionless as she cut off a large piece of tiger leg meat from the grill, tearing and eating it voraciously. In order to quickly heal her injuries and maintain enough strength to sustain combat, she needed to replenish her nutrition. Without any cooking experience, she could only use the materials at hand and imitate the rough methods of survival in the wilderness, roasting the meat directly to eat it. Although this did not affect the nutritional value of the tiger meat and could fill her stomach, the taste was just indescribable. Sukinj almost grimaced as she swallowed each bite down. Having tasted meals prepared by a top chef, eating these dry chunks of meat in her hands made her feel as if she were eating feces. It made her deeply miss the meals Lin Juan cooked for her, causing her mouth to water. After 2.5 minutes, Sukinj finally finished eating half of the tiger, tossing the large leg bone onto the ground carelessly. Then, she curled up in a corner, staring blankly at the flickering bonfire, her exquisite face appearing illuminated in the flickering firelight. I really want to go home to eat the food Lin Juan made for me. Sukinj tightly held the jade pendant on her chest, a love token given to her by Lin Juan. Whether it was an illusion or not, she seemed to see Lin Juan's gentle and refined smile in the flickering flames. Watching for a while, she suddenly laughed. Her smile was at times gentle, at times cold, at times mad, as if constantly switching between extremes. Maybe influenced by the blood devil scripture, or possibly due to the aftermath of excessive killings. Sukinj could clearly feel her bloodthirsty desires expanding, even gradually affecting her sanity, almost causing her to lose control several times. But every time she looked at the jade pendant on her chest, the gentleness in her heart and the uncontrollable emotions would surface. She would recall her promise with Lin Juan. She had to go back. She must go back. On the other side of the sea, someone was waiting for her return. She couldn't become a demon only knowing slaughter. She had to go back to see Lin Juan. She promised him. She couldn't break her word. She couldn't let Lin Juan worry, let alone allow other women to take him away. All women who approached him must die. 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 Lin Juan belonged to only her. Even if it meant breaking his limbs, I must keep him by my side. He belongs to me. Mine. I can't lose him. I can't accept a world without him. Strong possessiveness burned like a flame in her heart. Sukinj herself was unaware that her obsession with Lin Juan had reached a somewhat pathological level. In the past, if she felt she might endanger Lin Juan or expose him to danger, she would probably choose to separate. Even if it was difficult, she would bear it alone with a heavy heart. This was also due to her concern during the time she was in a vegetative state, fearing her enemies were too strong and were afraid of involving Lin Juan, thus constantly thinking about the reasons for a divorce with the other person. But now, whether influenced by dark cultivation, brutal killings, or fear, needing Lin Juan as the only redemption, all these factors combined led to a great change in Sukinj's personality and thoughts. Now, she only wanted to dominate Lin Juan and kill all those who hindered her, such as the mistress who wanted to steal Lin Juan from her, those enemies who harmed her loved ones, her mysterious master, and those powers who attempted to swallow the Su family. This morning, my grandma fell somewhere. Had to get dozens of stitches on her mouth. Heard she is on a drip at home. Headache. Bad relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. My grandma has never gotten along with my mother for years. During the half-month she comes to our house to eat, both rarely speak to each other and go their separate ways. Now my dad is busy at the factory and can't be available, so my mom can visit my grandma, but my mom refuses. Mentioning past conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, taking care of her postpartum regardless of anything, and now refusing to go. What should I do? I'm busy writing and have no time. Maybe I'll make time to go see in the day after tomorrow. Maybe because I wasn't raised by my grandmother since I was little, with few meetings between the two sides. When I found out about this, I didn't have any emotional response, no feelings, no sadness. Does this count as being cold and unfilial? Chapter 519. My name is Sukinj, and around me, unimaginable bloody events have taken place. The bloody and cruel Slaughter Island. A cave that flickered in and out of shadows under the reflection of the fire. Wait for me, Lin Juan. Everything is about to end. There are not many leftovers. Staring at the flickering bonfire, a sickly smile suddenly appeared on Su-King's beautiful face as she whispered softly. On the small island, after a day of self-slaughter, at least 2/3 of the original number had been eliminated. Now, the remaining slaughter monsters on the island. Almost all of them have advanced to become great martial arts masters, estimated to be close to 20. This terrifying number of masters, almost able to roam freely outside, each one capable of dominating a domain, causing chaos in the mundane martial arts world. Among the few top leaders on the front line, they were all close to the rank of Grandmaster. In terms of combat power, they could even go head-to-head with old-school Grandmasters like Zhang Yangping. But being on this isolated, uninhabited small island, these bloodthirsty monsters could only continue to slaughter each other until the last king of Gu remained and was taken away by the organization. Only one more, with the amount of internal energy. It should be close to reaching the limit, ready to advance to Grandmaster. At present, Su-King had already hunted down 19 people, successfully achieving perfect inner energy. Of course, this was the result of her desperately suppressing her realm, otherwise she would have already achieved the rank of Grandmaster. In order to achieve greater accomplishments in the future, Su-King proceeded steadily, unlike the others on the island who tried to break through the realm in the early stages. She was well aware that she could not blindly increase the amount of inner energy and pursue breakthroughs in the realm. The key was quality, and if the quality did not meet the requirements, she would only be able to reach the level of Grandmaster in her lifetime. And among warriors of the same rank, without overwhelming power. Realizing this, Su-King desperately condensed the blood-colored energy inside her body, making it as substantial as possible. She aimed to cultivate her inner energy to the limit in both quantity and quality, and ascend to the realm of martial arts Grandmaster effortlessly. Su-King knew that only by building the most solid foundation could she reach sufficient heights in the future, possess unparalleled power, and obtain everything she desired. Rory, suddenly, a roar broke the silence of the Slaughter Island and awakened Su-King, who was planning her future path in martial arts. Grandmaster! Is this the aura of the Blood Fallen? Su-King turned her head, her eyes firmly fixed on the darkness outside the cave. There, a strong and evil aura was in a frenzy. The Blood Fallen was the name given by those who still retain their sanity to those completely consumed by the desire to kill. These fallen individuals were powerful and advanced rapidly, but were left with only the instinct to kill and devour. As long as one was careful, they could be dealt with using their brains. It seems that not only one person is interested in that fallen one. Sensing the presence of several auras all converging on the Blood Fallen, Su-King was not surprised. The fallen ones were strong, but only driven by the instinct to kill, incapable of hiding their presence. They were much easier to deal with than those with weaker strength, but full of deceit and treachery. Therefore, many had set their sights on the Blood Fallen, and even Su-King felt tempted. She had laid a solid foundation and could definitely fight above her rank. The praying mantis hunts the cicada while the oriole waits behind. I wonder how many are the mantis praying, or the oriole who gains from fishermen. Su-King smirked, like a hungry leopard emitting a dangerous aura. Her figure disappeared like a ghost into the cave, leaving only the blazing bonfire and the floor covered in blood. Tap tap tap, crimson moonlight seeped through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on Su-King's beautiful face, stained with blood. Her steps were light yet firm, each one seeming to tread on the edge of death. Her crimson eyes flickered with eerie light in the darkness, like burning flames, sending shivers down one's spine. As the blood demon scripture circulated within her, the murderous intent on Su-King only intensified, surrounded by a heavy crimson aura. Every now and then, a mad grin appeared on her lips, resembling a demon from hell. And as she ventured deeper, the atmosphere in the forest became increasingly tense and grim. In the darkness, several pairs of crimson eyes lit up, silently watching her, waiting for her to expose a vulnerability. It is often said, when you gaze into the abyss is also gazing back at you. Those who survived until now were mostly monsters with both strength and cunning. Not only did Su-King want to be the oriole, others were also gearing up. Of course, Su-King, who noticed being targeted, was not afraid. She had only one thought in her mind: my name is Su-King, and around me, unfathomable bloody events have occurred. I want to survive, and I am determined to kill everyone on this island. Lin Zhuan, wait for me. I will definitely come back to you again. First People's Hospital of Demon City. In the Ultra VIP ward, Lin Zhuan suddenly looked up, gazing at the vast night outside the window. Little Zhuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? It's late now. Why don't you go back and rest? Noticing that Lin Zhuan's complexion was off, Su Shengshan, who was on the hospital bed, said somewhat worriedly. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuan, who had come back to his senses, shook his head uncertainly. I'm fine. I just heard. I think I heard Kinj calling me just now. Various characters reacting with confusion and disbelief. What? How come we didn't hear anything? Cough cough. Maybe I just had an auditory hallucination? Facing the strange looks from everyone, Lin Zhuan scratched his head awkwardly. At this moment, a woman standing behind Su Fan spoke up with a smile. Mr. Lin seems to be dearly in love with his wife. It's obvious you and Su's sister have a deep affection, a deep marital bond. Of course, Su Kinj and I are a match made in heaven. She was destined to be my wife since birth, Lin Zhuan shamelessly admitted, paying no heed to the awkward expression on Su Fan's face. He then joked with the woman, Miss Han, you came here so late to visit our old man. Perhaps your intention was not just at the bar. What? Do you harbor feelings for brother Su Fan? In the hospital room, the additional person present was the tall and striking Han Xinchao. Clad in a white crop top and blue denim shorts highlighting her perfect hourglass figure, she appeared without a doubt beautiful. And the reason why she was here was naturally following Su Fan. Chapter 520. Was Lin Zhuan captivated by me? Han Xinchao's mental victory method. Han Xinchao covered her cherry lips and let out a proud hum, pretending to be shy like a little girl. Hey Mr. Lin, don't tease me like this, okay? You're making me blush. Besides, everyone says, when the man is interested and the woman has intentions. But if it's just the woman with intentions and the man is indifferent, what's the point? A typical man, upon hearing such a bold response from a girl, would immediately understand and show excitement. But after waiting for a while, Han Xinchao didn't receive any response from Su Fan. Turning her head, she saw him chatting enthusiastically with Su Sheng, like an old and young pair of close friends. All right. Is my charm really not enough to compare with even an old man? While feeling frustrated, Han Xinchao also felt depressed. With her angelic face and devilish figure, why hasn't Su Fan been captivated by her? This is illogical. Han Xinchao had originally thought that with her beauty, she could easily capture any man's heart with just a gesture. Even if someone refused, it would just be a pretense of modesty. She believed that by taking the initiative, any man would fall at her feet. But now, her confidence was almost shattered by Su Fan. No matter how she tried to show off in front of Su Fan, he remained indifferent. Even if she subtly hinted that she was available, ready and willing, Su Fan acted as if he didn't hear her, ignoring her completely, almost causing Han Xinchao to pee herself on the spot, out of disappointment and disbelief in life. In her disappointment, she couldn't help but feel confused about Su Fan's sexual orientation. However, the trip to Bujiang town made her truly realize Su Fan's power. Therefore, upon returning to the city, Han Xinchao made up her mind. No matter how difficult it would be, she must win over Su Fan. He was the man she wanted. He was the man worthy of enjoying her delicate body. As the saying goes, with sincerity, even a piece of iron can be turned into gold. No matter how hard it is, even grinding an iron rod to make a needle. Han Xinchao simply couldn't believe that with her looks and charm, she couldn't win over Su Fan. Even if he was gay, she'd make him straight. She had planned a romantic ambush tonight, only to find out that he was at the hospital. Hastily following, she arrived at the ward and saw Su Fan being modest and respectful while chatting with the old master Su. Han Xinchao almost had her jaw dropped. Since knowing Su Fan, it was the first time she saw him smile sincerely, so tactfully. Has the sun risen from the west? Unbelievable! Could it be that Su Fan has taken a liking to Su Kinj? It seems like this is the only reason to explain why he's trying so hard to please Su Shengshan. Otherwise, with Su Fan's personality and status, he shouldn't treat the Su family differently, right? At this point, Han Xinchao felt a burning jealousy and envy. Am I going to lose to Su Kinj again? She had wanted to take down Su Fan, become the most prestigious woman in the city, and then flaunt her superiority in front of Su Kinj. But now, her dreams were shattered. That woman unknowingly managed to steal my man's heart. I can't stand this humiliation. Just as Han Xinchao's face turned gloomy and chaotic, she suddenly noticed that Lin Zhuan's gaze occasionally drifted towards her. That look was deeply meaningful. Han Xinchao was startled at first, but then a smug smile unconsciously curved her lips. She was 95% sure that this guy in front of her was definitely captivated by her divine beauty. Realizing this, Han Xinchao couldn't help but feel extremely pleased. If a man like Lin Zhuan, who was Su Qing's man, was captivated by her, did it mean her charm was even greater than Su Qing's? Chuckling to herself, Han Xinchao felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Yes, my charm is exceptional. Except for Su Fan, who seemed to have some issue with his orientation, all other dogs fell for me, one by one. Finally, a win for me. I haven't lost yet. It's a tie between me and Su Qing. Should I respond to him? Maybe I should wink at him. Make it easier to manipulate him. The feeling of secretly cuckolding Su Qing was so satisfying. On the other side, Lin Zhuan looked puzzled, not understanding why Han Xinchao suddenly winked at him. It was simply inexplicable. However, he had noticed she was a loyal follower of Su Shengshan and a gold digger. Of course, all these weren't the main point. What mattered was that she had the assumption of strangeness attribute, always treating his wife as an imaginary enemy and excelling in the mental victory method. Was this despicable woman now bullying my poor, helpless, and pitiful Qing in her mind? Chapter 521. The title of the first beauty in Modu, Who Else But Me? Begging for a gift before school starts. Although Lin Zhuan felt some dissatisfaction in his heart, he didn't pay it much mind. He couldn't hold a grudge and seek revenge on someone just because they were better at speculating than him, right? He wasn't that bored. Moreover, the existence of Han Xinchao was not completely useless. This woman was just like a main character tracking device, especially fixated on Su Fan, sticking to him like glue every day. Therefore, in the situation where he couldn't contact his uncle, he decided to try her. For example, just now when he called his uncle, because the old Nokia phone was out of battery, several consecutive calls couldn't go through. It's crucial not to panic at key moments. If he could directly contact Han Xinchao, he could immediately get in touch with his uncle. In addition, for the future billion-dollar University City project, he also planned to cooperate with the Han family for development, acting as a figurehead. Miss Han, could we exchange contact information? I have a big real estate project on hand. I hope that we can have an opportunity for cooperation and make money together in the future. After saying that, Lin Zhuan opened WeChat's QR code, gesturing for Han Xinchao to scan it to add him as a friend. Oh, what's this? How bold! Asking for my WeChat in front of Mr. Su, Han Xinchao was a bit surprised at Lin Zhuan's audacity. She didn't expect him to be so eager for her beauty, even drooling over it. So hungry that he couldn't even wait a second longer, directly asking for her contact information in front of Su Fan and his own wife's grandfather. As for the so-called real estate project mentioned by Lin Zhuan, in Han Xinchao's view, it was mere nonsense. The Su family mainly dealt with the pharmaceutical industry, and real estate had nothing to do with them. How could there be any opportunity for cooperation between the two sides? There is an ancient saying, Xiang Zhuang dances with swords, aiming at Pei Gong. Lin Zhuan simply wanted a legitimate reason to appear less abrupt, to smoothly obtain her contact information. And once he had her WeChat, he would definitely send her messages from time to time, flatter her, attempt to slowly move her, and win her heart step by step. When the time was ripe, he would madly express his love to her, willing to do anything to possess the carefully maintained beauty that countless men dreamt of for 18 years. Humph! This is men. Indeed, they are nothing but despicable creatures who think with the lower part of their bodies. Their minds are filled with yellow trash. Oh. This little fairy had seen through it long ago. Putting in so much effort, finding all sorts of excuses, wasting time. All for what? In the end, isn't it just a covetous desire for the pile of lean meat on my body, wanting to press me down, play with me, and enjoy me? E equals O. Ah, this damn charm of mine. Although she saw through Lin Zhuan's vile intentions and knew his goal was the tender, juicy, and delicious flesh on her body, Han Xinchao couldn't help feeling a little pleased. After all, the man in front of her was Su Qing's husband, her lifelong rival. And now he was plotting to take possession of her body with such meticulous planning. Doesn't this prove that her charm surpasses that of Su Qing's? With the title of the first beauty in Modu, who else but me? Is this woman out of her mind? I just wanted a contact method for convenience, so that she can act as a tool for me in the future, serving as a messenger. But why is she suddenly flirting with me? Lin Juan was puzzled, feeling inexplicably confused. Little did he know that Han Xinchao's actions were all part of a hidden agenda, wanting to lead him on and play hard to get. Although she didn't fancy Lin Juan as an ordinary person, it didn't stop her from developing the idea of making him her loyal reserve player. Han Xinchao was extremely hopeful that when Su Qinj returned to Modu, she would find her recently acquired son-in-law groveling at her feet, a humble lackey. What kind of incompetent and angry expression would he show when he discovered that? Continue. Chapter 522, Tang Jia Sanshao and the domineering CEO of the Magic City Grand Hotel. Tang Jia Sanshao tightly clutched his briefcase. He slowly pushed open the door to the VIP presidential suite. Zi Chuan, you're here. Tang Chuan looked up and saw that the compartment was dimly lit, with a heavy atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. His good brother, Huo Qichen, sat quietly in a wheelchair, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes, like a lonely king abandoned by fate. The once handsome and imposing face of dominance had now twisted beyond recognition. His mouth slanted to the side, as if being pulled by an invisible force, unable to regain its former dignity. His face askew, the sharp lines now seemed like they had been maliciously twisted by a demon's hand. As he looked at Tang Chuan, his eyes held a self-deprecating tone, mixed with emptiness, confusion, and a hint of despair. The once sharp and domineering gaze now shrouded in the bleakness of illness, leaving only endless sorrow and resentment. Chen Jie, is your illness really incurable? Even Tang Chuan had a moment of disbelief. He never thought that the once proud Chen Jie would end up in such a pitiful state. If he hadn't known the truth beforehand, witnessing his close brother transform into this pitiful figure might have stirred sympathy and irrational behavior in him. But now, there's no way. Perhaps this is my fate, Huo Qichen. With tears in his eyes, Huo Qichen's words were filled with a sense of resignation towards the uncontrollable fate that had left him desolate. His attitude of self-abandonment was so real that it pierced the hearts of those who heard him speak, prompting tears to fall. I mean, his acting is so good, isn't it? If this bastard pursued a career in the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly become the next generation's strongest king of actors. While feeling shaken by the performance, Tang Chuan couldn't help but feel irritated. Damn it! I can't allow such a talented actor to exist in the Magic City. What Tang Chuan didn't know was that Huo Qichen's current performance was completely spontaneous and authentic. As the renowned domineering CEO of the Magic City, now afflicted with the incurable Huo Jin syndrome, his life had plummeted from its peak to its nadir, leaving behind the glory and brilliance as fleeting memories. In any case, this would be difficult for anyone to accept. Huo Qichen's gums clenched, his eyes filled with reluctance. He couldn't bear the idea of being confined to a wheelchair like his ancestor Huo Jin forever. He felt helpless, resigned to facing the cruel blows of fate alone. Inside the compartment, the dim light and heavy atmosphere seemed palpable enough to drip water. Huo Qichen sat in his wheelchair, his face filled with bitterness and resignation. He lowered his head slightly, his voice hoarse and trembling. Zi Chuan, have you seen the scandalous videos about my inability to care for myself, even defecating in bed, circulating online today? The moment I found out, I felt like my dignity had been trampled. That's why I lost control of my emotions, shamelessly humiliating the maids on the spot. In fact, I regret it too. I didn't want that to happen. But I couldn't control myself. I'm nearly driven crazy by this damn hereditary disease passed down from my ancestors. This damn full-body paralysis has brought me from the clouds to the depths. I used to rule the marketplace, making countless decisions. But now, I can't even handle my basic needs like eating and going to the bathroom without help from others. I miss the healthy me, the energetic and capable version of myself. Now, I'm trapped in this wheelchair, subject to the dictates of fate. As he spoke, Huo Qichen's eyes filled with pain and tears. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked at Tang Chuan, his tone tinged with self-mockery. Zi Chuan, I regret it. I regret not cherishing the days when I was healthy. The busy times, the little moments of joy I overlooked, they now seem so precious to me. I've often tossed and turned at night, longing to return to those days of physical and mental well-being. Zichuan, I know I look ridiculous and pitiful now, but I truly can't help it. This disease is like a demon that clings to me tightly, making me feel suffocated and unable to escape. Now, the family has been embroiled in public opinion turmoil because of me. The situation at the Huo group, already turbulent, has worsened. I am the sinner of the Huo family. I don't have the face to see the elders of the Huo family. Death is probably more dignified for me. Zichuan, today is probably the last time we, brothers, meet. Take care from now on. Chenjie will watch over you in heaven. As Huo Qichen spoke, he was already choked with tears. His performance as the domineering CEO was seamless, filled with genuine emotion. Even the most professional director would find it impossible to discern any acting from Huo Qichen's face. In order to succeed in fooling them, I specifically sought guidance from professional actors, spent a lot of effort training my facial expressions, and even had the most authoritative psychologists studying how to break through Tang Chuan's psychological defenses without showing any signs. With such thorough preparation, even a small fry like Tang Jia Sanshao would be a piece of cake once this active selling suffering ended. Tang Chuan would undoubtedly be anxious and eager to volunteer to help me. I would then pretend to be in a difficult position and naturally request. Chapter 523, Huo Qichen. I'm 95% sure. This time it's steady. Just as Huo Qichen, feeling confident of his victory, he didn't realize that Tang Chuan had long been standing dumbfounded in place. It was all because of Huo Qichen's ploy of playing victim, unexpectedly turning out, just as Big Brother had predicted. At this moment, Tang San, once again, deeply admired Lin Zhuan. At the same time, the level of disgust towards Huo Qichen in his heart grew stronger. This bastard's acting skills are really good. Could he have been specially trained? Is he really determined to harm me? If it weren't for Big Brother's empathetic predictions, I would definitely have been spun around by this treacherous guy now. Tang Chuan clenched his teeth inwardly, but on the surface, he pretended to be shocked, displaying the professionalism of an actor. He rushed forward with one step, tightly grabbing Huo Qichen's arm, his eyes filled with anxiety and concern. Chenjie, what are you doing? How can you think like this? This is not your fault. Tang Chuan's voice was firm and powerful. Chenjie, listen to me. You are not alone in this battle. We are good brothers, loving and caring good brothers. Whatever difficulties we face them together. How can you give up so easily? Your family needs you. I need you too. Rest assured. I will definitely lend you my full support. No matter what difficulties you face, we will face them together. Chenjie, the thought of seeking death, you must never have it again. If you have any difficulties now, speak up. I'll help you solve them together. Even if it means going through fire and water. Coming out to mix is about loyalty, with loyalty at the forefront. As long as you need it, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, his temples slightly throbbing, his pupils filled with heartache for his close brother. On the other side, faced with Tang Chuan's trusting and worried gaze, Huo Qichen felt both proud and a tinge of guilt in his heart. The pride. Of course, he knew. It was steady this time. He had successfully held Tang San. All that was left was to make the request logically. The guilt was triggered by Tang San's unwavering gaze, causing Huo Zong to have a sudden moment of conscience. Little Chuan trusts him so much, but all he thinks about is using the other person. Is this really acceptable? But Huo Qichen's guilt lasted less than 2.5 seconds before fleeting away. As the saying goes, if one doesn't act for oneself, heaven and earth will perish. He could no longer care much now. He could always make it up to Tang Chuan later. Chuan, I hope you can inquire about some information from Uncle Tang for me. Information? Tang Chuan feigned confusion on his face, but his heart was clear, smiling coldly inside. Finally, you came. You arrogant boss, let me see how I can play you to death. Playing acting, my Tang San is a pro. It is information about the University City project that my Huo family currently needs. The specifics are like this. To make Tang Chuan quickly understand the situation, Huo Qichen briefly and sincerely described the difficulties facing the Huo family now, and the importance of the University City project to them. Chuan, I know that making such a request goes against the moral and bottom line between brothers like us. But please allow me to extend a hand to you in this despairing abyss. To be honest, I never thought that one day I would need to rely on despicable means to save the family. But reality is so cruel, pushing me to make difficult choices at every step. That information is the key to unlocking the current dilemma my Huo family faces. It's not only about the life and death of the Huo group, but also the hope of happiness for numerous employees' families. I know it was wrong to ask you to steal, but I truly had no choice. The struggle and pain in my heart are no less than yours. But I have no way out. The burden of the family is suffocating me. I can only hope in you, the most important good little brother in my life, that you can lend me a helping hand at this critical moment. But please remember, I respect every decision of yours. Regardless of whether you choose to help me, our brotherly bond will not change because of it. But if possible, based on our years of friendship, I ask you to help me out. Chuan, I know you must have all kinds of unwillingness and difficulties in your heart. But please believe me, this is just a stopgap measure. Once the family gets through this difficult time, I swear, later on, I will repay you and the Tang family 100-fold. Chuan, I'm begging you. This time, I need your strength, understanding, and support to help me get through this difficult time. Are you willing to give Chen Jie a chance? Faced with Huo Qixin's heartfelt plea, Tang Chuan's eyes reddened in an instant, as if deeply moved by the arrogant boss's words, but in reality, he was thinking to himself, this arrogant boss. He's really good at manipulating, full of shit. I can't accept it. If it weren't for me knowing the truth early on, in the past, I might have been truly used by you. Humph. You want me to help you steal information, right? Fine. No need to steal. I prepared a surprise for you long ago. Tang Chuan glanced at the briefcase he had brought, mucking himself inwardly. But in order not to make the boss suspicious, he didn't immediately agree to Huo Qixin's humble request. Instead, he decided to follow the instructions given by Big Brother, using a strategy of feigned reluctance. Tang Chuan frowned, showing signs of interest, but due to his own sense of morality, he looked conflicted and troubled. Seeing this, Huo Qixin felt ecstatic inside, his mouth almost curling into a smile. If Tang Chuan had instantly rejected him, or agreed without hesitation, the boss might have had some doubts in his heart. Instead, this hesitant acceptance attitude confirmed Huo Qixin's victory on the spot. Today is my wife's birthday, and I sent her a 188 red envelope. She said it was a bit less. I said I have no money. Then I showed her this month's expenses, and she fell silent. Sigh, a man really has to earn money. Otherwise, he can't even afford to give out red envelopes. Oh, chapter 524. I can't be without you. Just like the West can't lose Jerusalem. Magic City Hotel. Inside the VIP presidential suite, the dim lighting gave a sense of melancholy. Tang Chuan's expression seemed to relax, and Huo Qixin decided to strike while the iron was hot. He raised his gaze slightly, those deep eyes like a deep pool, silently casting a glance at the steward next to him, Fubo. In just a moment of eye contact, it seemed like 1,000 words were exchanged between them. Fubo understood and closed his eyes slowly, took a deep breath, and composed himself. After 2.5 seconds, when he opened his eyes again, his whole demeanor seemed like the legendary actor Zhang Yimou's spirit had possessed him. In his eyes, there was only full of heartache and helplessness towards his young master. Trembling, he took a small step forward, but then abruptly stopped as if guarding a priceless treasure. Immediately, Fubo turned towards Tang San and slowly began to speak. His voice carried a hint of sobbing and choked emotions, as if each word was squeezed out from the depths of his soul. Fubo, don't blame others. If you must blame someone, blame me for being incompetent. Tang young master. Honestly speaking, I've lived for half my life. This is the first time I've seen you cry, seen you plead with someone. Look at the young master now, how dignified he used to be. Now his face is full of fatigue, his eyes bloodshot. The crisis facing the family is like an insurmountable mountain, leaving the young master breathless. The young master has tried his best, always unable to find a way out, suffering in anxiety and pain every day. Upon hearing this, tears finally fell from Huo Qixin's eyes, showing a heart-wrenching expression. His rugged face was now full of helplessness and struggle. Seeing this, Fubo quickly stepped forward, gently wiping away the tears on Huo Qixin's cheeks. The tender gesture was like caring for a fragile piece of artwork. Looking at the young master's current state, It pains me as if I've been cut by a knife. The young master, so strong and exceptional, yet having to endure such hardships. But I firmly believe that my young master will not be defeated by suffering. Even if his body is trapped within these dimensions, his soul is still free and powerful. The young master will one day become that dominant figure everyone looks up to, just like our ancestor Huo Jin. And I, Fubo, will always be by the young master's side, taking care of him, supporting him, until that day comes. At this point, Fubo suddenly straightened his spine, his face filled with pride, as if he had already seen that day coming. But the next moment, he suddenly knelt before Tang Xuan, surprising him. His bent knees symbolized his unwavering loyalty and dedication to the Huo family and Huo Qichen. Tang young master, my young master is truly at his wit's end, which is why he's asking for your help. I hope that you can consider the young master's sincere plea and give him a chance. I'm kneeling to you. As long as you are willing to extend a helping hand to my young master, I will belong to you from now on. I'm willing to dedicate myself to you in return for all the kindness you've shown to my young master. At these words, Huo Qichen in the wheelchair trembled as if out of control, bursting into tears. Fubo, absolutely not, absolutely not. How can I let you make such sacrifices? I disagree. Even if the Huo family goes bankrupt, I absolutely won't allow you to leave my side. I cannot be without you, just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem. At this moment, the bond between master and servant was deeply felt, immersing in their respective roles, unable to extricate themselves. Facing such touching loyalty between master and servant, Tang Xuan's acting skills also burst out, moved to tears. While inwardly cursing, he realized it was time to reveal the prepared false intelligence, as Huo Qichen would have no suspicion. Chapter 525 formally enters the abyss of Huo Qichen. After confirming that both parties have played their parts to perfection, Tang Xuan inwardly sneered, but remained calm on the surface. He even intentionally deepened the look of pity on his face, as if truly moved by the deep affection and bond between this master and servant. He quickly stepped forward to help up Fubo, speaking earnestly, "Fubo, please get up quickly. What are you doing, making this boy kneel? We are good brothers with Qichen, so it is only right for me to help him." Qichen heard this and was ecstatic in his heart. However, his face displayed just the right amount of emotion and a mixed expression of acceptance and resistance. Tang Xuan coughed lightly from the side. His furrowed brow relaxed, showing a sense of determination. "Qichen, Fubo, the bond between you two truly touches me. Let me tell you a secret. Before coming to this banquet today, I had already guessed that you, Qichen, might have a request, and I was prepared to assist in any way I could." Playing the role of a bit angry, Tang Xuan showed a sign of breaking off the friendship if not allowed to help, which further pleased Huo Qichen, who felt that his act of pretending to be pitiful had worked wonders. With a fleeting hint of arrogance at the corner of his mouth, which quickly disappeared, he put on a more sincere expression, saying, "Tang Xuan, since you are so righteous, I won't keep you at arm's length. Your act of righteousness today will be remembered by me, Huo Qichen, and I will surely repay your kindness in the future." Fubo, playing along, wore a blossoming smile and praised Tang Xuan for his loyalty and righteousness. After some acting, Fubo intentionally turned to Huo Qichen in the wheelchair and exclaimed about the depth of Tang Xuan's loyalty, causing Tang Xuan's heart to brim with anger at the persecution his family faced from Huo Qichen. Despite this, he maintained a worried expression on his face, as he handed a document to a bewildered Fubo. Note: some additional context may be required to fully capture the nuances of the original text. Chapter 526 is a good show about to begin officially resumed updates. Chapter 526 is a good show about to begin officially resumed updates. Tang Xiao. What is this? Looking at the document handed over by Tang Jiasen Xiao, both Huo Qichen and his servant had their pupils contracted, both of them conjuring up an unimaginable guess. Could it be? It can't be. It can't be. Is this kid really so foolish? With an excited and anxious heart, the duo, who had telepathic connections, finally welcomed the answer that made them ecstatic. In this document, it records the information on the University City project that you, Brother Chen, need the most. When I learned about the difficulties you were facing, Brother Chen, I was very anxious and had been thinking about how to help you through this difficult situation. By chance, I heard from my father. that the Urban Development Planning Bureau had finalized the planning indicators for the university city, so I paid more attention. Although I feel a bit sorry towards my father. But in order to help you, Brother Chen, through this difficult situation, I can only resort to this plan. I secretly printed out a copy of that confidential real estate document and brought it over. Chen Jie, take a look at what's inside. Is there the information you need? Good, good, good. When one treads through iron shoes without finding any trace, it comes easily when least expected. Truly a stroke of luck. He had thought that it would take a lot of effort to persuade Tang Xuan to change sides. Unexpectedly, not only did the other party agree readily, but he even directly helped him steal the item. At this moment, Huo Qixin's inner joy was overflowing. He felt as if victory was within his grasp, with everything under control. At the same time, he felt a mixture of unclear and inexplicable guilt towards Tang Xuan. Truly, he was the loyal and courageous good brother. Huo Qixin raised his eyes slightly, looking at Tang Jia Sanshao, his eyes shimmering with complex light, his voice low and powerful. Zichuan, I remember this favor you've done for me. Today you helped me in my time of need, and in the future, I will repay you 100-fold. I, Huo Qixin, swear here, as long as I can overcome this crisis, you, Tang Xuan, will be my most reliable good brother. If anyone dares to harm you in the future, they will have to face me, Huo Qixin. I will completely destroy their family, so their souls will scatter, never to be reincarnated. As the saying goes, in life, a true confidant is rare, and the most difficult to find in history. Tang Xuan's consideration for him. How could Huo Qixin not be moved? After all, from childhood to adulthood, even his biological parents had never cared for him in this way, let alone other members of the Huo family. At this moment, the Chief Huo's affection for Tang Xuan increased quickly. Truly considering the other as his loyal and courageous good brother, he decided that, after this matter was settled, he would follow the example of the Peach Garden Oath and become sworn brothers with Tang Xuan. Not seeking to be born on the same day of the same month, but seeking to die on the same day of the same month. WW. Meanwhile, Butler Fubo, hearing about this decision, wholeheartedly agreed, deeply moved to tears on the spot. Good, good, good. Young Master has been lonely for so many years. Now, with the arrival of young Master Tang, as your loyal and courageous good brother, how fortunate! The alliance between Huo and Tang, a powerful alliance, will surely rise within the aristocratic world. Great joy! Great joy! Tang Xuan, on the surface, pretended to be gracious and grateful to Huo Qixin and his servant, his face filled with emotion. But deep down, he was sneering profusely. You contemptible cripple, wanting to die on the same day as me. A godlike figure of filth. Who do you think you are? Inside the private box, the lighting remained dim, but the atmosphere subtly underwent a change. The three people inside harbored hidden intentions, outwardly peaceful, but with hidden undercurrents. A silent and subtle struggle for dominance was quietly unfolding. Soon, after Tang Xuan completed his mission, using the excuse of the late hour, he chose to part ways with Huo Qixin and his servant at the hotel entrance. At the hotel entrance, Tang Xuan tightly held the slender hand of the Chief Huo, both of them red-eyed and reluctant to part. Butler Fubo stood by silently, shedding tears, embodying an atmosphere of elderly sadness. In the eyes of unaware passers-by, this scene appeared like a close-knit group of brothers bidding farewell with mutual respect and fondness. Jie Chen, don't worry too much. Huo Enterprises will surely turn the tide, and your illness will definitely improve. Zichuan, I appreciate your kind words, E=O. Mainly, I feel uneasy because I've implicated you, and my conscience troubles me. Jie Chen, what are you saying? We are blood brothers from different mothers. How could I, your younger brother, sit idly by while Jie Chen is in trouble? Zichuan tears falling down, Jie Chen choked up with tears. 2.5 minutes later, Tang Xuan finally waved goodbye with tears and snot on his face, showing reluctance. As he turned to get into the car, neither Huo Qixin nor his servant noticed the faint, imperceptible sneer that appeared at the corner of Tang Xuan's mouth. The good show is about to begin amidst the rumbling sound, when the red taillights of the car disappeared at the street corner. Huo Qixin instantly hid his reluctant gaze and shared a smile with Butler Fubo, feeling proud. From the beginning to the end, the two of them felt that their cooperation was seamless, successfully manipulating Tang Xuan between their fingers. Let's go home. Now, I want to see who in the family can shake my position. Yes, young master. Inside the Huo family mansion, the atmosphere was jubilant at the moment. When the chief Huo and his servant returned triumphantly like heroes, the news reached Huo Tingfeng, the head of the Huo family, who immediately brought other uncles and relatives of the Huo family to the scene. A white-haired but spirited senior member of the Huo family took the lead, entering the room with a smile on his face, bowing slightly, and saying, "Qichen, you are truly the lucky star of our Huo family. With this billion-dollar project in hand, the Huo family is bound to prosper. You may have some inconveniences, but you possess outstanding talent and decisiveness, truly admirable." Soon, another elder stepped forward, showing admiration in his eyes. "Young clan leader, with just one move from you, securing such a significant project, we feel ashamed in comparison. You are the stabilizing force of our Huo family. With you here, the glory of the Huo family is imminent." In no time, one after another, Huo family elders entered with words of praise. Each face was full of joy, and they all expressed their admiration and satisfaction towards Huo Qichen, who was paralyzed in bed. "Qichen, your wisdom and courage are unmatched. We once worried that your illness might affect the development of the Huo family. But now, it seems we were overly concerned. You are the legend of the Huo family. Even in this crisis, you can stand up and calm the storm. I firmly believe that under your leadership, the future of the Huo family is bright and promising." With each Huo family elder praising him, the flattery was endless, in stark contrast to their previously hostile attitude. At this moment, they were all fawning, as if Huo Qichen was a god in their hearts, capable of leading the Huo family towards a more brilliant future. Meanwhile, paralyzed on the bed, Huo Qichen smirked slightly. His firm face showed little emotion, just a distant and icy demeanor. But in his ink-black eyes, a subtle and imperceptible sense of satisfaction flashed by. Chapter 527. Tang Ru's Betrayal. The day will come when my son, Qichen, possesses the capital of a tyrant and will surely reign over the world. He truly lives up to being my child, Zi Tingfeng. Ha ha ha. Huo Tingfeng laughed heartily, showering praise generously. In response, Huo Qichen remained expressionless, with a hint of disdain in his dark eyes. Perhaps when he was younger, he would have been overjoyed by his father's praise, but now, the man standing before him was nothing more than a stranger bound by blood relations, far inferior in status compared to his half-brother from another mother. At this moment, Huo Tingfeng eagerly flipped open the file brought back by his son. After a moment, his gaze turned strange as he furrowed his brow and looked at Huo Qichen, uncertainly asking, "Son, are you sure this intelligence is accurate? Why is there such a discrepancy between the land location estimated by the intelligence department? What's the level of certainty? Could this be false information? Could that boy from the Tang family have deceived you?" Huo Tingfeng repeatedly reviewed the contents, still somewhat incredulous. The location specified in the document for the project University City was different from what they had anticipated. Before each real estate auction, major developers would consult professional land valuation agencies to assess the future commercial value of each piece of land. The commercial prospects of the land were graded as a B, C, D, or E. To be honest, the Huo family had already calculated through multiple assessments that the planning of the University City project would likely be on a piece of land with an A-grade in potential. To secure this A-grade land, the Huo family had begun making preparations across various departments. However, the file brought back by Huo Qichen clearly indicated that the City Planning Department's University City project was located in a remote area far from the city. The abandoned land had already been collectively classified by major real estate developers as E-grade worthless land with no commercial value. Huo Tingfeng couldn't comprehend. How could such an important project as University City be designated on that desolate land? Do you doubt me? Humph! I can guarantee you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this intelligence is trustworthy. How could Tang Chuan possibly have the intelligence to deceive me? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The chances of false information are less than 5%. On the side, Fulbo, who had been by the Supreme Leader's side throughout, spoke up. He detailed the entire process of the bonding between the brothers earlier tonight. "Lord, that boy sincerely regards the young master as his good brother from the heart. They even made a pact to become sworn brothers from different parents in the future. They don't seek to be born on the same year, month, and day, only to die on the same year, month, and day. I find it hard to believe that the Tang family boy is acting in this matter. Seeing Fulbo, who was loyal and sincere, express his views this way, coupled with the assurance from his son, Huodongfeng's initial doubts were somewhat alleviated. While some doubts still lingered, he refrained from showing strong skepticism. At this moment, the senior members of the Huo family chimed in, rallying in support of Huo Qichen. Lord, we have all witnessed young Master Qishen's abilities. Since he is so certain of the authenticity of this intelligence, there must be no mistake. Yes, Lord. Young Master Qichen has always been exceptionally sharp, with business talents far exceeding the average person. In all these years, his business acumen has seldom faltered. This intelligence is undoubtedly genuine. Don't worry. Who doesn't know that Tang Chuan, the third young master of the Tang family, is young Master Qishen's shadow, a follower? He would never betray young Master Huo. Rest assured, rest assured. Each person voiced their unwavering support for Huo Qichen. Ha! A group of opportunists. Watching the elders, who had once cast him aside now fawning over him, Huo Qichen couldn't help feeling disdainful. Yet, he maintained a proud and aloof demeanor on his face. Raising his gaze slightly, he scanned the crowd before slowly speaking. HMPH, rest assured. Huo Qichen is so sure. Naturally, I have other cards in hand that can verify the authenticity of the intelligence 100%. With these words, Huodongfeng and others looked on with curiosity. However, the supreme leader had no intention of revealing the mystery immediately, only a slight upward curve of his mouth revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. The time has not yet come. You need not ask further. Just focus on your respective duties. Once everything falls into place, the Huo family will rise to new heights. Seeing his son so confident, Huodongfeng also gained some assurance. With a grin, he waved his hand and said, "Since my son, Qichen, is so certain, let's believe in him this time. It's getting late. All clan members, disperse. Head back early and prepare. Starting tomorrow, we will strive for a brilliant future for the Huo family." At these words, the joyful Huo family relatives responded, agreeing to leave one by one. Huodongfeng glanced at his eldest son with a mix of anticipation and contentment before turning to leave. Soon, only the master and servant remained in the room. Fulbo, immediately send a message to that lovesick woman. Have her quickly send over the information I need. The University City project is of great importance, and I must ensure nothing goes wrong. Huo Qichen narrowed his eyes as he instructed his steward. In his dark eyes gleamed a determined light, as if he could already see the glorious future of the Huo family under his leadership. Chapter 528. Tang Ru's true colors completely exposed. The Tang family finally wakes up as the night fell. The ink-like deep sky quietly spread over the magnificent luxury villa of the Tang family. All was silent. Only occasionally the whispers of the night wind in the distance and faint insect noises, interwoven with the delicate ticking of the clocks inside the villa, creating the prelude to the night. The spacious villa was embraced by the gentle night, lights extinguished, only the moonlight filtering through the gaps of the curtains, sprinkling mottled silvery brightness, adding a touch of mystery to the quiet space. Click! Suddenly, a slight sound of a door opening, breaking the silence of the night. Tang Ru, wearing loose pajamas, cautiously peeked her head out from the door, observing the dark, empty corridor with her heart pounding like a drum. Nervously biting her lip, clenching her fists tightly, palms full of sweat. In her mind, various scenes of possible discoveries kept floating, each imagination causing her body to involuntarily shiver. What if I am discovered? Recently, the Tang family's attitude towards me has been deteriorating due to their efforts to please that true heiress. If they find out that I am going against their wishes, they will probably kick me out of the house on the spot, with no room for negotiation anymore. Tang Ru's mind was in turmoil, tangled. A sense of unease clung to her like a shadow. But finally, Tang Ru took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and her eyes gradually became firm. She knew she had to take this step, otherwise, with the way things were developing, she would eventually be abandoned by the Tang family. It was because she couldn't accept such a thing happening that she took the initiative to approach Huo Qichen, pretending to have admired him for many years, expressing her willingness to go through fire and water for him. If she could help the Huo family this time, and obtain information on the University City project, she would have the opportunity to marry into the Huo family as a young madam and no longer need to cater to the whims of the Tang family. As for whether Huo Qichen was a heartless scum, wouldn't that be even better? If he couldn't control her, then she could do as she pleased outside, maybe keep a few young playthings. Of course, even if she couldn't become Mrs. Huo in the end, making a lot of money in the process would also be fine, at least ensuring a worrying-free life in the future. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. Tang Rou had a feeling that she might not stay in the Tang family for long. If she didn't seize the opportunity now to make more money, how would she continue to maintain her extravagant lifestyle in the future? Thinking of this, Tang Ru's eyes became completely determined, no longer hesitating, and she gently pushed open the door and went out. In the dark corridor, Tang Rou tiptoed barefoot, moving cautiously like a ghost with a hunched body, her heart nervous as if ready to jump out of her throat. With every step, she could feel her heartbeat echoing in her ears, as if the ground under her feet was a minefield. Her eyes constantly scanning the surrounding darkness, vigilant of any possible movements. However, at this moment, what Tang Rou didn't notice was a shadow on all fours, with a sneering look, following closely behind her, its deep gaze fixed on her. 2.5 minutes later, Tang Rou, sneaking around, finally arrived at a closed door. This was the office space where Tang Guowen usually worked, and it was basically deserted on normal days. Tang Rou took a deep breath, then gently grasped the doorknob, slowly turning it. The next moment, the door made a slight creak sound. At that moment, Tang Rou dared not even breathe, feeling as if her heart was about to stop beating on the spot. She immediately stopped in her tracks, nervously waiting in place for a moment, making sure she didn't alarm anyone. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she carefully pushed the door open and entered. Inside the office, a faint scent of ink permeated the air. Moonlight shining through the windows illuminated the mountain-like pile of documents on the desk. Tang Rou quickly scanned the room, searching for the target document. She first came to the desk, opening one document after another under the moonlight, flipping through them gently and quickly. Nothing. How could this be? Tang Rou became disheartened as she opened the last document, only to find it was still not the target she was looking for. With every second she delayed, the risk of exposure increased. She had to find something quickly and leave. Tang Rou kept reminding herself to stay calm. She then, with hands trembling slightly, opened drawer after drawer searching. Every slight noise she accidentally made her heart race. At this moment, time seemed to stretch endlessly, each second filled with tension and anxiety. Fortunately, perseverance paid off. Finally, in one drawer, Tang Rou found what she was looking for. Her eyes lit up, a surge of excitement difficult to contain flooded her heart. Without hesitating, she quickly took out her Huawei phone, opened the camera, and carefully snapped photos of the contents of the document. Click, click. Every time she pressed the shutter, Tang Ru's palms sweated nervously, but her movements remained steady and accurate. She kept her eyes glued to the phone screen, afraid of missing any important information. After taking the photos, a relieved Tang Rou carefully placed the document back in its place, making sure to leave no trace. A satisfied smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. However, this smile was tinged with tension and unease. Tang Rou knew that she wouldn't be completely safe until she made it back to her room. Thinking this, she tiptoed back out of the office, gently closed the door, and retraced her steps back to her room, her footsteps still light and cautious. Walking down the dark corridor, holding her phone, Tang Ru's mind was filled with tension and excitement after the successful plan. With each step, she felt as if she were walking on clouds, light and cautious. However, just as she was about 10 meters from her room, she suddenly encountered a dark figure blocking her path. Who? Have I been discovered? Tang Ru's heart almost stopped beating, fear engulfing her like a tidal wave. She was momentarily shocked by the sudden appearance of the dark figure before her body involuntarily taking a step back. But when she used the moonlight to take a closer look, she realized it was the family's golden retriever, Wang Sai. Phew! This damn dog! How dare he scare me like that? When I find the chance later, I'll definitely strangle it, and maybe make a gourmet dog hot pot out of it. Tang Rou glared fiercely at Wang Sai, and the anxiety that had been building up fell away a bit, feeling more at ease. As the owner of a golden retriever, she didn't think a dog could pose any threat to her. If she ignored it, the dog would probably quietly walk away, as usual. But the next moment, Tangro was stunned. At that moment, as she glanced momentarily, the corner of her eye caught sight of a hidden spot. She quickly darted towards it, closed the door behind her, and immediately jumped back into bed, listening intently for any sounds outside. According to her plan, if Tang family members were to be awakened by the barking of the dog, she could easily pretend to be awoken to and venture out with them to investigate. After all, that damn dog couldn't speak. What could it do to her? However, much to Tang Ru's surprise, as soon as she entered the room, Wang Sai outside suddenly stopped barking for some reason. Tang Ro heaved a long sigh of relief, and her tension and panic gradually subsided. 2.5 minutes later, Tang Ro, fairly safe, slowly sat up from the bed. Looking at the photos on her phone, the wild joy in her heart surged like a tide. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ro opened WeChat and sent the photos to Huo Qichen. But she kept an eye on the deadline to retract, and as soon as the recall time was about to expire, she immediately withdrew the photos. Outside the room, Wang Sai smirked, a look of disdain on his doggy face. Easy pickings for this sly girl. This nasty woman actually thinks that if I don't bark, I'll go easy on her. Offending this destined dog. Do you think you'd get off easy? The reason I stopped barking was simply because there was no need to. Wang Sai switched direction, wagging his tail, and returned to his doggy bed. It so happened that in the hidden corner he glanced at, a small camera emitting a faint red light was placed. Darn it! Has Wang Sai turned into a ghost or something? Did I just see him smile at us? In a well-insulated room, Tang Chuan kept rubbing his eyes and making a fuss. Beside him, the disappointed Tang Guowen couple stood, feeling surprised by their family dog's intelligence. But considering that the Tang family was chosen by fate, and their family's fortunes influenced by one another, it seemed normal for Wang Sai to be a bit smarter. Besides, it wasn't the time to dwell on such trivial matters. Did you all see that? Tangro is like a white-eyed wolf. We've poured our hearts out to her, but in the end, received betrayal in return. Now, do you have anything to say? Tang Guowen, with a solemn expression, addressed his children who were streaming live. As soon as he learned that Tangro might betray the family, Tang Guowen immediately had hidden cameras installed, ready to catch her in the act. Initially, he still harbored a hint of compassion for the girl who had called him father for so many years. He hoped that if Tangro could turn back at the edge of the cliff, he wouldn't intend to tear the family apart and give this 18-year-old relationship a last shred of dignity. Unfortunately, E=O. Tangro ultimately disappointed him. Tang Guowen, who was completely shattered, created a group on the spot, adding all his children except Tangro. Then, he exposed Tangru's real face over the years. Faking it. How is this possible, Dad? Are you serious? Ignoring the questions of his children, who were in the dark, Tang Guowen directly sent out the surveillance footage of the white-eyed wolf entering and leaving his office. Chapter 529. If you want to date, you must have the approval of your cousin Lin Juan OWO. Ironclad evidence. After watching the surveillance video, all doubts within the group disappeared in an instant, apparently digesting this incredible fact. The siblings of the Gord dolls, who had pampered their sister for so long, were shocked to discover that she was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. The accusations of fake falls, theft of necklaces, and other incidents mentioned by their father left the remaining Tang family members on edge. They finally realized that their younger sister Tang Ling had been suppressed by Tangro behind the scenes all this time. Tang Zhihao, you can never truly know a person's heart. Little Ro, she turned out to be this kind of person. It's unbelievable. She even tried to use us as tools in the group chat. Tang Chuan, let's not dwell on it. Just thinking about how I was manipulated by that woman Tangro in the past makes me so angry. I could almost ask my mom to enact ruthless revenge on her. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have closed my heart to love and stopped believing in it. Maybe I'll never love again in the future. Woo woo. In the adjacent room, Tang Hao, who was silently grieving and peeping at the screen, couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy after hearing about his brother's emotional wounds. He felt like he might not love again in the future too. That despicable Tang Ro. If it weren't for the legal consequences of murder, he really wanted to punch her in the head. In order for the family to have a deeper understanding of Tang Ru's ugly side, Tang Hao decided to reveal to his family the bullying and insults that little Wei endured back then. Tang Hao, brothers and sisters, please listen to me. omitting 10,000 words. As Tang Hao recounted the story, the expressions on the faces of the Tang family members changed rapidly, ultimately becoming indignant. Clearly, none of them had expected Tang Ro to be so malicious, causing harm to a girl's life just for favoritism. Tang Wanner, heavens! Is Ro really that bad? I remember she used to be so kind. How did she turn into this? Tang Ying, no, big sister, you're mistaken. I work in the entertainment industry, and I could tell long ago that Tang Ro was a bit fake. But you all fell for her act, thinking we were all family, so I didn't bother exposing her lies. Honestly, when I found out that Tang Ro and I weren't blood related, I didn't feel sad or surprised at all. It's actually a relief that she's not my real sister, who constantly plays the victim for pity. It's a good thing. Tang Zhu, little brother, my heart aches for your ex-girlfriend. Hey, try to be more open-minded. As for Ro, she's really gone too far. Despite receiving so much favoritism at home, she's still not satisfied and does such unscrupulous things in private. Tang Guowen, blame it on our blindness these years. We actually raised a wolf in sheep's clothing. However, this just confirms the importance of genetics. If the Chu Shang couple can be so wicked, how benevolent can their daughter inheriting their bloodline possibly be? Oh yes! Announcement! I plan to hold a family recognition banquet soon to formally announce Yiling's identity to the outside world. As for that woman Tang Ro, I will also cut ties with her on that day. A woman who doesn't know how to be grateful is not worthy of being my daughter. Who is in favor? Who is against? Upon hearing Tang Guowen's decision, the group chat fell silent. Regardless, Tang Ro had been a part of their lives day and night for 18 years. Even though some of them were reluctant, considering Tang Ro's behavior, which had crossed their moral boundaries and values, leaving such a wolf in sheep's clothing in the family would eventually bring disaster. Tang Hao, I agree. That malicious woman doesn't deserve to be my sister. Honestly, I feel like punching her lights out now. Tang Chuan, one more vote in favor. Whenever I see that woman now, I feel sick. It's impossible to live under the same roof with her. As our family's favorite, who has now betrayed, our remaining siblings began to state their thoughts. Despite some emotional struggles, they ultimately agreed with their father's proposal. Nuwa Su Shuyun, great! After the matters on the side of the Huo family are settled, we will hold a family recognition banquet. We will formally announce to friends and relatives that Ziling is our Tang family's only 7th child. Before that, you all must act well, don't let Tang Ro notice anything. Now, let me introduce to you the real 7th sister. When it came down to the final voice, Tang Guowen and his wife, Su Shuyun, hugged each other, feeling relieved and content. Their children getting along was their greatest wish as parents. However, they recalled the words they had overheard from their eldest nephew, sparking them to inquire further. Tang Zhu, Snow, are you in the capital city during this time? Are you dating anyone? Tang Zhu, what? Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm still single, you know that. But my friend did mention that once I return, she introduced me to a senior. Mom, Dad, please don't rush me, romance is fate-based. In the scene, Tang Zhu blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed discussing such a big event in her life. She thought her parents would be urging her to hurry up and find a boyfriend just like before. But their reaction caught her completely off guard. Tang Guowen and wife, you haven't found a boyfriend yet. That's good. Listen to me, stay away from all men during this time. You're not allowed to get close to any man. When you return to the city, if you're interested in any man, you must first bring him home to your cousin for approval. Only after he agrees, can you be with him? Do you understand? Upon hearing that her precious daughter was still single, Tang Guowen and his wife finally felt relieved. They sternly urged her to stay away from all men and imposed strict rules to protect her from potential heartbreak, infidelity, and all kinds of misfortune. They hoped this strategy would help their daughter avoid a tragic fate, but unknowingly left their children truly puzzled. Tang Wanner, Dad, Mom, am I hearing this right? What does Snow finding a boyfriend have to do with her cousin? Before Tang Zhu could voice her confusion, her older sister asked on her behalf. Because we heard your cousin's XXXXXXXX. As Tang Guowen tried to explain the gist of Lin Zhuan's thoughts, it became a jumble of incomprehensible gibberish for the outsiders, flooding the chat room with a series of question marks. Tang Tang Jihao. Tang Ying, _. Tang Zhu, OOOA. Reader, oh, Prince Nonsense, are you flooding with text again? Chapter 530 Tang Ling's Acknowledgement Feast. Laughing lunatics cough. Just listen to us. It'll all make sense when you get home. Let's talk specifics then. Oh, Warner, how's Zhao Shang been lately? Is he still mischievous? Facing the peculiar gazes of his children, Tang Guowen cleared his throat twice to disguise the awkwardness. He then shifted the topic to his eldest daughter, Tang Warner, who didn't forget about her oldest son, who has hyper-Shang syndrome. In the future, he may be involved in gambling, drugs, matricide, becoming a despicable and detestable individual, eliciting a collective rage of both humans and gods. He could be considered the ceiling of the animal realm. Now, while the kid is still young, they must find ways to educate him properly. Tang Warner, don't even mention it. Zhao Shang, who does he inherit his temperament from? Always getting angry for no reason and loves hitting people. He's gotten into fights multiple times at school, and I've been called in by the teachers several times. I just don't know how to raise him properly. And my mother-in-law, she spoils Zhao Shang too much, sigh. Every time I try to discipline the child seriously, my mother-in-law always comes to protect him, using his young age and lack of understanding as excuses to stop me from teaching him. Ah Jian and I are both in a difficult spot, sigh. Every time her mischievous child is mentioned, Tang Warner's face is filled with helplessness, furrowed brows, sighs. Seeing this, Tang Guowen and his wife felt a pang in their hearts. It seems that their eldest grandson is beginning to show signs of the hyper-Shang side. If they don't educate him soon, he's sure to become the despicable creature that everyone abhors. Tang Jihao, sis, you really need to pay more attention to Zhao Xiang's upbringing. I once scolded him a bit, and he was so upset he wanted to hit me. Last time he even tried to snatch my model gun to play with, and when I refused, he started yelling at me. You don't know how rude his words were, like a little ruffian. I nearly lost my temper, but Zhao Shang is your son after all. If he were my child, I would have spanked him already. Tang Chuan, I agree. Sis, remember when your son sneaked into my room the other day and broke my cherished figurines? They were my hard work. Some of them were limited editions worth 6 to 7 figures. I tried to contain my anger and asked for an apology, insisting that he apologizes and promises not to do it again in the future. But that brat adamantly called me childish and foolish, questioning why a grown man still plays with toys. He said he was helping me clean up. What kind of nonsense is that? He even mentioned that our family is wealthy. What's the big deal in breaking things? Saying that I'm too petty and unmanly for nitpicking with a child. Sis, honestly, at that moment, I felt the urge to beat the brat to a pulp. Tang Ying, don't even get me started. Who's had it worse than me? That kid knows I'm a star, and to show off in front of classmates, he actually took my underwear to school to show his friends. He even got addicted to it, taking some of my personal items like expensive cosmetics to sell to my fans, selling them at outrageously high prices. I don't know if I should praise his audacity or that he's got a commercial mindset at such a young age. If it weren't for the fact that he's my nephew, how could I have let him off so easily last time? Tang Zhu, you guys think these are small matters, E=O. Grandpa brought his old comrades to our house before, and I thought of impressing him with my cooking to let him boast to his friends. I volunteered, cooked several delicious dishes to make him and his friends taste. Who knew that Zhao Shang, that little rascal, somehow switched my seasonings to spicy madness at some point, nearly making me send Grandpa away on the spot. Shadows, after that incident, I never dared to enter the kitchen again. I can't believe it. How can the eldest sister and brother-in-law, who are so gentle, have such mischievous kids? Cough. Maybe it's like Seven Sister, being mistakenly switched at birth in the hospital. That's my guess. Tang Hao, I find the suspicion quite big. When the topic of their eldest niece's troublesome son arises, the group is filled with teeth-gnashing complaints. It's evident that the Tang family has endured the mischievous children for a long time. Initially, as the third generation of the family, they were highly favored by the Tang family. However, the behaviors of the mischievous children continuously lowered the family's favorability towards them. It's only out of consideration for their eldest sister that they could bear the child's petulance. However, Faced with the incorrigible mischievous child, they've chosen to keep their distance now. Tang Wanner, I'm sorry, younger brothers and sisters, I'll find ways to educate little bear. Listening to the family's non-stop complaints in the group chat, Tang Wanner felt guilty. She was also aware of how much people dislike her son. Even Wang Kai gets scared and flees when she sees Zhao Shang, fearing the mischievous child might set his tail on fire again. While Tang Wanner frets about her child's education, Tang Guowen and his wife finally speak up. All right, little bear is still young and a bit mischievous in character. As family, let's patiently help him, and we'll surely be able to correct his temperament. Wanner, when will you bring the child over? I have a friend who says Zhao Xiang's situation could be due to hormonal imbalances. After all, the body and mind are connected. If the body has issues, it could reflect in one's character. To prevent their daughter from getting anxious, Tang Guowen and his wife didn't directly reveal the Hyper-Shang syndrome. They planned to take their daughter and grandson to the hospital for a comprehensive examination after she returns home, and then proceed with treatment and finding ways to educate the child. Seeing some of their children still wanting to complain about their grandchildren, Tang Guowen quickly changes the subject to spare the feelings of their eldest daughter. All right, back to the matters of the acknowledgement feast. Bro, I'm not surprised others made it back before the acknowledgement feast, but you too. Scams are rampant in Myanmar. How did you finish your mission so quickly and return to the country? Initially brimming with anger, ready to criticize his nephew, Tang Jihao's expression suddenly turned serious, falling silent. After a moment, under the worried gazes of his family, he finally spoke. The mission hasn't been completed yet. I was urgently called back by the organization. Many of my colleagues were also called back. Lately, for some reason, there have been a group of laughing lunatics appearing in certain places in the country. They're cruel and, how should I put it? They attack others for no reason while laughing, and their methods are particularly brutal and twisted, not even resembling humans. The reason behind these people's madness, whether it's man-made or natural disasters, is still unknown to the organization. However, this mad laughing incident is taken very seriously by the organization and has been classified as an S-level emergency. Also, to prevent causing panic among the public, related news reports have been suppressed. Just listen to this, but never spread the word. Furthermore, if you encounter any inexplicable laughing lunatics in the future, run immediately. Don't approach them. Those folks are terrifying, extremely terrifying. At this point, Tang Jihao couldn't help shivering, an expression of fear flashing in his eyes. Using his connections, he had seen videos of those affected by the mad laughing disease, extremely insane and twisted. The desires of these lunatics seemed endless, laughing as they engage in gruesome acts like cannibalism, dismemberment, skinning, disembowelment. In the eyes of these bloodthirsty lunatics, these brutal acts seemed normalized. As an international police officer, Tang Jihao thought he had seen enough from crime scenes involving drug traffickers and serial killers. He believed he was immune to many brutal and bloody scenes, even proclaiming that nothing could shock him anymore. But reality proved otherwise, showing that he had underestimated the depths of human madness. Tang Chuan, laughing lunatics. Is this a joke? Are they really that terrifying? Even you, who are usually fearless, got scared. Tang Hao, is there really a reason to be afraid? Even if common people get crazier, how crazy can they get? In front of powerful martial artists, no matter how many common people there are, they'll all be crushed. Moreover, no matter how crazy ordinary beings are, they're no match for modern weapons. They are paper tigers, utterly defenseless. Tang Ying, Tang Jihao is right. Just a group of lunatics, no matter how terrifying they seem, can't be scarier than zombies in movies, right? However, the way second brother described those lunatics reminded me of a movie we filmed off the coast the morning. That movie was quite bloody. Gives_gives, but a movie is just a movie. How could creatures with such thoughts really exist? The group continued chatting casually, not paying too much attention to the appearance of laughing lunatics. Only Tang Jihao harbored a sense of worrying and fear deep inside. If only the issue could be resolved smoothly. As the Tang family enjoyed their joyous moment, unaware of the chaos outside, Tang Ro laid on her bed in anticipation, waiting for something. Ding dong, finally, she heard a delightful notification tone coming from her phone. Excited, Tang Ro sat up and opened the message to find a deposit confirmation from Construction Bank. Account number 2387 received a deposit of 100,000 RM beyond September 8 at 11:44 a.m. Available balance. Upon seeing the numbers on the message, Tangru's smile froze, unable to believe what she was seeing. She rubbed her eyes several times in disbelief, counting the zeros repeatedly. But no matter how much she counted, there were only 5 zeros displayed. Frustrated, Tangru threw her phone in anger. Damn Huo-ki-chan! He clearly promised to transfer 1 billion as hard work compensation once he received the intel on the University City project. But now, forget about 1 billion, TM. He didn't even provide 1 million or 100,000. He just gave her a lousy 10,000. Just brushing her off. Tangru's face darkened as she picked up her phone from the ground. After contemplation, she decided not to call and question him. With her intel, the Huo family could soar to the skies. She needed to maintain composure. What's 1 billion? If she could marry into the Huo family as the mistress, not to mention 1 billion, with her skills, she could eventually take control of the Huo family entirely. If she demanded an answer now due to 1 billion, it would create an impression of a gold digger. Contrary to that, if she showed no interest in money, displaying high moral values as if money doesn't concern her, and treats wealth like dirt, portraying noble and virtuous character, she'd surely impress the Huo family. Huo-ki-chan would view her favorably, thinking she's pure, kind, and no pretense to seize domination over the Huo CEO. It's imminent. After all, men, don't they all like pure, untainted little white flowers? Huff huff, keep calm, keep calm. A small leak will sink a mighty ship. If you can't bear to part with the child, don't tempt the Volf. Tangru's constant self-hypnosis in her mind was aimed at calming her restless heart. However, faced with the small goal of 1 billion, no matter how much she tried to regulate herself, she couldn't help but feel a bone-chilling pain in her heart. Too painful. Far too painful. This night would be sleepless for her. Chapter 531. Is the destiny of the Huo family with Huo-ki-chan? Under the shroud of night, the Huo family residence was brilliantly lit up, resembling a dazzling palace. Inside the main hall, the luxurious decoration shimmered, and the crystal chandelier emitted a soft light. At this moment, the Huo family members were holding an early celebration banquet, with joyful laughter and conversations filling the air. The senior executives were all dressed up, with bright smiles on their faces, engaging in conversations filled with anticipation for the future. In the center of the crowd, the family head, Huo Tingfeng, stood tall and proud, his smile blossoming like a chrysanthemum. Excitement and joy sparkled in his eyes, the pleasure in his heart hard to contain. Since learning the exact location for the University City project, he couldn't wait to celebrate this significant victory. In his view, this project would be the key to the Huo family's success, and the certainty of victory made him feel as if he were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Everybody, quiet down. Please listen to me. Huo Tingfeng raised his glass and spoke loudly. Today, we gather here to celebrate the brilliance that the Huo family will soon embrace. As we all know, the site for the University City project has been determined and informed in advance by my son. This is a major turning point for our Huo family. May fortune favor the Huo family. I am 95% certain that with our collective efforts, the Huo family will surely rise to greater heights. Joining the ranks of the noble families is within reach. Hearing this, the Huo clan members' faces lit up with smiles as they raised their glasses, echoing Huo Tingfeng's words. The family head is right. The future of the Huo family is bright. This 100 billion project will surely make the Huo group a leader in the business world. Come, family members, let's toast to the glory of the Huo family. Cheers. We, the Huo family, will surely pass down our legacy through the ages and remain eternal. Ha ha ha! The clinking of glasses sounded crisp and melodious, as if playing a victorious melody. Laughter and joy echoed in the bright hall, with every Huo senior immersed in the atmosphere of happiness. They seemed to see a thriving future for the Huo family, envisioning the glory and status they would hold within this splendid family. One of the balding Huo seniors, with a high ponytail, raised his glass and flattered, "Family head, I believe that the main reason for the imminent glory of the Huo family is actually you. Without your wise guidance, fostering an excellent heir like our son of the clan leader, how could the Huo clan shine as it does today?" Seeing Huo Tingfeng basking in flattery, A high ponytail woman in the crowd quickly chimed in. Exactly. The son of the clan leader is truly remarkable. Despite his physical disability, his determination and extraordinary abilities have brought incomparable glory to our Huo family. This achievement can be compared to that of the ancestors of the Huo family back in the day. In my heart, the son of the clan leader deserves the highest honors. As everyone praised Huo Qichen, the flattering voices continued non-stop. Each person's smile revealed a sense of self-satisfaction and vanity. The son of the clan leader truly is the backbone of our Huo family. With him around, how can the Huo family not prosper? The family head was blessed with a great son. It's a great fortune for the Huo family. It was quite challenging to secure that great a land, and we were worried about the intense competition and the substantial cost we had to pay. But now, with just a small investment, we can acquire the unlimited potential of that great land. Ha ha ha! When the truth is revealed, many powers in the city will surely be dumbfounded, envious, and resentful towards us. Listening to the continuous praises, Huo Tingfeng felt pleased. He lifted his chin slightly, calmly admitting, naturally, Qichen is so outstanding because of my guidance. The son I, Huo Tingfeng, gave birth to will naturally excel. He is inherently exceptional, with exceptional intelligence. During this time in the Huo family hall, there was an air of vanity and arrogance everywhere. Each Huo descendant was filled with pride, looking down on others as if they were already standing at the peak of the city, overlooking the masses. Unfortunately, what they did not realize was that the gears of fate had already quietly started turning, with a future path far beyond what they could anticipate. Soon, the Huo family members present at the hall would personally experience what it means to go from extreme joy to sorrowful tragedy. Near the main hall, in a luxurious bedroom, listening to the incessant flattery outside, Huo Qichen smirked dominantly, knowing that from this day forward, the Huo family would be completely under his control. What did Tangro say? Not even a phone call, finding the 100,000 lacking. Hearing this, the steward by the bed slightly bowed to the bedridden Huo Qichen, giving him a thumbs up, admiration written all over his face. Master, not only did Miss Tang not call to question us, she initiated contact and said she doesn't need the remaining 99,900,000 either, claiming she's not that materialistic and has no interest in money. She values you as a person, not the vulgar money. Master, you're truly charismatic. Just a little gesture, and the most favored seventh miss of the Tang family will fall under the spell of your genes, bewitched by you, willing to do anything for you, including braving fires and waters. Now that we have Tang Miss in our grasp, in the future, the Tang family's connections will be at our disposal, right? Due to maintaining secrecy, in the eyes of the public, Tangro remained the most beloved daughter of the Tang family. Whoever held her heart would essentially gain the support of the Tang family. So when Tangro took the initiative to approach saying she had long admired Master Huo, Huo Qichen was ecstatic, feeling a sense of possessing an unparalleled destiny. As for whether Tangro had ulterior motives, or the possibility of deceiving him, 5%. According to the final answer analyzed by the Huo family think tank, the probability of Tangro having malicious intentions was less than 5%. No matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out what benefit Miss Tang, the seventh miss of the Tang family, would gain from doing so. It was impossible that she was simply bored, playing a game with the CEO. However, to test Tangru's true intentions, Mr. Huo secretly arranged a meeting with a fake heiress. Utilizing the experience of once suffering before third young Master Tang, he staged a show for Tangro. In the end, he received a promise from the fake heiress to gather intelligence for him. Chapter 532. Guozhao Xiao's godmother? Mu Xiaowan. Relationships in chaos. In this world, I have never seen a woman who can escape the net of my charm, and Tangro is naturally no exception. Every shy gaze, every blushing smile she gives, is the best proof of my unparalleled charm. Her surrender to my charm is just following the most natural law in the universe: the strong attract, the wise respect. And I, Huo Qichen, am the irresistible center of that magnetic field, where all good things will irresistibly come close to me. Among them, of course, is her. Tangro, the precious one in the palm of the Tang family. Her heart, her dreams, have all been deeply attracted to me, unable to break free. This is not arrogance, but a fact. It is the innate power within me that can make every woman who meets me willingly indulge in my dominant charm." Huo Qichen forced a hideous smile from his twisted expression. He was extremely self-assured of his charm, believing that Tang Rou must have been enchanted by his extraordinary allure without a doubt. He never suspected that there might be another reason behind Tang Ru's affection. Now, the information provided by Tang Chuan and Tang Rou siblings was consistent. With double insurance, the Huo family no longer doubts the potential and value of the Class E land. Each one was ready to seize the opportunity to win the bidding for the site of the University City project at the lowest price, waiting to profit handsomely from the development. HMPH. After the land auction tomorrow night concludes and everything settles, it will be the time to settle old scores and new grievances. Those who took advantage of my momentary predicament in the past, insulted me wantonly, and tried to pull me down from my pedestal, their good days are now over. Those who humiliated me, Huo Qichen, whether far or near, I will personally seek justice. They will pay the price, no mercy. And Mu Xiaowan and Su Qinj, those who dare reject a woman of my unparalleled beauty. Do you think by rejecting me, you can escape the destiny I weave? Ha ha! What a joke! After the conclusion tomorrow night, I will not only settle scores, but also make you understand the cost of rejecting me. I will make you understand that the women I, Huo Qichen, desire, are like the brightest stars in the night sky, destined to shine only in my world, to be forever trapped by my side, unattainable by anyone, nowhere to escape. Your fate is already closely linked to me. Do not think you can escape the bondage in my palm. With that said, Huo Qichen's lips curled into a cold smile, devoid of any warmth, filled with contempt for past enemies and confidence in his future control. When mentioning Mu Xiaowan and Su Qinj, a complex emotion of desire for conquest, possession, and an imperceptible tenderness and discontent emerged in the eyes of the dominating boss. Never has any woman been able to reject his dominance. Past, present, future, he will not allow such a powerful woman to exist in this world. Huo Qichen's tone exuded unquestionable authority and dominance. Each word was squeezed out with a force that brooked no argument. At this moment, the dominant boss, feeling victorious, reached the peak of his power, as if the whole world was under his control. He closed his eyes slowly, took a deep breath, and savored the impending victory and satisfaction. Now that things have come to this point, the rise of the Huo family is unstoppable. The next morning, in front of the VIP ward at the top hospital of the city, Lin Zhuan, handsome and elegant, entered with several breakfasts in hand. "I brought breakfast, Zhao Xiao. Have you had breakfast? If not, let's eat together. Miss Mu, brother Su Fan, let's eat together." As the ward door was pushed open, the scene of a harmonious and tranquil family of three greeted them. Compared to last night, there were now an unexpected pair of visitors. One was a fair-skinned, beautiful woman dressed in a cheap short-sleeve shirt on the upper body, and slightly faded black jeans on the lower body. This person was Mu Xiaowan. She was holding a 4 or 5-year-old girl, about 90 centimeters tall, with a small face like a doll, wearing a cute red dress, Gao Zhaoxiao. Lin Zhuan was initially very surprised by the sudden presence of these two. Upon closer inquiry, Lin Zhuan learned that not long ago, on the day when his older cousin rushed to the town, he coincidentally saved Gao Zhaoxiao. Through this event, Gao Weiwei and Mu Xiaowan also got acquainted. After spending time together, the two women expressed mutual admiration, became close friends, like sisters. Because of their fondness for the obedient and sensible Gao Zhaoxiao, with Gao Weiwei's consent, Mu Xiaowan had now become the little girl's godmother. TSK. This scene is quite like a warm family of three. It seems that the relationship between a few people is a bit complicated. I'm sure Uncle will have a headache in the future. I have to say, fate is truly wonderful. Watching his cousin playing happily with the girl in the ward, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Of course, as a bystander who loves gossip while keeping a distance, he would never actively disrupt the relationships of the people in the room. Anyway, let everything be as it is. I am reborn. In my past life, companions betrayed me, editors humiliated me, readers mocked me. This life, I will achieve greatness, reach the pinnacle of the world. Brothers, give me 3 free gifts first, and we'll talk more privately later. Chapter 533, Visiting the Prison to see Su Yan. Lin Jianjun. Chapter 533, visiting the prison to see Su Yan. Lin Jianjun. Hey handsome, you are really good looking. Wait until Zhao Xiao grows up. I will marry you as my bride. What do you think? As soon as Lin Zhuan entered, Gao Zhaoxiao's big eyes sparkled, opened her arms and pounced on Lin Zhuan. There was no way. Lin Zhuan's appearance was too extraordinary, reaching the level of appealing to all ages. Oh, if I really agreed, wouldn't big brother-in-law be my father-in-law? And me and Kinj would be. This division seems a bit confusing, right? Lin Zhuan showed a strange expression, chuckled, and shook his head. After shaking off the random thoughts in his mind, he indulgently picked up the little lily, pinched her soft and cute face. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? When you grow up, brother will become an old wrinkled geezer. Even if the handsome brother grows old, he will still be a handsome old man. Don't worry, Zhao Xiao won't dislike you. Heh, thank you. But brother, I already have someone destined for me. I only wish for one person in this lifetime, never to part. Zhao Xiao, you are a good girl, but we are not suitable. Is handsome brother joking? Are you giving Zhao Xiao a rejection card? Well, something like that. I don't know why, Zhao Xiao suddenly feels a bit sad. Is this the feeling of lost love? Facing Lin Zhuan's rejection, the heartbroken Zhao Xiao's lips pouted. Her first confession of love ended in failure. At Zhao Xiao's age, she shouldn't have to endure such heartache. It's painful. Too painful. When you were not born, I was already old. You hate that I was born late. I hate that you were born early. Woo-woo. I don't like you anymore, bad brother. At this moment, Zhao Xiao felt very sad. She struggled out of Lin Zhuan's embrace, pouted her lips, and rushed into Mu Xiaowan's arms crying. Seeing this scene, aside from Su Fan who inexplicably felt dissatisfied, the others were all smiling, finding it quite amusing. All right. Zhao Xiao, don't cry, the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. You will definitely meet someone better in the future, a more handsome prince. Moreover, didn't you want to marry Uncle Su Fan before? How did things change so suddenly? Mu Xiaowan held Zhao Xiao in her arms and comforted her softly. Hey, what's wrong? Zhao Xiao felt puzzled, not understanding why Su Fan was so friendly with her just a while ago, then suddenly changed his attitude. Men truly are strange creatures. Seeing Su Fan's lack of response, Mu Xiaowan couldn't help but continue to console Zhao Xiao, burying her confusion temporarily. Sitting down silently, Su Fan's heart fluctuated unexpectedly. What kind of situation was this? Did he suddenly care about the little girl's opinion? He pondered without understanding. However, he decided to keep his distance from Zhao Xiao and avoid any emotional entanglements. He couldn't let his emotions interfere with his focus. He was a man of Sigma with no feelings. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaowan, as if remembering something, turned to Su Fan and invited him. Su Fan, are you free tonight? Zhao Xiao's mother wants to thank you for saving Zhao Xiao last time by inviting you for dinner. I'm busy. Su Fan remained expressionless, curt, and straightforward. He decided to keep his distance from Zhao Xiao and her mother to focus on his unbeatable road. He would no longer associate with them. Uncle, will you come over to my house? I will use my saved pocket money to buy you a pair of pants without holes. I don't need gifts from little kids. To suppress the strange feelings in his heart, Su Fan put on an indifferent expression. Uncle, I'm not a little kid. I hate uncles the most. I don't want you. I don't want to be friends with you. When Zhao Xiao gets angry, the consequences are serious. It seemed her pride was hurt. Zhao Xiao crossed her arms, showing an I'm angry, don't try to appease me attitude. Seeing this, Su Fan's heart tightened slightly, almost apologizing. Luckily, his rationality stopped him, and he just sat silently. Su Fan, what's wrong? Mu Xiaowan looked puzzled, not understanding why Su Fan's demeanor suddenly changed despite getting along well with Zhao Xiao moments ago. Men are indeed strange creatures. Without a response from Su Fan, Mu Xiaowan shifted her attention to comforting Zhao Xiao in her arms. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuan, who had been enjoying the show as a spectator, finally took action, distributing breakfast to everyone in the room. All right, everyone, please have your meal. Come and choose what you want to eat. Grandpa, I bought your favorite soy milk and fried breadsticks today. Lin Zhuan cheerfully placed various luxurious breakfast items on the table. Soy milk and fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, lean pork congee, beef rice noodle rolls, rice noodles, hand-pulled pancakes, egg fried rice, yellow braised chicken rice. Seeing the delicious spread, Zhao Xiao, who was sulking earlier, suddenly brightened up, her eyes shining, saliva almost flowing out. Wow! So much food! Such a sumptuous breakfast! Hey handsome brother, is your family very rich? You can buy so much food in one go. I always wanted to try all these things before, but I knew mommy works hard to earn money, so I didn't eat them. So her family situation was that difficult? In the room, everyone felt a bit sympathetic upon hearing this. Especially Su Fan, for some reason, felt a pang in his heart upon learning that Zhao Xiao had to carefully consider even her meal expenses. The sight of the spread made his heart feel like it had been cut with a knife. It hurt so much. Lin Zhuan waved his hand generously, letting the little lily indulge to her heart's content. Zhao Xiao, come over here. Today, eat whatever you want, taste everything. Su Shengshan smiled indulgently and beckoned Zhao Xiao. Despite knowing Zhao Xiao was not his real granddaughter, he cared for her dearly, trying to use her to distract from his longing for kinship. Ah, my weak and helpless granddaughter, I hope you are safe and well. Grandpa misses you. Lin Zhuan, on the other hand, readily agreed to accompany Su Shengshan in visiting the prison. After all, as the saying goes, unfilial daughter though she may be, it was still his daughter that he raised with his own hands. And Lin Zhuan thought, well, might as well visit my scumbag father, Lin Jianjun, too. What is he like now? Has he changed his ways? Should I go see him and enjoy his current plight? Continued, Chapter 534, Han Xinchao's wild imagination, secretly giving birth to a dragon child to Su Fan. Is it tasty? Little one. It's really delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more. You need to grow more flesh. Chubby looks good. Huh? Little one doesn't want to. Where is it good to be chubby? Handsome big brother. Are you deceiving children? Won't your conscience hurt at all? Childish temper comes quickly and goes quickly. Tempted by delicious food, Gao Zhaoxiao had long forgotten her unhappiness and happily started eating. If there were so many delicious foods in front of her every day, she couldn't imagine herself becoming a cheerful little girl. Lin Zhuan smiled, picked up his breakfast, and sat next to Su Fan. The closeness made their thighs tightly press against each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being close to the child of destiny. Reward 500 points per second. Indeed, it feels great to take advantage of the eldest brother's generosity. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Lin Zhuan smiled with satisfaction. It was not in vain that he took the opportunity to sit next to the eldest brother today. In just a short time, he had harvested a 6-figure point reward. Lin Zhuan was in a good mood and decided to milk the eldest brother to the fullest. However, he noticed Han Xinchao staring at him with a strange look next to him. He thought she was angry that he had taken her follower position, so he smiled apologetically at her and handed her a bowl of snail noodles as a compensation for his actions. Lin Zhuan remembered that this wealthy young lady seemed to be tired of luxury foods and had a soft spot for snail noodles, a commoner's food. But due to her status, she couldn't show it in front of others. By offering her snail noodles for breakfast, he felt like she could enjoy it without having to steal glances at the table. Lin Zhuan's actions were simple in his mind. However, they were misunderstood by Han Xinchao, who thought he had ulterior motives for being kind to her. She believed that he was jealous and didn't want to see her too close to Su Fan, hence trying to get closer to her. Han Xinchao's perception was that men were possessive, and she found it kind of scary. Despite feeling touched by Lin Zhuan's efforts, she also had mixed feelings of regret and pride. As you ask why she felt regret, of course, it was because of the relationship between Zhuan and Fan. If Su Fan didn't exist, she wouldn't mind giving Lin Zhuan a chance to pursue her. But unfortunately, there was no if, only reality. Since witnessing Su Fan's exceptional qualities in capturing Zhang Town, she couldn't settle for an ordinary person. Even though Lin Zhuan was outstanding in many ways, the sheer power and dominance of Su Fan made her see him as the best companion in life. Unless she couldn't have Su Fan, she would consider giving Lin Zhuan a chance as a standby plan. Thinking of Su Fan, Han Xinchao unconsciously frowned and glanced at Mu Xiaowan, not far away. Was Su Fan truly unique in his taste? Why did he fancy someone who had been with others before? Out of intuition, she felt there was something different in Su Fan's attitude towards that woman. It was the first time Han Xinqiao noticed Su Fan being so friendly towards a woman. Despite their short acquaintance, why did Mu Xiaowan get special treatment from him? It made her wonder what Mu Xiaowan had that she didn't. Although Mu Xiaowan's figure and appearance were outstanding in the eyes of many, in various aspects, she believed she was far ahead of her Han Xinqiao. Even having undergone childbirth, how could a normal man not mind it? Su Fan had no reason to abandon an exceptional beauty like her and go for a woman who had given birth before. It was unreasonable. Han Xinqiao thought for a while and felt she was overthinking things. She couldn't accept being compared to Mu Xiaowan. After taking care of her youthful beauty for 18 years, she couldn't believe she would fall short. Thinking this way filled her with confidence once again. Unexpectedly, Su Fan showed great fondness for children today. Han Xinqiao thought if she could secretly give birth to a dragon child for Su Fan, wouldn't she then be the rightful empress of the world? Glancing at the adored Gao Zhaoxiao, Han Xinqiao pondered deeply. Chapter 535. Farewell to Su King's love. Grandmother of love. Chapter 535. Farewell to Su King's love. Grandmother of love. Grandpa Su, goodbye. Bye-bye Zhaoxiao, goodbye. Come visit Grandpa when you have time. Grandpa will miss you. I will. Grandpa, you have to miss Zhaoxiao too. Think of her in the morning. Think of her at noon. Think of her in the evening. Think of her before sleeping. All right. Playing like this, huh? Okay, Grandpa will remember. At the First People's Hospital of the Magic City. In the VIP ward, everyone who had their fill, one by one bid farewell and left. Mu Xiaowan planned to take her child back to find her mother. Before leaving, she once again extended an invitation to Su Fan, hoping he would attend the Gao family's banquet tonight. No, I'm busy. Su Fan hesitated for 2.5 seconds, then directly waved his hand to refuse. Although he liked Gao Zhaoxiao, it didn't mean he was willing to get involved with her family. Too much trouble. Moreover, he and Gao Zhaoxiao were destined to be from different worlds, so the chances of them ever meeting again were probably slim. Better to part ways early, sever ties, and forget each other in the world. All right, I'll inform Zhaoxiao's mother then. Seeing Su Fan's determination, Mu Xiaowan felt a bit disappointed, but she no longer insisted. After giving Su Fan a deep look, she left with the sleeping Gao Zhaoxiao in her arms. Grandpa Su, your condition is not serious. Get more rest, avoid staying up late, eat lightly, and avoid spicy foods. Maintain a good attitude. In a few more days you'll be able to get out of bed and go home normally. After giving some careful instructions to his grandfather, Su Fan bid farewell and left. He felt that his martial arts realm had loosened in the past 2 days and planned to return home for closed-door cultivation, aiming to break through to the grandmother stage in the shortest time possible. Soon, the few people in the room left one by one, returning to silence with only an old person and a young person left. Grandpa, I've already arranged things with the prison. Shall we go now? Lin Zhuan glanced at the text message from his subordinate and asked Su Shengshen. All right, let's go. Hearing this, Su Shengshen fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. Accompany me to see that unfilial woman. See if she truly has no remorse and is beyond redemption. Lin Zhuan nodded, instructing a nurse to fetch a wheelchair and pushing Su Shengshen towards the prison ward. Boom as the grandfather and grandson boarded the Maybach, heading towards the prison. Xiao Shuan, any issues with tonight's land auction? Su Shengshen, who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, suddenly asked with concern. He had already learned part of the plan regarding the Huo family from Lin Zhuan, and now wanted to confirm and reassure himself. Everything's prepared, just waiting for the right moment. Lin Zhuan smiled and answered succinctly. All right, I leave it to you. I trust you. Su Shengshen burst into laughter, not probing further into the details. He believed that Lin Zhuan would handle things properly and saw no need for him, an old man, to interfere. However, his only request was to make sure that the scoundrel who harmed his granddaughter would pay a painful price. Hearing this, Lin Zhuan narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, Grandpa. Huo Qichen dared to hurt Kinj. I will make him regret ever coming into this world. I've already written a life script for him. After tonight, we can give him his ending and wrap things up. Heihe Magic City T Langkiao Prison, situated on the outskirts of the city. The tall walls and strict barbed wire exuded a cold and severe atmosphere under the sunlight. The prison was vast in scale, with strict security and clean and orderly cell environment. Chapter 536. A newfound love for self and a repentant anti-love brain. Father, and my niece's husband, thank you for coming to see me. Why isn't Kinch here? Is she still mad at me for something? Su-yeon, dressed in striped prison uniform, smiled quietly as she sat across the isolation window, greeting Lin Juan and his father. Lin Juan remained silent, observing her closely. Her once waist-length hair had been shaved, revealing a bald head that looked slightly weary. However, her overall demeanor was surprisingly composed. Her eyes exuded a strange tranquility, as if she was detached from everything in the world. The eyes that were once filled with desire and ambition now seemed like calm waters, unruffled. Despite her slightly pale complexion, there was no sense of decadence, but rather a sense of resilience within it. What surprised Lin Juan the most was, Su-yeon continued to smile, her smile resembling a gentle breeze in the spring, elusive and mysterious. The curve of her lips formed a subtle arc, exuding a strange kind of power. This smile was completely different from her previous self, which was either charming, anxious, or arrogant. Now, this smile carried a sense of indescribable falsehood. For some reason, as Lin Juan looked at Su-yeon's smiling face, he felt an inexplicable sense of awkwardness and peculiarity. This smile was not the same as before, neither hypocritical or flattering. It was so serene and detached, as if Su-yeon had transcended the worldly distractions and entered a new realm. There seemed to be an indescribable sense of detachment hidden in her smile, as if she had seen through the vanity of the world. Yes, Lin Juan now had this strange feeling that Su-yeon, at this moment, had a sense of seeing through the vanity of enlightenment. If she were to change her prison uniform to a monk's robe, accompanied by her bald head, she really looked like a devoted nun. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like this? Not a word. Father, are you still mad at me? I'm sorry. My daughter was too willful before, and did unforgivable things. I even hurt my good niece. I have let you down in raising me, and I owe Kinj an apology. I was wrong. And Xiaoshuan, Auntie wants to apologize to you. Auntie walked the wrong path before, spoke harshly to you, and I really regret it. I'm sorry. During this time, I have truly awakened, deeply realizing my own faults. I will spend the rest of my life redeeming myself, making up for the sins I committed in the first half of my life. Seeing the uncertain expressions of Su-shingshan and Lin Juan, Su-yeon smiled and admitted to her past mistakes. Her tone was sincere, her eyes filled with apology, displaying a demeanor of great enlightenment. Witnessing the reformed Su-yeon, Lin Juan felt even more uneasy. While it was good that she sincerely apologized, indicating that her time in prison was not in vain, what felt strange to Lin Juan was that Su-yeon had been smiling throughout the whole conversation. From the first meeting to the current sincere apology, she always had a smile on her face, giving off a bizarre feeling that was completely out of character. Who apologizes sincerely while smiling without showing their teeth? It was really strange. Fine. You finally realize your mistakes. But don't you think it's too late? These years, you almost drove me crazy. I can forgive all the other nonsense you did, but you should never have hurt Kinj. She's your own niece. How could you do such a thing? Can you face your deceased brother and sister-in-law? They treated you so well when they were alive. You think a few words of apology now can erase the harm you've caused to your family members? You unfilial daughter, disgrace of the Su family. You have truly disappointed me. Facing his daughter's sincere repentance, Yanming vowed to change his ways. He couldn't help but feel angry. He slammed the table, angrily berating Su-yeon for her past actions. What surprised Lin Juan was that no matter how harsh Yanming's scolding was, Su-yeon continued to smile, occasionally nodding and sincerely admitting her faults. After 2.5 minutes, the initially furious Yanming also fell silent. No matter how much he criticized, the unfilial daughter continued to smile and admit her mistakes, leaving Yanming speechless. However, Su-yeon turning over a new leaf was a good thing. It was the scene he had dreamed of seeing. It's just that her transformation was too sudden, too different from the unfaithful daughter he remembered, which left Yanming a bit stunned. Father, I'm sorry. If scolding me can make you feel better, then go ahead and scold. This is the punishment I deserve. But please take care of your health, don't get angry and harm yourself. Please smile more. A smile can bring happiness, allowing you to find light in darkness and hope in despair. A face full of gloom will only drag down the soul. Only a smile can make life shine. In this world, a smile is the shortcut to heaven. By abandoning worries and showing a smile, you can embrace new life. Suyan smiled gently, speaking sincerely and earnestly. What? Am I hearing this right? How could my daughter, who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, say such things? Is this still the unfilial daughter I know? Yanning was completely dumbfounded, sitting with his mouth agape, not knowing how to react. Auntie, why are you always smiling? Lin Juan furrowed his brows, finally asking a question that had been on his mind, locking eyes with Suyan. What surprised Lin Juan was that he didn't see any resentment towards him in Suyan's eyes, only a sense of acceptance and blessing, as if she had truly let go of their past grievances. Damn, has she really had a change of heart and repented? Was she faking it? Can a dog really stop eating shit? Until today, Lin Juan would never have believed that a dog could stop eating shit. After all, old habits die hard. However, the eyes are the windows to the soul, they do not lie. With Lin Juan's observational skills, he really couldn't sense any hostility from Suyan. Chapter 537. The Cry for Help from Lin Jian Junchild. Where are you going? Chapter 537. The Cry for Help from Lin Jian Junchild. Where are you going? Just as Lin Juan was amazed by the change in Suyan's attitude towards love, Suyan already responded with a smile to his question. Laughter is a gift from God. With a smile, you can atone for your sins and find peace in your soul. A face full of worries will only deepen the sins. Only a smile can illuminate the path ahead, leading you out of the dark abyss. Laughter can dissolve hatred, allowing you to be reborn in love and warmth. Don't be afraid of your mistakes. As long as you use a smile to make amends, you can surely receive forgiveness. Now I thank the heavens, thank my parents. I was once a sinner. I once harmed the world. I once disappointed the people. But now I am willing to cast aside everything, eliminate the greed for fame and fortune, and return to my true self. Laughter is the best gift that God has bestowed upon humanity. Zizhuan, you should learn to smile more like Ant, then you will discover the new joy of life. At this moment, not to mention Su Shengshan, even Lin Juan showed a surprised expression, not sure how to express his feelings at this moment. He could feel that Suyan was speaking from the heart when saying those words. But this left both grandfather and grandson puzzled. Could it be that a reincarnated high monk has appeared in prison? Did a fortunate coincidence manage to influence Suyan? Before Lin Juan and Su Shengshan could regain their composure, Suyan stood up, smiled, and issued them a command to leave. Dad, Zizhuan, you should go back now. It's time for the laughter song. I can't miss this important moment. With that, Suyan's smile on her face inexplicably widened a bit, and her eyes showed a hint of eager excitement. Quickly escorted by the prison guards, Suyan swiftly departed. As Suyan's figure disappeared from the visiting room, both Lin Juan and Su Shengshan were left puzzled. What's going on? Can you just leave like this? We haven't finished talking yet. Could you show us some respect, please? Zizhuan, do you think my daughter has been possessed? Or has she been too severely stimulated and gone mad? Why is she acting so strangely? Also, in prison, female inmates are allowed to keep short hair, but she actually voluntarily chose to shave her head. This is something she could never have done before. After a while, when Su Shengshan regained his composure, he turned his head stiffly and asked, is it possible? Maybe she suddenly awakened and enlightened? In any case, this is actually a good thing. At least Ant is no longer as arrogant as before. Admitting her mistakes and changing for the better is a great virtue. Lin Juan scratched his head. He was also puzzled by Suyan's changes, but he thought it was not important. After all, the other party had received a life sentence and could not cause much trouble while in prison. Whatever changes she wanted to make were up to her. Well, that's true. Let's just be content with what we have. At least compared to her previous foolish appearance, this disobedient girl has made some good changes. It's not in vain to sit in prison all this time. Let's go. Zizhuan, let's go back first. After a while, I'll come back to visit this disobedient girl. Su Shengshan sighed. He couldn't let go of his daughter. Now that he had finally seen Su Yan heading in the right direction, although he didn't say it out loud, he was secretly relieved in his heart. Oh, by the way, Zizhuan, since we're here, do you want to see your father too? It's been so long. Maybe he, like Su Yan, has changed for the better and realized his mistakes. Hearing this, Lin Zhuan shook his head decisively, saying firmly, "No need, I have cut off all ties with that person. His life and actions have nothing to do with me. I don't care if he has turned over a new leaf, or how he is doing now." What a joke! He had just severed his ties with his scumbag father. Now living his life so freely, he didn't want to have any relationship with him again and invite trouble by having a forefather. Seeing Lin Zhuan's resolute refusal, Su Shengshan sighed silently and didn't try to persuade further. He knew that Lin Jianjun had been too ruthless in the past, completely breaking Lin Zhuan's heart, so even though deep down he longed for paternal love, Lin Zhuan still remained stubborn on the surface. He must be feeling heartbroken and devastated at this moment. Soon, Lin Zhuan pushed the old man out of the visiting room and headed back the same way. Passing through the east block, they happened to see a large group of inmates coming out of a room and finally enjoying some free time on a large open space. With the introduction from the prison guards, Lin Zhuan learned that it was the inmates' free exercise time. This courtyard area was specifically designed for inmates to engage in daily physical exercise, outdoor activities, and breathe fresh air. Here, the inmates could participate in some basic sports activities within the allotted time, such as running, gymnastics, playing basketball, aimed at improving their physical and mental health, reducing stress, and maintaining a certain level of physical fitness. Hearing this, Lin Zhuan curiously observed for a few more moments. The inmates behind the iron bars were already accustomed to seeing visiting family members and continued their activities as usual. Child sob. You finally came to see Dad. I knew you couldn't bear to leave Dad, _. Hurry and get me out of here. Child, I promise you, Dad will completely change for the better in the future. Let's be a loving father and obedient son and live a happy life together. Child, you don't know, Dad is not getting enough to eat, not warm enough to wear. I think of you all the time. Oh. Just as Lin Zhuan was about to suppress his curiosity, push the wheelchair, and leave, a sudden cry of sorrow came from behind. Hearing the familiar loud voice, Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched, his steps faltered, and a terrible premonition arose within him. He stiffly turned around only to see the ominous figure, his scumbag father, Lin Jianjun. The most surprising thing to Lin Zhuan was that the Lin Jianjun in prison stripes only had the distinct shiny bald head compared to the scumbag father in his memory. Otherwise, there wasn't much difference, and he even seemed to look healthier, maybe even a bit chubby compared to before. What's going on? How is this old man living so comfortably? And those 10 or so inmates behind him, they seemed like his henchmen? Damn! How did this scumbag father manage that? Is he really here to serve his sentence in prison? If you didn't know, you'd think he was here on vacation. Oh. Chapter 538, Dad is the best in the world. A child with a dad is like a treasure. Chapter 538, Dad is the best in the world. A child with a dad is like a treasure. Devil City, Dilian Bridge Prison. Inside the wind-down area, Lin Zhuan looked puzzled. He had thought that Lin Jianjun, who was in prison, must be living a miserable life, looking disheveled under the care of his fellow inmates. But in reality, the other party seemed to be living quite carefree and prosperous, with many followers behind him. What's going on? Since when did Lin Jianjun have such prowess? Just as Lin Zhuan was astonished, Lin Jianjun was overjoyed, reaching out through the gap in the iron bars toward Lin Zhuan, wailing and howling. In his view, the reason Lin Zhuan appeared here must be that he couldn't let go of his father. Thinking day and night, unable to resist the urge to come and visit him, wanting to save him and continue the father-son relationship. 3 people ultimately cannot leave behind fatherly love. In days without fatherly love, disobedient children will definitely feel very lonely. As the saying goes, fatherly love surpasses even the sky. If a child loses the nourishment of fatherly love and cannot kneel frequently in front of their elderly father to show filial piety, then what's the point of living? Filial piety to parents has been a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation since ancient times. No matter what mistakes parents make, children must unconditionally forgive them. After all, the debt of nurturing is as heavy as a mountain and is enough to offset all the sins parents may have committed in moments of confusion. Outsiders may criticize, but children must support their parents unconditionally, standing by them instead of reasoning with them. This is the way for children to be human. Because parents made a small mistake, and you're already shouting about severing ties and ending the relationship, what's the difference between you and a wretched animal? Lin Jianjun felt smug in his heart, thinking that Lin Zhuan coming to visit him must mean that he understood this truth and had decided to embrace his father's love once again. Hey, with the unbreakable and chaotic blood relationship between them, isn't it easy to handle the relationship with his elder son lightly? However, considering the irritable nature of his elder son and his mania not yet cured, if he continued to give orders as he did before, it might lead his son to flare up again and leave in anger. Then, who knows when he would come back next? Therefore, Lin Jianjun decided to tone down a bit, first flatter his elder son, and deal with the rest once he was released from prison. Xiaoshuan _ My dear son, you finally came to visit Daddy. I knew it. You can't be without Daddy. No matter what, you carry Daddy's blood in you. Father-son blood ties are bigger than the sky, and you can never escape the shelter of fatherly love. Son, hurry up and rescue your old man from this broken prison. As long as you do it, I'll be the bigger person, guaranteeing no grudges, and once again make you my dear son, letting you bathe in the greatness of fatherly love. Son, don't be shy. You came to the prison today just to visit your old man, right? Before that, help me get moved to a VIP cell. The living conditions in this place are just unbearable. Also, I want to eat Devonshire crab, white truffles, abalone, caviar, quail eggs, and Scottish lobsters. You have no idea how awful the prison food is. It's like pig feed. Oh, and add a bottle of 80 to Lafite. Once you've arranged everything, ask the warden for a private room for us. The two of us, father and son, need to discuss how to get out of here as soon as possible. Possible.